Autumn in November. On a rare weekend day off, Lin Kuan did not want to go anywhere. Like an old grandfather, he sat under a tree scrolling through short videos. Genie time, my baby. Hello everyone, I am an idol trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years. You may call me. Ouch. What are you doing? In the Go-style remix video, that suspender-wearing figure was twisting bizarrely with inverted joint movements. His fingertip swiped. Next clip. In the video, a delicate woman said the previous second, "You must be tired of me," to reply so perfunctorily. Had I known he was coming, I would not have come. The next second, this delicate woman pulled out a rocket launcher, put on sunglasses, and fired at a man in the distance. Next clip. High energy ahead, master, Sanzang ultimate physical salvation, Ling Mountain collapse record. At the opening, amid the 240 BPM rhythm of an electronic wooden fish tang, Sanzang's leopard print kasaya flutters atop a cyber lotus throne. His left hand held a thermos cup where goji berries churned like waves, while his right hand wielded a 9-ring tin staff, glowing with 15 enhancement light. Earphone cables snaked from his earlobes into the depths of his kasaya, playing the Great Compassion Mantra remix. Buddha SKR. Tang Sanzang snapped his fingers, shattering the merit QR code at Ling Mountain's gate. The 8 Great Vajra's security system instantly blue-screened. The camera cut to inside the Thunder Sound Temple. Buddha's flesh-bun hair was curled into a scumbag wave. His fingertips twirled a golden alms bowl like a street-shaking DJ vinyl, and behind him the Bodhi tree was strung with LED marquee lights. Welcome back, third young master of the funeral love family, on your journey west to fetch scriptures. The next moment, Tang Sanzang, wearing sunglasses, smoking a cigar, strutting with an unapologetic swagger, pulled an AK-47 from a two-dimensional folded space and shot Buddha a wicked grin. Buddha's expression grew philosophical. Suddenly, the art style shifted. Sanzang performed a tactical leanback. His AK-47 spewed countless scripture fire serpents that instantly particle reconstituted into the physical salvation guide, whose title page boldly declared, "Great Way Dragon Lord World-Honored Earth Treasury, Prajna Buddha's Blue Flame Gatling. Bury heaven, bury earth, bury all sentient beings." The climax featured slow motion throughout. Sanzang's kasaya transformed into a nebular vortex through particle evolution, and his 9-ring tin staff unfurled into an interstellar cannon barrel. Buddha summoned the 5-finger mountain, which transformed into billions of basketball-sized Kunpeng floods, but Sanzang countered by striking out binary, tightening spell code with his mechanical Zen staff to hack back. Arhats and Vajras throughout the sky collectively twitched in ghost-style spasms, while Guanin's jade pure vase frantically sprayed rainbow cat meme projectiles. The final iconic moment, as Buddha shouted before his passing, "The boss of Ling Mountain is henceforth entrusted to Great Emperor Sanzang." Great Emperor Sanzang was already enthroned atop a 12-tier golden merit lotus in the Great Hall of the Thunder Sound Temple. The thermos lid shot skyward, and the goji berries inside transformed into quantum-entangled states, forming a flashing barrage. Funeral love family debut in the West, defy and be saved. The video ended frozen on the Western Great Emperor Sanzang, flashing a rock hand gesture. A pop-up dialogue floated above his head. Great Emperor Sanzang requests to add you as a friend. Note, hey, give me a 5-star review. Lin Kuan's mouth twitched. He could not help but chuckle. KPI mortgaged the bald boss's roaring. All were swept to the bottom of the Pacific by the joy brought by these short videos. Ha! He suddenly lost composure, laughing so hard his whole body trembled, tears streaking from the corners of his eyes. Just then, at the park's 5 o'clock direction, a husky solemnly raised its hind leg. A silver stream of water traced a perfect parabola in the sunlight, heading straight for the heads of a couple kissing 3 meters away. Sacred mark. Cough. Lin Kuan's vision went black. His phone clattered to the ground. He had laughed too hard, failed to catch his breath, and choked to death. In the very last instant before consciousness faded, he glimpsed a black stone struck by his falling phone, a strange black halo emanating from it. Cold. A cold that seemed capable of freezing the soul. Deathly stillness. A silence so deep even time itself seemed frozen. Endless darkness, heavy as billions of tons of dark iron pressing in from all directions. This is the end of the primordial wilderness, the reverse side of the world, the North Sea extreme abyss. And in the deepest layer of this abyss, where even light could not escape, a colossal formation array spanning from the seabed to the sea surface stood like an immense cold cage emanating an eternal sealing power, isolating all external prying and interference. At the core of the formation gestating an egg so vast it defied imagination. The eggshell displayed a primordial, undefined dark chaos hue, its surface naturally inscribed with countless complex, unfathomable, innate Tao patterns like cold star trajectories slowly flowing. Within the eggshell, a vast, boundless life will slumbered, drawing upon the mighty power from the endless North Sea, from the primordial wilderness itself. Cold, vast, all-devouring. This was the dominion and instinct of a top-tier, innate, sacred being of the primordial wilderness. The core imprint of the information torrent like a cold blade carved deep into every inch of Lin Kuan's consciousness. Kunpeng. Not those ordinary Kunpeng described in the Carefree Journey. Those were merely his countless future descendants. Surely someone will ask, with whom did he have those descendants? By analogy, you could look at Emperor Jun next door. He cross-species produced many little golden crows. Kunpeng responsibly tells you he too is an innate sacred being, his bloodline no weaker than Emperor Jun. Do not ask with whom he produced them, certainly not with you. Well. In any case, as long as the bloodline is not stronger than his, what is born will be little Kunpeng. He was the first Kunpeng born in the primordial wilderness, born to command the laws of wind and water, holding the authority of yin-yang transformation. The ancestor of 10,000 Kun, the emperor of 10,000 Peng. Ordinary Kunpeng strike water 3,000 li and soar upward 90,000 li is already earth-shaking. But he is the ancestor of all Kun, once born a single wing beat, spans 296 billion li. Entering the water, he can swallow the 4 seas and roam the 8 wildernesses. The inheritance memory torrent surged with endless cold and a detached gaze overlooking all sentient beings. Lin Kuan's consciousness under the impact of this vast ancient memory was like a small boat in a raging storm. Kunpeng. Ancestor. Me. Lin Kuan. The only remaining faint self-awareness before this colossal being's divinity was as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. He felt as if he were about to burst. Who am I? Where am I? Oh, pain. A pain as if the soul itself were being torn apart. Lin Kuan's fragile soul let out a soundless wail. The cold will belonging to Kunpeng was so vast and powerful, carrying innate arrogance and contempt, as if it would completely erase Lin Kuan's insignificant existence. Just at the critical moment when Lin Kuan's self-awareness was about to completely collapse and be fully covered by Kunpeng's merciless innate divinity, deep within the soul a point of dim light suddenly blazed. Its radiance was not dazzling, yet it carried a primordial chaotic original meaning that transcended time and space dimensions. It was like a star buried under dust for eons, finally breaking free from its bonds and radiating its own unique brilliance once more. It was that black stone. It was that black stone he had seen right before dying. Now within the soul origin of the Kunpeng giant egg, it shed its ordinary blackstone shell, revealing its true form. A pearl the size of a pigeon egg, neither metal nor jade, neither stone nor wood. Its entire body displayed a profound, chaotic dark hue, as if compressing and solidifying all the darkness and energy from before the universe's birth within itself. Its surface was likewise covered in profound, inscrutable Tao patterns, even more ancient, more obscure, and more difficult to comprehend than those on the Kunpeng eggshell, as if inscribed by the great Tao itself. An irresistible warm current flowed from this chaotic colored pearl, like the first ray of light at creation, instantly dispelling the cold divine torrent brought by the Kunpeng inheritance. Where the warm current passed, all memory fragments belonging to Lin Kuan were reconnected by invisible threads, becoming clear and stable. Chaos Pearl. Within the pearl lies a self-contained chaotic world. It can conceal, detection, deduce all laws, obscure heavenly secrets, and offers unparalleled defense. Information about this pearl flooded Lin Kuan's consciousness like instinct. This pearl was the most primordial condensation of chaos's origin. The pure remnant from before the Honghuang was divided, and before heaven and earth were determined. Unremarkable in appearance, yet containing all things within, as if it had gathered that beginningless, endless, formless, imageless, primordial chaotic chi from before the heavens opened. It is the womb of creation, the origin of all things, containing within the ultimate laws of generation, evolution, and the one that escapes. It is not of the primordial wilderness, but was born in the unknowable chaos before Honghuang was divided. It contains a gestating, unformed, chaotic world embryo. It is the supreme concealment treasure of all realms, capable of deceiving heavenly secrets and isolating all detection. It possesses unparalleled deduction ability, able to evolve all laws and penetrate all things. It is the ultimate barrier of defense, a life-preserving divine artifact impervious to all laws. Lin Kuan's soul and the innate sacred inheritance, now under the Chaos Pearl's harmonizing protection, finally reached a delicate equilibrium point. The Kunpeng inheritance power remained vast, yet could no longer easily crush Lin Kuan's self-awareness. He was both the destined Kuan ancestor who would devour heaven and earth and roam the cosmos, and the modern youth Lin Kuan, who had accidentally laughed himself to death watching funny videos like Genie Time I and transmigrated here. I'm not dead. A joy of having survived a disaster and an unease toward the unknown churned within the chaotic consciousness. See inside the giant egg. The legendary treasure Chaos Pearl, the essential divine artifact for transmigrators in legends. He remembered a saying from his previous life: the transmigrators may change, but the Chaos Pearl remains eternal. Lin Kuan felt the Chaos Pearl quietly rotating deep in his soul, its surrounding aura gentle yet vast, gradually soothing his newly arrived tense soul. His past life was like passing clouds. Since he was here, let him make peace with it. At some unknown moment, the turbulent thoughts gradually calmed. Within the giant egg, chaos remained undivided, and only a vast, boundless wellspring of life pulsed slowly like the slumbering heart of a universe. At this moment, the consciousness of the soon-to-be-born primordial sacred being, Kunpeng, finally settled under the protection of the Chaos Pearl and began to truly receive and organize the vast inheritance memories belonging to a primordial sacred being originating from the source of the Honghuang. A belief surged forth from Lin Kuan's previous life. Unyielding resolve forged for mortgage payments, car loans, marrying a wife, raising children, and the weight of family and responsibility. That grinding king tenacity tempered to the limit beneath the crushing pressure of the corporate world erupted like a ferocious beast finally awakened. This power was not magic energy, but a will so pure it was extreme. The mad obsession of, even if I die at my desk, squeezing out the last drop of brain cells. Of slamming the proposal onto the bald boss's forehead. This obsession, under the mediation of the Chaos Pearl, instantly produced an unimaginably subtle reaction, with the primordial instinct of swallowing heaven and earth and roaming the cosmos within Kunpeng's inheritance. Over time, involution, I outgrinded Baldy before transmigrating, and I'll outgrind the Great Luo after. Who's afraid of whom? Rumble. Absorb for me. The North Sea extreme abyss, silent for untold tens of thousands of years, suddenly boiled. The very origin of the entire North Sea was violently stirred by a terrifying domineering will. The Xianming frigid qi that had frozen all things year-round now became like a flood finding its nest, transforming into a funnel-shaped deep blue colossal vortex that madly poured inward, centered on the giant egg. The innate spiritual energy contained in the endless seawater was forcibly extracted and devoured. Not enough. Absorb for me. Keep absorbing, absorb. The mysterious Tao patterns that had been slowly circulating on the surface of the giant egg suddenly blazed to life. On the ink-black eggshell, countless tadpole-like runes erupted with blinding, ghostly light, as if they had come alive, transforming into tiny black holes that greedily tore at the primordial void. Space wailed. The laws trembled. Fine cracks flickered in the void surrounding the eggshell, and terrifying energies from deeper, more fundamental layers of the Honghuang world, stellar power, earthly fiend qi, were forcibly torn apart and absorbed by this powerful devouring force. The innate grand formation of the entire North Sea extreme abyss shook violently, emitting an unbearable hum. Its purpose was to guard and nurture, yet now it was being used as a super funnel by the fetus within to extract Honghuang nutrients. Not enough. Not enough. Break open for me. Lin Kuan roared. The giant egg trembled. The seawater boiled. Space shattered. The chaos pearl within his nascent soul, as if responding to his call, began to tremble slightly. An even more mysterious power spread out, as if temporarily blinding the perception of this realm, preventing the violent devouring that was nearly plundering the Honghuang's origin from drawing down heavenly tribulation. Deep in the sea, the giant egg's pulsations grew stronger and faster. Each beat was like the heartbeat of a Honghuang colossal beast, causing the heavy, Xianming waters around it to boil and explode like scalding soup. The profound Tao patterns on the eggshell reached the pinnacle of flowing light, as if it would break out the next second. Accumulation. Compression. Metamorphosis. Quantitative change finally triggered qualitative change. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds that seemed capable of piercing the soul and tearing apart the Honghuang exploded in the deepest silence of the North Sea extreme abyss. Not just one crack, but billions. That ink-black, incomparably hard, innate, divine demon eggshell exploded outward from a single core point. Indescribable light burst forth from that breach. It was not pure light, but a substantial spiritual energy torrent condensed from the purest, most domineering primordial wind and water origin. It displayed a violent dark cyan hue containing the soul-freezing ultimate cold and the tearing heaven and earth violent wind gang. Where the light reached, even space was instantly frozen and solidified, only to be shredded into the finest spiritual energy particles by the innate wind gang contained within in the next instant. The waters of the entire North Ming extreme abyss were at the instant this light erupted forcibly pushed aside and evaporated, forming a vacuum sphere of immeasurable diameter. The innate grand formation that had existed since the creation of heaven and earth, guarding for countless eons, shattered inch by inch like fragile glass before the power of this hatching and vanished into nothingness. Wow! A long howl piercing the heavens, announcing the birth of the sacred being, tore through the ice and deathly silence of the North Sea, penetrated countless fathoms of seawater, and shot straight into the 9 heavens of the Honghuang. Within that howl from the shattered core of the giant egg, a figure so vast it made stars pale appeared with sudden majesty. Its form was like a fish, its color profound black. How vast was its body, more than tens of thousands of li. Its scales stood like a forest, each one like the deepest fragment of a star inscribed with the innate water grand Tao patterns. When its giant tail gently swayed, the entire extreme abyss sea region was overturned. Endless seawater became part of its body, roaring and surging with its will, forming all-devouring monstrous waves. This was one of Kunpeng's true forms, the northern dark giant Kun. Yet this giant Kun form lasted only a moment. An even more violent, more untamed aura erupted from within the giant Kun. It was the ultimate freedom of the nine heavens gang wind and the boundless firmament. Transform into Peng. A piercing cry echoed through the void. The giant Kun's colossal body violently contracted within the boundless divine light of primordial wind and water origin, then with a speed transcending spatial limits suddenly expanded. Screech. An even higher, even more resonant long cry resounded throughout the universe. The giant Kun vanished. In its place, a divine bird whose wings were like clouds hanging from the heavens. Its body was covered in dark cyan divine feathers, each one shimmering with the cold light of wind blades that could tear the void. How vast were its wings when spread more than tens of thousands of li. The shadow cast by those wings instantly shrouded the vast northern darkness below, as if pulling the entire sky into darkness. It merely hovered there, and the innate gang wind stirred by the edges of its wings cut countless fine black cracks into space. This was Kunpeng's second true form, the Taishu Cloud Peng. A vast boundless might supreme above all living beings, like a tangible tide erupted from the newborn Kunpeng and swept across the entire northern darkness. Luo Dao Fruit. Initial stage. A primordial sacred being attains Luo upon transformation. The pinnacle life tier of the Honghuang pyramid. Leaping out of the river of destiny, condensing an immortal Dao fruit. This might was so pure, so domineering, carrying the bitter cold of the northern darkness, and the sharp edge of the nine heavens gang wind, declaring the official arrival of a top-tier primordial sacred being. The instant transformation was complete. The three origin divine abilities belonging to Kunpeng surfaced clearly within Lin Kun's core consciousness, like brands. The first is called Fusion of Wind and Water. Where the mind moves, the northern darkness, heavy water can freeze space-time or transform into a terrifying torrent that tears the earth. The innate gang wind from the nine heavens can shatter stars or condense into an absolute wind barrier, sheltering oneself. Wind and water give birth to and overcome each other, flowing as one wishes, changing heaven and earth in a single thought. The second is called Kunpeng's extreme speed. When the giant Kun dives into the abyss with a single thought, its colossal body ignores the resistance of northern darkness, heavy water, folds the surrounding space, and traverses billions of li in an instant. When the cloud Peng spreads its wings and strikes the air, it draws upon the origin of nine heavens gang wind. Beneath its wings, space becomes like thin paper, folding and crossing. Soaring up 900 million li is but a single wing beat. This is one of the top escape arts of the Honghuang, unmatched for fleeing or traveling. The third is called All Things Return to the Ruins. When its mouth opens, it tears space with the power of wind and water. Toward where its giant mouth points, it devours heaven and earth, and the laws collapse. Whether divine demon, golden bodies, spirit treasure, immortal mountains, or vast spiritual energy and law runes, all that touches the devouring origin power is ground down, dissolved, assimilated, and returns to the most primitive, chaotic, primal energy, nourishing Kunpeng's origin. When the mouth opens, the universe falls. When it closes, all dharma returns to nothingness. This is the manifestation of all things return to the ruins. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. The authority to command wind and water roam the universe and devour heaven and earth. A pride and indifference befitting a primordial sacred being, towering above all sentient beings and overlooking heaven and earth, flowed naturally within his bloodline. The sky-covering cloud Peng true form hovered above the North Sea, its wings hanging from the heavens, casting shadows that covered seas spanning hundreds of millions of li. The cold Peng eyes swept across, and a magnificent voice spread in all directions. From this day forth, I am Kunpeng. Honghuang. This was the boundless world of creation where the great Tao manifested and innate deities took form. And at that very moment, across all corners of Honghuang, the echoes of the Longhan tribulation, dragon roars that shattered heaven and earth, phoenix cries, and Qilin howls, still lingered in the void, their mournful aftertones stirring the lingering malevolent aura of Honghuang. The power of the Tao demon war, which had torn apart the ancestral veins of the western region and shattered the earth itself, still permeated the crevices between heavenly laws, bearing the devastating aura left by Luoho's detonation of the earth veins, a ruin that had seeped deep into the marrow of the western lands and refused to dissipate. Toward Yujing Mountain, a grand and inscrutable resonance of the Tao rose and fell. That aura was profound and mysterious, as if bearing the supreme truths of heaven and earth. The faint glow of the fragment of the creation jade disk cycled with difficulty, at its core each undulation carrying the combing and integration of shattered Tao laws. Hongjun. He sat in meditation upon the spiritual vein of Yujing Mountain, bitterly contemplating, seeking the opportunity to achieve sagehood and merge with the Tao. Meanwhile, deep within Kunlun Mountain, 3 streams of pure qi shot straight into the heavens, yet were firmly locked within the mountain's depths by powerful innate prohibitions. One was Taiqing, formless and vast; one was Yuqing, majestic and imposing; one was Shangqing, sharp and surging. These 3 primordial qi sources of Honghuang were peerlessly formidable, yet at this moment they resembled 3 silent volcanoes accumulating power deep within Kunlun's spiritual veins, and earth lungs fully contemplating the Tao imprints left by divine Peng, waiting quietly for the moment of transformation. And within that vast starry sky, the blazing true fire of the great sun scorched the void. At the sun's very core, 2 spheres of supreme yang, rigid and domineering, burned with fervent intensity, like colossal pulsating fireballs, slowly gestating and throbbing, each pulse sending the solar true fire roaring. Opposite to it, the lunar star beneath the cold moonlight witnessed 2 sources of supreme yin and utmost gentleness flow silently, like an ancient, unchanging frosty pool. Furthermore, deep within the shattered spiritual veins of Shumi Mountain, 2 contradictory auras, bearing great compassion and great nirvana, were struggling to merge with the broken earth vein sources of the western region. The endlessly churning blood sea, its filth and killing resentment made tangible, harbored a cold, tyrannical aura lurking in its deepest abyss. At the center of Honghuang, upon Zhoushan, the spine of the world, a grand temple stood towering on the mountainside. 12 blood-red giant eggs radiating laws that were either feral or heavy, scorching or icy, lay like slumbering primordial beasts, pulsing and resonating in unison at the center of a blood pool within the hall, carrying a wild primal aura of purest antiquity. Deep within Fengqi Mountain, the innate yin and yang energies circulated 2 auras, one bearing the vitality of creation and the other the mysticism of the 8 trigrams, dwelling in harmonious symbiosis. The immortal charm of Yaoqi in West Kunlun, the pure yang purple qi of Zifu Isle in the eastern sea, the earthy virtue of Wanshou Mountain, the ethereal freedom of Huayun Cave. Each a name that would one day stir the winds and clouds of Honghuang. Now like cocooned silkworms not yet ready to emerge at their respective cultivation grounds, caves, and source realms, accumulating all their strength, contemplating the great Tao, awaiting the moment they would break free and shake Honghuang with their fame. Above the northern sea, the Xianqing divine wings of Tai Su Yunpeng, a wingspan that blotted out heaven and earth, gave a light flick. Splash! Below, the vast waters of Biming, as if stirred by an invisible colossal hand, suddenly erupted into 10,000 zhong wild waves. Those colossal waves rolled and roared, carrying the Xianming cold energy that could freeze souls and the terrifying power to split the earth. Yet in the next instant they were calmed by a more refined will, transforming into a docile torrent that flowed slowly around that enormous Peng body. Water and wind share the same origin. I command them as easily as moving my arm, he cried. Kunpeng felt the inexhaustible power surging within him, a vast might that could reshape heaven and earth with a single thought. The arrogance of an innate deity and the pragmatism of his past life intertwined strangely. His colossal Peng eyes swept over the devastated sea region beneath him, laid waste by his emergence. Shattered remnants of the innate grand array floated and sank in the deep blue Xianming heavy waters, while the displaced seawater roared back and filling that colossal vacuum sphere. My base must first be cleaned up. The thought arose with utter naturalness. Space rippled like water. That Tai Su Yunpeng body, vast enough to blot out the sun and sky, suddenly blurred and collapsed. The speed was beyond the limits of spatial perception. As if it had never existed at all, only concentric spatial ripples slowly diffusing remained at that spot. In the next instant, at the deepest bottom of the Beihai Ji Yuan, that ice-cold, deathly silent abyss bearing pressure of hundreds of millions of June, a colossal koan entirely dark black with looming scales appeared silently. Its enormous body was more magnificent than the loftiest mountain range, floating silently in absolute darkness and icy cold, yet as if returned to the most comfortable cradle. A hint of sly amusement flickered across the colossal koan's cold expression. Unfurl, Kunpeng commanded inwardly. The enormous body of the giant koan trembled slightly, and a domineering, ferocious power of devouring erupted from its center. This time it was no longer the lawless plundering of before hatching. Instead, the devouring power became far more refined and concentrated, like billions of invisible tentacles precisely probing toward the abyssal seabed that had been turned upside down by its emergence, toward those shattered array ruins, and toward the deep earth vein fissures exposed by violent spatial tremors. Whoosh! Countless fragments shimmering with faint light, peculiar ores imbued with pure water spirit chi, aquatic plants, and even some strange bones long devoured by Xianming cold energy, were all forcibly drawn from the deepest mud and rock fissures by this power swept into the slightly opened abyssal maw of the giant Kunpeng as if by an invisible tornado. The instant these miscellaneous items entered the colossal mouth, they were directly ground and refined by the microcosmic spatial millstone formed from the innate water-wind source within the giant Kunpeng. Impure materials were filtered out, pure energy was separated and absorbed, ultimately merging into Kunpeng's boundless source, strand by strand consolidating the foundation of his early Luo transformation. Efficiency. The spirit of a beast of burden from his past life burned within Kunpeng. Not a single second could be wasted. Every resource had to be squeezed dry. Just as this efficient, yet somewhat monotonous scrap recovery operation neared its end, the cold spiritual sense of the giant Kunpeng swept over a patch of seabed bedrock that had been scoured exceptionally clean by the energy torrent of its emergence. Upon the bedrock remained a trace of Tao resonance, extremely faint yet extraordinarily tenacious. This resonance carried an ancient aura of dominion and pacification, utterly at odds with the ferocious Bimingxian waters, yet mysteriously capable of evoking traces of resonance with the water source itself. Kunpeng's will instantly focused. Boom. A far stronger devouring power struck precisely upon that bedrock. Crack. The 10,000-year Xianbing rock, harder than divine iron, shattered on the spot, and a deep blue radiance like a deeply slumbering eye suddenly awakened burst forth from within the broken stones. That radiance was gentle, yet contained, yet it carried supreme majesty over all waters, illuminating in an instant the dark seabed within tens of thousands of zhang. At the core of the radiance, a small banner floated quietly. The banner was but a foot in length, its surface a profound indigo blue as deep as an abyss, woven from unknown material, cool and smooth to the touch, as if grasping the very essence of all biming. Upon the banner's surface, countless fine, innate Tao patterns naturally formed like flowing waterways, vaguely outlining a mystical scene of 10,000 waters paying homage to the sea, receiving all rivers. The banner pole was neither gold nor jade, presenting a dark black hue. Heavy as a mountain range in the hand, yet it mysteriously resonated with the waters of Biming as if it itself were part of this endless ocean. The instant Kunpeng's spiritual sense touched this small banner, a clear flood of information surged into his consciousness. Xian Yuan Kong Shui Qi. One of the 5 innate directional banners. The Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. He who wields this banner stands invincible among all waters of Honghuang since birth. Its defense is peerless. When the banner flutters, it can transform immeasurable Xian Yuan heavy water for protection, making all magical arts difficult to penetrate. Furthermore, it can command all waters of Honghuang, invoking the great Tao of water's source. Offense and defense united, its wondrous applications boundless. The mystic primordial water control banner. The Northern banner. So, it has been lying in the deepest abyss of the Biming all along. The immense joy like a warm current dispelled the chill of the northern sea. Without the slightest hesitation, the colossal divine sense of the Kunpeng immediately coiled around it, imprinting upon its core restriction, faint yet ancient, the mark of a primordial sacred being, and a trace of the chaos pearl's aura that transcended the primordial wilderness. Hum. The deep blue banner trembled violently, emitting a clear resonant hum, as if both resisting and rejoicing. The Tao rhythm that governed all waters clashed and merged fiercely with the primal power of the Kunpeng that controlled the Biming. After a moment, the humming ceased. The mystic primordial water control banner withdrew its radiance, transforming into a streak of deep blue light that shot into the Kunpeng's colossal body and vanished. It appeared directly within the depths of the Kunpeng's primordial soul, sea floating silently beneath the chaos pearl, radiating soft rings of indigo light that blended seamlessly with his own water origin. Excellent. A top-grade primordial composite spiritual treasure to start with. The Kunpeng's spirit soared. At that moment, the chaos pearl in his soul sea suddenly trembled faintly, and a stream of chaotic energy shot out, dispersing in all directions and vanishing into the distance. Instantly, the Kunpeng sensed something, a vague intuition that allowed him to perceive the positions of the other 5 cardinal direction banners of primordial heavens. He murmured to himself, the northern banner is obtained. The 5 cardinal banners still lack for the central yellow earth banner, the western white cloud banner, the eastern azure lotus banner, and the southern flame banner. The goal is clear. Let's do it. With that thought settled, boom. The Kunpeng's colossal body gave a sudden lash at the bottom of the abyss. It did not raise tremendous waves or trigger spatial tremors. Its massive tail fin seemed to merge with the flowing seawater itself, or perhaps it folded the space before it. The Kunpeng's supreme speed. The enormous shadow like ink dropped into water instantly faded and vanished. All that remained was a water channel forced open by the extreme speed, instantly crushed by billions of tons of seawater, emitting a muffled sob. In the following years for the newborn Kunpeng, it was a terrifyingly efficient grand sweep of the primordial resources. Before the aftershocks of the northern sea abyss had subsided a shadow, vast beyond imagination, yet swift as a space jump, had already silently swept across the equally deep and vast seas of the western and southern oceans. Wherever it passed, ancient ruins shattered by the three-clan war, unguarded primordial water springs, even the burial grounds of mighty aquatic beasts fallen in the Dragonhan calamity. Any place containing a trace of pure spiritual energy or uncommon Tao rhythm were thoroughly scoured by the Kunpeng's domineering divine sense. Countless spiritual ores, rare treasures, and even fragments of broken primordial spiritual objects, as if drawn by an invisible magnet, plunged into that shadow and disappeared. Still not efficient enough. The Kunpeng in his giant whale form halted at the bottom of a deep-sea canyon in the southern sea, where he had just drained the spiritual materials. His divine sense swept over the mountain of materials in his primordial soul sea, and he frowned slightly. The pragmatic nature from his past life, a relentless demand for efficiency, was rooted in his soul. Such a carpet search is too slow. I need to go to the warehouse. His target instantly locked onto the eastern sea. Deep in the eastern sea, the Crystal Palace. Once the lair of the Ancestor dragon, the glorious center of a dragon's might that covered billions of miles of sea, now it was shrouded in a depressing gloom. Although the foundation of the dragon clans still existed far from the dire straits of later western journey, where dragon liver and phoenix marrow became delicacies on the tables of immortals, the Dragonhan calamity had been orchestrated by the demon Ancestor Luo. The three clans, Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin, had fought a great war, leaving their strong ones nearly all dead. The survivors were weaklings who had not participated in the battle, and they bore boundless karmic sin. This was why the three clans had declined and never recovered. The Ancestor dragon was eternally sealed in the sea, never to emerge again. The Primordial Phoenix and the Primordial Shilin were in similar straits. The other strong ones of the three clans had all fallen in that great calamity, and the new generation of experts had not yet arisen. The once dominant glory of the dragon clan, the lord of scaled creatures, had dimmed. Without the strongest to suppress, all the dragon clan's control over the vast four seas had long become nominal. The palaces remained splendid, with giant luminous pearls illuminating the underwater wonders, coral forests and paths paved with pearls. But the dragon clan members moving among them, whether the impure-blooded flood dragons, chi dragons, or the few surviving true dragon elders, all bore weariness, pain, and a deep-seated unease in their brows. The patrolling shrimp soldiers and crab generals were even more dispirited, lacking their former arrogance. Suddenly, an invisible, yet weighty pressure enough to shake the entire Crystal Palace descended without warning. This pressure was cold, vast, carrying the extreme chill of the beaming abyss and the aloof indifference of the high heavens. It instantly pierced through the still gorgeous, but significantly weakened protective formation of the Crystal Palace, flooding every corner like an icy tide. Such pressure was that of the Luo realm. A five-clawed golden dragon at the Tai peak suddenly opened his dragon eyes, filled with horror and disbelief. The Kunpeng's gaze, almost tangible, directly pierced through the layers of powerful restrictions guarding the rear of the main hall, the Dragon Clan treasury. Without powerful experts to maintain the Dragon Clan's great formation, and not being a primordial formation that could absorb natural spiritual energy, its power had eroded over countless ages to less than 10% of its original. For a Luo strongman like the Kunpeng, it was as good as nothing. I come to borrow a few useless items. The Kunpeng's voice was flat and indifferent, yet it carried an undeniable law-like force. Each word struck like a hammer on the minds of all the dragons present. The space around the Kunpeng suddenly twisted and folded. He transformed into a young man in a dark azure Taoist robe, crossing the formidable spatial barriers between the main hall and the treasury in an instant. Those secret Dragon Clan prohibitions enough to trap and kill an ordinary Luo expert were as if non-existent before him. Kunpeng's supreme speed. Space folding. When his figure appeared like a ghost unimpeded before the massive golden gate, engraved with the Ancestor dragon's true form diagram. The Northern Mystic Primordial Water Control banner waved gently. The protective divine light flowing on the gate instantly dimmed, as if frozen and corroded. Countless fine cracks radiated from that point, spreading across the entire giant gate. Crack. Boom. The gate of the treasury, once indestructible and symbolizing the Dragon Clan's supreme majesty, collapsed inward, shattered into icy rubble. All the dragons could only watch helplessly as the Kunpeng, this bandit, entered their treasury, yet none dared to speak out to stop him. Not that they didn't want to, but they truly had no way to stop him. After all, in the three-clan war, the Phoenix and Shilin clans had almost been wiped out. For the Dragon Clan to have a few Tai-level true dragons remaining was already the mercy of heaven. Moreover, in the subsequent Dao Demon conflict, the only Huan-Yuan-level survivor was Honghuang. At this time, with Honghuang not yet acting, the Kunpeng, a primordial sacred being born ahead of time, was invincible. A dense, overwhelming treasure light burst forth from the shattered gateway like a breached flood. Rosy clouds and auspicious energy soared into the sky, illuminating the entire Crystal Palace like a dreamlike wonderland. The sharpness of countless divine weapons, the exotic fragrance of miraculous elixirs, and the Tao rhythm of rare treasures intermingled, forming a torrent of treasure light enough to drive anyone mad. The Kunpeng's figure, like a giant black hole, stepped into this flood of treasure light. His divine sense, like an invisible storm, swept through every corner of the treasury. Every treasure's spiritual light and Tao rhythm, like lamps in the night, were clearly reflected in his consciousness. Calming sea pearls. The storm of divine sense instantly locked onto an inconspicuous corner deep within the treasury. There no towering treasure light was present. Only 24 warm, restrained azure points of light, like congealed deep oceans, floated silently on a jade platform. They were connected in aura, forming a cycle exuding a vast meaning of stabilizing the cosmos and suppressing the primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. 24 calming sea pearls. In later ages, during the investiture of the gods, this treasure shone brilliantly in the hands of Zhao Gongming. A de Luo golden immortal holding this treasure could actually chase down Randang Doran, who was at the quasi-saint level. Later the treasure fell into Randang's hands, and he refined it into 24 heavens, comprehending powers like the Buddha's palm realm. At this moment, the treasure appearing here must be because Hongjun had not yet become a sage, so he hadn't had time to take it away. Now it conveniently fell into the Kunpeng's hands. Hee. A gleam of pleasant surprise flashed into Kunpeng's eyes. With a wave of his hand, an invisible spatial force instantly enveloped the jade platform. Swoosh. The 24 calming sea pearls containing the power to open up worlds were taken without resistance, falling into the sleeve of his Taoist robe. This object is fated to be mine. He remained outwardly calm as if he had merely taken a trivial trinket, but inwardly he was overjoyed. After all, these were the 24 calming sea pearls. This composite spiritual treasure in a novel from his past life, called Investiture of the Gods, had shone brilliantly. Zhao Gongming, the outer disciple of the Jie sect, holding this treasure, could single-handedly chase the 12 immortals of the Chan sect's Yushu Palace. Even the veteran quasi-saint Randang Doran dared not withstand its might head-on. Later Zhao Gongming fell, and the 24 calming sea pearls fell into Randang's hands. He comprehended the 24 heavens from them. During the battle of the 10,000 Immortals formation, Randang used the calming sea pearls to ambush Tongtian Jiaozhu from the air, actually knocking him to the ground. And Tongtian Jiaozhu was a sage. Even though Randang's attack was a sneak, it still demonstrated the treasure's immense power. The Kunpeng suppressed the wild joy and chaotic thoughts in his heart, and his divine sense continued its sweep. Countless dazzling primordial spiritual materials, mountains of post-heaven, refined gold dragon clan secret treasures, emitting powerful fluctuations. Like a storm sweeping fallen leaves, they were forcibly pulled from every corner of the treasury and converged into the Kunpeng's seemingly bottomless sleeve. The wealth accumulated by the Dragon Clan over countless millennia was visibly disappearing at a terrifying speed. When the Kunpeng's figure finally emerged leisurely from the treasury ruins, whose treasure light had dimmed considerably, his sleeve already contained over 70% of the Dragon Clan treasury's essence. What remained were either scraps too insignificant to notice or items requiring special Dragon Clan bloodline to activate. Things as useless as chicken ribs to him. His gaze swept over the terrified and fearful dragons outside the treasury. His expression softened slightly as he said slowly, "My name is Kunpeng. The karma of taking treasures today counts as a favor owed to the Dragon Clan. Should the Dragon Clan face trouble in the future, you may come to seek this ancestor's protection." Leaving this promise, the Kunpeng's figure wavered slightly like a reflection in the water and silently vanished from the spot. The plundering of the Crystal Palace was merely the beginning. That azure-black figure, like the most precise and voracious scavenger of the primordial world, pushed the efficiency paramount of the laborer and the plundering instinct of the Kunpeng to their extremes. Qilin Cliff. Once a sacred land where the Qilin clan's fortune converged and auspiciousness enveloped, now only ruined walls remained, filled with the lingering ashes and deathly silence after the great catastrophe. The remnants of the Qilin bloodline had long fled to avoid calamity, leaving only a few ignorant and weak Qilin descendants wandering among the desolate mountains. The Kunpeng's figure ignored the broken guardian array at the periphery and appeared directly above the altar ruins at the core of Qilin Cliff. His divine sense, like an invisible drill, penetrated deep into the earth veins, piercing through layers of spatial folds. Moments later, the earth roared. A triangular small banner of earth yellow entwined with the primordial earth energy, carrying the heavy Tao resonance of bearing heaven and earth and being immune to all spells, was forcibly extracted from the depths of the earth veins. Central earth yellow banner. Its surface fluttered with myriad golden lotuses and tassels of pearls. Falling into the Kunpeng's hand, it instantly resonated subtly with the mystic Yuan water control banner in his primordial spirit sea. Southern undying volcano. Scorching heat twisted space, the earth cracked into bottomless chasms flowing with the never-extinguishing nirvana true fire. This was the Phoenix clan's nirvana ground. A azure-black figure abruptly appeared above the boiling magma lake in the volcanic crater. The terrifying pressure of the primordial divine being mixed with the extreme cold of the northern abyss instantly clashed with the surging nirvana true fire below, emitting sizzling explosions and boiling up a sky of crimson fire clouds. The Kunpeng took a step forward, ignoring the churning magma and residual restrictions below, and his figure directly plunged into the core earth fire eye of the undying volcano. Scorching, a terrifying heat enough to incinerate Tai powerhouses. But the Xianming heavy water and primordial wind around the Kunpeng formed an absolute defense, isolating the flames that could melt stars. His divine sense pierced through layers of earth fire, quickly locking onto a flame cavern sealed by a powerful spatial restriction. At the core of the restriction, a small banner crimson as fire with myriad red lotuses blooming on its surface was breathing endless southern bright Lihua, primordial fire. Southern fire element flame banner. Break. The Kunpeng formed a sword with his fingers, and a blade of primordial wind condensed to the extreme shot out, ignoring spatial distance, precisely striking the weakest point of the restriction. Crack. The spatial restriction shattered at the sound. The flame banner transformed into a crimson streak of light, falling into the Kunpeng's palm. It was warm to the touch, and a burning Tao resonance of heaven-scorching, earth-destroying power surged into his primordial spirit, instantly strengthening the connection with the other two banners. Ignoring the two unhatched giant eggs in another flame cavern, the Kunpeng merely left the same words he had spoken after plundering the dragon clan, and his figure vanished into the rolling heat waves under the terrified gazes of the remaining Phoenix clan. Yiming Marsh. In the eastern primordial world, a vast and boundless marsh filled with mist and waves, countless islands scattered like stars, nurturing countless spirits and aquatic creatures. This was a place where the wood energy converged, also hiding countless ancient secrets. The Kunpeng's figure appeared above an isolated island in the depths of the marsh, shrouded by a natural illusion array. His vast divine sense spread like a heavenly net, instantly penetrating the natural barrier that could confuse cultivators below the Daoyuo realm. At the center of the isolated island, beside a clear spring that emitted rich primordial wood energy, a small green banner floated quietly. On its surface, green light flowed faintly, revealing the phantom of a budding chaos azure lotus, exuding a mystical Tao resonance of pure clarity and immunity to all spells. Eastern Azure Lotus Banner. This banner seemed to have a faint spirituality, sensing the Kunpeng's undisguised terrifying aura and plundering intent. Its body trembled and was about to activate the wood energy to flee into the void. Freeze. The Kunpeng shouted softly, his words becoming law. The power of wind and water instantly froze the surrounding space. The escaping light of the Azure Lotus Banner came to a sudden halt. A large hand reached out, ignoring spatial barriers, and firmly grasped the struggling small green banner. The powerful primordial spirit energy washed over it brutally, instantly erasing the last trace of primordial imprint in its core, completely suppressing it. Thus the 5 primordial elemental banners: the Northern Mystic Yuan Water Control Banner, the Central Earth Yellow Banner, the Southern Fire Element Flame Banner, and the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, all fell into the Kunpeng's possession. Only the Western White Cloud Realm Banner was still at the Jade Pool of West Kunlun. Although the 5 banners were not yet gathered, they had begun to resonate faintly in the Kunpeng's primordial spirit sea, and strands of mysterious primordial 5 elements, Tao resonance, started to circulate. At the center of the primordial world, Mount Zhou, the towering divine mountain that propped up heaven and earth, stood like the backbone of the great god Peng at the core of the primordial land. The mountain body was naturally imprinted with the Tao traces of Peng's creation, emitting a vast, boundless, and supreme pressure. This pressure was the symbol of the primordial pillar, the remnant of Peng's will. The closer to the summit, the more terrifying the pressure, enough to crush the primordial spirits of beings below the Tai realm, making even Dahlia-level powerhouses struggle to move. An azure figure appeared at the foot of Mount Zhou. It was the Kunpeng. He looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce the chaotic clouds swirling around the mountainside, reaching the towering summit that supported the primordial sky. The pressure of Peng surged like a tidal wave, carrying the weight of creation and the majesty of the primordial lord, attempting to overwhelm and crush him, this latecomer. Inside the Kunpeng, the power of the top-tier primordial divine being surged. The vastness of the northern abyss giant Kun, the pride of the void cloud Peng, and the great power of wind and water from the same origin forcefully withstood the ubiquitous, terrifying pressure. He took a step, and his escape technique that could originally cross hundreds of millions of li could only advance tens of thousands of li. With each step, space seemed to weigh 10,000 times heavier. The pressure of Peng was pervasive, like a billion-June burden pressing on his primordial spirit and Tao body, trying to crush him and freeze his mana and even his will completely. Mount Zhou's pressure truly lives up to its reputation. The Kunpeng's will whispered at the core, feeling an unprecedented weight. But there was no retreat in his eyes, only a fiercer flame burning. Roll. Keep rolling. What is this pressure compared to the dreams my former boss painted and the mountain of KPIs? He took a deep breath, no longer relying solely on brute force. Deep in his primordial spirit, the phantom of the Chaos Pearl flowed faintly, emitting a trace of a primordial chaotic aura that transcended the primordial world. This aura was extremely faint, yet it subtly enveloped the Kunpeng like an invisible veil that quietly filtered or confused a small part of the most core pressure of Peng's creation Dao traces. The pressure lightened abruptly. A glint flashed in the Kunpeng's eyes, seizing the momentary opportunity. His figure blurred again. Kunpeng's extreme speed. Spacefold. With the faint support of the Chaos Pearl, he braved the still terrifying, but no longer fully speed-suppressing pressure of Pengu like a phantom darting through frozen time and space, swiftly ascending the steep, Dao-traced mountain body toward the higher regions. The higher he went, the greater the pressure. The shielding effect of the Chaos Pearl also weakened. The violent primordial currents were like bone-scraping steel blades cutting through his protective wind. The pressure from Pengu's Dao traces was like solid mountains constantly bombarding his primordial spirit. The Kunpeng's speed inevitably slowed, each step causing the mountain rocks to roar and leaving deep footprints. But he did not stop. The tenacity of his past life and the pride of a primordial divine being supported him. After an unknown length of time, when the pressure of Pengu was so heavy that it almost cracked his Dao body and froze his primordial spirit, he finally broke through the last thick layer of chaotic clouds and stepped onto a relatively flat summit area, filled with even denser chaotic currents and the Dao resonance of creation. Boom. As if stepping into another world. Violent chaotic currents formed vortices here, and the sky displayed a strange, almost tangible chaotic hue. Beneath his feet were hard chaotic rocks imbued with the will of Pengu. Here at the edge of the primordial world, infinitely close to the world membrane that protected it, and in a relatively calm depression on the summit where the primordial currents were gentler, a strange tree quietly rooted itself on a piece of Mount Zhou's original stone. The tree was not tall, barely 10 feet, with a trunk twisted like a dragon, displaying a mysterious chaotic cyan gray. Its branches were sparse with only 9 leaves. Each leaf had a different shape, some like swords, some like palms, some round, some curled. Their color was not green, but a flowing grayish luster of undivided chaos. Within the veins, countless tiny cosmic rivers seemed to be evolving, constantly being born and dying. An indescribable Dao resonance emanated from the tree. This aura was not a powerful pressure, but one that embraced all things and pointed directly to the origin. Merely approaching it, the Kunpeng felt a clearer touch on his understanding of wind and water from the same origin, the mystery of space folding, and even the obscure chaotic aura of the Chaos Pearl. One of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree. It was rooted at the summit of Mount Zhou, absorbing primordial currents and the Dao resonance of Peng's creation. Its leaves contained fragments of the great Dao, and drinking it could aid enlightenment, pointing directly to the origin. It was the supreme enlightenment treasure of the primordial world. The Kunpeng's eyes blazed with unprecedented fervor. This was truly an unexpected joy, a treasure found without effort after searching far and wide. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and walked step by step toward the seemingly fragile spiritual root. The closer he got, the richer the enlightenment aura pointing to the origin became. At the same time, the invisible protective field naturally formed by chaotic currents and Pengu's residual Dao resonance around the tree grew stronger. The Kunpeng stopped 3 zhang away from the tree. He slowly extended his right hand, fingers spread palm, facing the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree. The phantoms of the 4 banners, Mystic Yuan, Water Control, Earth, Yellow Fire, Element Flame, and Azure Lotus, simultaneously appeared above his palm. Although only phantoms, the simultaneous appearance of the 4 banners instantly triggered a primordial 5-element cycle of power. A vast power that stabilized heaven and earth and suppressed the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind burst forth forcibly, opening a relatively calm 5 elements domain within the violent chaotic currents and Pengu's Dao resonance field around the tree. Rise! The Kunpeng shouted low, exerting force from his palm. Rumble! The entire Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree, along with the Mount Zhou original stone it was rooted in, was forcibly shaken by this domineering 5-element suppression force. The Mount Zhou original stone trembled violently, groaning under the strain. The 9 leaves of the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree moved without wind, rustling with Dao sounds, as if making a final resistance. The Kunpeng's eyes turned fierce, and his vast Dao-level mana poured unreservedly into the 4 banner phantoms. The 5 elements domain blazed brightly, instantly crushing the tree's final resistance. Shua! A flash of light. The entire Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree, along with the Mount Zhou original stone, was forcibly uprooted from the summit by the Kunpeng and stored into the Chaos Pearl world. With a slight mental stir, several strange leaves swirling with a chaotic gray luster appeared in his palm. This was the unexpected gain of the journey. The moment the tea tree vanished, the entire summit of Mount Zhou seemed to tremble faintly. Kunpeng stood at the edge of the mountain summit, his Taoist robe rustling loudly in the fierce nine heavens gale. He slowly turned around, his gaze piercing through the surging sea of clouds beneath his feet, overlooking this vast and boundless primordial world still in its barbaric developmental stage. A faint, indescribable expression of pride appeared on Kunpeng's cold and stern face. Now I hold the 4 primordial banners along with the 24 stabilizing sea divine pearls, a primordial spiritual treasure comparable to a supreme treasure in the newly acquired enlightenment tea tree. Once I return and digest the gains from this journey, my strength will surely be tens of times greater than that of the original Kunpeng. After all, the original Kunpeng did not possess a single decent magical treasure. Relying solely on pure physical strength and the power of laws, he became a top-tier great power in the primordial world, only slightly weaker than the 3 pure ones Dijuan and Tai. Now with such a foundation, aside from Tao Ancestor Honghuang, who else is there? In the vast primordial world, where else need he fear? A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. His form flickered, transforming into a azure dark escape light, speeding toward the cold homeland that had nurtured him, the beaming abyss. The primordial world was unimaginably vast. On the journey back, Kunpeng sometimes transformed into a giant rock soaring through the 9 heavens, sometimes into a colossal Kun swimming through the abyssal seas. Along the way, the gale layer tore space, the thunderfire domain burned mountains and boiled seas, the primordial magnetic pole light twisted perception, and countless dangerous forbidden lands and ignorant giant beasts lurked. Even with Great Luo magical power and the unsurpassed Kunpeng's ultimate speed folding space, it took him tens of thousands of years to return to the North Sea. The North Sea's extreme abyss returned to its eternal silence. Billions of June of profound, dark, heavy water flowed silently, the chill, freezing time itself pervading every inch of space. Yet at the deepest level of this abyss, where even light could not escape, a more restrained and more vast power was accumulating in slumber. Kunpeng's colossal true form lay dormant like an ancient divine mountain crouching at the bottom of the abyss. On his cold hard scales, the profound and unfathomable primordial Tao patterns were slowly flowing, subtly resonating with the surrounding profound dark cold energy. Time left no trace. For the newly opened primordial world, time was merely meaningless emptiness. Within the chaos pearl, boundless, without up or down, without light or darkness. Only the most primitive chaotic currents like gentle streams flowed slowly in the void, colliding, annihilating, and being reborn. This was the scene before the separation of the primordial chaos, the most fundamental cradle of the great Tao. Kunpeng transformed into his primordial Tao body, his entire form radiating azure dark and deep black divine light, sitting cross-legged at the core of this chaotic world. His consciousness, as if sinking into the deepest ocean and soaring to the end of the universe, was fully analyzing, refining, and commanding the supreme, primordial spiritual treasures hovering before him. For small banners of flowing radiance stood in 4 directions, suppressing the chaos. Northern profound Yuan water controlling banner, the indigo banner unfurled, boundless profound, dark heavy water, forming a deep blue water curtain, vast and invulnerable to all spells. The water origin of the North Sea within the banner had been completely refined by Kunpeng's primordial spirit, resonating with his own bloodline, as if handling his own arm and fingers. Central yellow gold apricot flag, the earth yellow banner, fluttered myriad golden lotus phantom blossoms, blooming pearl tassels, hanging the earth yellow energy, bearing heaven and supporting earth. This flag's defense was unparalleled. Though not of Kunpeng's original attribute, its true meaning of the great Tao of stabilization and defense had been deduced and analyzed by Kunpeng using the Chaos Pearl, and he had initially grasped the core restrictions. Southernly fire flame banner, the crimson banner blazed like fire, myriad red lotus phantom blossoms rising, the southern Ming Li fire origin burning fiercely, incinerating heaven and earth. Water and fire counteracted each other, making the refinement of this banner the most difficult. It consumed a great deal of Kunpeng's mental energy. Using his extremely pure wind origin as a guide, he forcibly tamed the violent fire element, finally imprinting his primordial spirit mark on the banner. Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Banner, the Cyan banner unfurled, the phantom of a chaotic azure lotus bud, ready to bloom, pure and unstained, isolating all evil. Its life-giving wood energy and pure Tao rhythm had a miraculous effect on soothing the primordial spirit and stabilizing the Tao heart. Kunpeng refined it most smoothly, and now the azure glow flowed, nourishing his primordial spirit. There were only 4 banners. It was not that Kunpeng did not want to collect all 5, but at that time, according to the perception of the Chaos Pearl, in his sea of consciousness, the last banner was hidden within a primordial protective array in West Kunlun. And that was a primordial protective array. No primordial array was simple. Even a quasi-sage might not be able to break it, let alone Kunpeng at that time. So he did not waste time and directly returned to the North Sea. Now, although the 4 banners were not yet gathered and the western plain cloud boundary flag was missing, preventing the formation of a complete primordial 5-element array. The 4 supreme primordial spiritual treasures, all of the same root, had their aura interlinked and flowing. A vast artistic conception of stabilizing heaven and earth, suppressing earth, water, fire, and wind, had already taken embryonic form, creating an absolutely stable Tao domain within the Chaos Pearl. At the core, surrounded by the 4 banners, the 24 stabilizing sea divine pearls had undergone earth-shaking changes. They were no longer merely spiritual pearls containing the stabilizing sea divine power. Each one was like a miniature world embryo pregnant with the first signs of life. The azure divine light was introverted and profound. On the surface of the pearls, countless layers of fine primordial Tao patterns engraved by the original aura of the Chaos Pearl and Kunpeng's wind and water, Great Luo, overlapped. Inside the pearls, the scene of chaos opening had long been completed. The clear became heaven, the turbid became earth. Though the space was still small, and the laws crude earth, water, fire, and wind had been initially harmonized and set in motion, threads of faint primordial spiritual energy were being nurtured and circulating within. The prototype of the 24 heavens, complete. Using the original aura of the unformed chaotic world within the Chaos Pearl as a foundation, Kunpeng forcibly accomplished this nearly impossible feat of creation in a single eon. These 24 heavens attached to the main primordial world, yet independent of it, were not only the source of his future magical power, but also the concrete crystallization of his understanding of the great Tao of space creation and world evolution. Each pearl, transforming into a layer of heaven and earth, deepened Kunpeng's comprehension of the law of space. The silent deduction of several eons brought not only the refinement of spiritual treasures and the progress of law comprehension, but also the complete precipitation and sublimation of the Tao heart. The early Luo realm had long been as stable as a mountain. The invisible bottleneck to the middle stage at the moment the 24 heavens were completed had become clearly visible and within reach. Time flies like a white horse passing a gap, the snap of the fingers. Outside, during these several eons, many primordial deities had also transformed and emerged, making the entire primordial world lively. Just as Kunpeng was about to emerge from seclusion, a sound rang out. A sound impossible to describe in its grandeur, impossible to resist in its majesty, as if it had existed since the beginning of chaos, and as if it resounded in the depths of the soul of every living being in the primordial world. A Tao tone suddenly exploded. A sound impossible to describe, its grandeur impossible to resist its majesty, as if it had existed since the dawn of chaos, and yet resounded in the soul's depths of every living being in the primordial world, suddenly burst forth. The entire primordial world, whether above the 9 heavens, below the 9 nether, the 4 seas, and 8 wastelands, the caves and blessed lands, time-space laws. Everything seemed to freeze for an instant under this Tao tone. Then a vast, supreme, overbearing pressure that transcended all beings, encompassing the past, present, and future, like an invisible canopy, crashed down upon the entire primordial world. An indifferent, grand, emotionless voice, yet filled with supreme Tao rhythm, resounded in the depths of the minds of all beings in the primordial world, regardless of cultivation level or location, reclining above the 9-fold clouds on a cushion, realizing the true Tao. Beyond the heaven and earth, I am the master of the teachings. The Wuji gave birth to Taiji, Taiji gave birth to the 2 forms. The 2 forms and 4 symbols follow, and 1 Qi transforms into Honghuang. I am Honghuang. I have now attained the Honghuang de Luo sage fruit. Sensing that heaven and earth are incomplete, and the great Tao has flaws, I shall preach the Honghuang great Tao in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens at Zixiao Palace. Those with affinity may come to listen. Kunpeng, hearing this voice within the Chaos Pearl, his mind shook. Honghuang had attained sainthood and would preach the Honghuang great Tao. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity in the primordial world. Kunpeng, hearing this voice within the Chaos Pearl, his mind shook. Honghuang had attained the sagehood and would preach the Honghuang great Tao. This was a rare opportunity in the primordial world that would not come again in countless eons. His eyes flickered, realizing that this was a perfect opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the Luo realm. Immediately, Kunpeng collected his thoughts and ended his seclusion. He emerged from the Chaos Pearl. His colossal true form soared up from the North Sea's extreme abyss, transforming into an azure dark escape light, speeding towards Zixiao Palace in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. Along the way, he could sense many powerful auras in the primordial world also surging in the same direction, all seeking the opportunity of the Honghuang great Tao. From the northern sea's abyss, a streak of dark cyan light shot into the sky, tearing through the thick, frigid mists of the netherworld and soaring straight into the 9 heavens. The Kunpeng transformed into a humanoid form and stood amidst the chaos. He wore a dark cyan Taoist robe embroidered with the shifting patterns of the northern sea giant Kun and the Tai Su cloud Peng. Above his head floated 4 small banners of top-tier innate spiritual treasures, and the laws of wind and water around him formed an absolute domain. His countenance was as cold as the northern sea's ice, yet his eyes shimmered with divine light. His long hair cascaded to his waist like a waterfall. Countless gales of chaos lashed against him, but the protective divine light around his body easily deflected them. Is this the realm beyond chaos? Gazing at the heavens, a flicker of awe passed through Kunpeng's eyes. The azure sky had become blurred and distorted, and the place where he stood seemed like a void surrounded by surging currents of chaos. Those currents displayed a grayish muddy hue, occasionally striking the barrier of the primordial world below. Kunpeng closed his eyes, immersing his mind in the chaotic currents, quietly sensing. In the depths of his consciousness, an indistinct will seemed to guide him forward, as if indicating the location of the purple cloud palace. He took a deep breath, his spiritual treasures shimmering with light. His form moved like lightning, plunging without hesitation into the boundless chaos. Within the chaos, violent gales of chaos swept in like billions of sharp blades. Hiss! The scenes along the way were harrowing. He saw the remains of many seekers of the Tao floating in the chaos. Some were sliced into pieces by the gales, others assimilated by the chaotic currents, leaving only a lingering obsession. A Xian turtle at the early Tai stage, its shell densely covered with natural Tao patterns, was now riddled with holes from chaos erosion, yet its eyes still held unwillingness. With insufficient strength, forcing a chance leads only to death. Kunpeng shook his head and increased his speed rather than slowing down. Suddenly 3 beams of pure light flared in the chaos ahead, cleaving through the grayness like swords. 3 figures walked side by side. Wherever they passed, chaos retreated and gales gave way. The 3 pure ones. Kunpeng's pupils contracted. The leading elder had white hair and a white beard with a kind face, yet an aura of unassailable dignity. Above his head floated a 33-story pagoda of profound yellow, dripping with strands of Honghuang energy. The heaven and earth Honghuang exquisite pagoda. Sensing the gaze, Laozi remained expressionless. Yuanshi showed a trace of disdain, and Tongtian, curiously, sized up Kunpeng, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Kunpeng intended to greet them, but seeing the 3 pure ones accelerate away, clearly unwilling to engage, he had to give up. After another moment, he suddenly saw a man and a woman approaching hand in hand. The man was handsome and refined, carrying an ancient zither, whose music transformed into tangible Tao patterns for protection. The woman was ethereally beautiful, dignified, and elegant, draped in a multicolored cloud garment, with pure white creation divine light shielding her. Kunpeng, noting their extraordinary bearing and their ability to advance through the gales without any hindrance, smiled warmly and stepped forward to greet them, his voice as warm as jade. Kunpeng of the Northern Sea greets you 2 Taoist friends. I perceive that your qi is pure, marking you as true cultivators of the Tao. However, the chaos is perilous. Would you be willing to travel together with me? With our combined strength, we can withstand the chaotic gales, move faster, and arrive at the Purple Cloud Palace sooner to hear the sacred teachings. Fushi and Nuwa halted at his words. Looking at Kunpeng, they saw a handsome, dignified figure with spiritual light flowing around him, clearly a being of great divine power. Fushi stepped forward with a smile and returned the greeting. I am Fushi, and this is my sister Nuwa. We greet you, Taoist Kunpeng. I see that your divine light flows and your qi is also pure. Since you graciously invite us, we shall journey together. After exchanging names with Kunpeng's deliberate effort to build connections, the 3 traveled together, reducing their pressure significantly. Along the way, they encountered many figures who would later become famous and well-known in later ages. But the 3 of them did not pause. They accelerated, all eager to reach the Purple Cloud Palace as soon as possible and listen to the great Tao. Time in chaos is immeasurable. After an unknown duration, they passed through a chaotic barrier, and the scene opened up before them. A simple yet majestic palace floated in the void of chaos, enveloped in purple qi, with Tao resonance naturally formed. Above the palace gate, the 3 Tao characters, Purple Cloud Palace, were written like dragons dancing and phoenixes soaring, each stroke seemingly containing the supreme Tao. 3 figures were already waiting outside the gate. They were the 3 pure ones: Taiching Laozi meditating with eyes closed, Yuqing Yuanshi looking arrogant, and Shangqing Tongtian observing the arriving crowd with keen interest. I am Fushi, and my sister Nuwa greets all fellow Taoists. Haha, I thought we had rushed as fast as possible, but you 3 are even faster. I admire that. Fushi stepped forward slightly, cupping his hands in greeting. Laozi opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and returned the greeting calmly. Yuanshi, however, disdainfully glanced at the newcomers, ignoring Fushi and Nuwa entirely. He turned his head away, pretending not to see them, his nose in the air, his mind wandering. Tongtian looked as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. He glanced at his 2 elder brothers, but seeing them silent, he refrained from saying more and merely cupped his hands in a perfunctory greeting. Fushi stepped forward warmly, only to be met with cold indifference. The smile on his face froze, and he could not continue. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a streak of fiery red light and a streak of earthy yellow light shot in from afar, arriving before the crowd in an instant. A hearty laugh echoed from the horizon, growing closer. Xinyuanzi brother, look. I won the bet. See, there are already people waiting ahead of us. Haha, fellow Taoists. I am Red Cloud, and this is Xinyuanzi. Greetings to all. Kunpeng's mind stirred as he looked at the two figures who would later be famous in legends: Red Cloud, the well-known good person of the primordial world, and Xinyuanzi, the ancestor of Earth immortals. Red Cloud was draped in a robe of crimson cloud patterns with wide sleeves that flowed like clouds when he moved. Fire and rosy clouds faintly wreathed his garments like the rising dawn or the brilliant sunset. His face was kind, his brows and eyes naturally carrying a hint of a smile, the corners of his eyes slightly raised. His long crimson hair was loose, falling casually over his shoulders, exuding a carefree and unrestrained elegance. Unlike Red Cloud's free-spirited nature, Xinyuanzi appeared more dignified and majestic with gentle brows. Standing together, one was like drifting clouds and mist, the other like the solid earth, yet they harmonized unexpectedly, well matching the images from later legends. Truly rare and steadfast friends in the primordial world. Kunpeng's eyes flickered, then he put on a kind expression and stepped forward to greet Red Cloud and Xinyuanzi with a cupped fist salute. Fushi and Yuhua followed suit. Not far away, the three pure ones, Taiching Laozi, still responded only indifferently. Yuqing Yuanshi continued to look aloof with his nose in the air. Shangxing Tongtian, seeing his elder brother's behavior, could only smile bitterly and nod in greeting, saying nothing more. Red Cloud and Xinyuanzi did not mind. They turned to Kunpeng, Fushi, and Yuhua with even warmer expressions, and soon the group began conversing, sharing various interesting tales of the primordial world. While Red Cloud was lamenting the difficulty of finding spiritual treasures in the primordial world, the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace slowly opened. Two cherubic boys and girls emerged, about 7 or 8 years old. The boy wore a purple gold crown, and the girl had her hair in twin buns. Both had solemn expressions. The master's decree: those with affinity may enter and hear the Tao. The crowd fell silent and entered in order. Kunpeng noticed that although the two children were young, their cultivation had already reached the Tai stage, and their foundations were solid. Inside, the Purple Cloud Palace was vast and simple. The floor, neither jade nor stone, mirrored the constellations above and the earth's veins below. At the front was a high platform with a single cushion, presumably for Honghuang's sacred seat. Below, 6 purple cushions were arranged in neat rows, exuding a mysterious Tao resonance, clearly not ordinary objects. The 3 pure ones took their places without hesitation. Laozi, first; Yuanshi, second; Tongtian, third. Yuhua, at her brother's gesture, sat fourth. Kunpeng, seeing this, unhesitatingly occupied the 5th. Red Cloud, urged by Xinyuanzi, took the 6th cushion. Shortly after Red Cloud sat down, the Purple Cloud Palace gradually became lively. First, Dijuan and Tai entered together. Seeing the 6 cushions already filled, Tai frowned, while Dijuan appeared thoughtful. The 12 ancestral witches arrived in a grand procession, their bodies radiating fierce, primordial, murderous aura. Mingi Patriarch stepped on the 12-grade karmic fire red lotus, his body surrounded by blood-colored phantoms. Dongwangong, Zawangmu, Randang Daoran. In an instant, the once empty Purple Cloud Palace gathered thousands of great cultivators, the lowest cultivation being at the peak of the Tai stage. Kunpeng looked around, and out of curiosity actively conversed with nearby cultivators. He asked Xinyuanzi about the Tao of Earth immortals, discussed the wonders of Mount Kunlun with Zawangmu, and even exchanged views on the principles of deduction and the cycle of creation with Fushi and Yuhua. This behavior drew sidelong glances. After all, most innate sacred beings were proud and seldom engaged in such socializing. Taoist Kunpeng is truly a man of passion, Red Cloud remarked with a laugh. Indeed, I haven't seen so many people for a long time. You may not understand, but when one has been isolated for too long, everything seems novel. Besides, the primordial world is vast. Meeting here is fate, so we should communicate more. Kunpeng smiled in reply, but in his heart, he was calculating how to change the fate of the original Kunpeng being squeezed out of the cushion. As the crowd chatted, a commotion suddenly arose at the palace gate. 2 haggard Taoists stumbled in. One sallow and thin, the other with a mournful face. They were Jane and Zhuanti. Alas, brother, we are late. Look, there are no seats left. What shall we do? Zhuanti's voice was bitter, but his eyes quickly swept the hall, instantly locking onto the 6 cushions at the front. Jane also fixed his gaze on the 6 cushions. Without a word, he pulled Zhuanti and staggered toward the seated figures. Fellow Taoists, I am Jane, and my junior brother and I have traveled from the far west, enduring countless hardships. We are now mentally exhausted. When the sage preaches the Tao, if we are seated in the back, it will be difficult to fully absorb the sound of the great Tao. Would any of you be willing to yield 2 cushions so that we may listen to the Tao more conveniently? The occupants of the cushions remained expressionless, pretending not to hear. Seeing that everyone was unmoved, Jane quickly winked at Zhuanti, who immediately understood and began his performance. Brother, woe to us. The western lands are remote and barren. We have endured countless hardships along the way, nearly dying in the chaotic currents, yet now we have not even a seat. Xuanti plopped down on the ground and wailed loudly, his expression rich and convincing, evoking sympathy from many in the hall. Among them was Red Cloud, who was sitting on a cushion and grew increasingly uneasy hearing Xuanti's cries. While Xuanti wept, Jane observed everyone's reactions. When his eyes fell on Red Cloud, his heart leaped with joy. The fish had taken the bait. His expression instantly shifted to one of sorrow, and he embraced the wailing Xuanti, crying out loudly, "Junior brother, none of the fellow Taoists are willing to give us seats. They don't believe us. Wah? Let's just dash our heads against the pillars of this hall." Saying so, Jane pulled Xuanti up and made as if to rush toward the pillar in front of Red Cloud, but his eyes were fixed on Red Cloud. "Taoist, please don't do that. I will give you my cushion." Red Cloud, unable to bear the sight, quickly called out to stop them. Jane was overjoyed and immediately halted, pulling Xuanti rapidly toward Red Cloud. However, just as Red Cloud was about to rise and yield his seat, Kunpeng suddenly spoke. "Taoist Red Cloud, the cushion is an opportunity for the great Tao. You cannot give it away." The hall fell instantly silent. The joy on Jane and Xuanti's faces vanished, replaced by annoyance. They turned to Kunpeng. "Does this Taoist have a grudge against the West?" "Not at all," Kunpeng replied calmly. "I am merely reminding Taoist Red Cloud that opportunities are fated. This cushion belongs to whoever it belongs to." Xuanti burst into loud sobs again. "Pitiful West. Sparse spiritual energy. My brother and I risked our lives crossing the chaos, yet we don't even have a seat." His cries were so pitiful that they won more sympathy. Murmurs spread through the hall. Red Cloud, even more uneasy, finally sighed deeply. "Very well, I yield this seat to you." Ignoring the protests of Kunpeng and Xinyuanzi, he gave up the cushion. The moment Red Cloud's but left the seat, Xuanti plopped down with lightning speed. Kunpeng could only shake his head and sigh. Jane, seeing Xuanti seated but still without a cushion for himself, began to look around slyly. First he glanced at the three front cushions, but the three pure ones were a solid entity, clearly not to be trifled with. Then he looked at the fourth cushion where Nuwa sat, and saw her brother Fushi glaring behind her, so he abandoned that idea. Finally, he turned his gaze to Kunpeng. Recalling that Kunpeng had stopped Red Cloud from yielding, resentment grew in his heart. He exchanged a glance with the already seated Xuanti, and a plan formed. He approached Kunpeng, his face full of misery. "I, Jane, greet you, Taoist. My junior brother and I have come from the far west, enduring countless hardships. Now that my junior brother has a seat, would you be willing to complete the kindness and yield your seat to me, so that we may sit together and listen to the great Tao? I would be deeply grateful." Kunpeng looked at Jane expressionlessly and said flatly, "Which of the fellow Taoists here did not come from afar? Are you the only ones who traveled from the west? I came from the bitter cold of the northern sea. Everyone has endured countless hardships. Stop putting on this act. In the sage's sanctuary you two behave like beggars. Aren't you ashamed? If you want to cry, go far away. If you want to die, die somewhere else. Don't obstruct my sight here. It's bad luck. I am not as easygoing as Taoist Red Cloud. There are only so many cushions. I will not give up mine." Jane's mournful expression shifted instantly to anger. You, how dare you call us beggars? Do you know that I am the incarnation of the seven treasures wonderful tree, an innate spiritual root rooted in the West? Since my transformation, I have been regulating the Western earth veins to complete the primordial heaven and earth. My junior brother is the incarnation of the Bodhi, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. We carry the great fortune of the entire West. You, this feathered beast occupying a cushion and refusing to yield to me, are opposing the entire West. Will you yield or not?" Kunpeng was enraged by Jane calling him a feathered beast. He was about to retort, "I am an innate sacred being." At that moment, Yuanshur, sitting on the second cushion on the left, suddenly spoke coldly. "Those with feathers, horns born from dampness or eggs, are indeed unworthy to sit with us innate sacred beings. Withdraw at once." These words were like cold water thrown into boiling oil. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Kunpeng burst into fury. "Yuanshur, what do you mean?" Yuanshur glanced at Kunpeng expressionlessly, his tone arrogant. "I am the incarnation of Pengu's primordial spirit, one of the three pure ones of Pengu." He looked around contemptuously, then fixed his gaze on Kunpeng. "I am not targeting you specifically. I just want to tell everyone present, before the authentic lineage of Pengu, all of you are nothing but trash." At these words, Nuwa's pretty face immediately turned frosty. She was about to speak, but her brother Fushi stopped her. More than half of the great cultivators in the Purple Cloud Palace glared at Yuanshur in anger. Kunpeng was also amused. He glanced at the onlooking Jane, then at Yuanshur with his nose in the air. Kunpeng sneered, his voice ringing through the Purple Cloud Palace. "Jane, you little brat. Yuanshur, you little brat. You are utterly ignorant and arrogant. Do you know that everyone here who managed to reach the Purple Cloud Palace possesses extraordinary origins and immense fortune? We are all innate sacred beings evolved from the body of the great god Pengu. Don't think that being an incarnation of Pengu's primordial spirit makes you special. Maybe you are just a leftover scrap of that spirit. And you, Jane, who are you trying to impress? Do you think being born from a spiritual root elevates you? Why put on such airs? You call us feathered and horned creatures those born from dampness and eggs. How insulting. When Pengu created the world and evolved all things from his body that was great love. Do you who claim to be innate sacred beings, innate spiritual roots, or the three pure ones of Pengu possess even a fraction of Pengu's great love? Kunpeng's voice rose as he looked around. Do you know that 90% of the living beings in the primordial world are what you call feathered and horned dampborn and egg-hatched? You ensure can these words represent the three pure ones? Are you declaring war on the entire primordial world? This heavy accusation made Yuanshi's face change drastically. Tontian frowned at his second brother. Laozi finally opened his eyes and sighed. Second brother, watch your words. Yuanshi was about to argue when Jane seized the opportunity to lunge at Kunpeng. Taoist, don't be so sharp-tongued and overbearing. If this were the original Kunpeng, the collision might have knocked him off the cushion. But this Kunpeng was prepared. His form remained unmoved, and he delivered a backhanded slap. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the purple cloud palace. Jane was sent staggering back dozens of steps, a clear palm print on his face, his expression one of utter disbelief. You. Zhuanti seated nearby was also shocked and furious, never expecting Kunpeng to dare strike someone in the purple cloud palace. Kunpeng sat upright on his cushion, sneering repeatedly. You two shameless wretches. You tricked Taoist Red Cloud out of his seat, and now you want to forcibly take mine. At this moment, the third cushion on the left, Yuanshi, suddenly spoke coldly. Those with feathers and horns born from dampness and eggs are indeed unworthy to sit with us innate sacred beings. Withdraw at once. This sentence was like cold water poured into boiling oil, and the hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Kunpeng was enraged. Yuanshi, what do you mean? Yuanshi glanced at Kunpeng expressionlessly, his tone arrogant. I am the incarnation of Pengu's primordial spirit, one of the three pure ones of Pengu. He looked around contemptuously, then fixed his gaze on Kunpeng. I am not targeting you specifically. I just want to tell everyone present before the authentic lineage of Pengu, all of you are nothing but trash. At these words, Nua's pretty face immediately turned frosty. She was about to speak, but her brother Fushi stopped her. More than half of the great cultivators in the purple cloud palace glared at Yuanshi in anger. Kunpeng was also amused. He glanced at the onlooking Jane, then at Yuanshi with his nose in the air. Kunpeng sneered, his voice ringing through the purple cloud palace. Jane, you little brat. Yuanshi, you little brat. You are utterly ignorant and arrogant. Do you know that everyone here who managed to reach the purple cloud palace possesses extraordinary origins and immense fortune? We are all innate sacred beings evolved from the body of the great god Pengu. Don't think that being an incarnation of Pengu's primordial spirit makes you special. Maybe you are just a leftover scrap of that spirit. And you, Jane, who are you trying to impress? Do you think being born from a spiritual root elevates you? Why put on such airs? You call us feathered and horned creatures those born from dampness and eggs. How insulting. When Pengu created the world and evolved all things from his body that was great love. Do you who claim to be innate sacred beings, innate spiritual roots, or the three pure ones of Pengu possess even a fraction of Pengu's great love? Kunpeng's voice rose as he looked around. Do you know that 90% of the living beings in the primordial world are what you call feathered and horned dampborn and egg-hatched? You ensure can these words represent the three pure ones? Are you declaring war on the entire primordial world? This heavy accusation made Yuanshi's face change drastically. Tontian frowned at his second brother. Laozi finally opened his eyes and sighed. Second brother, watch your words. Yuanshi was about to argue when Jane seized the opportunity to lunge at Kunpeng. Taoist, don't be so sharp-tongued and overbearing. If this were the original Kunpeng, the collision might have knocked him off the cushion. But this Kunpeng was prepared. His form remained unmoved, and he delivered a backhanded slap. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the purple cloud palace. Jane was sent staggering back dozens of steps, a clear palm print on his face, his expression one of utter disbelief. You. Zhuanti seated nearby was also shocked and furious, never expecting Kunpeng to dare strike someone in the purple cloud palace. Kunpeng sat upright on his cushion, sneering repeatedly. You two shameless wretches. You tricked Taoist Red Cloud out of his seat, and now you want to forcibly take mine. At this moment, the third cushion on the left, Yuanshi, suddenly spoke coldly. Those with feathers and horns born from dampness and eggs are indeed unworthy to sit with us innate sacred beings. Withdraw at once. This sentence was like cold water poured into boiling oil, and the hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Kunpeng was enraged. Yuanshi, what do you mean? Yuanshi glanced at Kunpeng expressionlessly, his tone arrogant. I am the incarnation of Pengu's primordial spirit, one of the three pure ones of Pengu. He looked around contemptuously, then fixed his gaze on Kunpeng. I am not targeting you specifically. I just want to tell everyone present before the authentic lineage of Pengu, all of you are nothing but trash. At these words, Nua's pretty face immediately turned frosty. She was about to speak, but her brother Fushi stopped her. More than half of the great cultivators in the Purple Cloud Palace glared at Yuanshi in anger. Kunpeng was also amused. He glanced at the onlooking Jane, then at Yuanshi with his nose in the air. Kunpeng sneered, his voice ringing through the Purple Cloud Palace. Jane, you little brat. Yuanshi, you little brat. You are utterly ignorant and arrogant. Do you know that everyone here who managed to reach the Purple Cloud Palace possesses extraordinary origins and immense fortune? We are all innate sacred beings evolved from the body of the great god Pengu. Don't think that being an incarnation of Pengu's primordial spirit makes you special. Maybe you are just a leftover scrap of that spirit. And you, Jane, who are you trying to impress? Do you think being born from a spiritual root elevates you? Why put on such airs? You call us feathered and horned creatures those born from dampness and eggs. How insulting. When Pengu created the world and evolved all things from his body that was great love, do you who claim to be innate sacred beings, innate spiritual roots, or the three pure ones of Pengu possess even a fraction of Pengu's great love? Jane staggered backward from the slap, 5 distinct finger marks visible on his left cheek glaring under the translucent jade light of the Purple Cloud Palace. The entire hall of thousands of great cultivators fell silent, as if even the chaotic currents had frozen for an instant. How dare you strike me? Jane covered his burning face, his eyes filled with venom that almost materialized. As the incarnation of one of the innate 10 spiritual roots, how could he have ever endured such humiliation? Zhuanti abruptly rose, pointing angrily at Kunpeng. You unteachable feathered beast, my elder brother kindly advised you not to quarrel with brother Yuanshi, yet you dare to strike. Do you truly bully us brothers and think the West has no one? With that he assumed a posture, as if about to draw a treasure and launch a great battle with Kunpeng. At this moment Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, having heard Kunpeng's words, now understood the true nature of the two Western cultivators. They stepped forward and stood beside Kunpeng. For a moment the area around the 6th cushion was tense with hostility. Junior brother, do not cause trouble in the Saint's dojo. Let today's disgrace be remembered for now. Seeing Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi standing with Kunpeng, Jane knew the situation was unfavorable. He immediately walked to Zhuanti's side, sat down, without ceremony occupying half the cushion. Zhuanti's mouth twitched, but he said nothing, quickly sitting on the other half. Just then on the empty cushion at the highest seat a gray-robed Taoist had already appeared, no one knew when. He had white hair and a white beard with an ordinary face, yet he exuded an aura of encompassing everything, as if one glance could see the 3,000 great Daos flowing within. Greetings to the saint. Thousands of great cultivators bowed in unison, even the most unruly ancestral witches lowered their heads. Hongjuan's gaze swept over the crowd, paused briefly on Kunpeng, and finally settled on Jane and Zhuanti, who were still half suspended on the cushion. He spoke calmly. In the Purple Cloud Palace the seats are fixed. Each of the 6 cushions holds its own destiny. They cannot be changed. These words were like a decree of the heavenly Tao, and Jane and Zhuanti's faces turned ashen. They had intended to seize 2 seats, but now they could only share 1 cushion, half their bodies dangling outside, their postures utterly ridiculous. The assembly quickly responded in agreement. Kunpeng remained silent in his heart, but respectfully bowed. I obey the saint's decree. Out of the corner of his eye he caught the iron-blue face of Yuqing Yuanshi and the contemplative expression of Taiching Laozi, knowing that today he had made enemies of the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western cultivators. Hongjun said no more. With a light wave of his sleeve the great doors of the Purple Cloud Palace boomed shut. A profound, mysterious Tao resonance spread, and everyone felt their minds clear and all distracting thoughts vanish. Today I shall lecture on the Tao of the Great Luo. As Hongjun spoke, celestial flowers rained down, and golden lotuses sprang from the earth. The entire Purple Cloud Palace seemed to become a vessel of the Tao, each syllable pointing directly to the primordial source. Kunpeng calmed his mind and listened with full concentration. He knew this was the first step to change his fate. The original Kunpeng had lost his fortune because he was driven off the cushion, though he was qualified to stand alongside the 3 pure ones and Nuwa, future saints. Yet later, under pressure from Dijuan and Tai, he became the demon teacher. Though he survived the catastrophe of the sorcerer and demon tribes, he vanished afterwards with no further tales. The Great Luo is one who transcends the river of time, unique in the past, present, and future. As the Tao sound entered his ears, Kunpeng's northern abyss, true water, automatically circulated, resonating with the 24 Dinghai divine pearls. He was astonished to find that his understanding of the Great Luo Tao was deeper than those around him. This was the power of deduction brought by the chaos pearl within his soul. As the lecture deepened, extraordinary phenomena appeared in the Purple Cloud Palace. Laozi manifested the Honghuang exquisite pagoda above his head. Yuanshi radiated celestial light, and behind Tongtian, sword shadows floated. Nuwa's body pulsed with the law of creation, endless and vibrant. Jane and Junti sat together on the cushion, their faces sorrowful, with an expression of compassion, but their auras were steadily condensing. Seeing this, Kunpeng took out a piece of enlightenment tea leaf from his space, swallowed it, and then focused his mind. The northern abyss true water formed a phantom around him, and the 24 Dinghai divine pearls lit up one by one, each reflecting a small thousand world. The 4 small flags above his head fluttered without wind, and the light of the 5 elements circulated to empower him. Hongjuan's gaze shifted slightly, revealing a trace of surprise beneath his calm expression, and he glanced at Kunpeng once more. 3,000 years passed in an instant. When Hongjuan stopped lecturing, many cultivators were still immersed in the state of enlightenment. Kunpeng slowly opened his eyes, finding that his cultivation had leaped from the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal to the late stage, and his understanding of the Tao of wind, water, and space had advanced rapidly. In 30,000 years I will lecture on the Tao of the Quasi-Saint. With these words, Hongjuan's form gradually faded. The purple cloud palace immediately became lively. Taoist Kunpeng. Hongyan approached with a face full of shame. Back then you warned me not to give up my seat, but I did not listen. Taoist Hongyun, your heart is kind, but some are unworthy of that kindness. Kunpeng smiled calmly, his gaze drifting to the cushion on the right, implying meaning toward Jane and Junti. The two were now awkwardly rising from the cushion, and when they saw Kunpeng's gaze, their eyes grew even more venomous. Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard. Taoist, you verbally sparred with Yuanshi and the 2 Westerners, and that slap was truly satisfying. But, he lowered his voice, I see that Jane and Junti are vengeful and Yuanshi is narrow-minded. You must be careful in the future. Thank you for the reminder. Kunpeng cupped his hands. He had already made plans in his heart. Since the first step of changing his destined fate was successful, the next step was to scheme how to survive the great calamity of the primordial world, or even attain enlightenment and become a saint. Just then Fuxi and Nuwa came together. Nuwa bowed gracefully. Taoist, what you said today about Pengu's great love has enlightened your younger sister. Do you have time to visit my Phoenix Perch Mountain? It would be my honor. Kunpeng smiled and returned the bow. Ha ha ha. At this moment Zhen Yuanzi laughed. Just now Honyun was saying he wanted to invite Taoist Kunpeng to discuss the Tao, but it seems Taoist Nuwa has taken the lead. Why don't you all come to my dojo, the 5 Villages Temple, and we can exchange ideas together? Honyun also chuckled happily. Indeed. At my senior brother Zhen Yuanzi's 5 Villages Temple, we can also eat ginseng fruits. Zhen Yuanzi helplessly glanced at the still silly Hongyun, then explained. The ginseng fruit Honyun mentioned is from the ginseng fruit tree, one of the innate 10 spiritual roots. This tree is my companion. If you are willing to grace my humble dojo, I will certainly offer them for you to taste. Indeed. My senior brother's ginseng fruits are delicious, not only juicy and sweet, but they also increase one's magical power. Oh, Kunpeng showed evident interest. He looked at Fuxi and Nuwa. What do you two think? Hearing this, Fuxi and Nuwa smiled and nodded, cupping their hands slightly. Since Taoistin, Yuanzi Hongyun, and Kunpeng invite us, we siblings will humbly accept. After the lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, the many cultivators departed. Kunpeng, Fuxi, Nuwa, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongyun traveled together, crossing the chaos and flying toward the primordial world. Along the way, Hongyun was lively, chattering endlessly about the wonders of the primordial world, while Zhen Yuanzi occasionally added a few words. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Fuxi and Nuwa smiled gently, occasionally conversing with Kunpeng, clearly appreciating his earlier performance. Kunpeng rejoiced inwardly. Befriending these top cultivators of the primordial world would greatly benefit his future plans. Especially Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, who held the Earth Book and the ginseng fruit tree with deep foundations. And although Honyun was simple-minded, his fortune was excellent. If he could cultivate a good relationship with him, it might bring unexpected benefits in the future. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The 5 had crossed the chaotic winds and descended to the western part of the primordial world. Zhen Yuanzi waved his sleeve, and the clouds ahead parted, revealing a majestic, immortal mountain, Mount Longevity. The mountain was shrouded in dense spiritual energy with 10,000 rays of light. Spiritual beasts roamed, and immortal cranes soared, a peaceful scene. At the foot of the main peak stood an ancient Taoist temple, its plaque inscribed with 3 characters, 5 Villages Temple. Honored guests, please. Zhen Yuanzi smiled and gestured. The group stepped into the 5 Villages Temple, where 2 young attendants were already waiting at the gate. 1 male, 1 female. The boy was handsome and refined, the girl clever and cute. They were Zhen Yuanzi's 2 attendants, Qingfeng and Mingwei. Welcome back, master. The 2 attendants bowed respectfully. Zhen Yuanzi nodded. Qingfeng, Mingwei, today we have distinguished guests. Prepare some spiritual fruits and immortal wine, and pick a few ginseng fruits. Yes. The 2 attendants took their leave. Honyun laughed heartily and said to Kunpeng and the others, my 2 junior nephews are efficient. Wait a moment, and you will taste the finest spiritual offerings of Mount Longevity. Everyone smiled at each other, then Zhen Yuanzi led them into the main hall of the temple. The hall was simple but grand, with a jade table in the center surrounded by meditation cushions, clearly a place for Tao discussions. Soon Qingfeng and Mingwei brought in trays of delicacies: 10,000-year-old vermilion fruits, 1,000-year snow pears, peach spiritual liquid, jade nectar, and the special 10,000-year spiritual ginseng tea of Mount Longevity, whose fragrance filled the air, refreshing the mind. But the most striking was the plate of ginseng fruits. The fruits were shaped like infants, translucent, exuding a rich life force. One whiff made magical power gently surge. "Honored guests, please." Zhen Yuanzi gestured. The group did not stand on ceremony and began to taste. Kunpeng picked up a ginseng fruit and took a gentle bite. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, making him feel utterly comfortable. He couldn't help but praise, truly one of the innate 10 spiritual roots. Mysterious indeed. Nuwa took a small taste, her beautiful eyes lighting up. This fruit contains the power of creation, greatly beneficial to cultivation. Fushi smiled. "Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, you have been very generous today." Zhen Yuanzi shook his head with a smile. "Just a few fruits, nothing to mention. Your presence brings light to my humble abode." Hongyun had already finished an entire ginseng fruit and licked his lips with lingering desire. "Brother, can I have another one?" Zhen Yuanzi glanced at him helplessly. "When will you ever change this gluttonous nature?" The others broke into laughter. After the feast, Zhen Yuanzi said seriously, "Honored guests, today we have a rare gathering. Why not sit and discuss the insights we gained from listening to the Tao at the Purple Cloud Palace?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Kunpeng pondered for a moment, then took out several translucent tea leaves from his sleeve and smiled. "Since we are discussing the Tao, let me help you all further. This is..." Fushi's gaze sharpened. "Enlightenment tea." Kunpeng smiled gently. "I obtained this tea by chance while wandering the primordial world. It can aid in enlightenment. Today I share it with you all." The others were surprised. Enlightenment tea was a rare spiritual treasure in the primordial world, capable of inducing a state of sudden enlightenment. That Kunpeng was willing to share it showed his sincerity. "Taoist Kunpeng, this is precious." Nuwa hesitated. Kunpeng waved his hand with a smile. "No matter. This item is meant to aid enlightenment. Today it will serve its purpose during our discussion." Seeing his generosity, the others' goodwill toward him increased. Then Kunpeng distributed the enlightenment tea to everyone, and they each consumed it. In an instant, a mysterious Tao resonance enveloped the entire hall. Their minds became clear, and their thoughts were unprecedentedly sharp. Zhen Yuanzi spoke first, expounding the Tao of earth immortals and the principle of the earth bearing all things with virtue. Fushi took out a primordial 8 trigrams plate to deduce celestial secrets, speaking on the Tao of deduction. Nuwa shared the law of creation, elaborating on the endless cycle of life. Though Hongyun was not eloquent, he spoke of his insights on the transformations of clouds and the Tao of fire. Kunpeng, combining what he had learned at the Purple Cloud Palace, expounded his understanding of the Great Luo Tao, especially some insights on the Tao of wind and water and the Tao of space. They discussed the Tao for 1,000 years, verifying each other's insights, and all made progress in their cultivation. Kunpeng's cultivation, which had surged from listening to the Tao at the Purple Cloud Palace, was now firmly stabilized at the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Fushi, Nuwa, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongyun each stabilized at the middle stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, their magical power dense and solid. After the discussion, everyone was still captivated. Hongyun stretched and laughed. "Wonderful. Today's discussion was more useful than my own meditation for a whole kalpa." Fushi nodded. "Indeed, we have benefited greatly. Thank you, honored guests." Nuwa looked at Kunpeng with admiration. Taoist Kunpeng's understanding of the Tao is truly profound. Kunpeng smiled modestly. "It is merely mutual verification." Within Honghuang, while the lingering echoes of Tao discussion had yet to fade, Kunpeng drained the spiritual tea from his cup, his gaze profound. He knew that the first lecture at Zixiao Palace was merely the beginning. The true grand trends of the primordial wilderness had yet to unfold. When the second lecture at Zixiao Palace begins, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. That will be the true time to lay the groundwork. Meanwhile, as the first lecture at Zixiao Palace concluded, the various great cultivators returned to their respective Tao fields to seclude themselves and digest the harvest from the lecture. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones were hidden within their own caves. Laozi sat cross-legged on a cattail mat, the heaven and earth exquisite Honghuang pagoda floating above him, pure qi swirling around his body. His cultivation at the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal was as steady as a mountain. His gaze was deep, as if deducing the heavenly secrets. This Kunpeng fellow, I cannot quite see through him. Yuanshir's face was dark. The Yuqing immortal light around him fluctuated subtly. His aura had naturally reached the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal, but due to his unsettled state of mind, his cultivation base was somewhat unstable. A mere lowly creature of damp birth and egg hatching dares to embarrass him publicly in the Zixiao Palace. He recalled Kunpeng's defiant words, and the anger in his heart could not be dispelled. Tong Tian sat cross-legged in the center of a lotus pond, his aura fluctuating as the pressure of mid-stage de Luo gradually solidified. This Kunpeng is fierce and unyielding, far more pleasing to the eye than those two weeping fellows from the west. I think I should advise my second elder brother to stop using words like fur-covered and horned, wet-born and egg-hatched. In the barren lands of the west at the Dao field of Jane and Juanti, Jane touched the spot where Kunpeng had slapped him, though the mark of the slap had long since vanished from his face. Yet he could still feel a searing pain. Clearly his Dao heart had been damaged. Kunpeng, this revenge must be taken. Juanti's face was sorrowful. The seven treasures wonderful tree in his hand shimmered, gathering golden light. Senior brother, let us wait until the second lecture of the sages to make our plans. The two leaned on each other. Juanti's aura gradually solidified, stabilizing at mid-stage de Luo Golden Immortal. Jane, due to his unsettled mind, had also reached the mid-stage de Luo Golden Immortal, but his aura was still somewhat unsteady while his hatred grew ever stronger. On the Sun Star, the cultivation place of Dejuan and Tai, Dejuan was surrounded by solar true fire, his aura at mid-stage de Luo Golden Immortal steady. He looked at Tai. That Kunpeng is quite interesting, perhaps we can win him over in the future. Tai's gaze was blazing with a hum. The space around him rippled. Though the chaos bell was not yet fully refined, he could already activate a portion of its power. Brother, this person's cultivation and talent are on par with ours, and he is also of the same race of birds and beasts. If he cannot be used by us, he must not be left alive, or it may affect our future plans. In the Pango Hall of Zhou Mountain, the 12 ancestral witches gathered. Dijiang sneered coldly. I don't know what kind of nonsense Hongjuan's Dao is. It's of no use to our cultivation method of physical body refinement. I'm not going next time. Gonggong, surrounded by water vapor, also sneered. That Kunpeng daring to make a move in the Zixiao Palace is somewhat interesting. I hear his North Nether True Water is extremely domineering. Next time I meet him, I will definitely compete with him. Zhurong's body blazed with flames. Indeed, if there's a chance, I'd like to test his North Nether True Water. The blood sea churned with baleful energy. Countless resentful spirits with no place to go drifted aimlessly in the sea. Deep within the blood sea, Mingi sat upright on the blood lotus, the two swords Yuantu and Abi swirling with killing intent. His gaze was icy. What exactly did Saint Hongjun mean by that phrase? 6 cattail mats, each have their own fortune. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Kunpeng, Jane, and Juanti. Why did they quarrel over the cattail mats? Could it be that they know something? West Kunlun, beside the colorful jade pool. The Queen Mother of the West reclined on a naturally formed ice crystal jade bed, her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her phoenix eyes half closed. She toyed with a small flag in her hand, which was her accompanying spirit treasure, the Western Plain Cloud Realm flag. When the saint was lecturing, I observed that Kunpeng already has 4 of the 5 directional flags. Previously, he spoke to me about the scenic wonders of West Kunlun's mountains and waters, and he even seemed to know about my residence, the Jade Pool. Could it be that he has already investigated me and wants to scheme for my spirit treasure? 3,000 years after the first lecture at Zixiao Palace, sudden, strange phenomena occurred in the primordial wilderness. On this day, Kunpeng, Fuxi, Nuwa, Xinyuanzi, and Red Cloud had just finished their Dao discussion and were about to return to their respective caves. Suddenly their minds stirred. They sensed a primordial spiritual opportunity emanating from the direction of Zhou Mountain. This is, Red Cloud exclaimed in surprise. They exchanged glances. A treasure was emerging. At the same time, from Kunlun Mountain, the Sun Star, the barren lands of the west, the depths of the Blood Sea. Many great cultivators of the primordial wilderness simultaneously sensed it and emerged from their seclusion. On the mountainside of Zhou Mountain, where clouds and mist swirled, a 7-colored treasure light shot into the sky, dyeing half the heavens with magnificent rosy hues. Within the treasure light, one could faintly see a lush green gourd vine clinging to the cliff, bearing 7 gourds of different colors, each exuding a dense primordial Dao rhythm. Whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of breaking air rang out one after another. The first to arrive were the 3 pure ones. Laozi with the heaven and earth Honghuang exquisite pagoda above his head, Yuanshi treading on auspicious clouds, and Tongtian accompanied by sword light, all 3 landed on the mountainside platform almost simultaneously. Elder brother, this treasure is destined for us. Yuanshi's eyes flickered with eagerness as he gazed at the 7-colored light. Laozi stroked his beard and mused, primordial spiritual treasures follow their own fate. Before he finished speaking, another golden light broke through the air. Dejuan and Tai arrived together, surrounded by solar true fire that cast a golden red glow on half the cliff. Haha, fellow Taoist, Taiching speaks wisely. This treasure is also destined for us 2 brothers. Dejuan laughed aloud, but his eyes were locked on the 7-colored treasure light. Immediately after, Kunpeng, Nuwa, Fuxi, Xinyuanzi, and Red Cloud arrived together. Yuanshi caught sight of Kunpeng and snorted coldly. Kunpeng was unperturbed and said calmly with a smile, I see that this treasure is also quite destined for me. With that, he carefully observed the 7-colored treasure light. They saw that the treasure light was enveloped by a transparent barrier with faint traces of Tao runes circulating. It was actually a primordial protective formation. At that moment, two figures rushed over from the west at great speed. Without any regard for the others, they charged directly toward the formation, not slowing down at all. It was Yuanti and Jane from the west. Seeing so many people already gathered, they feared that if they delayed further, the treasure would be gone. So they rushed impatiently toward the formation. Yuanti waved his 7 treasures wonderful tree, and his 7-colored light swept toward the formation, a mere formation. Watch me break it. No, the crowd exclaimed, but it was too late. Boom. The 7 treasures wonderful tree struck the formation, stirring up countless runes. The counterforce from the formation actually sent Yuanti flying backwards, spitting golden blood. Jane hurriedly caught him, but was also struck by the shockwave, staggering back several steps. Seeing this, everyone was awed. This primordial formation was so formidable. Overreaching themselves. Yuan sneered. Kunpeng shook his head inwardly. The two from the west were too greedy and deserved this lesson. He looked around and found that everyone was keeping a tacit distance, clearly waiting for the formation to open on its own. Time passed, and nearly 1,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the primordial grand array suddenly trembled violently, and the 7-colored treasure light receded like a tide. The gourd vine was fully revealed, with 7 treasure gourds glittering in the sunlight. At the top was a purple gold gourd exuding the rhythm of the Dao. Below it was a crimson gourd like burning fire. On the left, a green gourd brimming with vitality. On the right, a golden gourd radiating sharpness. In the middle, a white gourd faintly emitting the essence of creation, and at the bottom, a black gourd and an immature chaotic gourd. The grand array is open. It'll let each rely on their own abilities. Tai let out a long cry, and the illusory image of the chaos bell appeared above his head. The various great powers moved instantly. The 3 pure ones made straight for the purple gold gourd and the green gourd. Laozi's Honghuang tower dropped streams of mystic yellow qi. Yuanshi's jade pure immortal light streaked across. Tongtian wielded a sword, slashing forth a blade of light. Their combined momentum was unstoppable. Dijuan and Tai, protected by the chaos bell, charged toward the golden gourd as the sun true fire transformed into 2 golden crow phantoms that swooped down. Nuwa and Fushi, on the other hand, took a liking to the white gourd, unleashing the power of creation and the Fushi Qin together. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi targeted the crimson gourd. The earth book formed a light shield that firmly protected the two of them, as earthy yellow qi and crimson rosy light surged forth with their magical power. Kunpeng's eyes flickered and his body transformed into a deep blue flying light, heading straight for the black gourd and the chaotic gourd. Kunpeng, don't think you can take the treasure. Jane and Yuanti suddenly ambushed him, striking at Kunpeng's back with the 7 treasures wonderful tree and a beam of golden light. You seek death. Kunpeng was already on guard, for small banners fluttered in the wind, and the power of the 5 elements tore through the void, clashing with the 7-colored light stream brushed forth by Yuanti's 7 treasures wonderful art. At the same time, 24 Dinghai divine pearls flew out, evolving into 24 heavenly realm phantoms, and smashed toward Jane. Boom. A terrifying wave of magical power exploded, shattering rocks and trembling the void. The 7-colored divine light brushed by the 7 treasures wonderful tree was firmly held in place by the 4 small banners of the primordial 5 square flags, and Jane was even sent flying directly by the 24 Dinghai divine pearls. Late stage Luo. Yuanti's face changed in alarm, and he swiftly retreated. He hadn't expected Kunpeng's cultivation to have advanced so rapidly. Kunpeng sneered, repelling both Yuanti and Jane with a single move. With a thought, he recalled his spiritual treasures, and without further entanglement swiftly swept the remaining 2 gourds into his sleeve. Meanwhile, the other treasure gourds had also found their owners. The 3 pure ones obtained the purple gold gourd and the green gourd. Nuwa took the white gourd. Dijuan and Tai seized the golden gourd. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi acquired a crimson gourd, and Kunpeng successfully obtained the black gourd and an unformed chaotic gourd. The various great powers hidden in the shadows saw that the treasures had been divided. Though reluctant, they could do nothing. Just as everyone was about to leave, Kunpeng secretly activated the Chaos Pearl and quietly gathered the entire gourd vine along with a handful of 9 heaven spirit soil beneath it. The moment the gourd vine and spirit soil entered the pearl, chaotic qi and the 5 elements power of the 5 square flags automatically enveloped them, beginning to nurture this primordial spiritual root. Fellow Taoist, you've made quite a harvest. Nuwa seemed to sense something, her beautiful eyes shifting as she looked at Kunpeng. Kunpeng smiled without a word, merely clasping his hands in a salute. He knew full well that the gourd vine and 9 heaven spirit soil were the greatest opportunity. After everyone had divided the gourds, they took their leave and departed. Kunpeng also bid farewell to Hongyun, Xinyuanzi, Nuwa, and the others, and was about to leave for the northern Ming. However, he saw Dijuan and Tai with their divine appearances restrained arriving together. They walked up to Kunpeng, clasped their hands, and smiled, Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, your display of might, this time overwhelming the two from the west, is truly gratifying. We brothers have long resided on the Sun Star. Today, having witnessed your excellence, would you do us the honor of visiting for a chat? Kunpeng's eyes flickered slightly, but his face showed a pleased expression. I have long heard that the Sun Star is the transformation of Peng's left eye. To be invited by you too, I am deeply honored. With that, Kunpeng followed Dejuan and Tai, transforming into streaks of light that soared straight up through the 9 heavens. Passing through layers of celestial aura, the view suddenly opened up. A massive fireball suspended in the void, its surface roiling with golden flames. It was the Sun Star. Fellow Taoist, please look. Tai waved his sleeve, and the sun true fire parted automatically, revealing a passage. The three passed through the fiery curtain, and inside was a hidden world. A red gold palace stood in the center of the sea of fire, and in front of the palace grew a giant tree with a golden red trunk. The primordial spiritual root, the Fusang tree. Entering the great hall, spirits born from the sun true fire had already presented celestial wine brewed from sun essence crystals. After 3 rounds of wine, Dejuan suddenly stood up and solemnly took out a ball of blazing golden flame. I observed earlier that fellow Taoist repelled the two from the west with a single move. Your 5 elements magical power is extraordinary. This is the essence of the sun true fire, a gift for you to comprehend the great Tao of fire as a token of meeting. Tai also took out a branch and handed it over. This branch is from the Fusang tree, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. It contains the primordial wood chi and the sun's origin laws. Today I present it to you to aid you in comprehending the great Tao. Kunpeng's expression was moved. These 2 gifts were indeed precious. The sun true fire was the source of all flames, greatly beneficial for his understanding of the way of water and fire harmony. As for the Fusang branch, if placed into the chaos pearl and nurtured with spiritual water and 9 heavens spirit soil, it might return to its origin and become a true primordial spiritual root. Truly a generous gift. He solemnly accepted. You two have given such generous gifts, I am unworthy. Dejuan smiled. Fellow Taoist, no need to be modest. To be honest, we brothers have something to discuss. His expression turned serious. Nowadays heaven and earth are in chaos and all races are in conflict. I observe that among the myriad races of the primordial world, those with scales and shells, beasts, birds, and aquatic creatures can all be classified as Yao demons. If we can unite all these tribes, it will be a blessing for the primordial world. Tai continued, fellow Taoist, you are the overlord of the northern Ming, ruling over tens of thousands of races in the north. If you could join. Kunpeng understood in his heart. They were trying to recruit him. He calmly set down his wine cup. I admire your grand ambitions, fellow Taoists. However, Kunpeng is by nature indifferent and accustomed to wandering, unable to bear constraints. Seeing Dejuan's expression slightly change, he shifted his tone. But if you two establish a power, I am willing to be an ally and join in the grand endeavor. Dejuan and Tai exchanged a glance. Although they hadn't achieved the ideal result, gaining Kunpeng's promise of assistance was already an unexpected joy. Dejuan raised his cup and smiled. With such words from you, the great matter can be accomplished. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones had obtained the purple gold and green jade gourds. Laozi stroked his beard and smiled. This item is fated for me, it can be used to hold pills. Yuanshir played with the green jade gourd, nodding with satisfaction. It is just right for my jade pure lineage. Tongtian, however, looked enviously at his 2 elder brothers' gains while he himself had empty hands. Second brother, third brother, since we have emerged from seclusion, let us travel through the primordial world. Laozi suggested. The 3 then departed on clouds, seeking opportunities near Mount Zhou. Suddenly the 3 pure ones felt a resonance and stopped at a valley. After sensing carefully, Laozi offered up the exquisite pagoda, sweeping out a stream of mystic yellow chi that shot toward the valley. Instantly the valley shone with 10,000 rays of rosy light. A 24-petal green lotus was budding with Tao runes flowing on its petals. It was none other than the creation green lotus, transformed from the seed of the chaos green lotus. Elder brother, this treasure. Yuanshir's breath quickened. But Laozi's expression was solemn. The heavenly Tao does not allow it to emerge. Before his words faded, a purple firmament, divine thunder, crashed down from the 9 heavens. The green lotus trembled violently and split into 3 in the thunder. The lotus root transformed into the Tai whisk, flying into Laozi's hand. The stem became the 3 treasures, jade rui, falling into Yuanshir's palm. The leaves turned into the Qingping sword caught by Tongtian. The 3 were stunned. Laozi suddenly realized, red flower, white lotus root, green lotus leaves. The 3 pure ones are originally one family. As these words were spoken, the 3 spiritual treasures resonated, as if revealing something in the unseen. On the Sun Star, Kunpeng smiled, stood up, and clasped his hands. Fellow Taoists, there are still important matters in the northern Ming. I shall take my leave. Dejuan and Tai did not detain him, and personally saw him off. After Kunpeng had left, Tai said in a low voice, brother, this person. No hurry. Dejuan watched the deep blue, flying light disappear into the sky. The urgent task now is to unite other great powers first. Since Kunpeng has accepted such generous gifts and promised his assistance, there will be time in the future. After departing from the Sun Star, Kunpeng did not return to the Northern Sea. Instead, he mused that since he had already ventured into the primordial starry sky, he might as well explore and see if he could uncover some treasures. Thus, he drifted on and on for what seemed an eternity. One day, as Kunpeng wandered aimlessly through the starry void, the chaos pearl within his sea of consciousness trembled faintly, emitting a wisp of aura that seemed to guide him in a certain direction. Following the subtle pull of that aura, Kunpeng journeyed onward and soon arrived at a star realm draped in a celestial violet canopy. The presence within the chaos pearl grew ever stronger. Suddenly, a violet star ahead blazed with overwhelming brilliance, outshining the myriad stars around it. A sharp gleam flashed in Kunpeng's eyes as he moved closer to the star. Yet before he could draw near, a streak of snowy light fled in panic from the violet star, pursued by a pitch-black, malevolent aura. Wherever it passed, stars trembled and the void warped. Was that a rabbit? Kunpeng focused his gaze and saw a pure white jade rabbit, its body wreathed in lunar essence, being chased by a ferocious, grotesque beast. The beast had a canine head and a dragon's body with 6 blood-red eyes, clearly an unintelligent, fierce beast. It roared. The dog-headed beast bellowed, spewing a torrent of green, baleful aura from its maw. The jade rabbit dodged too late, was grazed by the shockwave, its snowy fur stained with a hint of green, and its form wavered. Just as despair flickered in the jade rabbit's eyes, and it closed them, awaiting death, a voice rang out, "Humph! How dare a mere beast act so ferociously?" At the critical moment, a figure soared across the void, surrounded by 24 calming sea pearls that formed a barrier of the myriad realms, blocking the beast's attack. Boom! The void shook. The jade rabbit opened its eyes in astonishment to see a man in a cyan Taoist robe, with cascading jet-black hair, and an imposing stance, standing with his hands behind his back, shielding her. "You are?" the jade rabbit asked timidly. Kunpeng did not reply, but said calmly, "Little rabbit, keep your distance. I will slay this beast." Seeing that Kunpeng was willing to slay the beast that had been chasing her, the jade rabbit quickly transformed into a 7 or 8-year-old girl with snow-white hair hanging to her shoulders. She bowed respectfully. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." Kunpeng nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the beast. Although this creature lacked intelligence, it had devoured the essence of countless stars, and had actually reached the realm of a Great Luo golden immortal. With a thought, 4 primordial flags flew from his sleeve, each positioned in a cardinal direction, and his mana surged like a vast net, casting down upon the beast's head. The beast was instantly trapped in an inescapable net, thrashing wildly. Unhurried, Kunpeng gathered a ray of primordial light of wind and water at his fingertip. "Perish!" The word was uttered softly, and the ray of light streaked across. The beast's massive body stiffened abruptly, then crumbled like sand, leaving only a purple star core floating in the air. The little girl, transformed from the jade rabbit, stared in awe. Suddenly her body swayed, and the wound, tainted by the baleful aura, emitted an eerie green glow. She forced herself to bow. "Senior, your divine power." Before she could finish, she collapsed limply, and the skin beneath her snowy fur had turned a livid purple. Kunpeng frowned slightly, raised his hand to retrieve the beast's star core, and from the azure lotus banner flowed a primordial light, extracting a pure thread of wood vitality. He formed a sword gesture with his fingers and infused the wood vitality into Xiaoyu's forehead, while a sphere of water essence appeared in his palm, gently brushing over the wound corroded by the baleful aura. "Bear with it." As Kunpeng's words fell, the water and wood essences burrowed into the wound like living things. Xiaoyu's ears stiffened in pain, yet she saw the green toxic vapors being drawn out by the essences, hissing in the void before dissipating as green smoke. Xiaoyu's pale face gradually regained a rosy hue. She looked at Kunpeng in astonishment, then her expression turned to gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, senior. I have no way to repay you. If you ever need me, senior, please command me." Kunpeng nodded slightly, and said calmly, "Why are you here?" "Senior, I am a jade rabbit from the Tyne Star. I snuck out to play." Xiaoyu lowered her head in embarrassment. "I never expected to encounter such a ferocious creature." But Kunpeng was not looking at her, his gaze was fixed on the distant star suffused with purple essence. Seeing this, Xiaoyu quickly said ahead, "Is the Ziwei star the leader of all stars? When I was being chased by the beast, I sensed an extraordinary treasure deep within the star core." Before she finished, the chaos pearl in Kunpeng's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled and spontaneously emitted a wisp of chaotic energy, shooting outward. In an instant, the Ziwei star blazed with intense light, and a brilliant star beam extended like a bridge to Kunpeng's feet. "Senior, this is..." Xiaoyu's rabbit eyes widened, her long white ears perked up. Kunpeng seemed to ponder, then stepped onto the star bridge. "Come with me." Guided by the starlight, the two arrived at the core of Ziwei star. There, a translucent crystalline treasure map hovered at the center, its surface shimmering with the shadows of countless stars. It was the supreme grade innate treasure, the chart of the heavenly stars. So it is this. Kunpeng reached out and touched it. The chart of the heavenly stars instantly turned into a stream of light that merged into his brow, and within his sea of consciousness it revolved around the chaos pearl, manifesting the image of the celestial stars. With a flicker of thought, projections of 365 stars appeared around him, each imbued with immense star power. Xiaoyu was dazzled and entranced. Suddenly recalling something, she said timidly, "Since you saved my life, Senior, how about accompanying me to the Tying Star as a guest? My two mistresses are the most hospitable." The Tying Star. Kunpeng felt a stir. Legend held that the Tying Star bore the innate moon laurel tree, which together with the Fusang tree of the sun star, symbolized yin and yang. He nodded very well. Xiaoyu was overjoyed and hopped ahead to lead the way. Several years later, after passing through layers of star radiance, a magnificent sight unfolded. A bright, pristine moon hung in the void, its cold lunar light flowing like water. Before the moon palace, a towering laurel tree stood with a canopy as broad as an umbrella, its silver-white branches adorned with star-like specks. "Mistress, Xiaoyu is back." As soon as she landed, Xiaoyu transformed into her original form and scampered into the moon palace. Before long, two peerless goddesses appeared together. The woman on the left wore a golden-patterned white robe, dignified and graceful. The woman on the right was wrapped in silver gauze, cool and ethereal. They were the masters of the Tying Star, Shi He and Chang Shi. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving Xiaoyu." Shi He bowed gracefully, her voice like a clear spring striking stone. "This little one sneaked out and nearly caused a great disaster." Chang Shi's gaze was as limpid as water, and she gently stroked the jade rabbit in her arms. "The Tying Star rarely receives guests. Since you are here, fellow Taoist, why not try some moon laurel brew?" Upon entering the Guanghan Palace, a crystal table was already set with exquisite nectar and jade wine. Chang Shi raised her delicate hand, and a few silver blossoms drifted down from the laurel branch, falling into the cups and sending forth a fragrant aroma. Kunpeng took a sip and felt his primordial spirit clear, his insights into the way of tying deepening somewhat. During the feast, they discussed the Tao. Shi spoke of the principle of intergeneration of yin and yang, and Chang Shi demonstrated the method of refining the form with tying. Kunpeng in turn expounded on the way of wind and water and the mysteries of space, causing the two goddesses' beautiful eyes to sparkle with fascination. Several thousand years later, Kunpeng rose to take his leave. Shi suddenly broke off a branch of the moon laurel and solemnly offered it to him. "We cannot repay your kindness in saving Xiaoyu. This branch, though not the main tree, contains the essence of tying and may assist you in comprehending the great Tao of tying." Kunpeng accepted the branch. At the cut, silver light swirled and faint Tao runes flickered. He rejoiced inwardly. If he planted this branch within the chaos pearl and nurtured it with the 9 heavens' divine soil, it might well grow into a second moon laurel tree. When he departed from the Tying Star, Xiaoyu reluctantly saw him off for 10,000 li. Kunpeng smiled and ruffled her adorable little head, then took out a feather and a scale. Under the infusion of his law power, the feather and scale transformed into a pendant with a flow of cyan and azure light. "This is formed from my own tail, feather and scale. It contains a trace of wind, water, and spatial power. Wear it, and it will enhance your flying speed. If you are in danger, activate that power, and you can instantly teleport billions of li away. I give this to you for protection." "Thank you, Senior." Xiaoyu reddened her eyes and hung the pendant around her neck. After bidding farewell to Xiaoyu, Kunpeng transformed into a ray of cyan azure escape light weaving through the primordial cosmos. Clutched in his hand was a dark gourd, its weight a quiet reminder of the bounty he had gathered upon his cosmic voyage. The chart of the 100,000 stars, the true fire of the sun, the Fusang branch, the laurel branch. Kunpeng's lips curved into a faint smile. Coupled with his acquisitions from Zhixiao Palace and the Honghuang Temple, this period of seclusion had proven remarkably prosperous. Lost in thought, the cosmos ahead contorted violently. A star tempest materialized without warning. Kunpeng's brows contracted as he prepared to veer aside, but the chaos pearl within his consciousness and the star chart both shuddered simultaneously. He brought himself to a halt, carefully attuning to the anomalous responses of both spiritual treasures. Within his spiritual consciousness, the chaos pearl rotated, radiating a soft, ethereal luminescence. Meanwhile, the star chart cast forth 365 stellar phantoms, resonating with some distant region of the cosmos. Following the resonance, Kunpeng's gaze swept toward the storm's core, where a faint trichromatic radiance flickered amidst the chaos. How intriguing. Kunpeng mused briefly, then 4 primordial ensigns materialized above his crown: the Xinhuang banner of Wuji, the Azure Lotus banner, the Li Di Yanguang banner, and the Xianyuan water control banner, arrayed at the 4 cardinal points to form a protective vortex of the 5 elements. In a flash of movement, Kunpeng plunged directly into the tempest. Inside, spatial dimensions grew wildly chaotic, an intricate web of fractures spiderwebbing across the void. Kunpeng carefully sidestepped each fracture while channeling the Chaos Pearl's protective aura around him, advancing gradually toward the trichromatic luminescence. Drawing nearer, the trichromatic radiance coalesced into its true form, a tricolor pool hidden within a cosmic fissure. Its waters ran crystal clear, yet radiated profound life, force, crimson amber, and violet halos dancing upon its surface. The waters of threefold radiance. Despite Kunpeng's composure, a gasp escaped him. This supreme treasure of the primordial cosmos, blending the divine waters of sun, moon, and stars, possessed the legendary power to resurrect the dead and restore life to bleached bones. Yet more extraordinary was the water's miraculous capacity to cultivate spiritual roots. Kunpeng swiftly produced the Chaos Pearl, his fingers weaving through mystical seals as he chanted incantations. The pearl ascended above the pool, shrouding it entirely in the swirling aura of primal chaos. With a swift whistle, every drop of the threefold radiance waters was drawn into the sacred chamber within the Chaos Pearl. The instant the pool disappeared, the cosmic storm ceased and began to collapse inward with violent force. Kunpeng dared not tarry. He became a streak of luminescence shooting clear of the tempest. Behind him, a thunderous boom shook the void as that entire star region collapsed into absolute nothingness. What a narrow escape. Kunpeng exhaled deeply, then a satisfied smile crossed his features. A calculated risk, yes, but most certainly worth it. Turning his awareness inward, Kunpeng observed the threefold radiance pool resting serenely within its own secluded chamber. The trichromatic glow upon its surface mingled harmoniously with the swirling chaos currents and five-element spiritual energies, creating a subtle resonance between them. It is time to return to the northern dark. Kunpeng turned his gaze northward and surged forward with multiplied velocity. Years passed. The sea of the northern dark, vast and unending. 10,000 zhang beneath the sea, at the ocean floor's deepest abyss, stood a palace, all aglow with radiant light, meticulously crafted by countless aquatic beings across the ages. Alighting at the palace gates, Kunpeng swept his sleeve, and the water curtain parted of its own accord. Within, the grand hall revealed another world entirely. Pavilions and terraces arranged with artful grace, spiritual springs and waterfalls interwoven throughout a scene that defied all expectation of the deep sea. With a casual gesture, Kunpeng dismissed the kneeling aquatic attendants and made straight for his meditation chamber. At the room's center rested a cold jade meditation cushion, its surface inscribed with profound Taoist sigils that drew in the unique dark essence of the northern dark. Seated upon the cold jade, Kunpeng produced the chart of the 100,000 stars. As the sacred map unfurled, 365 stellar phantoms encircled him, enacting the eternal dance of the cosmos. This chart was born of the primordial cosmos itself. Should he achieve complete refinement, it would grant him not only the power to deploy the grand formation of the 100,000 stars, but also the ability to harness stellar forces to divine the secrets of heaven. So this is how it works, Kunpeng murmured, his fingers weaving intricate seals as streams of spiritual energy flowed into the chart. Gradually, as the refinement deepened, the chart of the 100,000 stars began to merge with his primordial spirit. The stellar phantoms within the chart began to orbit along precise trajectories, each one projecting a filament of starlight that linked to Kunpeng's acupoints. When the final starlight connected, Kunpeng shuddered. His primordial spirit now entwined with the very cosmos itself, a subtle resonance spanning the primordial heavens. Hours passed in silence. Kunpeng could not tell how much time had elapsed. Now I understand, he murmured, opening his eyes. Stars seemed to wheel within his gaze. The grand formation of the 100,000 stars had taken its first form. Putting the star chart away, Kunpeng drew forth the origin of the true solar fire that Emperor Jun had gifted him. Though but the size of a fist, this golden flame harbored world-annihilating power. A mere touch could wound even an ordinary Luo golden immortal, yet Kunpeng, master of both wind and water, feared nothing with the 5 primal banners shielding his form. The true solar fire was the essence of flame itself, exactly opposite to the northern dark's primordial waters. If I can unravel its secrets, Kunpeng murmured, I may yet comprehend the harmony of water and fire. He carefully separated a single thread of the solar fire, wrapped it in spiritual power, and guided it inward. The scorching fire and freezing primordial waters collided within his meridians, clashing with tremendous force. Cold sweat beaded on Kunpeng's brow, yet he held fast, channeling both the fundamental power of wind and water and the transformative arts of the Chaos Pearl to guide the opposing forces into harmony. Time passed, and before he knew it, a clear and resonant cry echoed from within Kunpeng's body. Before his eyes, a vision manifested: on one side, towering tsunamis, on the other, flames engulfing the heavens. And at their boundary, a yin-yang fish drifted slowly, completing a perfect taiji formation. Water and fire in perfect balance, yin and yang giving birth to one another. Kunpeng burst into laughter as his cultivation surged forward, breaking through to the peak of Luo golden immortal, standing but one step from quasi-sagehood. After the breakthrough, Kunpeng turned his attention to the spiritual root branches he had gathered. Summoning the Chaos Pearl, he sank his divine consciousness into its depths. Within the Pearl sphere, a nascent world had already taken form, mountains rising and rivers flowing. To the east stood a peak carved from the primal stone of Peng, where the Daoan lightning tea tree stood solitary upon its summit, quietly drawing in the currents of chaos and the 5 elemental spiritual energies. At its heart lay fertile spiritual fields wrought from the 9 heavens, living earth mingled with soil from the Zhou Mountains. There at the center, a gourd vine bore a small chaos-hued gourd now shimmering with faint radiance. The Fusang branch embodies Yang, the laurel branchine, corresponding to the sun and moon. Kunpeng murmured. He produced 2 jade flasks, one holding the waters of threefold radiance, the other the true waters of the northern dark. He first carved 2 spiritual plots from the 9 heavens, living earth, one infused with embers of the solar fire, the other drenched in the essence of lunar radiance. Then he planted the Fusang branch in one and the laurel in the other. Little sprouts grow swiftly. Young trees reach toward the heavens. Kunpeng wove seals and chanted as he wielded the supreme grade innate treasure, the azure lotus banner, channeling the waters of threefold radiance and the vital essence of wood to nourish the 2 spiritual roots evenly. Miracles unfolded before his eyes. The Fusang branch shot upward, sprouting leaves of golden red hue within moments, a 3-foot sapling blazing like living flame. Beside it, the laurel branch unfurled silver-white luminescence, its leaves gleaming like crescent moons. More astonishing still, the 2 spiritual roots began to resonate with one another. Streams of yin and yang qi flowed between them, east to west, gradually weaving a miniature cycle of cosmic balance. Exquisite. Kunpeng laughed, clapping his hands in delight. Given enough time, these 2 spiritual roots might yet grow into towering monuments rivaling the 10 great spirit roots of the primordial world. Pondering further, Kunpeng produced the malefic star core he had obtained from Ziwei star, ground it to powder, and scattered it around the 2 spiritual roots. The star core, dust imbued with pure stellar power, was absorbed instantly upon touching the earth. Both the Fusang tree and laurel tree surged upward, starlight flickering briefly among their leaves and branches. With the 2 spiritual roots generating primordial yin and yang continuously, coupled with the chart of the 100,000 stars to channel stellar essence and nourish the world within the Chaos Pearl and the Pearl's own creative power, evolving all things. Kunpeng now saw that forging an independent realm beyond the primordial cosmos was no longer mere fantasy. Nodding in satisfaction, Kunpeng withdrew from the Chaos Pearl's realm. Next, Kunpeng produced the twin gourds from Zhou Mountain, the black one. It was pitch black throughout, dark golden patterns flowing across its surface, and extraordinarily heavy in his palm, as though it contained an entire universe. Let us see what mystery lies within. Kunpeng channeled spiritual power into the black gourd. An irresistible suction force immediately erupted from its mouth, devouring the chamber's spiritual energy like a tidal surge. A devouring property. Kunpeng's eyes flashed with excitement as he increased his power. The black gourd suction intensified further, creating a miniature vortex within the chamber. Even the fabric of space itself began to buckle. After a brief trial, Kunpeng discovered that the black gourd could devour not merely spiritual energy, but also spiritual treasures and divine techniques, and to a certain extent, even warp the fabric of space-time itself. Should I unleash it at full capacity, it could even devour the attacks of a Luo golden immortal. Kunpeng's eyes shone with excitement. An extraordinary treasure, he exclaimed, then commenced the refinement process. 42 primordial seals barred entry to the black gourd, and even with his current cultivation, Kunpeng spent several millennia fully refining them away. Cradling the now smooth black gourd, he felt a quiet surge of satisfaction. He had reached new heights of power. Upon completion of the refinement, the gourd dissolved into a stream of dark light that merged with his forehead, assuming its place within his consciousness alongside the Chaos Pearl and the star chart in a triangular configuration. Around them orbited the phantom forms of the 24 heavens, while the 4 banners hovered above, drawing sustenance from one another. My precious treasure. Henceforth you shall be known as the Northern Dark Heaven-Devouring Gourd. Kunpeng measured the passage of time. The second lecture of Zhixiao Palace was drawing near. It was time to set out. Before departing, Kunpeng summoned the 5 primal directional banners and the star chart, establishing 2 defensive arrays, a minor 5 elements grand formation and a simplified version of the 100,000 stars formation. With these dual protections, even ordinary Luo golden immortals would find it nearly impossible to breach the newly built underwater palace without Kunpeng's express permission. Chaotic currents surged beyond the 33rd heavens, and Kunpeng transformed into a cyan dark escape light traversing through the void. Above his head, 4 primordial banners hung down, streams of profound light isolating the rampant chaotic qi. Though the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace was still thousands of years away, the great powers of the wild ancient era had already begun their journeys for some located far away, would need millennia just to travel. Kunpeng suddenly halted, a flicker of strangeness in his eyes. He keenly sensed a subtle disturbance in the void ahead, far from a natural chaotic current. Kunpeng stopped immediately, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Who is that skulking rodent hiding and showing no face? Why not reveal yourself?" A sinister laugh echoed from the void, followed by a surge of blood light, and a vast sea of blood materialized out of thin air. Amidst the churning blood waves, a black-robed Taoist gradually emerged. His face was sinister, eyes blood-red, and a blood-colored mark on his brow writhed like a living creature. He stood upon a 12-pin karmic fire red lotus with two blood-red swords hanging at his waist, the Yuan Tu and Abai swords. The surrounding blood-fiend aura condensed to a tangible extent, and his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo realm. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, your perception is indeed sharp. Kunpeng's eyes flickered, recognizing the identity. So it's fellow Taoist Mingi. Why are you not heading to Zhixiao Palace in haste, but instead hiding in this chaotic void to block my path? Mingi Ancestor let out a sinister chuckle, the blood sea roiling in response. I heard that fellow Taoist Kunpeng obtained 2 primordial gourds at Buzhou Mountain. I have been waiting here specially. As he spoke, the karmic fire beneath his feet flared, and the Yuan Tu and Abai swords hummed with a sharp clang. Kunpeng understood in his heart this old fiend coveted his gains. That day at Buzhou Mountain, Mingi lurked in the shadows, but failed to seize anything. Now he sets an ambush here. Fellow Taoist, your information travels fast. However, the gourds have already recognized their master. I am afraid you will be disappointed. Is that so? Mingi's eyes blazed with blood light. I see that the black gourd has a destined connection with me. Please, fellow Taoist Kunpeng, lend it to me for a look. Before the words faded, Mingi's blood aura surged like an ocean, instantly filling the void. Thousands upon thousands of blood god clones emerged from the mist, raining down upon Kunpeng like a torrential storm. How dare you? Kunpeng snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 4 primordial banners unfurled simultaneously. The Wuji apricot yellow banner stood above his head, cascading myriad streams of profound yellow qi. The Qinglian treasure banner on his left evolved into Ewood green lotuses. The Li Di flame banner on his right gave rise to a golden crow's cry. The Xianyuan water control banner behind him formed a barrier of northern abyss true water. The 4 banners linked, distributing the 5 elements' power across the 4 directions, forming a giant net that instantly trapped all the attacking blood god clones, immobilizing them. Seeing his attack fail and countless blood god clones trapped, Mingi was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly offered up the Yuan Tu and Abai swords, crossing them to slash out. 2 blood-colored sword beams tore through the void, aiming at the primordial 5-directional banner that had pinned the blood god clones, seeking to break the net. However, how could Kunpeng allow that? 24 celestial realms shimmered around him like brilliant stars, radiating endless light. Driven by Kunpeng's peak Great Luo golden immortal power, the 24 calming sea pearls shot forward like dazzling meteors, intercepting the 2 sword beams before they could strike. Boom. Rumble. Chaotic gales howled, and the void trembled. The 2 blood-colored sword beams, carrying endless killing and sharpness, tore through the void, yet were easily blocked by the barriers of the 24 celestial realms formed by the pearls. How can this be? Mingi's face changed drastically in disbelief. He channeled his mid-stage Great Luo power into the Yuan Tu and Abai swords, unleashing a torrent of blood-colored sword beams, like 1,000 swords returning to their origin, sweeping forward with overwhelming might. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds rang like pearls falling onto a jade plate. The tens of thousands of sword beams were all blocked and repelled by the barriers of the 24 celestial realms. Kunpeng smiled faintly at Mingi, whose face was as dark as water and tinged with fear. Fellow Taoist, you wanted to see the gourd, didn't you? I'll show you now. Watch closely. With that, he raised his arm gently like flowing clouds, and the northern abyss heaven-swallowing gourd shot out like lightning. The gourd's mouth turned abruptly like a heaven-devouring maw collect. As Kunpeng infused his power, a terrifying suction force erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping up the blood god clones pinned by the 5-directional banners and the surrounding chaotic gales, all drawn into the gourd. When the last blood god clone was swallowed, the gourd's mouth sealed tightly. Kunpeng held the gourd like a rare treasure, gently shaking it, and said with a broad smile, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your generous gift. I gratefully accept this gourd full of blood gods." Ha! What? A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Mingi's face turned pale. These blood god clones were each nurtured with the essence of the blood sea and a sliver of his own origin, consuming countless efforts and time. The loss of tens of thousands wounded his spirit and pained him deeply. Mingi's fury erupted. He drove the karmic fire red lotus beneath him, generating an endless sea of fire that surged toward Kunpeng like crashing waves. Kunpeng stood with his hands behind his back, and with a light wave of his hand a torrent of solar true fire surged out, forming a fiery dragon that charged head-on into the sea of fire from the karmic fire Red Lotus. Where the fire dragon passed, the endless sea of fire was split open like a wave, the dragon piercing through the center and crashing fiercely toward Mingyi's position. Mingyi's pupils contracted. He hurriedly urged the karmic fire Red Lotus to form a protective divine light. Boom! Another thunderous roar rent the space and chaotic gales raged. A blood-colored stream of light flew out, turning into an escape light that sped into the distance. Mingyi's voice echoed from the shattered void. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, I admit defeat this time. Kunpeng stood still watching the fleeing Mingyi and did not give chase. Not because he couldn't catch up, but because it was unnecessary. The second lecture at Xixiao Palace was approaching, the main matter was pressing. As for Mingyi, he shook his head. Defeating him was easy, but killing him thoroughly was unlikely. He recalled a saying from his past life. As long as the blood sea endures, Mingyi is immortal. There was no need to waste time. With that thought, Kunpeng willed his spiritual treasures into his consciousness, transformed into a cyan dark escape light, and headed towards Xixiao Palace. Passing through layers of chaos, a palace shrouded in purple qi gradually appeared. Before Xixiao Palace, many figures had already gathered in small groups discussing the Tao. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, a hearty voice called out. Honghuang, Ancestor, and Xinyuanzi arrived together. Honghuang, still in his red Taoist robe, smiled warmly. Xinyuanzi held the earth book, his expression serene. Kunpeng returned the greeting with a cupped fist. Fellow Taoists, you are both well. Xinyuanzi's gaze lingered on Kunpeng for a moment, then he laughed. 10,000 years have passed, and your aura is even richer, your demeanor more splendid than before. This remark drew the attention of many nearby great powers. Nuwa and Fushi also approached. Nuwa smiled gently. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your advancement in the Tao. Kunpeng said modestly, a minor gain, nothing worth mentioning. You are too humble. Fushi chuckled softly while strumming his zither. As they exchanged pleasantries, dozens of streams of light shot toward them from afar, arriving in an instant. At the forefront, two golden beams descended, revealing Dijuan and Tai. Dijuan said with a hearty laugh, fellow Taoist Kunpeng, since our parting at the Sun Star, your demeanor has grown even more impressive. Kunpeng looked behind him, slightly surprised. It was none other than dozens of great powers at the early Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Dijuan, sensing Kunpeng's gaze, immediately showed a hint of complacency. He then raised his hand to signal and began introducing the person behind him. Taoist Kunpeng, this is Base. As Dijuan was enthusiastically introducing to Kunpeng, the gate of Xixiao Palace suddenly creaked, opened slowly, interrupting Dijuan's words. A child's voice came. All senior brothers and sisters, the master is about to begin the lecture. Please enter and take your seats. Upon hearing this, the great cultivators tidied their robes and filed in one after another. Kunpeng looked at Dijuan, Tai, and the others, slightly cupped his hands in salute, and said seriously, Taoist friends, the sage's lecture on the Tao is of utmost importance. After the lecture, I will chat with you all. With that, Kunpeng turned and entered the hall. As he passed by Jane and Zhuanti, he clearly sensed two venomous gazes, but he paid them no heed and walked straight to his own cushion. Within Xixiao Palace, the rhythm of the Tao flowed. Kunpeng sat cross-legged on his cushion, musing inwardly. After this lecture, the landscape of the primordial world is likely to undergo great changes. Dijuan and Tai are ambitious, and they already have dozens of Daluo golden immortals following them. It seems I must prepare early. As he pondered, a hazy figure silently appeared on the high platform. Hongjun appeared silently on the cushion, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd below. This time, I will lecture on the quasi-saint path. Within Xixiao Palace, immortal light swirled, and purple qi coiled. Hongjun sat upright on the highest cushion, floating in the air with vast purple qi around him and a natural Tao rhythm. He slightly opened his eyes, and within his pupils seemed to swirl scenes of the primordial chaos. His voice resonated like a great bell. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name. As soon as his words fell, celestial flowers rained down, and golden lotuses surged from the ground. The 3,000 great Taos manifested into substance, transforming into brilliant chains of law that interwove in the void. Everyone held their breath in concentration. Kunpeng in particular took out a piece of enlightenment tea leaf and swallowed it. The chaos pearl in his primordial spirit and divine sense churned wildly, deducing to the extreme, lest he miss this supreme Tao rhythm. For a Daluo, the primordial spirit comprehends heaven and earth, the chest harbors the 5 qi, the crown opens the 3 flowers, the Dharma power is like an ocean, and the physical body is like a mountain. For a quasi-saint, one must comprehend the true essence of one's own Tao. Hongjuan's Tao tone reverberated, each word exploding like thunder. Laws are the foundation of the great Tao. As the Tao tone deepened, the Tao rhythm within the hall condensed into purple-gold mist. Tongtian was the first to comprehend. The green lotus sword evolved a shadow of sword erase. With a raise of his sword-like brows, he shouted, "Break!" The Shangqing immortal light surged directly, entering the late Luo stage. Yuanshi's Dharma powers surged around him. The three treasures Rui floated before him, and the Yuqing immortal light shot straight into the heavens, shining brilliantly, also breaking through to the late Luo golden immortal stage. Laozi was the most composed. The heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda hung down 10,000 strands of Xianhuang, qi effortless, yet vast, finally reaching the peak of Luo golden immortal. The Dao rhythm disturbance caused by the three pure ones breakthroughs made Jane and Juni's expressions change slightly. Of the two Westerners, one appeared majestic and solemn, the other showed a compassionate face. Jane's body radiated golden light, revealing the golden body Dharma appearance he had cultivated through arduous practice for years. The next moment his aura connected with the seven treasures wonderful tree in Junti's hand. After a short while both stepped into the late Luo golden immortal stage, though their auras were slightly unstable. Nua's demeanor was elegant and otherworldly, with creation qi manifesting around her. A white gourd stood before her, light and shadow flowing. With a clear and melodious Dao tone, her cultivation reached the late Luo stage. Fuxi closed his eyes and played the zither 8 trigrams runes swirling around him, also breaking through. Dijuan and Tai were the most dazzling. The solar true fire transformed into a golden crow shadow, and the chaos bell's sound shook the void. Their auras merged, and both broke through to the late Luo golden immortal stage simultaneously. Zenyuanzi unfolded his accompanying earth book, and Hongyuan revealed the 99 soul-scattering gourd. One was imbued with earth vein qi, the other wrapped in red clouds, both stepping into the late Luo stage. Mingyi Laozu's body stirred with a sea of blood. The two swords Yuantu and Abi crossed and floated before him, emitting streaks of blood light. The karmic fire red lotus beneath him shone brilliantly, and his cultivation also advanced to the late Luo stage. However, because he had previously fought a great battle with Kunpeng, his blood god avatar was taken, causing damage to his mind and spirit, making his qi slightly unstable. Just as the immortals were breaking through, Kunpeng's place was unusually calm. His eyes were slightly closed, and in his sea of consciousness the chaos pearl was evolving the great Dao. Suddenly 4 primordial banners fluttered without wind. The Wuji Xinghuang banner hung down Xianhuang, Qi the Qinglian Bao's banner bloomed with emu green light, the Lidi Yingguang banner blazed with flames, and the Xianyuan Kongshui banner surged with true water. The 4 banners stood in 4 directions, and the 24 calming sea pearls evolved into myriad heavens. Amidst this cycle of 5 elements, a Taiji shadow appeared behind Kunpeng with yin and yang fish intertwined, slowly rotating. So that's it. Kunpeng suddenly opened his eyes, and within his pupils galaxies inverted. The Hunyuan Dao fruit is truly marvelous, quasi-saint achieved. At this moment Kunpeng officially stepped into the quasi-saint realm, becoming the first being besides Hanjun in Zixiao Palace to break through to quasi-saint. The moment Kunpeng broke through, the Dao rhythm celebrated. Wisp after wisp of purple clouds coiled around him, as if cheering and rejoicing. The entire Zixiao Palace trembled at that moment. Everyone inside sensed it, and opened their eyes. Their expressions varied. The 3 pure ones' faces changed drastically. Laozi's wisp trembled slightly. He really took this step. Yuanshi's face darkened, and Tong Tian's eyes gleamed with sharp light. Nuwa pressed her lips lightly, her face showing shock. Fuxi's hands froze on the zither, stunned on the spot. The 2 Westerners' faces turned ashen. Tai stood up, solar true fire splashing. Dijuan pressed down on Tai's shoulder with force, his knuckles turning white. The might of a quasi-saint, Hongyun murmured. Zenyuanzi took a deep breath. Daoist Kunpeng's comprehension is astonishing, terrifyingly so. Mingyi trembled all over, his eyes filled with inexplicable horror. Hongjuan's gaze shifted slightly, glancing imperceptibly at Kunpeng. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "This second lecture on the quasi-saint path has ended. You may return after 10,000 years. With that his figure slowly faded away. After Hongjuan's figure vanished, the crowd bid farewell to each other and left Zixiao Palace one after another. As Kunpeng stepped out of the palace gate, he saw Dijuan and Tai approaching together, followed by several powerful beings with formidable auras, the future 10 demon saints. "Daoist Kunpeng," Dijuan said with a beaming smile, cupping his hands, "congratulations on entering the quasi-saint realm. My brother and I intend to establish the demon clan, and we need a great being like you to oversee it." Tai also laughed and echoed, "If you are willing to join, you will sit equally with us and jointly rule the demon clan." Kunpeng's gaze swept over the demons behind them, and he smiled calmly. "I appreciate your kind intentions, Daoist friends. However, I am not fond of constraints. How about this? I can take the position of Demon Master, offering strategies for the demon clan, but I will only follow orders when summoned, not when commanded." A glint of sharp light flashed in Dijuan's eyes. Tai was about to speak, but Dijuan stopped him. "Good. The position of Demon Master is equivalent to the demon clan's sovereign. With that, he took out a gilded token. This is the 10,000 demon token. Holding it commands, all demons. Kunpeng accepted the token knowing it was Dejuan's test. He said meaningfully, if the demon clan needs help in the future, and if it is within my power, I will naturally assist. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and departed. Tai frowned. Elder brother, this man. Dejuan watched Kunpeng leave. It's fine as long as he accepts the karmic ties. The lingering echoes of the Tao rhythm from the Zixiao palace had yet to dissipate when the myriad great beings scattered like constellations, each vanishing into the depths of the wild. The chaotic currents of primordial qi regathered beyond the 33 heavens, and the Zixiao palace concealed itself within as if it had never appeared. Transforming into an azure-black stream of light, Kunpeng pierced through the layers of astral winds. As the profound, icy breath of the northern sea's abyss rushed toward him, the 10,000 demon token within his sleeve emitted a faint flickering glow. This gilded token bore the engraving of two three-legged golden crows seemingly overlooking the world with an air of lofty disdain, a presage of the storm about to sweep across the primordial wilderness. At the bottom of the northern sea's abyss, the newly erected North Sea Palace pulsed gently with the tides. Its pillars and beams, forged from 10,000-year-old mystic ice, mixed with star iron, reflected the starlight drawn down by the small Zhoutian star array. Kunpeng sat cross-legged on a cold jade mat in the secret chamber. The chaos pearl hovered before his brow, breaking down the quasi-sage Tao he had heard in the Zixiao palace into billions of luminous points. Above his head, 4 of the 5 primordial heaven-warding flags revolved slowly. Within the light curtains, each banner cast the true essence of the laws manifested by Honghuang was reenacted beneath the weight of the earth flag. The law of the earth resonated with the terrestrial veins. In the azure light of the green lotus flag, the vitality of which simulated the growth of all things. Amidst the flames of the fire flag, the rhythm of destruction and rebirth of the fire element grew clearer. Within the roar of the water flag, the northern seas, true water, established a secret connection with the water laws of the 4 seas of the primordial world. A millennium passed imperceptibly in contemplation. When Kunpeng finally merged the last trace of the 5 elements within his body into the illusory shadow of the Yin-Yang Taiji's rotation, his cultivation at the early quasi-sage stage settled as steadily as the deep northern sea. The moment he opened his eyes, the profound dark water around the North Sea Palace suddenly reversed and evaporated, forming a starry canopy above the underwater palace. A curtain of light woven from the reflection of the Zhoutian star shard upon the water that broadcasted scenes from all corners of the primordial land in real time. Kunpeng rejoiced inwardly. Having attained the quasi-sage realm, he had initially grasped the power of laws. With the aid of his spiritual treasures, he could now covertly observe the entire primordial world without leaving his abode. Atop Mount Kunlun, the clouds churned around the 3 pure ones Tao field. The Supreme Elder sat quietly in his newly established temple. The heavenly and earthly profound yellow exquisite pagoda floated above his head, and the profound yellow qi cascading down had already condensed into an illusory image of the Taiji's yin and yang coexisting. His eyes half closed, his aura seemed ordinary, yet it was as unshakable as the primordial earth. The pressure of a peak Luo golden immortal was restrained to the utmost, as if with a single thought, he could step across the threshold of the quasi-sage realm. Suddenly his brow twitched slightly, as if he had sensed something. He gently waved his Taiji dust whisk, and the scene above the North Sea Abyss Palace went dark, rendering it impossible to see anything further. Had he been discovered? Kunpeng sighed, inwardly lamenting that the Supreme Elder, indeed the foremost of the 3 pure ones of Peng, was the most deeply hidden aside from Honghuang. Since he could no longer see, he would shift his gaze to another. On another peak not far from Kunlun, within a newly built palace, the Jade Pure Original sat on the main seat. He wore a Taoist robe adorned with 12 symbols, his nostrils turned upward, exuding a majestic aloofness that kept others at a distance. A vermilion mark on his brow shimmered with pure primordial jade pure qi. At that moment he was rebuking a disciple yellow dragon. Do you, a creature of fur and horns, dare to call yourself a sage? In the future, to enter the gates of the jade pure, you must first shed your beastly form. No sooner had the words been spoken than the cheerful laughter of Tongtian rang out from outside the hall. Tongtian entered the hall carrying the green lotus sword on his back, followed by his 4 chief disciples, Duobao Golden Spirit, Tortoise Spirit, and Wudong, each radiating an imposing aura. He looked at his elder brother and smiled. Second brother, why must you be so rigid? The great Tao has 3,000 paths. Why distinguish between human form and beastly shape? With that he swung his sword, and a streak of sword light cut through the void, darkening the scene Kunpeng was secretly observing. On Phoenix Perch Mountain, near Mount Zhou, the 8 trigrams diagram revolved slowly under the dome of Fushi's cave. Fushi held yarrow stalks, seemingly engaged in divining the fate of the primordial world. Dressed in a white robe, he appeared refined and scholarly, yet exuded a profound depth of insight into the secrets of heaven. Nuwa meanwhile sat in another cave beside Fushi's. A white gourd hung before her, and the creative chi coalesced at her fingertips in a scene of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. She wore a multicolored cloud robe. When she lowered her head, the shadows cast by her eyelashes seemed to conceal the mysteries of the creation and destruction of all things. In the barren lands of the west, the Dao fields of Jane and Junti were enveloped in golden light. Jane remained as withered as an old tree, yet he sat cross-legged on a stone. Around him, golden light coalesced into billions of benevolent, merciful phantoms, though deep within those phantoms lurked a barely perceptible shadow. Junti held the seven treasures wonderful tree, whose radiant light washed over the broken veins of the western land. His mournful countenance grew even more bitter with every glance. At the Wanshou Mountains, 5 villages, Manors in Yuanzi was nourishing the ginseng fruit tree with the earth book. Clad in a yellow Taoist robe, as his fingers brushed the tree, the chi of the earth veins flowed into the roots like streams. Nearby, Red Cloud was sleeping soundly, clutching a wine gourd. The 99 soul-scattering gourd hovered above his head, surrounded by crimson clouds from which pure fire chi occasionally escaped. Though this good-natured old fellow of the primordial world had reached the peak of Luo, he remained unchanged in his carefree nature, muttering in his sleep, "Brother Jin, give me one more ginseng fruit, just one. Delicious smack, good brother, delicious smack." Deep in the blood sea, the aura of the Nether River Patriarch was colder than ever. He sat upon the 12-grade karmic fire red lotus with the twin swords Yuanshu and Abi trembling between his knees. The blood patterns on the blades had increased by 30% compared to before. Ever since Kunpeng had taken away tens of thousands of his blood god children, the Nether River Patriarch had been using the essence of the blood sea to reforge his avatars. Now the blood fiendish chi around him had nearly solidified. The pressure of a peak Luo was laced with a destructive, world-shattering malice. Countless vengeful spirits howled within the blood sea, but he casually gathered them into blood beads and merged them into the twin swords. Though this man was reclusive, he had never abandoned his obsession with surpassing the higher realms. On the sun star, the auras of Dijuan and Tai had grown as blazing as a fixed star. Dijuan, clad in an imperial Taoist robe, had the sun's true fire coalesced into a totem of a 3-legged golden crow on his brow. He was in council with 10 great demons of the Luo golden immortal realm. Among them, a demon named Baze held a golden scroll made of beast hide, calmly narrating the strengths and weaknesses of the various primordial clans before the assembly. Tai toyed with the chaos bell, whose star patterns were clearer than before. Half of his peak Luo aura had merged with the bell's resonance. These two leaders of the demon race were weaving a vast net over the primordial world with the sun star as their core. Elsewhere at the West, Kunlun's Yaopool, the Queen Mother of the West, held the plain cloud banner, her radiance linking with the female veins of West Kunlun. Her aura as a late-stage Luo golden immortal grew stronger. The Eastern Duke, hidden on an immortal island in the Eastern Sea, was surrounded by pure yang energy, also reaching the late-stage Luo golden immortal realm. On the moon star, the lunar power of Shiha and Changshi grew ever purer. When the sisters joined forces, they could even slow the flow of the starry river, both firmly established in the late Luo golden immortal stage. Countless other great beings lurked in their cave heavens and blessed lands. The burning lamp Taoist, holding the vulture lamp, contemplating the path of extinction on Vulture Mountain, Methria, the 9 heavens, mysterious woman Dewey, a true man, and the chieftains of the myriad primordial clans. Though not comparable to the top powers, they were still at the early Luo golden immortal level. All within the North Sea Palace, Kunpeng gazed at the water curtain above, which displayed the myriad images of the primordial beings. He raised his hand, and the vast water curtain gradually dissolved into nothingness. He took out the North Sea swallowing heaven gourd. A beam of red light shot from the gourd's mouth, and several red pills instantly appeared in his palm. The pills were dark red with 9 dark veins flowing across their surfaces. A faint whiff of blood fiendish chi assailed his nostrils. The abyss of Biming, Palace of Biming. The crimson pill on Kunpeng's fingertip exuded a dense aura of blood and slaughter. This was the blood fiend Dao pill, refined from tens of thousands of blood godsons from the river Styx. It could replenish blood chi and solidify the origin. Though it was of little effect for those above the Great Luo golden immortal stage, it was immensely beneficial for cultivators below that realm. He glanced at it and stored the pill into a jade bottle. Now that he had reached the quasi-sage realm, the pill was of little use to him, but he could offer it as a gift to his juniors in the future. 1,000 years in seclusion, it's time to go out and take a walk. Kunpeng rose, and with a flicker of his form he appeared above the North Sea. The North Sea was vast and boundless, where the profound, dark, heavy water froze time and space, making it impossible for ordinary beings to survive. Yet under Kunpeng's divine sense sweep, he could detect that within the North Sea, beneath the dark ice in the deep seas, or at the bottom of hidden abysses, countless cold-resistant aquatic creatures had been born, including 1,000-year-old black tortoises, 10,000-year-old ice flood dragons, and North Sea great sharks. Sensing Kunpeng's aura, they emerged from all corners, leaped above the water, and bowed in reverence. Greetings, Ancestor Kunpeng. The voices of thousands of aquatic beings converged like tidal waves crashing against the shore, filled with reverence for the mighty. Kunpeng's gaze swept over the beings below. Although their cultivation was not high, they were the foundation of the North Sea. He pondered for a moment and then declared, I have emerged from seclusion today. Seeing that your cultivation is not easy, I shall preach the Tao here for 100 years, helping you comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. At these words, the aquatic beings below erupted into excitement, each showing ecstatic expressions, and bowed again. Thank you for your grace, Ancestor. Kunpeng nodded slightly, and with a movement of his form, he stood in the void above the North Sea. Around him, divine light of dark cyan and deep black circulated, and 4 primal banners hung behind him, emitting a faint pressure that inspired awe in the beings without causing fear. The Tao gives birth to 1-1, gives birth to 2-2, gives birth to 3-3, gives birth to all things. Kunpeng spoke, his Tao voice flowing like a clear spring, instantly spreading throughout the entire North Sea. He did not directly explain profound techniques. Instead, he began with the most fundamental Tao, using simple and understandable language to expound the origins and operating laws of all things in heaven and earth. Water is the softest yet the hardest, yet can benefit all things, and also overturn a boat. He integrated the environment of the North Sea, focusing on the great Tao of water. The profound, dark, heavy water around the palace of Peng seemed to be summoned, slowly pulsing and forming ripples of water, transmitting Kunpeng's Tao voice to every corner of the North Sea. The aquatic beings below held their breath and concentrated, listening with full attention. The 1,000-year-old black tortoise stretched its head above the water, its eyes glinting with wisdom. The 10,000-year-old ice flood dragon coiled its body, striving to comprehend the changes of the water Tao. The North Sea great sharks gathered together, exchanging insights with their fins. Time passed, and the years slipped away quietly. One day, a tremendous commotion suddenly came from the depths of the North Sea as a massive giant turtle slowly ascended. The giant turtle's shell was broad like a moving island, covered with mysterious patterns that faintly connected to the earth veins of the North Sea. Its limbs were thick and powerful. Each stroke of its legs stirred up towering waves. This is... A flicker of surprise crossed Kunpeng's eyes. He could sense that this giant turtle contained vast power of earth and water elements, gifted with extraordinary talent, a rare prodigy. After ascending, the giant turtle did not prostrate like other beings. Instead, it raised its head, gazed fervently at Kunpeng, and said in a deep, rumbling voice, Junior Xuanwu, having heard of the Ancestor's sermon, has come specially to seek guidance. Kunpeng looked at Xuanwu and nodded. What are your doubts? Xuanwu said solemnly, Junior comprehends the Tao of water and the Tao of earth, but does not know how to merge them. Please, Ancestor, enlighten me. Kunpeng smiled slightly and said, Water and earth seem to counteract each other, but in truth they nurture each other. Water can moisten earth, earth can hold water. When combined, they achieve both hardness and softness. Watch closely. With that, Kunpeng pointed his finger, and a stream of profound origin true water flew out, landing on Xuanwu's shell. At the same time, he drew a wisp of earthly soil qi and merged it into the true water. The profound origin true water flowed on Xuanwu's shell, gradually merging with the earth patterns on the shell, forming a peculiar protective barrier that possessed both the flexibility of water and the solidity of earth. Seeing this, Xuanwu suddenly had a revelation. Feeling the changes on its shell, it said excitedly, Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor. Junior understands now. Kunpeng said, Your talent is extraordinary, and you are fated with me. I wish to take you as my disciple and impart the great Tao to you. Are you willing? Hearing this, Xuanwu was stunned at first, then overjoyed. It quickly prostrated on the ground and said reverently, Junior is willing. Pay respects to Master. Kunpeng nodded with satisfaction and said, Rise. From today you are my first disciple. The surrounding aquatic beings, seeing this, offered congratulations to Kunpeng, and Xuanwu, their envy evident. Kunpeng continued preaching the Tao to the North Sea beings while Xuanwu listened attentively, occasionally asking for guidance. Its comprehension was extremely high. It understood at a single point, and its cultivation advanced rapidly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under Kunpeng's sermon, the overall strength of the North Sea beings greatly improved, and many talented creatures emerged. And Xuanwu lived up to expectations, its cultivation soaring from the late Tai Golden Immortal stage to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, becoming the strongest being in the North Sea besides Kunpeng. The sermon ended and the North Sea beings dispersed to cultivate in seclusion. Kunpeng took Xuanwu back to the palace of Peng. Inside the hall, cold mist swirled. The minor 5 elements array and the minor Zhoutian star array hung from the dome, with 5-element halos flowing and reflecting starlight. Kunpeng sat in the main seat looking at Xuanwu, who stood respectfully with bowed head, and said solemnly, Since you have entered my sect, you should have a cultivation method to rely on. With that, he pointed his finger, and a beam of azure light shot out from his fingertip, entering Xuanwu's brow. Xuanwu felt a thunderous roar in its mind, and a profound mystic technique slowly unfolded, the Honghuang water control art. This technique rooted in the Biming true water could channel the waters of the four seas, gather profound dark cold energy, and synergize with earth element power perfectly tailored for Xuanwu. This technique is created by me based on my own insights. Study it well. As soon as Kunpeng finished speaking, he took out from his sleeve a bottle of Blood Fiend, Dao pills, a cold ice armor, and a spear formed from mystic water. The Blood Fiend Dao pills were refined from the Blood God Sun clone of the river Styx in the Biming sky-swallowing gourd. They could enhance blood chi and replenish the origin, with significant effects for those below the Great Luo golden immortal stage. The armor was refined from 10,000-year-old mystic ice silk, mixed with North Sea mystic iron. It was entirely azure with water ripple patterns flowing on its plates, and faint mist rising. It was the post-celestial spiritual treasure, cold ice armor. The mystic water spear had a cold sharp tip and a shaft wrapped in flowing water shadows. When swung, it could draw water vapor from tens of millions of li around, and was called the sea overturning spear. These are all relics from the prosperous era of the Dragon Clan, post-celestial spiritual treasures I obtained from the old Dragon Palace site. Kunpeng pushed the two treasures toward Xuanwu. The cold ice armor protects your body, and the sea overturning spear enhances your offensive power. Although your original body is strong, you still need external aids to establish yourself in the primordial world. Xuanwu looked at the pill bottle, and the two spiritual treasures, exuding dense spiritual energy, a flicker of excitement in its eyes. It knew well that pills and spiritual treasures were rare in the primordial world, and this set of offensive and defensive post-celestial treasures was like adding wings to a tiger. Without further hesitation, it stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for your gift. Your disciple will not disappoint your expectations and will achieve the great Tao as soon as possible." Kunpeng nodded slightly. "Your talent is extraordinary and your temperament is steady. As long as you cultivate steadily, your future achievements will be limitless. From now on, you will guard the North Sea and lead the aquatic beings. When you have achieved success in cultivation, I will impart deeper, true meanings of the great Tao." Your disciple obeys. Xuanwu took the treasures and merged them into its own aura. In an instant, the cold ice armor covered its body, and the sea overturning spear was held in its hand. Its originally simple form suddenly became majestic and solemn, with the aura of a regional overlord. Watching Xuanwu's transformation, Kunpeng mused in his heart, although the North Sea aquatic beings are numerous, they lack a true leader. Xuanwu possessed the innate talent of water-earth synergy, and with his guidance, it would surely become the arbiter of Biming in time, also serving as an important chess piece laid in advance. At that, he waved his hand and said, "Go now. Familiarize yourself well with the treasures and the technique. Do not be negligent." Xuanwu bowed once more, turned, and strode away. The moment its figure disappeared outside the hall, joyful roars of dragons and cries of turtles echoed from the depths of the North Sea. Clearly, this chief disciple of Kunpeng, the newly appointed arbiter of the North Sea aquatic beings, had already begun to show his edge. After a century of preaching the Tao in the North Sea, the lingering Tao resonance of the Biming Palace had not yet dissipated when Kunpeng transformed into a dark blue streak of light, crossing the strait between the North Sea and the West Sea. Upon the West Sea, the azure waves stretched for thousands of miles. Unlike the bitter cold of the North Sea, the waters here were temperate, and the spiritual energy carried a salty, fishy scent of the sea. Kunpeng manifested a phantom of his true form hovering in the sky. The shadow he cast covered billions of miles of the sea surface. A formidable pressure erupted, abruptly felt by all living beings in the West Sea. Whether in the deep-sea trenches or the shallow reefs, countless aquatic creatures raised their heads, their faces filled with fear, as they gazed upon the colossal, terrifying presence above. With a sweep of his divine sense, Kunpeng took in the full panorama of the West Sea. He saw coral forests at the seabed, pearls scattered like stars, and countless scaled aquatic beings darting among them. The leading clan was none other than the dragon branch rooted in the West Sea. I am Kunpeng, having attained the Honghuang Dao fruit. Mindful of the hardships faced by the countless aquatic beings of the West Sea in their cultivation, I shall hereby preach the Tao for a century. All who are fated may come and listen. Heavens! Kunpeng, the Honghuang Dao fruit. Could it be the one who first broke through to the quasi-sage realm in the Zixiao Palace, and is now the foremost under saint? Let's go. Hurry. Opportunity knocks but once. No one knew who first cried out in alarm. In an instant, the West Sea churned as countless aquatic creatures surfaced and bowed respectfully toward the void. Awaken, the Dragon King of the West Sea, with his towering dragon horns, dragon robe, and jade belt, led the dragon elders in a respectful kowtow. The dragon clan Awaken greets the ancestor Kunpeng. Kunpeng's gaze fell upon a young girl behind Awaken. She wore a small green-scale jacket and was looking up at him with curiosity. Her lively dragon eyes sparkled with a thirst for the great Tao. The girl's aura was still weak, yet faint traces of azure dragon's fortune coiled around her. clearly a standout among the new generation of the dragon clan. You aquatic beings of the West see, though dwelling in water, know little of the true essence of water. Today I shall impart the true essence of the water Tao here. I hope you will contemplate it diligently. As he spoke, the Tao sound surged like a tidal wave. Unlike his preaching in the North Sea, Kunpeng this time focused on the transformations of water, from a trickling stream to monstrous waves, from frozen ice to moisturizing silence, unfolding the myriad changes of the water element law with eloquence. The young girl in green scales listened with the utmost concentration, her tiny claws clutching the hem of her clothes. At times she frowned, at times she showed sudden enlightenment, and faint dragon chi pulsed around her in rhythm with the Tao sound. Time flew like a white steed glimpsed through a crack. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed, and the preaching was nearing its end. Kunpeng looked at the young girl in green scales, and said clearly, "Little girl, what is your name?" The girl was startled, then quickly stepped forward, and replied in a crisp voice, "This little girl is Awaken. Greetings, Ancestor. Your bones are extraordinary, and we are fated to meet. I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" Hearing that the Ancestor Kunpeng wanted to take her as a disciple, Awaken stood frozen in place. Awaken, the Dragon King of the West Sea, was both surprised and overjoyed. He quickly reached out and gently nudged the still dazed little girl. Awaken immediately came to her senses and prostrated herself. "Your disciple, Awaken, pays respects to Master." "Good," Kunpeng said with a satisfied smile, gently waving his hand. A soft stream of magical energy slowly lifted Awaken to her feet. He flicked his finger, and a jade slip radiating cyan light, and a small palm-sized lamp flew out. This is the Honghuang water control art, complemented by the postnatal spiritual treasure beaming lamp, which can protect your cultivation. From today onward, you are my second disciple. If you encounter any difficulties in cultivation, you may come to the North Sea to seek me, or consult your senior brother Xuanwu at any time. Awaken held the jade slip and the small lamp, her little face flushed crimson. With a thud, she knelt again. "Awaken, thanks Master for the gift. Your disciple will surely cultivate diligently and not disappoint Master's expectations." Kunpeng nodded slightly, then swept his gaze over the West Sea Dragon clan, and said slowly, "The dragon language is the primordial sound of the aquatic beings of the primordial world, containing a trace of innate power. I wonder if you have any records of the dragon language passed down." Awaken, the Dragon King of the West Sea, dared not delay. He immediately gestured, and an old turtle brought forth a scroll, presenting it before Kunpeng. Kunpeng swept his divine sense over it, and in a short time he fully grasped the tones and rhythms of the dragon language and the evolution of its runes. With a thought, he was able to speak in pure dragon tongue. The dragon clan is the sovereign of all aquatic beings, the foremost of the innate scaled creatures. You control the powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and you should bear the responsibility of protecting all water veins. The dragon clan must walk this path. Upon hearing these words, all the dragons immediately knelt reverently, obeying the ancestor's decree. Before leaving the West Sea, Kunpeng condensed a drop of Xianming true water on his fingertip and merged it into the West Sea's water veins. This water can nourish life and stabilize the sea eye. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and headed straight for the East Sea. The vastness of the East Sea far surpassed that of the West and North Seas. This was the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. The East Sea Dragon King Honghuang sat in the Crystal Palace, commanding billions of aquatic beings. Hidden in the deep sea were also a few remaining true dragon elders of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, aside from the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Kunpeng's arrival stirred the East Sea into a frenzy. Honghuang, trembling with awe, led a group of dragon elders to personally welcome him and invited him into the Crystal Palace. Kunpeng did not rush to preach. Instead, he first asked Honghuang about the situation of the innate races in the East Sea, then summoned the patriarch of the East Sea Merfolk and learned the unique tide language of the Merfolk, an ancient language born with the cycles of the sun and moon and the ebb and flow of the tides, containing the mysteries of a primordial, beautiful melody interwoven with the water Tao. 3 days later, Kunpeng stood above the East Sea and began to preach. The Tao sound harmonized with the crashing of waves against the shore, sometimes as majestic as the rising tide, sometimes as distant as the receding tide. Countless living beings achieved enlightenment amidst the ebb and flow. Above the East Sea, 10,000 beams of water light shot into the sky, forming a rainbow bridge connecting heaven and earth. During this time, the East Sea Xian Turtle clan presented the Xian Turtle script. Kunpeng observed the patterns on their shells and understood its meaning in half a day. As for the ink mark rune of the Inkfish clan, he grasped its principle of evolution at a single glance. After the century-long preaching in the East Sea ended, Kunpeng turned to the South Sea. The South Sea was hot and steamy, with many fire-attribute aquatic beings living in mixed communities and the innate Fire Crow clan thriving there. When Kunpeng arrived, the South Sea Dragon King Aolai and the Fire Crow Patriarch were confronting each other over a spiritual spring. Upon seeing him, they both restrained their auras and bowed respectfully. Water and fire are naturally incompatible, yet they can complement each other. With these words, Kunpeng awakened them from their delusion and then began to preach the Tao of water-fire harmony. He first used the bubble language of the fish species, conveying information through the vibration of water vapor, then learned the flame-like call of the fire crow clan, expressing deep meaning through the brightness of flames. He could even write clear flame runes on the water's surface. The myriad beings of the South Sea all bowed in admiration. When Kunpeng left the South Sea, his deeds had already spread widely throughout the primordial world and the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Even in the barren western lands, it was known that Ancestor Kunpeng imparts the great Tao to all beings, travels the 4 seas, and educates the myriad races. This great power, who rose from the abyss of the North Sea, had not only reached the pinnacle of cultivation, the quasi-sage realm, but had also single-handedly spread the water Tao across the 4 seas, mastering the languages of countless races. In the hearts of the primordial beings, he had become the foremost under the saints. At this moment, Kunpeng stood at the convergence of the 4 seas, his divine sense flowing with the dragon language, tide language, Shin turtle script, and flamelight script. He felt the racial fortunes and law imprints contained within each different language, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Where to next? A dark blue streak of light cut through the sky as Kunpeng departed from the 4 seas. Yet the sound of the great Tao he had imparted across the seas continued to echo in the hearts of countless beings. After concluding his teachings across the 4 seas of the primordial world, Kunpeng's name soared to unparalleled heights. A streak of azure light cut through the heavens, and this quasi-saint, rather than returning to the northern sea, transformed into his innate Tao body and began to wander the vast lands of the primordial world. Treading across the eastern wasteland, Kunpeng encountered a wolf tribe that recorded events by carving marks on beast bones. Sensing a trace of ancient Tao resonance within those crooked scratches, he halted, using his finger as a brush and channeling his magical power to inscribe more refined beast patterns on a giant skull. Passing through the western mountain range, he came upon a bull tribe that communicated with heaven and earth through totems. He perceived the immense blood and chi power within those crimson totem patterns, yet found them crude and lacking refinement. Kunpeng meticulously sensed and absorbed the totems, deducing and analyzing them to redraw the patterns. Traveling through the southern wasteland, he saw a group of plant spirits, some gathered among the mountains, others entwined around ancient trees or spirit ores, who used old trees or cliff faces to sketch simple images, passing them down through generations, each painting recording the heritage and continuity of their race. At the edge of the barren western wasteland, he encountered a group of demon descendants, all bathed in golden light, chanting scriptures. Kunpeng nearly felt the urge to obliterate them with a single strike. After reconsideration, I refrained, for although later legends claim the Buddhist school is a den of iniquity, one cannot condemn all at once. After all, until events unfold, one should not extinguish them in their infancy. Existence has its reason, for heaven has mercy. Truth be told, Kunpeng simply wished to avoid bearing karmic consequences. Throughout his journey, he witnessed the unique characteristics of the myriad races, scripts, the stern and ancient bone inscriptions, the wild and unrestrained totemic writing, the profound runes of the spirit races, and even the rock patterns of stone spirits and leaf marks of tree monsters, each possessing its own distinct charm and power. Throughout his journey, Kunpeng imparted teachings while deeply studying the cultures of various races, experiencing the living environments and customs of the myriad races of the primordial world. Every race, every script represented a race's understanding of the world, containing unique Tao resonance and principles. He integrated these insights into himself, combining them with memories of scripts from his past life as a human, and deduced further, making his Tao heart increasingly harmonious. Unbeknownst to Kunpeng, his name and the deeds he had accomplished along his journey had already spread to every corner of the primordial world. At the 3 clearances Tao field on Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones sat together, discussing the recent events of the primordial world. Does that Kunpeng have such leisure to wander the primordial world and teach all beings? Yuqing Yuanshi set down his 3 jewels. Rui, his brow furrowed, a hint of disdain in his tone. Merely seeking attention and buying favor. Those born from moisture and eggs will never ascend to the grand hall. But Shanqing Tongtian held a different view, fondling his Qingping sword, and smiled. Second brother, your words are mistaken. Kunpeng's actions may seem ordinary, but they harbor great wisdom. The myriad races of the primordial world each have their own Tao. Understanding their scripts is part of understanding their Tao. This person can humble himself to traverse the primordial world. Such breadth of mind and vision is truly rare. Taiching Laozi's aura grew increasingly vast and effortless, his fingers lightly tapping the purple gold gourd as he slowly said, the great Tao has 3,000 paths, yet they all lead to the same destination. Kunpeng, under the guise of teaching, is actually comprehending myriad Taos. He cannot be underestimated. His quasi-saint cultivation is likely becoming even more stable. At Fengqi Mountain, the 8-trigram disc in Fushi's cave trembled slightly. Fushi set down the innate 8-trigram disc, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Taoist Kunpeng possesses such boldness. To traverse the primordial world, understand the scripts of myriad races. This is to use the Daos of all races to complete his own great Tao. Nuwa held the white gourd, the chi of creation swirling at her fingertips. She sighed softly. The primordial world has just opened, and everything awaits renewal. Taoist Kunpeng's deed is no small merit, truly admirable. On the Sunstar, Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances, both with solemn expressions. This Kunpeng is becoming increasingly formidable. Dijuan caressed the armrest of his dark gold-patterned throne and said in a deep voice, "I originally thought that by accepting the all-demon order, he would be trapped in our net. Now it seems his ambitions are far greater. Though we bestowed treasures to win him over and forged karmic ties, it may not be enough to bind him irreversibly to our demon race. We must proceed with caution." Tai snorted coldly, the chaos bell vibrating slightly in his hand. No matter where his ambitions lie, as long as he is the demon teacher, he must submit to the constraints of our demon race. When we also break through to Quasi-Saint, let's see what waves he can still stir. Within the Honghuang temple on Wanshou Mountain, Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud sat opposite each other with a bottle of ginseng fruit wine before them. Taoist Kunpeng's actions are truly beneficial for 1,000 years to come, Xinyuanzi said with a stroke of his beard and a smile. The myriad races of the primordial world are deeply divided, and the lack of a common script is a major obstacle. Though his deed cannot immediately harmonize all races, it plants a seed. Red Cloud took a large gulp of wine and laughed heartily. Taoist Kunpeng really knows how to have fun. Traveling, teaching, and comprehending the great Tao all at once. Such a wonderful thing. How could I not have thought of it? Next time we meet, I must ask him about the interesting places and delicious foods across the primordial world. In the barren western lands, Jane and Zhuanti wore grim expressions. That Kunpeng dares to be so arrogant, not only spreading his teachings across the primordial world, but also claiming to be the foremost under the saints. Zhuanti gnashed his teeth, the 7 treasures tree flickering unsteadily in his hand. Our western lands are barren with few beings to begin with, yet he presumes to teach without our consent. Clearly he disregards us. Jane's withered face showed no expression, only a glint of jealousy and venom deep in his eyes. This man is deep and cunning with skillful means. Under the guise of teaching, he expands his fortune. We must beware. Let him be arrogant for a while. He is so high profile in the primordial world. Remember, the tallest tree is the first to be felled by the wind. When we break through to Quasi-Saint, we will settle accounts and make him pay. Deep within the Blood Sea, Ancestor Mingi also heard of Kunpeng's deeds, trembling with rage. He recalled how Kunpeng had robbed him of tens of thousands of blood god sons and easily repelled him. Hatred grew like wild grass in his heart. A fame-seeking charlatan. He merely obtained some fortune and dares to be so ostentatious. Ancestor Mingi sat on the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus Yuan II and Abai swords emanating murderous aura beside him. When I achieve cultivation success, I will grind your bones to dust and make you taste the torment of the Blood Sea hell. As his words fell, a strange suction force suddenly came from above the Blood Sea. Ancestor Mingi was startled and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. At the edge of the Blood Sea, a figure in azure robes stood with hands behind his back, holding a pitch-black gourd. The mouth of the gourd faced the Blood Sea, emitting a continuous suction, drawing the surging waters into it. That figure was none other than Kunpeng, the one Mingi loathed to the bone. Kunpeng, how dare you? Ancestor Mingi roared, ready to charge out. But he forced himself to stop. He sensed the unfathomable Quasi-Saint pressure from Kunpeng and knew that rushing out now would be like throwing an egg at a stone. Damned. Damn. Ancestor Mingi trembled with fury, but could only send a blood godson clone, which burst out of the Blood Sea and glared at Kunpeng. Kunpeng, what is the meaning of this? The Blood Sea is my foundation. How dare you act so recklessly? The blood godson clone shouted, its voice full of rage. Kunpeng turned his head, saw the blood godson clone, and a playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. The Biming swallowing heaven gourd in his hand continued to crazily absorb the Blood Sea water, making a gurgling sound as if drinking some delicious beverage. Oh, it's Taoist Mingi, Kunpeng said with feigned surprise, then smiled. I was just passing by and found your Blood Sea water quite peculiar, so I thought I'd take some back for research. You see, I've only recently refined this gourd and haven't tested its capacity yet. As he spoke, he shook the Biming swallowing heaven gourd, from which came the sound of sloshing water, clearly having absorbed a considerable amount. The blood godson clone trembled with rage. Research? This is outright robbery. This is my foundation. How can you just take it? Stop immediately. Don't be so stingy, Kunpeng chuckled. Your Blood Sea is boundless. I've only taken a tiny bit. A drop in the bucket for you. Besides, I might discover some secrets of the Blood Sea during my research. You shameless. Mingi was speechless with fury. Kunpeng, however, ignored him and continued to control the Biming swallowing heaven gourd to absorb the blood sea water. He found it quite amusing. The water contained dense Insha Qi and life essence truly unique. Moreover, angering old Mingi was a source of amusement. Gurgle gurgle. The suction of the Biming swallowing heaven gourd grew stronger, and the blood sea water was drawn in endlessly. However, to Kunpeng's surprise, the blood sea seemed inexhaustible. Deep within the blood sea, Ancestor Mingi, watching through the blood god sun clone, was so enraged that smoke seemed to rise from his 7 orifices. He could clearly feel the essence of the blood sea, which he regarded as his own private domain, being siphoned away bit by bit. Though not much, the feeling of being fleeced openly drove him nearly mad. Damned, utterly damned, what a Kunpeng. Ancestor Mingi laughed in fury, his laughter filled with venom and helplessness. Just wait, just wait. He truly wanted to rush out and fight Kunpeng to the death. But reason told him he could not act rashly. He was no match for Kunpeng. Suck. Let's see how much you can take. Ancestor Mingi roared in his mind. When I break through to Quasi-Saint, I will tear you apart and make you sink in the blood sea forever. He could only watch helplessly as Kunpeng did as he pleased outside the blood sea, powerless. Several years later, the Biming swallowing heaven gourd finally emitted a soft hum, clearly full. Kunpeng patted the gourd with satisfaction and smiled. All right, that's enough for today. Many thanks for Taoist Mingi's generous gift. I'll come visit you again when I have time. With that, he put away the Biming swallowing heaven gourd, transformed into an azure streak of light, and leisurely departed. The blood god sun clone, watching Kunpeng's retreating figure, exploded in place from rage, turning into a cloud of blood mist and returning to the blood sea. Deep within the blood sea, Ancestor Mingi punched the nearby reef, shattering the hard stone. Kunpeng, you go too far. A roar filled with infinite fury and humiliation echoed from the deepest part of the blood sea. This ancestor of the blood sea, who in legends was said to be immortal as long as the blood sea existed, now resembled a wronged little wife, helplessly venting his rage in the depths. And Kunpeng, the one who caused all this, had long since departed. The azure streak of light traveled northward, vanishing into the primordial world's horizon, leaving behind only the endless roar and resentment from the depths of the blood sea. In the secret chamber of Biming Palace, within the Biming abyss, Kunpeng sat cross-legged upon a cold jade mat. Around him, azure and deep black divine lights intertwined, forming a chaotic-colored cocoon of light. At his brow, the chaos pearl hovered unsteadily, emitting a hazy pure light that enveloped all the insights he had gathered during his millennia-long journey through the primordial wilderness. The dragon tongue of the Four Seas Dragon Clan, the tidal language of the merfolk, the shell inscriptions of the mystic turtles, the flame cries of the fire crows, the bone carvings of the East Wasteland Wolf Clan, the totem patterns of the Western Frontier Ox Clan, the murals of the Southern Continent's plant spirits, the scriptures of the demon descendants from the far West. The written symbols, languages, and rhythms of countless races now transformed into billions of light points, surging, colliding, and merging within the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl spun at high speed, disassembling and reorganizing these seemingly chaotic pieces of information. The majesty of the dragon tongue, the agility of the tidal language, the vigor of the bone inscriptions, the wildness of the totems. All kinds of Tao rhythms cross-verified and complemented each other through the deduction. Kunpeng's primordial spirit sank into it like a most patient artisan, meticulously refining these crystallized wisdoms from the myriad races of the primordial world. Sometimes his brows furrowed in contemplation of the differences and laws behind different scripts. Sometimes a smile graced his face as he discovered that these seemingly unrelated languages, when arranged and combined, produced an indescribably wonderful resonance. The 5 primordial flags hovered above his head alongside the chart of the myriad stars, slowly revolving, while the power of starlight and the 5 elements continuously poured into the Chaos Pearl, providing an inexhaustible supply of energy for this vast deduction. 24 calming sea pearls circled around him, manifesting the shadows of myriad heavens. Within each pearl, the evolution process of one or more scripts was simulated. Time lost its meaning in the depths of profound insight and deduction. Outside the Biming Palace, the profound dark water remained ice-cold, and the tides of the North Sea ebbed and flowed as usual. But within the secret chamber, within the radiance of the Chaos Pearl, Kunpeng was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. His Tao heart grew ever more perfect. His understanding of the same origin of wind and water, spatial changes, and the interplay of yin and yang was no longer limited to superficial appearances, but had merged with the different interpretations of the great Tao by the myriad races, becoming broader and deeper. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a heaven-shaking tremor suddenly erupted from Mount Kunlun. An immeasurably vast pressure soared into the sky, instantly sweeping across all directions, with Mount Kunlun at its center. Immediately after, 2 equally formidable auras erupted in succession, resonating with the first pressure. 3 streams of pure chi shot straight into the heavens, pushing the momentum of Mount Kunlun to its peak. Across the primordial wilderness, all great powers sense this unusual disturbance simultaneously. It's the three pure ones. In the Honghuang temple of Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed toward Mount Kunlun. Brother Taiching has actually broken through to the quasi-sage realm. Honghuang also put down his wine gourd and exclaimed in amazement, such powerful auras. And brothers Yuqing and Shangqing have also reached the peak of the Great Luo golden immortal realm. The momentum of the three pure ones is becoming unstoppable. In the Phoenix Perch Mountain Fu, she manipulated the 8 trigrams, his expression solemn. Taiching Laozi has broken through. As expected of the three pure ones of Penghu, their foundation is profound. Nuwa held the white gourd, and a flicker of complexity passed through her eyes. The might of a quasi-sage is indeed unfathomable. On the sun star, Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Laozi has become a quasi-sage. Dijun said in a deep voice. It seems our demon clan's pace must quicken. Tai Yi clutched the chaos bell tighter and snorted coldly. He's just a step ahead. It doesn't mean we can't surpass him. In the barren lands of the west, Jie Yin and Junti gazed toward Mount Kunlun, their expressions complex. Such hardship. Why is the gap between east and west so vast? Why does the vast heaven show such indifference to me? Junti murmured a hint of resentment in his tone. Jie Yin closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. Do not be angered, do not be angered. Anger only brings illness. No need to rush, no need to rush. As long as we persist, we will surely not be inferior to them. Fellow disciple, keep going, keep going. Deep within the sea of blood, Ancestor Mingyi felt the pressure, and a flicker of fear passed through his eyes, which then transformed into even stronger motivation. They're all breaking through. Kunpeng, the three pure ones. Just you wait. I will catch up to you. In the secret chamber of Beiming Palace, Kunpeng slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting wisp of chaotic chi flickered in his gaze. Taiching Laozi, after all, is the first besides myself to step into the quasi-sage realm. He murmured to himself. Time is growing ever more pressing. During Kunpeng's seclusion, monumental changes had occurred in the primordial world, driven by the pressure of Taiching Laozi's breakthrough to quasi-sage. The demon clan led by Dijun and Tai Yi had begun a rapid expansion, radiating from the sun star across the entire primordial world. 10 Great Luo golden immortal experts were appointed as demon saints. Under the command of Dijun and Tai Yi, they led countless demon armies like a rolling torrent. Through coercion, inducement, or conquest, they brought one race after another under the demon clan's banner. For a time, the flames of war raged across the primordial land. Countless races that refused to submit were annihilated, while many more chose to surrender to the demon clan. Meanwhile, deep within Mount Zhou, inside the Peng Hall, the 12 ancestral witches gathered around the blood pool at the center. Their expression solemn, they formed hand seals, continuously pouring their pure essence, blood, and law power into the pool. Inside the pool, blood churned, emitting a dense life force and primal ferocity. In the name of Di Jiang, condensed the great witch of space. In the name of Gong Gong, condensed the great witch of water. In the name of Zhu Rong, condensed the great witch of fire. In the name of Ho Tu, condensed the great witch of earth. As the 12 ancestral witches chanted in deep voices, the blood pool suddenly burst forth with 12 dazzling beams of light. When the light faded, 12 imposing figures with overwhelming auras stepped out of the pool. These were the 12 great witches, differentiated from the 12 ancestral witches. They inherited part of the ancestral witches' law power, and though inferior to the ancestral witches themselves, they far surpassed ordinary Tai golden immortals. Next, the 12 great witches, following the example of the ancestral witches, condensed their own essence blood, gathered their law power, and cast it into the pool. This time not 12, but tens of thousands of beams of light surged from the pool. Countless figures emerged from the blood pool. These were the lesser witches. The lesser witches intermingled and multiplied, soon forming vast witch clan tribes around Mount Zhou. Led by the 12 ancestral witches, the 12 great tribes settled around Mount Zhou, and under the leadership of the great witches spread continuously across the primordial land. Across the primordial earth, the witch and demon clans expanded, madly killing and annexing. An invisible calamity, Qi, began to gather silently. Several thousand more years passed. On this day, a grand and majestic heavenly Tao voice suddenly emanated from the direction of the North Sea, echoing across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, reaching the ears of every living being in the primordial world. Heaven and earth dark and yellow, universe primordial and desolate. Today I, Kunpeng, sensing that the primordial world is incomplete and the myriad races lack a common language, hereby establish the Tao script as the universal script of the primordial world. Let the heavenly Tao witness it. As the resonant voice sounded, winds and clouds changed above the North Sea. Heavenly merit golden light descended like a golden waterfall, cascading down and enveloping the entire North Sea. Within the golden light, countless written symbols flickered. They were concise, refined, yet contained infinite Tao rhythms, as if they could interpret the true essence of all things in the primordial world. These were precisely the universal script of the primordial world that Kunpeng had created after expending boundless effort and merging the languages and scripts of all races. It was named Tao Script. Empowered by the heavenly Tao's might, these characters seemed to gain life, flying into the minds of every living being in the primordial world. Whether lofty great powers, mountain spirits, wild beasts, or even plants that had just awakened their intelligence, all instantly understood this brand new script. Countless beings gazed toward the North Sea, feeling the newfound knowledge in their minds, their faces showing reverence and gratitude. This is a new script. How amazing! I understand it at a glance. It's Ancestor Kunpeng. Ancestor Kunpeng created the universal script. In the Honghuang temple of Mount Wanshou, Zhang Yuanzi clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly excellent, brother Kunpeng. This deed shall benefit 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. Honghuang also smiled. Now, when traveling across the primordial world, we no longer need to worry about language barriers. In the Phoenix Perch Mountain Fu, she looked at the new script appearing on the 8 trigrams disc in his hand, and sighed. Using the languages of all races as a foundation to create the Tao script, Brother Kunpeng's achievement is worthy of being recorded in the annals of the primordial world. Niwa nodded, a brilliant light in her eyes. This script contains multiple meanings of the great Tao. Truly a stroke of genius. On Mount Kunlun, in the cave of the 3 pure ones, Laozi gazed at the merit golden light over the North Sea and sighed softly. Kunpeng's act is boundless in merit. His fortune will surely increase greatly. Yuancher's expression was complex, and he gave a cold snort, but said nothing more. Tong Tian laughed. This Kunpeng fellow becomes more admirable by the day. On the Sunstar, Di Jun mused, the Tao script is a universal language. It benefits communication among all races and aids the demon clan's integration of the primordial world. Tai nodded. This is the trend of the times. Kunpeng has indeed done a good deed. In the barren lands of the west, Jia-in and Zhuanti watched the torrent of merit golden light, their eyes filled with envy. Again, it's him again. Zhuanti gritted his teeth. Why does every good thing go to him? Jia-in remained silent, but the gloom in his eyes deepened. Above the North Sea, bathed in the golden light of merit, Kunpeng felt the rapidly growing power of merit within him, and a satisfied smile spread across his lips. Creating the universal script of the primordial world was not only a summary and sublimation of his own journey of insights, but also an accumulation of abundant merit and fortune for himself. In the coming great calamity of the primordial world, these would become his most solid foundation. The golden light gradually dissipated, and the heavenly Tao voice faded away. But the birth of the Tao script, the universal script of the primordial world, had already left an indelible mark on this ancient land, profoundly shaping the future of the primordial world. After the golden light of merit vanished from the North Sea, the Kunpeng had transformed into a streak of dark cyan light and returned to the beaming palace in the abyssal depths. On the cold jade cushion in the secret chamber, the Kunpeng observed the golden light of merit swirling around his fingertips. The radiance was as warm and smooth as fine jade, yet it contained a power that could shake the very laws of reality. But he did not use this power of merit to hastily break through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Instead, with a thought, the chaos pearl flew out from between his brows and hovered before him. With a hum, the surface of the chaos pearl churned with chaotic currents, revealing a world in the process of evolution within. At the center, the small chaotic gourd on the vine had visibly grown larger after millennia of nurturing, and it seemed that a few more thousand years would see it fully ripe. The Fusong tree and the moon laurel tree stood to the east and west respectively, bursting with vitality under the nourishment of the 3 light divine water and the 9 heavens primordial soil. The enlightenment tea tree atop the small hill formed from the Pengu primeval stone breathed in the 5 elements and chaotic currents, exuding profound Taoist charm. Yet the most eye-catching were the 24 fixed sea divine pearls orbiting the core of the chaos pearl. Each was like a small heaven and earth where yin and yang had been established, clear and turbid had just begun to separate. Under the evolution of earth, water, fire, and wind, the brewing of the 5 elements and the nourishment of starlight, a thread of primordial spiritual energy had also been born. Kunpeng observed the transformations within the worlds of these 24 divine pearls, and a plan had already taken shape in his mind. With a grand sweep of his hand, the countless heavenly treasures and earthly rarities accumulated over nearly 10,000 years surged forth from his sleeve, floating within the chaos pearl like a brilliant starry river. In that dazzling river of treasures there were the dragon phoenix blood jade and Qilin blood, or obtained from the ancestral lands of the dragon phoenix and Qilin races, the stellar tears and star crystal meteorite, harvested during his travels through the stars, the mystic water true crystal, and primordial earth vein gathered while preaching across the primordial world, the 9-turn purple gold Ganoderma, and 10,000-year dragon blood ginseng, plucked from the spiritual veins of vast marshes and mountain ranges, and even a gourd of netherworld blood water drawn from the sea of blood. The 5 elements rotate yin and yang, give birth to each other. Today I shall forge my myriad realms upon the foundation of 10,000 treasures. With a light shout from Kunpeng, 4 of the 5 elemental flags of the Primordial flew out simultaneously, hovering above the 24 divine pearls. The earth-yellow apricot flag emitted a heavy earthen aura. The green lotus banner scattered the vitality of wood. The flame flag of the earth burned with fierce, true fire, and the mystic water control flag surged with the true waters of the North Sea. The power of the 4 flags interwove into a net of the 5 elements, enveloping all the heavenly treasures within. Refined. Under the impetus of Kunpeng's divine power, the 4 primordial flags suddenly burst forth with billions of divine rays. The heavenly treasures within the 5 elements net were continuously refined and fused. The blood crystals and jade ores of the dragon phoenix and qilin dissolved into the divine light. The stellar tears transformed into specks of starlight. The mystic water true crystal and the netherworld blood chi harmonized by the flame of Li fire, and the vitality of wood turned into yin-yang creation, fish one after another swimming into the 24 divine pearls. Each divine pearl greedily devoured these primal energies. Some pearls saw their land rapidly expand, mountains rising and veins of mystic iron or extending underground, while others witnessed oceans churning, spiritual springs gushing forth. Some turned into vast marshes dotted with countless islets. Still others directly evolved scenes of volcanic eruptions and thunderous lightning, with laws becoming more complete amidst destruction and rebirth. Let the stars guide and the heavens set the order. Kunpeng activated another divine ability. The chart of the heavenly stars flew out from his sea of consciousness and hovered outside the chaos pearl. 365 main stars on the chart lit up, drawing the power of the stars from the primordial world, transforming into billions of threads of starlight that pierced through the world barriers and precisely projected into each fixed sea divine pearl. In an instant, the skies within the 24 divine pearls lit up, not with simple light, but with phantom starry projections corresponding to the primordial starry sky. The 3 enclosures of Ziwei Taiwei and Tianshi Honghai, the 28 lunar mansions, were arranged in order. Even the shadows of the sun star and the moon star rose and set in the east and west within the pearls. These starry projections were not illusions, but true projections containing the laws of the stars, capable of drawing the power of the primordial starry sky to nourish the spiritual energy and laws within the pearls. Finally came the most critical step. Light come, heaven aid me. Open. Kunpeng roared, and behind him a golden wheel of merit slowly rose. With a tremor of his body, the golden wheel of merit transformed into 10,000 zhang of light, then evenly divided into 24 streams, like golden dragons diving into each fixed sea divine pearl. The surfaces of the 24 divine pearls, which had originally only borne primordial Tao patterns, now displayed faint golden veins. At the moment the merit light merged, interweaving with the primordial Tao patterns into new chains of law. With 24 consecutive thunderous booms, the 24 fixed sea divine pearls simultaneously burst forth with brilliant radiance. They were no longer merely ordinary combined innate spiritual treasures, but had become 24 combined acquired merit spiritual treasures. The power of each divine pearl soared several-fold. A single one now rivaled a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. When all 24 were unleashed together, their might that shook the heavens and suppressed the universe was not inferior even to the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Most importantly, unlike Tai's Chaos Bell, these 24 divine pearls had been fully refined by Kunpeng, allowing him to exert their complete power. Even better, the world embryos within the pearls, blessed by merit, stabilized completely. Mountains, rivers, plants, and lakes all possessed spiritual nature, and even faint primordial spiritual energy began to gestate. These could already be called 24 back gardens, independent of the primordial world, small worlds attached to yet separate from the primordial realm. Having done all this, Kunpeng withdrew his divine sense from the Chaos Pearl, which automatically absorbed its light and vanished into his brow. Fortunately, he had already obscured the heavenly secrets, or such a massive disturbance would have invited unnecessary trouble. Cultivation ignores the passage of time. Thousands of years slipped away silently. One day, an urgent transmission pierced the ban of the secret chamber. Kunpeng's eyes snapped open, a cold glint flashing in them, and he rose to leave. A youth transformed from a giant North Sea shark. His cultivation at the peak of golden immortal was none other than Xuanwu's trusted subordinate. He was pacing anxiously in the main hall of Biming Palace. Seeing Kunpeng emerge, he immediately knelt. Reporting to the Ancestor, Commander Xuanwu is besieged by the Wu clan by the North Sea shore and cannot break free. I observe that the Wu besieging him are all at the Tai stage. Fearing for the commander's safety, I have come to report. Hearing this, Kunpeng did not move physically, but his divine sense surged like a tide across the North Sea. On the icy plain where the North Sea met the primordial continent, Xuanwu, clad in ice armor and wielding a sea-splitting halberd, was locked in battle with 3 burly great witches, his back shell covered in cracks. The three great witches exuded the aura of late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, their Wu clan laws flickering, attacking in perfect coordination, each strike aimed at Xuanwu's vital points. Further away, a burly man in blue-striped beast hide with a proud expression stood with hands behind his back, surrounded by water vapor. He was unmistakably Honghuang of the 12 ancestral witches. His aura at the peak of Luo Golden Immortal was as deep and oppressive as an abyss, clearly the mastermind behind this conflict. The Wu clan. They dare to attack the North Sea. Kunpeng snorted coldly, and his figure vanished from the hall instantly. Above the North Sea ice plain, space twisted slightly, and Kunpeng materialized in midair. He wore a dark cyan Taoist robe, his long hair moving without wind. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and his voice was as cold as mystic water. The Wu clan, how bold. The three great witches attacking Xuanwu froze as if struck by lightning, turning their heads stiffly. The moment they saw Kunpeng, fear flashed in their eyes. Xuanwu, as if pardoned, shouted in a deep voice, "Master." Honghuang looked up sharply, a spark of battle intent in his eyes. "So you are Kunpeng." He stepped forward, unleashing the oppressive might of a peak Luo Golden Immortal, instantly cracking the ice plain. "I have heard you are the strongest under the saints. Today let me weigh whether you deserve that title." Insolent. Kunpeng's eyes turned cold. Without another word, he struck out a palm, and a giant hand descended from the heavens with a pressure far beyond Honghuang's imagination, crashing down. Honghuang's face changed dramatically. He had not expected Kunpeng to be so terrifying. A casual palm strike carried the might to destroy heaven and earth. Hastily, he invoked the laws of water, raising a tsunami to shield himself. With an earth-shattering boom, the giant palm crushed downward. That palm was enough to submerge an entire continent. Under the power of Kunpeng's quasi-saint laws, Honghuang's water shield, though a towering wave, shattered like paper. Honghuang groaned, pressed flat to the ground by the palm, coughing blood. Absolute silence fell. The three great witches fell to the ground in terror. Xuanwu was stunned. Could his master really be this powerful? A single move had overpowered a peak Luo Golden Immortal ancestral, which, like Honghuang. Honghuang clutched his chest, disbelief in his eyes. Impossible. How could you? Kunpeng walked slowly to stand before Honghuang, looking down at him. The North Sea is the Tao field of me, Kunpeng. Considering this is your first offense, I will spare you today. Go back and tell the other ancestral witches, if any Wu clan member sets foot in the North Sea again, they will be killed without mercy. Honghuang stared at Kunpeng, fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged, but in the end, he could only grit his teeth. Fine. I will remember. Let's go. He led the three great witches away in disgrace, not daring to utter another harsh word. Kunpeng waved a hand, sending a stream of mystic water power into Xuanwu's body to heal his injuries. "Xiaowu, you did well this time, fighting three alone without losing ground. You have not disgraced your master. But remember, if the situation is hopeless, prioritize preserving yourself." "Yes, thank you, master. Your disciple will remember your teachings." Xuanwu nodded heavily, his gaze toward Kunpeng, filled with gratitude and reverence. Since the feat of Kunpeng defeating the peak Great Luo Golden Immortal Wu clan member Honghuang, with a single move in the North Sea, spread, Kunpeng's reputation as the foremost under the saint was firmly established. Even Taiching Laozi, one of the three pure ones of Penghu who were also quasi-saints, was considered by the myriad beings of the primordial world to be less powerful than Ancestor Kunpeng. For a time, the North Sea became a sacred place for seeking the Tao for the creatures of the primordial world, and a forbidden land for those with ulterior motives. The primordial earth saw winds and clouds shift. Another 1,000 years passed silently. The expansion of the Wu and Yao races, like two giant axes, cleaved through the original tranquility of the primordial world. The Wu tribes were scattered like stars, spreading around the surrounding mountains in all directions. Their bodies were robust, they did not engage in production, and their tribe's growth relied entirely on plunder. To the myriad races of the primordial world, the Wu were walking calamities. In Nanzhan Buzhou, a tribe of Lushu that fed on grass and trees, whose cries were like music and nature was gentle, refused to sacrifice their young as blood food for the Wu, and were thus massacred by a tribe led by a great Wu under Zhurome's command. Blazing flames consumed the entire forest. The mournful cries of the Lushu tribe echoed through the valley, leaving only charred corpses and coagulated blood becoming offerings on the Wu altars. On the coast of the East Sea, a tribe of Xuanjiao skilled in water control had guarded a spirit spring for generations. The Wu of Honghuang's tribe coveted the water element power contained in the spring and also lusted after the flesh of the Xuanjiao. They launched a ferocious attack. Though the Xuanjiao fought valiantly, how could they withstand the Wu's brutal physical bodies and the power of laws? In the end, the entire tribe was captured. The males were skinned and dismembered, cooked and eaten, while the women and children were kept in captivity, becoming mobile, reserve food. Even worse, the Wu under Xingtian's tribe delighted in devouring live creatures raw. They often raided the settlements of various races at night, directly abducting sleeping beings and tearing them apart and swallowing them in public, a sight too gruesome to behold. When the myriad races of the primordial world spoke of the Wu, they all trembled in fear regarding them as primordial beasts. Unlike the naked brutality of the Wu, the Yao race's expansion was more strategic. Dijuan and Tai with the Sun Star as their core dispatched the 10 great Yao saints to various parts of the primordial world. For races of weak strength, the Yao often used inducements. For example, the chieftain of the golden-haired Ho tribe in the west was only at the Tai golden immortal cultivation level, but the Yao Saint Beis personally went there, promised him the position of Yao King, bestowed cultivation techniques, and pledged inclusion under the Yao's protection. After weighing the pros and cons, the chieftain submitted and became a minion of the Yao. For races that had some strength but were unwilling to submit, the Yao were merciless. In Xinzhou, the ice silkworm tribe of Mulberry Leaf Valley could spin silk that condensed into ice with astonishing defensive power. Priding themselves on their abilities, they refused to join the Yao. Tai personally led a great army there. With a single roar of the chaos bell, the ice nest of the ice silkworm tribe was shattered. The solar true fire incinerated all resistors, and the surviving ice silkworms were forcibly branded with Yao runes, reduced to tools for weaving cold-resistant armor for the Yao. The red flame bird tribe of Wealthy Mountain in the west, related to the phoenix, were proud in nature and unwilling to submit to the golden crow. Dijuan dispatched Yao saints such as Bifong and Guiche. The two sides fought for 3 months. Though the red flame birds could be reborn from fire, they could not withstand the endless troops and magical artifact suppression of the Yao. In the end, the tribe was destroyed, and their inner cores were refined into fire-type precious pearls, becoming war trophies of the Yao. The myriad races of the primordial world struggled to survive in the cracks between the tyrannical expansion of the Wu and Yao. Those unwilling to submit were either annihilated or forced to flee, hiding in the blessed lands and deep, dangerous valleys of the primordial world. Among them, a group of powerful loose cultivators led by Dong Wenggong gathered in the East Sea and formed the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Dong Wenggong, transformed from the first strand of primordial pure yang qi, resided on the immortal island Zifuzhou in the East Sea. With profound cultivation and great prestige, he was revered as the alliance leader. Additionally, there were over a dozen Great Luo golden immortal experts, such as Jiutian Xuanu Randing Doran and Dui Zhenren, all powerful beings unwilling to attach themselves to the Wu or Yao. They occupied many islands in the East Sea, forming a force not to be underestimated. As for places like Kunpeng's Biming, the Three Pure Ones, Kunlun Mountain, and Xinyuanzi's Wanshou Mountain, both the Wu and Yao had met with tough resistance. After Gonggong, a Wu tribe that did not believe in the warning tried to enter Biming to fish, but were frozen into ice sculptures by a profound water true intent hung on the shore of the North Sea as a warning. From then on, no Wu dared to set foot in the North Sea. The Yao tried to win over Xinyuanzi, offering him the high position of Lord of the Earth Immortals, but Xinyuanzi politely declined, saying, "I guard a pure land and do not meddle in external affairs." Knowing the depth of the Wuzhuang Temple, Dijuan and Tai were unwilling to start a war lightly and had to designate Wanshou Mountain as a forbidden zone. Kunlun Mountain, where the Three Pure Ones resided, was an even more daunting place that the Wu and Yao dared not provoke easily. After Laozi broke through to Quasi-Saint, his might oppressed the primordial world. Yuanshi and Tongtian were also not to be trifled with. The Yao tested them several times, but were easily repelled by the disciples under the Three Pure Ones, and ultimately could only keep their distance. Amidst this tense situation in the primordial world, the time for the third sermon at the Zixiao Palace was not far off. Beyond the 33 heavens, chaotic currents surged. Before the Zixiao Palace, the great powers of the primordial world had already gathered. The Three Pure Ones, Nuwa and Fushi Dijuan and Tai Jian and Zhuni Xinyuanzi and Hongyun Kunpeng Mingi Dong Wenggong and Zawangmu, all set aside their respective affairs and came to listen to the Tao. The expressions of the crowd varied. This sermon by Hongjun might determine the future direction. Before long, the gates of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened. 2 jade-like boys appeared again and announced loudly, "The Master's decree, all fellow disciples, please enter the hall to hear the Tao." The crowd entered in order and took their seats. Kunpeng still sat on the 5th cushion, scanning the entire hall. He saw that the Three Pure Ones' auras were even stronger. Laozi, needless to say, even Yuanshi and Tongtian were only a step away from the quasi-saint realm. On the other side, Dijuan and Tai had several more Great Luo experts by their side. The Yao's momentum was at its peak. The Westerners Jin and Junti were meditating with closed eyes, unknown plans brewing. On the high platform, Hongjun suddenly appeared without any sign, still in his plain gray robe, yet giving a feeling of encompassing everything and overlooking all beings. Hongjun's voice rang out, "Today I will speak on the Tao of sainthood, plain yet imbued with supreme Tao rhythm." As soon as the words fell, the hall fell into silence, and everyone pricked up their ears. The Tao of sainthood, a realm above quasi-saints, the ultimate goal coveted by all primordial divinities. Yuanshi, among the Three Pure Ones, could not help but stand and ask, "May I ask, teacher, what is a saint?" Hongjun's gaze fell on Yuanshi, and he said slowly, A saint is one who has attained the Tao fruit of the primordial chaos, Great Luo, golden, immortal, leaping out of the three realms, not within the five elements, coexisting with heaven and earth, living together with the great Tao. Words become laws, thoughts give rise to the Tao, imperishable, through countless kalpas, eternal and indestructible. He paused, looked around, and uttered a shocking statement. All beneath the saint are mere ants. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted. Though they had long sensed the saint's power, they never imagined it to such an extent. Even a quasi-saint before a saint was no different from an ant. The crowd was shaken, yet an even stronger desire arose. Yuanshi, with an excited expression, asked, "May I ask, teacher, how can we attain the exalted status of a saint?" All the great powers in the Zixiao Palace under Yuanshi's questioning were tense, breathing rapidly, staring unblinkingly at the ordinary, yet profound figure on the high platform, hope written on their faces. Honghuang, expressionless, spoke slowly and unhurriedly. To attain sainthood, one must comprehend the primordial chaos Tao. One method is to sever the three corpses. As Honghuang was about to explain the method of severing the three corpses in detail, he suddenly stopped, his gaze piercing through the Zixiao Palace toward a certain place in the primordial world. There, deep in a desolate mountain, a spirit monkey was perking up its 6 ears, its eyes shimmering with strange light. This monkey was born with a special ability, the 6 ears, divine power, enabling it to hear all things under heaven. It had actually overheard the Tao sound of the Zixiao Palace across infinite time and space. Honghuang frowned slightly and said indifferently, "The Tao is not transmitted to the 6 ears." As his words fell, the eavesdropping 6-eared macaque felt a buzzing in his mind, as if an invisible barrier had risen. The Tao sound of the Zixiao Palace vanished instantly, and no matter how he activated his divine power, he could not hear a single word. Inside the Zixiao Palace, the crowd understood upon hearing this, and they looked toward that direction of the primordial world with varied expressions. Honghuang paid no further attention to this, and continued, "The method of severing the three corpses to attain the Tao is my own creation. The so-called severing of the three corpses is to sever one's own obsessions, good thoughts and evil thoughts." The Tao sound rang out again, more profound than ever before, pointing directly to the core of the primordial chaos Tao. The great powers quickly composed themselves, cast aside distracting thoughts, and devoted themselves to comprehending the secret of sainthood. The third sermon at the Zixiao Palace officially began, and the gears of fate in the primordial world turned once again. Within the purple firmament palace where the Tao rhythm flowed, Honghuang's voice, like the primordial source of the great Tao, slowly elucidated the profound mystery of slaying the three corpses. Slaying the three corpses does not mean severing the physical body, but severing the three corpses of the primordial spirit. The corpse of goodness, the corpse of evil, and the corpse of obsession. All three emerge complemented by boundless merit to attain the fruit of the Tao. The corpse of goodness embodies benevolence, the corpse of evil embodies courage, and the corpse of obsession embodies the original heart. When the three are united, it is the true self. As his voice fell, golden light swirled within the hall, and countless law runes danced around the assembled great beings. Kunpeng sat cross-legged on a cushion, his eyes half closed. He took out a leaf of enlightenment tea and swallowed it. The chaos pearl spun at high speed within his sea of consciousness, cross-referencing the method of slaying the three corpses with his own Feng, Shui, Yin-Yang, great Tao, and space law. A divine cyan light flickered at his fingertips, and the shadows of the 24 heavens appeared faintly, clearly having touched the crux of corpse slaying. Only a compatible innate spiritual treasure was needed to begin slaying the first corpse. The three pure ones were surrounded by swirling, clear qi. Laozi stroked his beard with a faint smile, the profound yellow qi from the heaven and earth, profound yellow, exquisite pagoda, growing increasingly dense, as if he had integrated the path of goodness into the enaction of the true intent. Yuanshi's brow relaxed, the three treasures Rui, radiating brilliant light, clearly having broken through the shackles of obsession. Tongtian's eyes gleamed, the green lotus sword humming as the courage of evil resonated subtly with the edge of the sword. Nua's fingertips swirled with the energy of creation, the white gourd floating before her, its radiance revealing shadows of countless living beings. The path of the corpse of goodness perfectly aligned with her law of creation, her aura growing ever warmer and more majestic. Fushi's fingers plucking the zither paused slightly, the runes on the bagua plate flickering. He looked at Nua, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. Clearly the siblings were cross-validating their insights during the lecture, advancing together in their Tao. Jane and Zhuanti sat cross-legged together on a single cushion. Jane's golden light grew increasingly holy, as if he had condensed the corpse of goodness within the radiance. Zhuanti's expression shifted, the light from the seven treasures tree flickering between brightness and darkness, clearly struggling with his own corpse of evil, sometimes frowning in pain, sometimes gritting his teeth in persistence. Zenyuanzi held the earth book, his earth-yellow aura connecting with the earth veins, his face as calm as still water, clearly having integrated his obsessions with the path of the earth immortal. Hongyun listened with exuberance, the 99 soul-scattering gourd spinning above his head occasionally, slapping his thigh in delight, completely oblivious to his surroundings. His uninhibited nature perfectly matched the meaning of breaking obsession. Dejuan and Tai were surrounded by surging solar true fire. Dejuan's gaze was deep, as if deducing how to use the fortune of the demon race to aid corpse slaying. Tai gripped the chaos bell tightly, its chime resonating subtly with his aura of evil, his presence growing increasingly domineering. Mingyi's blood-red shadows surged around him, the twin swords Yuansu and Abi wrapped in blood-fiend energy. His eyes were sinister, clearly using the resentment of the blood sea to temper the corpse of evil. His murderous intent intertwined with the Tao rhythm, and he had even touched the threshold of the quasi-saint realm. The slightly inferior Dongwangong stood at the side of the hall, surrounded by pure yang energy. His expression shifted with the Tao sound, sometimes frowning, sometimes suddenly enlightened. Zhuangmu held a jade hairpin, the plain cloud banner, swaying gently behind her. She gazed at Hongjuan, her eyes full of longing for the path of sainthood, occasionally tracing runes in the void with the hairpin to record her insights. There was also the lamp-bearing Taoist holding the Lingjiu lamp, its flame flickering unsteadily, clearly struggling between good and evil. The nine heavens mysterious woman clad in magnificent battle armor, sometimes clapped in sudden enlightenment, sometimes frowned in contemplation, evidently still puzzled by the method of slaying the three corpses. As the lecture deepened, a series of surges in aura suddenly erupted within the purple firmament palace. Boom! Yuanshir's jade clear immortal light soared into the sky, the three treasures Rui bursting with brilliant radiance. He opened his eyes abruptly, a flash of clarity in his gaze. The quasi-saint realm, achieved. Immediately after, Tongtian let out a long howl. The green lotus sword tore through the void, sword energy spreading in all directions, and a momentum of dominating the world expanded, also stepping into the quasi-saint realm. Nuwa's fingertips condensed creation energy into a seven-colored lotus, the white gourd humming. She exchanged a glance with Fushi beside her, and both siblings' auras surged simultaneously, breaking through to the quasi-saint realm together. Huh, so that's it. Hongyun laughed loudly, the 99 soul-scattering gourd flying out, crimson clouds filling the sky, and he also stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Zenyuanzi smiled faintly, the earth book unfolding to cover a corner of the hall, earth yellow energy swirling, and he likewise advanced to quasi-saint. Jane and Zhuanti, golden light, and the radiance of the seven treasures tree intertwined. The two leaned back to back, tightly pressed together, their auras merging, as if one breaking through the shackles together and stepping into the quasi-saint realm. Dejuan and Tai, two golden crow shadows rose into the sky, the chaos bell resounding through the hall, solar, true, fire burning away the void. The brothers' auras merged, and together they entered the quasi-saint realm. Finally Mingyi roared in fury, the blood sea surging, the twin swords Yuansu and Abi blazing with blood light. The blood-fiend aura around him condensed into substance, and he also stepped into the quasi-saint realm. For a moment the quasi-saint pressures within the purple firmament palace interwove, shaking the chaotic streams outside the hall into ceaseless turmoil. Only Laozi and Kunpeng remained calm. Laozi's profound yellow chi grew increasingly restrained, as if merging with the great Tao. Kunpeng's brow shimmered with chaotic light, the shadows of the 24 heavens growing more solid. The two had clearly touched the threshold of the mid-quasi-saint stage, needing only a compatible innate spiritual treasure to slay a corpse and advance further. 3,000 years flew by within the Tao sound. Hongjun slowly ceased his lecture, and the Tao rhythm in the hall gradually subsided. When the assembly came to their senses, Hongjun spoke in a deep voice. Under heaven's Tao there shall be 7 saints. I have already attained one. The remaining 6 seats of sainthood shall be bestowed upon my disciples. The 3 pure ones are the incarnations of Pengu's primordial spirit, bearing the merit of creation, and are fated to be my direct disciples. His gaze swept over the 3. Laozi, Yuanshir, and Tongtian quickly rose and bowed. We pay homage to the master. Hongjun nodded slightly, and continued, Nuwa shall also perform great merit and great creation in the future. She may be my closed-door disciple. Nuwa gracefully knelt. Nuwa pays homage to the master, and thanks the master for his deep affection. Good. Hongjun nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Kunpeng, pondering for a moment, as if weighing his words. At that moment Jane and Zhuanti hurried forward and prostrated themselves. Teacher, the 2 of us came from the west seeking the Tao through countless hardships. Though our aptitude is dull, we possess perseverance and steadfastness. The west is barren and even more in need of the nourishment of the great Tao. We beseech the teacher to accept us as disciples. Hongjuan's thoughts were interrupted by the 2. He looked at them with some displeasure, but then recalled the karmic debt owed to the West from the Tao-demon conflict. He sighed lightly. You 2 indeed possess great perseverance. I shall accept you as my registered disciples. Thank you, master. Jane and Zhuanti were overjoyed, kowtowing repeatedly with thuds. Hongjun ignored them and looked at Kunpeng again. Finally he spoke. Kunpeng, you have spread the Tao across the primordial world, created the Tao script, and benefited all races. You possess great compassion and a great heart. You shall be the Tao teacher of the primordial world, propagating the true meaning of the great Tao. Kunpeng, quick-witted, immediately rose and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Tao Ancestor. Kunpeng will not fail your trust. I shall spread the Tao of the Ancestor. He tactfully addressed Hongjun as Tao Ancestor. A trace of subtle warmth flashed in Hongjun's eyes. He explained, Kunpeng, it is not that I am unwilling to accept you as a disciple, but that the number of heaven is already fixed. You and I have no master-disciple fate. Then with a wave of his sleeve, 6 beams of light flew out. Laozi, I bestow upon you the Taiji diagram. Holding this diagram, you can stabilize heaven and earth, profound and yellow, and suppress fortune. You ensure, I bestow upon you the Peng banner. Wielding this banner, you can break chaos, open heaven and earth, and also suppress fortune. Tong Tian, I bestow upon you the 4 immortal slaying swords, and their formation diagram. Should you become a saint, setting up the immortal slaying sword formation with these swords, only 4 saints can break it. Nuwa, I bestow upon you the mountain and river state map and the red embroidered ball. The former contains the creation of all things to aid your enlightenment of the great Tao. Wielding the latter, you can certify the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and man. Jane, I bestow upon you the 12-grade merit golden lotus to protect your body and gather the fortune of the West. Zhuanti, I bestow upon you the Vajra pestle and the 6 senses pure bamboo to break all laws and protect your mind. Finally, a beam of light, gentle, yet containing boundless enlightening power, flew toward Kunpeng. This is the 10,000 Tao steel. It can record the Tao rhythms of all races and contains endless merit. It is a postnatal merit spiritual treasure to aid you in spreading the great Tao. Kunpeng received the 10,000 Tao, steely, feeling a warm surge of merit power flowing into his body. The steel faintly revealed the Tao scripts of the myriad races of the primordial world, and he understood that this treasure was perfectly suited to his title of Tao teacher. After the treasures were distributed, and the assembly had given thanks, Hongjun then took out 6 purple energies radiating myriad rays of light. These were the Hongmeng Purple Qi. This is the Hongmeng Purple Qi, the foundation of the great Tao. Holding it allows one to comprehend the origin and achieve sainthood, he said. Looking at the few seated below on their cushions, he flicked his finger and 6 strands of purple Qi shot toward them. The purple Qi entered the hands of the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Zhuanti, and Jane. Kunpeng alone received none. Hongjun looked at Kunpeng and said again, You and I have no master-disciple fate. Attaining sainthood depends on your own fortune. Kunpeng had long anticipated this, so he was not overly disappointed. The other cultivators in the purple firmament palace who had received no benefits gazed enviously at the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Zhuanti, and Jane, then looked at Kunpeng. Their expressions varied. Some were jealous, some gloating, some mocking, some sardonic. A myriad of thoughts swirled, revealing the unfathomable depths of the human heart. The sordid details need not be elaborated. Suddenly someone from below shouted loudly, We too have a heart for the Tao. We beseech the Tao Ancestor's mercy to grant us a chance. The other great beings in the hall immediately knelt and begged, Tao Ancestor, we also seek a chance. Hongjun sighed helplessly, then took out another strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi and casually tossed it. The cycle of heaven's Tao, all things have a thread of life. Let this Hongmeng Purple Qi follow its fate. As his words fell, the Hongmeng Purple Qi circled once in the air, passing through the hall, as the assembly gazed at it with longing, and then flew straight toward Hongyun. Ha! It's mine. It's mine. Hongyun held the purple Qi, laughing uncontrollably. Zenyuanzi beside him quickly grabbed his hand and whispered urgently, Hongyun, do not be so ostentatious. But Hongyun seemed completely oblivious, still grinning foolishly. He did not notice that the gazes of the assembly in the purple firmament palace had turned varied, with many harboring ill intentions. Mingyi looked at Hongyun with a flash of greed, staring fixedly. Dijuan and Tai also wore dark expressions, casting a subtle glance at Hongyun, clearly displeased that the purple Qi had fallen into another's hands. Jane and Zhuanti remained impassive, secretly exchanging a glance, as if plotting something. The Hongmeng Purple Qi has settled. My great Tao is about to be perfected. However, the heaven and earth of the primordial world are not yet complete, and the myriad beings are without order. He paused, then looked at Dongwangong and Zhuangmo. With a flick of his hand, several spiritual treasures turned into streams of light, flying toward them. Dongwangong, you are the incarnation of the first ray of pure Yang Qi. I appoint you the leader of male immortals. I now bestow upon you the coiling dragon crutch and the pure Yang sword, to aid you in governing the male immortals of the primordial world and maintaining the order of heaven's Tao. Zhuangmu, you are the incarnation of the first strand of pure Yin Qi. I appoint you the leader of female immortals. I now bestow upon you the Kunlun mirror and the Su Nu sword, to aid you in governing the female immortals of the primordial world and maintaining the order of heaven's Tao. The two quickly accepted the treasures and gave thanks. Hongjun spoke finally. The 3 lectures at the purple firmament are concluded. I shall merge with the heavens Tao. Unless it affects the great trends of the primordial world, I will no longer appear. Hearing this, the great beings wailed and knelt begging. We too have no treasures to accompany us. We beseech the Tao Ancestor's mercy to grant us some spiritual treasures for protection. Hearing this, Honghuang sighed. With a wave of his hand, a mountain cliff appeared outside the purple firmament palace, its summit shimmering with treasure light. This is the treasure distribution cliff. It holds countless spiritual treasures. Each of you may take according to your own fate. As his words fell, Honghuang's figure dissolved into specks of golden light, merging into the void and vanishing completely. Within the purple firmament palace, the assembly looked at each other, then surged toward the treasure distribution cliff. As the 3rd lecture at Zixiao Palace concluded, the figure of the Tao Ancestor, Honghuang, gradually faded, yet his fingertips radiated myriad rays of colorful light, enveloping an unremarkable cliff outside the hall. The cliff suddenly erupted with celestial light, soaring to the heavens, the aura of primordial spiritual treasures surging like tides through chaos. This was the Funbao Cliff. The Funbao Cliff opens, each shall claim by fate. Before the Tao Ancestor's words faded, the assembled great beings shot out of Zixiao Palace like arrows from a bow. The space around Kunpeng trembled, and his figure vanished in an instant. Kunpeng's supreme speed tearing through the void. In the next moment, he was the first to arrive before the Funbao Cliff. With his beaming swallowing heaven gourd, the mouth of the gourd opened wide, unleashing a terrifying suction that instantly drew in hundreds of primordial spiritual treasures. The 3 pure ones arrived shortly after. Above Laozi's head, the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda hung, pouring down billions of strands of Xianhuang qi like a river cascading from the heavens. Wherever it passed, hundreds of primordial spiritual treasures broke free from the cliff's restraint, transforming into streams of light that merged into the Xianhuang tide. Yuanshi activated the 3 treasures Rui. The jade pure immortal light swept across, causing the treasures on the cliff to tremble. Dozens of spiritual treasures imbued with Tao resonance flew into his sleeve like homing birds. Among them, a colossal purple golden hammer that pierced heaven and earth, and a Taiwu Taiji Bagua mirror were particularly dazzling. Clearly rare instruments of slaughter and functional treasures. Tong Tian's long hair flew in the wind, his Tao robe fluttering without wind. The Qingping sword soared into the air, its sword aura erupting violently, drawing all sword-shaped spiritual treasures on the Funbao Cliff. Immortal swords, sword embryos, sword pellets, over 100 pieces. The glow of swords converged into a brilliant river of stars, which he gathered into his robe, leaving the great beings arriving later with eyes burning red. What followed was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their prowess. Nuwa lightly raised her hand, and the white gourd hung before her, emitting a gentle aura of creation. The treasures on Funbao Cliff, engraved with patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, flew toward her, as if sentient, a Huntian Ling, a pair of wind and fire wheels, and several jade eggs containing life, all harmonizing with her Tao of creation. Fuxi offered his Fuxi Qin. Amidst the lingering notes of the zither, he also harvested several treasures that resonated with his own nature. Dijuan and Tai joined forces. The Hichu and Luoshu hovered in midair, drawing dozens of treasures imbued with stellar power into their formation. The chaos bell rang out with a single boom, shaking hundreds of treasures off the cliff. Close behind were the 10 great demon saints and over 100 demon commanders. The lowest cultivation among these great demons had reached the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the auras of several dozen demon saints were at the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. In an instant, they claimed another several hundred treasures. Jin Yuanzi unfurled the earth book. As the pages turned, treasures on Funbao Cliff related to the earth, such as the earthy yellow Jinyue seal and the earth spirit pearl imbued with Shirong's essence, flew into the book. Honghuang activated his 9-9 soul-scattering gourd, from whose mouth red clouds sprayed, sweeping away over a dozen fire attribute treasures, among which a 9 dragons flame-suppressing cover filled him with joy. Jane and Juanti were not idle either. Juanti's 7 treasures wonderful tree brushed out 7 colored clouds. Jane erupted with 10,000 golden rays. The 2 claimed dozens of treasures. Gazing at the now empty Funbao Cliff, then at the 3 pure ones, and then at the harvests of Kunpeng and the demon clan, envy was evident in their eyes. At this moment, seeing that all treasures had been taken and only the bare Funbao Cliff stood silent, Kunpeng did not hesitate. He offered his beaming swallowing heaven gourd. The mouth of the gourd aimed at the cliff, unleashing a terrifying suction far surpassing the previous one. The entire cliff shuddered violently. The primordial spiritual patterns rooted in the cliff were forcibly stripped away, and even the residual fragments of treasures and the innate Tao resonance hidden in the crevices were all devoured by the gourd. Even more astonishing, 24 Dinghai Shinju flew out from between Kunpeng's brows, emitting a hazy, clear light. Under the shroud of that light, the Funbao Cliff began to shrink from a towering peak of 10,000 zhong, to a mere zhang in size, and finally was swept into the illusion of the 24 heavens vanishing without a trace. Gasps of awe rose and fell. Hongyun clapped his hands and laughed, exclaiming to Zhen Yuanzi beside him. Even the Funbao cliff was taken. Kunpeng is truly formidable. Not far away among the three pure ones, Tong Tian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he thought to himself, such means from Kunpeng, such boldness. I cannot match him. Laozi's usually impassive expression twitched as he let out a soft sigh, as if lamenting or regretting. Yuanshi frowned slightly and snorted coldly. But he said nothing more. The Funbao cliff, which had been allowed to exist by the Tao ancestor, could be taken by Kunpeng. That was his fate. Kunpeng withdrew the 24 Dinghai Shinju into his brow, cupped his hands to the crowd, and smiled calmly, as if he had merely picked up an ordinary stone. The clamor around the Funbao cliff gradually subsided. On the other side, Dongwangong had already been surrounded by a group of scattered cultivators. Before leaving, the Tao ancestor had declared Dongwangong is the chief of male immortals. These words, like a divine decree, elevated Dongwangong's status, which had already held some prestige among scattered cultivators. At the same time, the terms male immortal and female immortal officially spread throughout the primordial world. Congratulations, Dongwangong, on attaining the position of immortal chief. With the immortal chief Dongwangong presiding over the primordial world, we scattered cultivators finally have a home. Amidst the flattery pouring into his ears, Dongwangong's face glowed. Clad in a purple gold Tao robe, holding a dragon-coiled iron staff, and carrying the pure yang sword on his back, he coughed lightly and raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Fellow Taoists are too kind. The Tao ancestor has appointed me as the chief of male immortals to maintain the order of the heavenly Tao. I shall spare no effort and live up to his trust. All of you have listened to the Tao teachings with me in Zixiao Palace. We share the bond of classmates and should stand together in harmony. Today, as we gather for this grand occasion, I have prepared a modest feast at Zifuao. I invite all fellow Taoists to join me for Tao discussion to explore the true meaning of the primordial chaos. Would you honor me with your presence? These words were spoken with great tact, invoking the Tao ancestor's authority while using Tao discussion as a pretext to win hearts. Many scattered cultivators who had no desire to align with either the Wu or the Yao responded in agreement. In no time, several hundred Luo golden immortals had gathered, creating a lively scene. Dongwangong looked at the scene before him, feeling a sense of pride, as if he could already see himself commanding 10,000 immortals and unifying the primordial world. Not far away, Dijuan and Tai watched coldly. Brother, this Dongwangong dares to be so ostentatious, clearly trying to contend with our Yao clan. Tai's solar primordial fire surged around him, and the chaos bell emitted a low hum, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Why not take this opportunity? No, Dijuan pressed Tai's shoulder, his voice icy. This is the entrance of Zixiao Palace. The Tao ancestor's aura lingers. If something happens to him right after receiving the title chief of male immortals, wouldn't that be a slap in the Tao ancestor's face? His gaze swept over the group of Zixiao guests crowding around Dongwangong, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Zifuao? A gathering of rabble. When we leave the chaos, we'll find a pretext and teach him who truly rules the primordial world. Though Tai was unwilling, he understood Dijuan's reasoning. He suppressed his murderous intent, snorted coldly, and turned his head away. Outside Zixiao Palace, the great beings bid farewell one after another. The three pure ones returned together to Kunlun. Nuwa and Fushi departed hand in hand toward Fengxi Mountain. Jane and Zhuanti hurried away with the western cultivators, leaving only a trail of sighs. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, we too take our leave now. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun cupped their hands in farewell, but as they turned, Kunpeng called them back. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, wait a moment. Kunpeng took out an object, a seal formed from the fusion of a dark azure feather and a deep black scale. The feather bore the Tao resonance of wind and space, while the scale was wreathed in the cold aura of Baiming's true water. The two interwove into a chaotic colored light pattern. This is... Hongyun took the seal, feeling its warmth and a strange power flowing within it. Your journey back may be fraught with danger. Kunpeng's gaze was profound, his words pregnant with meaning. This seal is formed from the tail feather and reverse scale of my true body. In a moment of crisis, crush it, and it may lend you a hand. Hongyun felt a warmth in his heart. Though he was carefree and innocent by nature, he caught the concern in Kunpeng's words. He quickly cupped his hands. Thank you for this generous gift. I will remember this kindness. Zhen Yuanzi also bowed solemnly. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, you have taken great care. The two took their leave. Kunpeng stood in the chaos, watching their departing figures, his eyes flickering with emotion. He already knew that Hongyun's journey would bring a calamity. This seal was the thread of life he left for this kind-hearted old man. In the western reaches of the primordial world, above a mountain range called Duanhuan Ridge, Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi were flying through the air. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng is quite thoughtful, but we too have already broken through to the quasi-sage realm. What petty villain could harm us? Hongyun toyed with the seal in his hand, laughing. Jin Yuanzi, however, wore a grim expression. Caution is paramount. The Wu and Yao are powerful. They may not tolerate those of us who remain neutral. Before his words faded, space rippled, and the blood sea surged. The Ancestor Mingi materialized, standing on the 12-pin Karma Fire Red Lotus, wielding the Yuan 2 and Abi twin swords. The blood-killing aura instantly shrouded the heavens and earth. Hongyun, leave the Hongmeng purple chi, and I will spare your life. Mingi. Jin Yuanzi unfurled the earth book, letting the great Xianhuang chi of the earth descend to protect Hongyun. We are like water and well water. Why must you be so aggressive? Let's talk. Prepare to die. Mingi swung his twin swords, and two blood-colored sword auras tore through the void, slashing with unmatched killing power. Hongyun activated his 9-9 soul-scattering gourd, spewing red clouds to block, while Jin Yuanzi mobilized the earth's veins, forming earthen yellow barriers. The two worked in perfect coordination, quickly gaining the upper hand. Damn it. Mingi had not expected that even after breaking through to Quasi-Sage, he would still be forced back by Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi. He roared in fury. You two, what are you waiting for? Now. The moment the words fell, two golden lights stepped out of the void. Dijuan held the Hichu and Luoshu, while Tai gripped the Chaos Bell. The Quasi-Sage pressure of the two exploded forth. It's you. Jin Yuanzi's face changed drastically. You conspired with Mingi. Tai laughed grimly. You two refused to submit to the Yao clan. You are nothing but trouble. I'll give you two choices: hand over the Hongmeng purple chi or die. Before the words had even finished, the Chaos Bell suddenly boomed, its sound waves shaking Hongyun's chi and blood. Dijuan, wielding the Hichu and Luoshu, formed a light barrier of boundless power, trapping Jin Yuanzi inside. Mingi seized the opportunity to drive his twin swords, and the blood-colored sword aura bypassed Jin Yuanzi's defense, stabbing straight at Hongyun. Hongyun was caught off guard. The sword aura pierced his chest, and blood gushed out. His aura instantly withered. Hongyun. Jin Yuanzi's eyes cracked with fury. The earth book blazed with brilliant light, forcing back Dijuan and Tai, and he stood in front of Hongyun. Go quickly. Hongyun looked at the three Quasi-Sages closing him, then at Jin Yuanzi, shielding him with his life. A flash of determination crossed his eyes, and he considered detonating his primordial spirit to perish with the enemy. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the seal Kunpeng had given him. His heart stirred. Jin Yuanzi, let's go. Hongyun forced a breath, and together with Jin Yuanzi, they activated their treasures, desperately blocking the combined strike of the three Quasi-Sages. Then with all his might, he crushed the seal. The moment the seal shattered, the dark azure feather transformed into a spatial rift, while the deep black scale surged with endless coldness, freezing time and space. A familiar spatial force erupted, enveloping the two and vanishing in an instant. No, it's a spatial teleport. Dijuan's face changed drastically. Tai tried to use the Chaos Bell to freeze the moment, but it was too late. He only saw a faint light streak toward the North Sea, crossing billions of miles in an instant. Kunpeng. Tai roared in fury, the Chaos Bell shattering large swaths of the void. On Duanhuan Ridge, the three Quasi-Sages stared at the empty sky, their faces dark as water. Billion miles away at the edge of the North Sea, space tore open, and Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi stumbled out, both in disarray. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng seal. Such power. Jin Yuanzi shuddered, his gaze toward the depths of the North Sea, filled with gratitude. Hongyun clutched his wound, smiling bitterly, thanks to Kunpeng. But now Dijuan, Tai, and Mingi have set their sights on us. We cannot return to Honghuang Temple. Jin Yuanzi pondered. The primordial world is vast, but there are only two places that can accommodate us and offer protection: Kunpeng's Baiming or Fuxi, and Nua's Finchi Mountain. To the North Sea. Hongyun's eyes showed determination. Since Kunpeng gave me the seal, he must have a plan for our safety. The two exchanged a glance, hesitated no longer, and transformed into two streams of light, speeding toward the abyss of Baiming. At the same time, deep within the Baiming Palace, Kunpeng abruptly opened his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he sensed something. They've come. He flickered, transforming into a dark azure light, and sped toward the edge of the North Sea to welcome them. At the edge of the North Sea, an azure black light descended, and Kunpeng revealed his form. Seeing Hongyun's face deathly pale with a bone-deep wound on his chest, emitting black-red baleful aura, and Jin Yuanzi, though unscathed, was unstable in breath, he immediately went to meet them. Taoist friends, this. Kunpeng's gaze fell upon Hongyun's wound, his brow slightly furrowing. This injury. Hongyun clutched his wound, his voice hoarse with a hint of pain, and gave a bitter smile. As Kunpeng, Taoist suspected Jin Yuanzi and I were ambushed on our way back. I never imagined Dijuan and Tai would ally with Mingi. We were no match for them. Had it not been for the talisman seal left by Kunpeng, Taoist, I fear I would have already perished and returned to the primordial world. As he spoke, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of black blood. Jin Yuanzi, supporting Hongyun, added, Mingi has broken through to Quasi-Saint. His methods are vicious, and the baleful energy on his twin swords carries a strange force that devours vitality. Hongyun was wounded by Mingyi's sword energy. Ordinary spiritual medicines cannot suppress the injury. He urgently needs a safe place to heal in seclusion. Now we have clearly been targeted by Dijuan and Mingyi. We dare not return to Honghuang Temple. We have come to the North Sea, seeking your protection, Taoist. We wonder if you are willing to take us in. Kunpeng listened, nodded, and sighed. I never expected Dijuan and Mingyi to collude together and to go so far as to kill for the Hongmeng purple qi. He patted Xinyuanzi on the shoulder. Taoist, rest assured. Once you are in Baiming, you can settle down with peace of mind. As long as I Kunpeng am here, I will ensure your safety. As he spoke, Kunpeng took a lustrous jade bottle from his sleeve and offered it to Hongyun. This is the 3 glow divine water. It can exactly neutralize the blood fiend on your body. Hongyun's eyes widened, and he quickly waved his hand. No. I cannot accept this. The 3 glow divine water is a supreme treasure of the primordial world, capable of restoring life to the dead and flesh to bones. It is far too precious. How can I accept something so valuable from you, Taoist? Take it. Kunpeng pressed the bottle into his hand with a smile. We have been friends for years. What is this small thing? Besides, your injury cannot be delayed. If the blood fiend corrodes your primordial spirit, it will be troublesome. Xinyuanzi also urged from the side. Hongyun, Kunpeng, Taoist means well. Your injury is the priority. Don't refuse. Hongyun looked at the jade bottle in his hand, then at Kunpeng and Xinyuanzi. A warmth surged in his heart. He stopped being pretentious, cupped his hands, and said, Then I thank you, Taoist. I will remember this kindness for all my life. The 3 did not linger. Soon Kunpeng brought Xinyuanzi and Hongyun back to the Baiming Palace. Seeing Hongyun's face growing paler and Xinyuanzi showing signs of fatigue, he called out attendants. As the words fell, 2 figures emerged from the watery curtain beside them. One was a clam spirit in a pearl dress, and the other was a graceful dragon girl with a pure aura. Ancestor, what are your orders? The dragon girl and clam spirit bowed respectfully. Take my 2 friends to the West Hall to rest. Do not neglect them. Yes. The dragon girl stepped forward and made a gesturing motion to Hongyun and Xinyuanzi. Esteemed seniors, this way, please. The clam spirit quickly followed, holding a tray with a cup of spiritual tea, and said softly, Seniors, if you have any requests, feel free to call us at any time. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi bowed to Kunpeng, then followed the attendants deep into the palace. Watching their figures disappear at the end of the corridor, Kunpeng turned and went back to his own cultivation chamber. In the secret chamber of Baiming Palace, light flowed over the cold jade mat. Kunpeng sat cross-legged, his body enveloped by azure and deep black divine light, woven into a cocoon isolating the frozen energy of the outer world. He slowly closed his eyes, sinking into his primordial spirit. The chaos pearl floated at the core, while the 24 Dinghai pearls encircled it in formation. The starlight of the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Tu and the 5-element force of the 4 primordial banners collided and intermingled. As his mind delved into the origin, a green spirit pearl appeared in Kunpeng's palm. The wind spirit pearl, a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure. The pearl was flawless, with azure winds swirling within, faintly echoing the roar of wind and thunder. It was one of the hundreds of treasures he had obtained from the Funbao Cliff. This pearl contained the pure essence of the great Tao of wind, which resonated with Kunpeng's innate origin of the wind Tao. Sever the 3 corpses, attain the Hunyuan. Kunpeng murmured to himself, a flash of determination in his eyes. He pointed with his fingers, and 3 shadowy figures flew out of his primordial spirit. One compassionate and gentle, one fierce and arrogant, and one indifferent and detached. These were the essences of the good, evil, and attachment corpses. With a thought, Kunpeng forcibly separated the compassionate, good corpse shadow from his primordial spirit, sending it, as a streak of green light, toward the wind spirit pearl. With wind as the form, with goodness as the thought, merge with my origin, forge my external self. As he chanted, the wind spirit pearl erupted with 10,000 feet of green light, completely engulfing the good corpse shadow. Without hesitation, Kunpeng poured his long-cultivated essence of the wind Tao and his comprehension of laws into the pearl. The wind spirit pearl trembled violently, its surface covered with countless mysterious wind patterns that merged with the compassionate Tao rhythm of the good corpse shadow. This process was perilous. A single mistake could damage the foundation of the primordial spirit. But Kunpeng's Tao heart was firm. The chaos pearl continuously deduced the mysteries of separation and fusion, while the 24 Dinghai pearls protected his primordial spirit against unforeseen calamities. Time passed swiftly. Tens of thousands of years slipped away during the seclusion. One day a fierce wind suddenly erupted in the chamber. The wind spirit pearl floated in the air, and within the green light a human figure gradually took shape. When the light faded, a Taoist in a moon-white robe stood before Kunpeng, bearing the same face as Kunpeng, but with a gentler, more compassionate air around his brows. Azure wind swirled around him, and his Tao resonance was naturally perfect. Kunwu pays respects to the original self. The white-robed Taoist bowed deeply to Kunpeng, his voice as warm as a spring breeze. Kunpeng opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing within them. He could clearly sense that the Kunwu before him, though possessing independent consciousness, was connected to his own mind and spirit like a limb. The aura emanating from Kunwu was that of the peak of the Luo Golden Immortal. Excellent. Kunpeng slowly rose, his aura suddenly surging, the pressure of a mid-stage quasi-saint sweeping through the chamber like a tidal wave. From today you shall walk the primordial world under the name Ancestor Kunwu. I grant you the post-heaven merit spirit treasure, the Wandao Stele, to oversee the compassionate teachings of our Northern Sea lineage. As you command, original self. Ancestor Kunwu smiled faintly, transformed into a streak of azure wind, and vanished. Kunpeng felt the more harmonious foundation of his Tao and the surging spiritual power within him, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Severing the good corpse had not only elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage quasi-saint, but also deepened his understanding of the Honghuang Great Tao. Outside, in the span of 10,000 years, the primordial world had undergone tumultuous changes. At Zifu Island in the East Sea, after receiving the title Lord of Male Immortals from the Zixiao Palace, Donghuang Gong's fortunes surged, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, finally breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Seizing this opportunity, he widely issued invitations and formally established the Wanxian Alliance under the banner of maintaining the heavenly Tao order and resisting the oppression of Wu and Yao. The Wanxian Alliance had a strict hierarchy with Donghuang Gong and Shiwang Mu as the leaders. Below them were 5 deputy leaders, all peak de Luo Golden Immortals among the top wandering cultivators. Jiutian Xuanu, who commanded military strategy and tactics, leading 3,000 Xuanu guards, all above the Golden Immortal realm. Randang Doran, who mastered the Tao of causality and reincarnation, with 18 Tai Golden Immortal protectors, among whom Xianglong Daoran and Fuhu Daoran were the most renowned. Dui Jinren, skilled in using the Dingfeng Pearl, and the Qianquan ruler with considerable influence in the West Sea and numerous disciples under his command. Heishan Jinjuan, the embodiment of the first Black Mountain of the primordial world, wielding the power of the earth's Yin veins, commanding billions of Yin soldiers. Mongshan Gidi, stationed at the outer reaches of the East Sea, ruling over the myriad ghosts of Mongshan, mysterious and unpredictable. Even more striking was that Shiwang Mu, far away in West Kunlun, had also broken through to quasi-saint. Although still in seclusion at Yaoqi, she sent word that she was willing to join the Wanxian Alliance as the leader of female immortals and jointly manage the alliance's affairs with Donghuang Gong. For a time, the Wanxian Alliance's reputation soared. It gathered nearly 1,000 de Luo Golden Immortals, among which dozens were at the peak, hundreds at the middle and late stages, and countless at the early stage. They occupied numerous immortal islands in the East Sea, West Sea, and South Sea, as well as cave heavens and blessed lands on the eastern and northern fringes of the primordial continent. They had become the third force capable of standing against the Wu and Yao clans. In contrast, the Yao clan, under the leadership of the 2 quasi-saints Dijuan and Tai, expanded with increasing ferocity. The 10 great Yao saints had all broken through to the peak of de Luo. Under them, thousands of Yao generals and Yao kings, all of de Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, served. With the Sun Star as their core, they controlled the starry sky of the primordial world and occupied the vast western and southern territories of the continent. Their power rivaled that of the Phoenix clan in the past. The Wu clan was not to be outdone. Among the 12 Ancestor Wu, the eldest Dijiang and the youngest Hudu had already broken through to quasi-saint. The remaining 10 Ancestor Wu were all at the peak of de Luo, only one step away from quasi-saint. More terrifyingly, among the billions of Wu clan members, thousands of great Wu had emerged, each comparable to a de Luo Golden Immortal. Their physical bodies were incomparably strong, their law powers refined, and with their innate brute force and natural laws, they firmly held the core region of the central primordial continent, just like the Qilin clan in ancient times. Thus, the primordial world formed a tripartite standoff. The Wu clan occupied the center, the Yao clan ruled the starry sky and the southwest, and the Wanxian Alliance controlled the 3 seas and some perilous borderlands. The pattern of the 3 clans' struggle, Dragon Phoenix and Qilin, reappeared among the Wu, Yao, and the Wanxian Alliance. As the 3 great powers expanded wildly and competed for resources, the primordial world saw an abundance of experts. The Golden Immortal realm had become the lowest tier, and even de Luo Golden Immortals could be seen everywhere. The era of Golden Immortals are as common as dogs. De Luo Golden Immortals fill the streets, and only quasi-saints can truly flaunt their power, had officially arrived. Deep within the Beiming Palace, a garden built beside the water presented a unique and enchanting vista. The Xianming heavy water here transformed into a warm, babbling brook. Spirit flowers and herbs bloomed in full splendor, radiating immortal light. In the lake of the garden, lotus flowers stood tall, like canopies, their leaves shimmering with prismatic hues, and occasional wafts of clear, refreshing fragrance floated by. In the central pavilion, a long table carved entirely from warm jade was placed horizontally. On the table lay no delicacies but a peculiar chessboard with 19 intersecting lines spreading like a heavenly net scattered with black and white jade pieces. It was the game of Go that Kunpeng had created in his leisure time, based on memories from his past life. Kunpeng held the black stones while Xinyuanzi held the white. The two were deeply engrossed in the game. Fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi, this move of yours, the small knight, is quite cunning. Kunpeng held a black stone between his fingers, his gaze sweeping across the board, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He placed his stone with swift precision, carving a path through the encirclement of white stones. However, my KO fight here might give you a headache, my friend. Xinyuanzi stroked his beard and chuckled lightly, placing a white stone steadily to protect a vital point. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, your chess skills have advanced remarkably. You have infused the art of Go with a hint of the Tao of space. He gazed at the interlocking positions on the board, a glint of admiration in his eyes. But who will win remains to be seen. On a stone bench nearby, Honghuang sat holding a cup of spirit tea, watching with great interest. Dressed in a crimson Taoist robe that accentuated his ruddy complexion, the scar on his chest left by the Nether River's sword energy had long vanished under the nourishment of the three lights' divine water. His aura was now even more profound than 10,000 years ago, having firmly stabilized at the early quasi-saint stage. Brother Xinyuanzi, you've gone the wrong way with this move. You should block him on the right. Honghuang exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng is best at feigning attacks in the east while striking in the west. See, those few stones on the left are just a decoy. Xinyuanzi shook his head helplessly. You yourself are not skilled at chess, yet you love to command the battlefield. Honghuang grinned, set down his teacup, and pulled out an exquisite wooden box from his sleeve. Another little pastime Kunpeng had casually created for amusement. Inside were small black and red jade pieces inscribed with titles like Commander, Army General, and Division General. It was his beloved game of military chess. Go is too brain-taxing. Let's play military chess instead. Honghuang opened the box excitedly. The few disciples I've taken in recently have improved their skills considerably, especially that lad Hu Qi. His chess is already on par with mine. I'll have him show you his skills next time. Speaking of his disciples, Honghuang's face was full of pride. Ever since he became obsessed with military chess while recuperating in the North Sea, he had taken to calling himself commander of the First Theater of the North Sea, and had indeed taken on a few disciples, a tiger whale named Hu Qi, who had taken refuge from the East Sea with a body as massive as a mountain and brute strength that could shake the peaks. He appointed him Army General of the First Theater of the North Sea. Now at the late Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, a pair of innate Yin-Yang flood dragons named Ada and Aer One Yin and One Yang, working in perfect synergy, appointed as Division Generals of the First Theater of the North Sea, both at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, a black water serpent that had lived for several kalpas, and a North Sea ice phoenix named Wolong and Feng Chu, steady and wise, appointed as brigade commanders of the First Theater of the North Sea, also at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Even more amusingly, he insisted on giving official titles to those around him. He called Kunpeng Supreme Commander of the North Sea, Xinyuanzi Commander of the Second Theater of the North Sea, Xuanwu Garrison Commander of the North Sea, Aoran Deputy Garrison Commander of the North Sea, and even Kunpeng's good avatar Kunwa Laozu was given the title Chief of Staff of the North Sea. Kunpeng found it amusing and couldn't be bothered to argue, letting him have his fun. But little did he expect that this jest would spread across the primordial world, causing the three major powers, the Wu, the Yao, and the 10,000 Immortal Alliance, to secretly grow wary. Three quasi-saints gathering in the North Sea, even without any active expansion, was already a force not to be underestimated. Over the past 10,000 years, the three major powers had often sent envoys to visit, offering mountains of spiritual treasures and heavenly materials, all in an attempt to curry favor or test the waters. Kunpeng, too lazy to deal with them, had his first disciple Xuanwu receive the guests. He accepted everything, but never committed to any alliance. As time passed, though the various parties still coveted, they dared not provoke him easily. Your disciples have been taught quite well by you. Kunpeng placed the final stone, and the black stones on the board surged like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly turning the tide. This game I win. Xinyuanzi looked at the board and conceded helplessly. I admit defeat. Just then a burly figure walked in from outside the garden. It was Xuanwu. Clad in Xianbing armor, the cracks on his back shell had long healed, and his constant battles had added a sharp edge to his aura. He had now reached the mid-Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Xuanwu bowed and said, Master, the Yao sage Bai Zhe has come seeking an audience representing the two Yao sovereigns. He says he has important matters that must be reported to you in person. Bai Zhe. Kunpeng raised an eyebrow. Bai Zhe, the foremost of the 10 Yao sages, possessed unparalleled wisdom and knew the conditions of all things. He had always been the right hand of Dijuan and Tai. His personal visit was no trivial matter. Have him wait in the main hall. Kunpeng waved his hand, putting away the chessboard in pieces. The game with fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi has just ended. It's a good time to meet this Yao sage. In the main hall of the Biming Palace, the cold mist-wreathed pillars were carved with water patterns and star charts. The shadows of the 24 Dinghai Shinju revolved in the dome, exuding an authority that could suppress the four seas. Baize, dressed in a white robe with a refined countenance, stood in the center of the hall, calmly surveying the furnishings. Though he appeared composed, his fingers unconsciously rubbed the jade slip in his sleeve, betraying his inner turmoil. Hearing footsteps, Baize turned and saw Kunpeng approaching, first followed closely by Xinyuanzi and Hongyun. Although the three quasi-saints did not release their auras, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. Baize of the Yao clan pays respects to Taoist Kunpeng. Baize quickly bowed with utmost respect. I have long heard that the Taoist is the foremost under the sages with unparalleled grace. Seeing you today, I find it is indeed well-deserved. When he looked up, his gaze lingered on Kunpeng for a moment, then shifted to Xinyuanzi and Hongyun. A flicker of unease crossed his face as his smile stiffened. Kunpeng took the main seat and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist Baize, you are too kind. You come on behalf of Dijuan and Tai, so there must be something important. Please speak freely." Baize took a deep breath and began with a lengthy flattery. Taoist Kunpeng jests. I recall how the Taoists debated with Yuanshi and Jian at Zhixiao Palace, preaching the great love of Peng. Later you overpowered Juanti, and Jian defeated Mingyi, repelled the ancestral witches, spread the Tao across the four seas, created the Tao script, established merit, and shook the primordial world. The billions of Yao clansmen hold the Taoist in reverence, flowing like the endless waters of the North Sea, even surpassing the respect for the two sovereigns Dijuan and Tai. After nearly half an hour of such talk, seeing Kunpeng's expression remain indifferent, Baize finally grew impatient. He glanced at Xinyuanzi and Hongyun and stammered, "Taoist, there are some words here. I don't know if I should speak." Xinyuanzi and Hongyun exchanged a look and were about to rise and leave, but Kunpeng spoke, "No need. Fellow Taoists Xinyuanzi and Hongyun are my closest friends, not outsiders. If you have something to say it openly." Seeing Kunpeng's stance, Baize gritted his teeth and abandoned any pretense. He changed his tone and said in a deep voice, "May I ask if the Taoist still remembers the pact made on the Sun Star with the two sovereigns Dijuan and Tai? To be honest, the Yao clan now occupies half of the primordial world. The two sovereigns Dijuan and Tai are determined to unify the primordial and re-establish the order of heaven and earth. The Taoist once promised to become the Yao clan's grand tutor, and thus should lend the Yao clan your aid." He paused, his gaze falling on Hongyun, and his tone grew sharp. "Fellow Taoist, Hongyun possesses the Hongmeng purple chi, a treasure that invites disaster. The two sovereigns say that if the Taoist can persuade Hongyun to hand over the purple chi, the Yao clan would offer 3 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures in return, and even grant Hongyun the position of guest elder of the Yao clan, ensuring his safety for life." The moment these words were spoken, the hall fell into a dead silence. Xinyuanzi's expression darkened, and the energy of the earth veins around him stirred faintly. Hongyun, on the other hand, laughed in anger, "A fine treasure that invites disaster. The grudge from the ambush at Duanhuan Ridge has yet to be settled, and now you dare to come and demand the Hongmeng purple chi. Do you take me, Hongyun, for a soft persimmon?" But Baize ignored Hongyun, fixing his gaze on Kunpeng, and said solemnly, "Taoist Kunpeng, the Yao clan has a pact with you as grand tutor. You are originally one of us. Hongyun is just a wandering cultivator. How can he compare to the great cause of the Yao clan? I urge the Taoist to think twice." Kunpeng picked up his teacup, gently blew on the foam, and said in a calm, unruffled tone, "Fellow Taoist, Baize, do you know what the word righteousness means?" Baize was taken aback. "What does the Taoist mean?" "I did have a pact as grand tutor with Dijuan and Tai, but my friendship with fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi and Hongyun predates my acceptance of that role. If the title of grand tutor requires me to betray old friends, then I would rather discard it." Kunpeng set down his cup, his gaze suddenly sharpening. "The Hongmeng purple chi belongs to fellow Taoist Hongyun. It is his freedom to give it or not. Though I am the Yao clan's grand tutor, I met Xinyuanzi and Hongyun at Zhixiao Palace and became friends at Honghuang Temple. This bond far exceeds the so-called grand tutor pact." He rose to his feet, and the pressure of a quasi-saint erupted like the abyssal depths of the North Sea, instantly freezing the Xianming cold air in the hall. "Go back and tell Dijuan and Tai, do not set your sights on fellow Taoist Hongyun again. If they persist, I will not hesitate to go to war." Baize's face turned pale. The overwhelming pressure forced him back step by step, his heart shaken with disbelief. He had never expected Kunpeng to break with the Yao clan for Hongyun's sake. "Taoist Kunpeng." Enough said. Kunpeng waved his hand. "See the guest out." Baize gritted his teeth, shot Kunpeng a deep look, then turned and transformed into a streak of white light, fleeing in disgrace. In the hall, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun gazed at Kunpeng's figure, their hearts stirred. "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng." Hongyun's voice choked with emotion. He had never imagined that Kunpeng would stand so firmly in his defense against the mighty Yao clan. Xinyuanzi also clasped his hands in salute. I will remember this loyalty, my friend. Kunpeng turned around, his expression calm again, and smiled. We have known each other for tens of thousands of years. Why say such formal words? Honghuang took a deep breath, then suddenly dropped to one knee, tears glistening in his eyes. From this day forth my life is yours. If the Yao clan dares to come, I will charge first. Zhen Yuanzi also spoke solemnly, I am the same. Kunpeng helped them up and laughed heartily. With you two by my side, what is there to fear from the Yao clan? Come, today is a day of joy. Let's go to the back garden for a few rounds of primordial conquest. Outside the beaming palace, the lesser Zhou Tian star array shimmered starlight, piercing through, casting long shadows of the three figures. Deep within the palace, the laughter from the garden traveled far like the waves of the North Sea, rising higher and higher. This bond of friendship among the three was destined to leave a brilliant mark on the stage of primordial history. In the main hall of the Taiyang star, crimson gold pillars soared into the vaulted ceiling, where the eternal solar true fire blazed, casting every inch of space into a molten golden inferno. Dijun sat high upon the nine-dragon throne, clad in a bright yellow imperial robe embroidered with 9 dragons. The three-legged golden crow totem on either side spewed flickering dying flames. Tai occupied a side seat draped in a black dragon-embroidered imperial robe with the chaos bell suspended in midair above him. The starlight patterns on the bell rotated unceasingly, exuding the pressure of a universe suppressed. Below the throne, the 10 great demon saints stood in formation. Ji Ming had a human body and a dragon head with vapor rising around him and a mouthful of clouds and mist spitting out from time to time. Ying Zhao had a tiger body and bird wings with a single horn on his back. His striped hide glinted with ferocity beneath the firelight. Fei Dan had a bird head and a serpent body with fangs protruding and saliva dripping onto the golden bricks, sizzling into white smoke. Fei Lian resembled a deer with one-horned leopard spots, and when he spread his wings, wind and sand filled the sky. Jiao Ying had 9 heads on a serpent body, each head spitting water and fire with a wildly violent aura. Shang Yang stood on 1 foot with a bird body, his tail feathers like swords, and 8 eyes on his head, constantly scanning the surroundings. Qin Yuan looked like a hummingbird, but was the size of a mandarin duck, with a tail stinger flashing a deep blue venom. Cai Tai had a bull body and porcupine. Behind them, hundreds of demon commanders and thousands of demon kings stood in ranks on both sides, each with a powerful aura, at least at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, and not a few at the middle and late stages. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, the crackling of the solar true fire intertwined with the suppressed breathing of the demons, creating a suffocating pressure. Reporting to the 2 sovereigns, I have returned from the North Sea. Bai Zhe stepped forward from the crowd of demons, bowed deeply to Dijun, and Tai Yi, his voice carrying a faint trace of weariness. Oh, what did that Kunpeng say? Tai Yi rose and took a step forward, the chaos bell emitting a low hum, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Would he hand over Honghuang and present the primal chaos purple chi? Bai Zhe shook his head with a bitter smile and recounted the events at the beaming palace in detail. Kunpeng was adamant in his refusal. Not only did he reject our proposal, but he even declared that if our demon clan insisted on acting rashly, he would not hesitate to fight. Arrogant. Jiao Ying roared, with all 9 heads simultaneously spitting water and fire. That Kunpeng is nothing but a feathered beast who gained some fortune. Does he truly think the demon clan fears him? I request permission to lead my own demon troops, raise the North Sea, and grind Kunpeng, Honghuang, and Jin Yuanzi to dust. Jiao Ying speaks sense. Fei Dan flicked his tongue, his fangs grinding together. With our hundreds of millions of demonic beings, are we afraid of 3 quasi-sages? Moreover, Honghuang was already severely wounded by Ming He before. That Ming He patriarch wields a pair of very strange swords whose killing force is not easily dispelled. I suspect Honghuang has not yet recovered from his injuries and will be of little use. And Jin Yuanzi has never been fond of conflict. He is renowned for his unmatched defensive prowess rooted in the earth. The only truly difficult opponent is Kunpeng alone. The demons roared in agreement, all rubbing their hands eagerly, their demonic killing aura nearly lifting the roof off the hall. Dijun raised his hand to silence the clamor, his voice steady and deep as an abyss. Everyone calm down. Kunpeng is no ordinary foe. During the second lecture at Xixiao Palace, he was the first to break through to quasi-sage. Now tens of thousands of years have passed, and his cultivation is unfathomable. His gaze swept across the demons. Moreover, he has Honghuang and Jin Yuanzi at his side. 3 quasi-sages joining forces. Though our demon clan is numerous, we have no sure victory. Bai Zhe chose that moment to speak, and a jade slip flew from his sleeve. As he infused his spiritual energy, the jade slip blazed with light, projecting the scene inside the beaming palace onto a light screen in the center of the hall. There Kunpeng sat in the main seat, his laughter and conversation causing myriad Tao rhymes to flicker into being and vanish. Yanzi stood stroking his beard, the Phantom of the Earth book faintly appearing beneath his feet. Honghuang held the 99 soul-scattering gourd, his face kind, but crimson clouds swirled around him. The auras of the three were interlinked, and an invisible pressure radiated through the light screen. Hiss! The demons drew in cold breaths. The demon commanders who could see the scene on the light screen changed color slightly. The auras of these three, have they grown so powerful? Xiangyang tapped the ground with his single foot, his tail feathers tensing. The strength emanating from those three is probably no less than that of the two sovereigns. Qin Yuan flapped his wings, his stinger glinting. So what? With the two sovereigns commanding us and the 10 great demon saints all out, are we afraid of them? Bai Zhe shook his head, his tone grave. A head-on fight is not the best strategy. Kunpeng's ultimate speed is unmatched in the primordial world. If he truly fights, and he wants to flee, no one can stop him. Jin Yuanzi has the Earth Book, making his defense impervious. Hong Yin, though slightly inferior, is still one of the top powers in the primordial world. Moreover, the North Sea is Kunpeng's home ground. The black, mysterious, heavy water there greatly suppresses our demon army. He changed his tone, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. However, if we truly wish to devise a plan, it is not entirely hopeless. Do you all still remember the Western Jieyin and Zhuanti? They were publicly humiliated by Kunpeng at Zhixiao Palace, and have harbored resentment for a long time. And there is also the Blood Sea's Ming, he who was robbed of tens of thousands of blood godsons by Kunpeng. I have heard that Ming he roared in the depths of the Blood Sea, cursing Kunpeng as shameless, and calling this a blood feud that cannot be shared under the same sky. Your meaning? Di Jun's eyes flashed with shrewd light. Unite with allies. Bai Zhe declared decisively. We can send envoys bearing heavy gifts to the West and the Blood Sea. The West is Baron Ojieyin and Zhuanti can be tempted with profit. As for Ming, he has old grievances with Kunpeng. A little provocation plus the promise of Hong Yun's primal chaos purple chi will surely persuade them to join forces. Then with the two sovereigns we will have 5 quasi-sages, and with the army pressing down, the great deed shall be accomplished. Tai Yi burst into wild laughter, slamming the table as he stood up. Ha ha ha, excellent idea. Bai Zhe, this matter is yours to coordinate. Di Jun also nodded in agreement. Ji Ming and Zhao Yu to accompany Bai Zhe to the west. Take several innate spiritual treasures, and ensure you persuade Jieyin and Zhuanti. Fei Dan Fei Lian go to the Blood Sea and see Ming He. Tell him that if he helps our demon clan take down Kunpeng, Hong Yun's primal chaos purple chi can be his. We obey. The demons thundered their assent, their demonic killing aura boiling once more. Bai Zhe watched the high-spirited demons, but for some reason a faint unease stirred in his heart. He pondered, but could not find any flaw, so he could only bow and accept the order. I will prepare to depart immediately. Several years later, in the primordial world's North Sea, the once azure sky was shrouded by a thick ink-like cloud. The cloud rolled and churned, and faint silhouettes of golden crows could be seen weaving through the layers, radiating an aura that could incinerate heaven and earth. Boom! A thunderous crash tore the clouds apart, and hundreds of millions of demon troops surged forth like a tide. The sky-covering demonic cloud blanketed the entire North Sea sky. The demon soldiers roared as they formed a grand formation, countless powerful auras rising and falling within it, creating a black cloud canopy that stretched across the horizon, completely sealing off the North Sea from the outside world. The 10 great demon saints stood at the front of the formation. Ji Ming summoned water vapor, resonating with the water element power in the formation, transforming it into 10,000 water dragons. Ying Zhao's tiger roar echoed through the mountains, summoning the phantoms of ancient ferocious beasts to enhance the formation's might. Jiao Ying's 9 heads cried out in unison, pouring water and fire into the formations, making the demon formation blaze with light. Guo Hei's 10 heads shrieked together, flooding the area with corpse-killing aura that corroded the North Sea's black, mysterious cold chi. Hundreds of demon commanders stood on both sides, directing their troops to shift the formation. With each change, a terrifying pressure descended, causing the North Sea below to churn with monstrous waves. At the center of the demon formation, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Ming, he stood as a triad. Di Jun held the Hichu Luoshu, his imperial aura swirling around him, his eyes like lightning sweeping across the frozen North Sea below. Tai Yi was clad in solar true fire battle armor, the Chaos Bell suspended above his head, its tolls making space tremble. Ming he stepped on the 12-tier karmic fire red lotus, the Yuan-Tu and Abi swords crossed before his chest, and the Blood Sea's killing aura intertwined with the demon formation's malevolent aura, forming a black-red band of light. Kunpeng, come out and die. Tai Yi's voice thundered, penetrating the demon formation and spreading across the North Sea. Today is your death day. Deep in the North Sea, the Beiming Palace. Kunpeng's eyes snapped open, a dark cyan divine light shooting into the sky. A cold laugh pierced through the palace dome. Had they have come after all? Fellow Taoists, let us go and deal with this rabble. Jin Yuanzi unfurled the Earth Book, a yellow-brown light enveloping the entire Beiming Palace. It has been 10,000 years since I last fought. Today I shall test the power of the spiritual treasures I have recently refined on this demon clan. Honghuang also let out a great laugh, crimson clouds surging with majestic momentum. Ha ha ha, well met. This is a perfect chance to avenge the ambush at Duanhuan Ridge back then. The three figures flickered and stood atop the North Sea, facing the demon army high above. Kunpeng's gaze swept across the demon formation and finally settled on Dijun Tai Yi and Ming He. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Quite a grand setup. Dijun Tai Yi, for the sake of the primal chaos, purple chi, you have stooped to colluding with outsiders. Ming He gave a sinister smile, his blood sea killing aura swelling. Kunpeng, the day you stole my blood god sons and plundered the essence of my blood sea, you sealed your fate. Today is your retribution. Just then a mind-ensnaring Dao sound came from the western horizon. Well said, well said. Kunpeng, fellow Taoist, many years have passed. Are you well? Two beams of golden light tore through the demon clouds as Jie and Zhuan Ti slowly walked out. Jie sat upon the 12-tier golden lotus of merit, his countenance solemn and majestic. Zhuan Ti held the 7-jeweled wonderful tree, his face wearing an expression of compassion, but his eyes concealed a hidden ruthlessness. Zhuan Ti, are you going to help the demon clan attack me? Honghuang turned and shouted angrily at Zhuan Ti. Just as Kunpeng said back, then I should never have given up that seat. The two of you are truly ungrateful beasts devoid of all gratitude. Zhuan Ti's face stiffened, then he forced a smile. Fellow Taoist, you jest. We only came to prevent the primordial world from suffering devastation. We are here to advise you to hand over the primal chaos purple chi and end this conflict. Advise me? Honghuang laughed in fury. Who do you think you are to advise me? Dijun raised his hand, and the demon formation instantly fell silent. His voice was ice-cold. Kunpeng, in memory of our old friendship at Zixiao Palace, I ask you one last time, submit or fight. Kunpeng's dark cyan divine light exploded around him. The 4 primordial banners floated behind him, and the 24 calming sea pearls rotated in formation. If you want war, then war it is. I fear nothing. Good. Dijun's eyes blazed with killing intent. Raise the 10,000 demon formation. Whooshed. Hundreds of millions of demons roared in unison. The demon formation blazed with light, and an ink-black pillar of light shot up through heaven and earth, transforming into a colossal circular light dome that enveloped hundreds of millions of li of the North Sea sky. Jie and Zhuan Ti exchanged a glance, and their bodies radiated dazzling light. The 12-tier golden lotus of merit hung down billions of golden beams, and the 7-jeweled wonderful tree emitted 7-colored rays, echoing the ink-black pillar from afar. Ming He's twin swords circled him, 2 blood-colored sword chi tearing through space, and the karmic fire lotus platform beneath his feet unfurled countless phantom red lotuses that swept across the 4 directions like tidal waves. Above the North Sea, the great battle was about to erupt. Above the North Sea, the ink-black demon formation pressed down, causing the Xianming heavy water to churn and boil like a cauldron. Kunpeng stood atop the waves, his azure-black Taoist robe billowing in the fierce wind, his gaze sweeping across the billions of demon soldiers within the formation. His voice suddenly turned sharp. Dijun Tai. With a flick of his finger, billions of ice crystals instantly rose from the deepest depths of the northern abyss, all their tips aimed at the demon formation. Though the creatures of my North Sea are few, every single one is under my protection. Today, if your demon clan dares to harm even a single flower blade of grass or tree in my North Sea, after I settle the score, I will make your demon clan repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Above the North Sea, the billions of ice crystals refracted dazzling cold light. Kunpeng's words like sharp icy spears pierced the hearts of the demons, chilling them to the bone. Whoever harms my North Sea, I will raise their ancestral temples, extract their souls, and eternally suppress them beneath the northern abyss, where they shall suffer the bone-eroding pain of Xuanming's cold, fueling my palace lanterns. As his voice fell, the entire North Sea trembled. The deep-sea Xian tortoises, ice dragons, giant sharks, and even the weakest shrimp soldiers and crab generals surfaced, roaring deafeningly. Their cultivation might not be high, but under Kunpeng's command they all gathered into 2 colossal light curtains, the small Zhou Tian star formation and the small primordial 5 elements formation. With the support of billions of North Sea creatures, these 2 formations erupted with a power that even overshadowed the billion-strong demon army's myriad demon formation. Dijun's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Kunpeng to possess such hidden strength in the North Sea. The small 5 elements formation and the small Zhou Tian star formation, amplified by the support of billions of creatures, were astonishingly powerful. Tai laughed in anger. Kunpeng, stop your posturing. Today marks the end of your northern abyss. Is that so? Kunpeng looked up toward the depths of chaos beyond the fetal membrane of the primordial world. Do you dare follow me to the outer heavens for a battle? Why wouldn't I dare? Tai raised the chaos bell. Its chimes shattered the clouds. I've long disliked you. Today I'll show you who is truly the number 1 under the saints. With a glance from Dijun, Mingyi, Zhuan Ti, and the other 3 quasi-saints vanished from the spot. The three of Kunpeng's group exchanged looks, then transformed into streaks of light, piercing the world's barrier and heading straight for the outer heavens of the primordial world. In the outer chaos, the winds were like knives. Here there were no laws of heaven and earth. Only the most violent chaotic currents raged. 8 figures stood suspended in opposition, each breath stirring the currents into visible ripples of energy. Without further words, the moment they settled in the chaotic void, the battle erupted. Dejuan's river map and Luo book unfolded, instantly weaving stellar power and solar true fire into a net that descended from the heavens toward the trio of Kunpeng. Tai placed the chaos bell horizontally before him, its mouth aimed at Kunpeng's group. He formed hand seals and struck the bell, which hummed with a resonant sound, a wave of sonic force that shattered the void and swept away the universe, surging toward the three like ripples. Mingi roared in fury. The karmic fire Red Lotus surged like a sea of flames, while the twin swords Yuansheng and Abi slashed out, transforming into billions of blood-red lightning bolts that tore through the chaos, attacking Kunpeng's group from left and right. Kunpeng died. Jane sat cross-legged on a golden lotus, chanting scriptures. The 12-petal merit golden lotus showered billions of golden rays, and the demon-subduing pestle unleashed chaotic wind blasts. Zhuanti's 7 treasures wonderful tree brushed out streaks of 7-colored light. Their attack struck from behind Kunpeng's group. Well struck, Kunpeng laughed heartily, deploying the 4 primordial banners simultaneously. The Xian Yuan water control banner became endless true water, freezing the chaotic currents. The ward-off earthen yellow banner draped profound yellow energy, protecting Xinyuanzi and Hongyuan. The Li Earth Flame Light banner ignited blazing true fire, incinerating the golden light. The green lotus banner radiated the life force of wood, blocking the multicolored light. Xinyuanzi, protect Hongyuan. Kunpeng called out softly. 24 Dinghai divine pearls shot out, evolving into the phantom images of 24 heavens in the chaos. Each pearl was a small world where earth, water, fire, and wind arose and perished with stellar power and 5-element laws woven into an impenetrable barrier. Clang! The chaos bell rang, its sound waves shaking the phantom heavens, but failing to breach the defense. Tai was stunned. He hadn't expected this combined spiritual treasure to withstand the chaos bell. Kunpeng's form flickered. With his left hand, he drew upon the origins of wind and water, forming a Tai Chi pattern with the northern abyss, true water, and the 9 heavens gale. In his right hand appeared a silver crescent-shaped blade, the blood-drinking blade, a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure he had acquired at the Funbao Cliff. The endless power of wind and water coalesced into a blade that tore through the void, slashing toward Dejuan's group. Taste my sorrow of the wind. Humph! A mere trick. Dejuan, facing the furious chaotic wind, moved his mind and summoned a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure of his own, the Emperor's Sword. One swing of the sword sent out a sword aura that clashed with the wind's wound, erupting in a light that annihilated everything. On the other side, Xinyuanzi unfolded the Earth Book. As the pages turned, 10,000-foot mountains rose within the chaos, blocking the multicolored light of the 7 treasures wonderful tree. He raised a primordial spiritual treasure, the Earth God Hammer, and the Earth's laws caused the chaotic currents to condense into earthly vein impacts, surging back at Zhuanti. Bald donkey, taste my cracking earth-suppressing heaven wave. Hongyuan offered the 99 soul-dispersing gourd, red clouds gushing out, colliding with Jane's demon-subduing pestle. The endless red sand and crimson fire clouds from the gourd's mouth hissed and crackled. Bald donkey, when I gave up my seat at Zixiao Palace, it wasn't for you to repay kindness with enmity. The battle raged fiercely, blow for blow. Meanwhile, Mingi tried to use his old trick again. He transformed into billions of blood godsons, his true body flickering erratically. Any of the billions of clones could be his true self or none. He darted left and right, up and down, seizing every opportunity to ambush. If he missed, he instantly repositioned. Like a top-tier assassin, the twin swords Yuansheng and Abi carried an unmatched killing aura, each strike laden with the resentment of the blood sea, seeking a flaw to land a fatal blow. But Kunpeng, surrounded by the rotating 4 primordial banners, possessed an absolute defense formed by the 4 powers of water, fire, wind, and earth. Wielding the snow-drinking blade, he casually swung a single strike, the savage sorrow of the wind sweeping everything away. The blade's aura forced Mingi to retreat repeatedly. With one slash repelling Mingi, Kunpeng raised his hand. 24 heavens unite. With a low command, the 24 pearls abruptly converged, overlapping the phantom heavens, and forcibly suppressed the roar of the chaos bell. The stellar patterns on the bell dimmed. Tai grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had been wounded by this combined spiritual treasure. Impossible. Tai roared, channeling his magic power into the chaos bell. The bell rang again, but still could not shake the heavenly barrier. Jane and Zhuanti grew increasingly alarmed as the battle wore on. They had thought that with 5 against 3 victory was certain, but they never expected Kunpeng alone to block most of their attacks. Especially the 24 heavens, immune to all spells with no blind spots in their defense. causing the Five's attacks to repeatedly fail. Even Tai's supreme primordial treasure, the Chaos Bell, exerted its full power in vain against the heavenly barrier. More terrifyingly, Kunpeng's aura remained steady throughout, clearly holding back. Zenyuanzi formed the formation. Kunpeng suddenly called. Zenyuanzi understood. The Earth Book and Honghuang's gourd's multicolored light intertwined, creating a barrier of earth and flame temporarily, holding off Jane and Junie. Kunpeng seized the moment, turned back, and formed hand seals. As the 24 heavens evolved once more, Zenyuanzi and Honghuang simultaneously injected their magic power. In the next instant, the 24 heavens transformed into a gigantic millstone woven from the 5 elemental spiritual powers, grinding toward Dejuan and his group. Dejuan was shaken by the millstone's power, his blood and chi churning, the river map and Luo book dimming. He looked at Kunpeng with shock. Such strength far exceeded their expectations. In the primordial world, countless great beings were spying on the outer heavens with their divine senses. At Mount Kunlun, the 3 pure ones stood on the peak. Laozi stroked his beard and sighed. Kunpeng's 24 heavens have indeed been refined to such a level. Yuanshir's expression was complex. He had never imagined that the moist-born, egg-laden creature from Zixiao Palace back then could now stand against 5 quasi-saints. Tong Tian watched with fervor his Qingping sword, and the 4 immortal slaying swords humming and buzzing. Well fought. Well fought. One day I must spar with Kunpeng. Below, the North Sea bays led the demons in gazing up at the sky. Through the fetal membrane of the primordial world, the golden immortals could see clearly. Seeing Dejuan's group suppressed, the demons' faces turned pale. Jiuying roared in agitation. Why hasn't the Supreme One taken down Kunpeng yet? Bays frowned deeply, seeing that Kunpeng clearly hadn't exerted his full strength. The unease in his heart grew stronger. At Western Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West held the Kunlun mirror, in which the battle was clearly visible. The 7 fairies beside her chattered. The 3 of Kunpeng's group are truly formidable. 3 against 5, and still evenly matched. The Queen Mother shook her head and sighed. Not evenly matched, but firmly in the upper hand. Look at Kunpeng. Every move is supremely precise, intercepting most attacks. He gives me the feeling that he's always holding back. Look at Mingi, who every sneak attack fails, and his face is green with frustration. On the eastern sea islands, countless great beings gazed at the outer heavens and saw the might of the Seven's battle. They all showed fear. Within the North Sea, inside the small 5 elements formation and the small Zhou Tian star formation, Xuanwu and Huqi looked up at the ripples of energy in the sky, murmuring, Master is invincible, the old ancestor is domineering. Hundreds of years passed in the outer heavens' great battle. The chaotic currents were annihilated and reborn. The auras of the 7 figures grew more savage, yet they maintained a delicate balance. Jane's 12-petal golden lotus was scorched by the leaf fire. Jundi's 7 treasures, wonderful trees, light dimmed. Mingi's karmic fire, red lotus phantom, flickered the surging sea of flames, weakening Dejuan's river map, and Luo Book's woven stellar fire. Net was mostly shattered, and the chaos bell, under Tai's full urging, emitted an unwilling hum. In contrast, Kunpeng's trio. Kunpeng himself, needless to say, his aura deep as an abyss, seemingly inexhaustible and bottomless. Zenyuanzi and Honghuang, though their auras were unstable, suffered no serious harm. Zenyuanzi held the Earth God Hammer in one hand, and the Earth Book in the other, surrounded by swirling profound yellow energy, as firm as a mountain radiant with divine light. Honghuang's surrounding glow was somewhat thinner, but he grew more excited the longer he fought, even shedding his fiery red Taoist robe, revealing solid, strong muscles. After fighting for 100 years, he had changed countless treasures. Wiping the sweat from his chest, he put away a fire Qilin sword, and pulled out a red glowing fire dragon cover from his pocket, ready to smash it out. But unexpectedly, Jane and Junie suddenly withdrew their attacks, seemingly reading each other's minds, and swiftly fled far away. In an instant they transformed into golden light, vanishing into the chaos, leaving only a voice drifting from afar. We came for the law of Hongmeng purple chi. Now we've fought for centuries, and the outcome is undecided. Fighting any further is futile. Let us stop here. I have urgent matters in the west, or I'll take my leave first. As for Mingi, the moment Jane and Junie fled, he didn't hesitate, either turning into a blood-red light and fleeing toward the Blood Sea. Trying to leave, Honghuang roared in fury, about to give chase, but Kunpeng held him back. Only Dejuan and Tai were left standing there dumbfounded, watching Jane, Junti, and Mingi flee without even a word. In the blink of an eye, the 5 had become 2. Tai's face instantly showed a mix of shock and anger, while Dejuan's eyes flickered with caution as he stared at Kunpeng's group. They knew they would lose if they continued fighting. Kunpeng, let's end this battle here. Our demon clan's grievances. No need for more words, Kunpeng interrupted, as the 24 heavens slowly retracted. In the past, the gift from the sun star, the agreement of the demon teacher. Our karma from this day forward is settled. His gaze swept over Dejuan and Tai. From now on, there is no longer a teacher of the demon clan in the primordial world, only the Tao teacher of all races, Kunpeng. Tai wanted to utter some harsh words, but Dejuan held him tightly. The two exchanged glances, seeing only helplessness in each other's eyes. Finally, Dijuan and Tai led their forces away in disgrace. The fierce battle that had begun with such momentum ended hastily. Xinyuanzi was puzzled. Why did you let them go? Kunpeng clasped his hands behind his back, standing in the void, his gaze deep, looking into the depths of chaos, as if lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he looked down at the primordial world below, and said meaningfully to Xinyuanzi and Hongyan, let's go back. The great calamity has begun. We only need to stay in our corner and watch the storm pass by. By the shore of the North Sea, the icebound surface slowly thawed in the aftermath of the great battle. When the figures of Dijuan and Tai leading their battered troops in a hasty retreat vanished beyond the horizon, the minor Five Elements formation and the minor Zhou Tian star formation suddenly blazed with brilliant light, and billions of North Sea creatures erupted into cheers that shook the heavens. Tortoises surfaced carrying their young on their backs, the patterns on the old turtle's shells seeming to relax into smiling faces. Ice dragons circled in the sky, their breath condensing into celebratory ice flowers. Even the most timid krill formed rainbow-colored swarms, stretching hundreds of leaves, sketching ripples of jubilation across the water. Grand Ancestor is invincible. North Sea is eternal. Amid the roaring cheers like mountains and oceans, Xuanwu clad in dark ice armor, his shell glowing red with excitement. He turned to a trusted follower named Honghuang, a man transformed from a North Sea giant shark, and declared loudly, "Issue the order, prepare a victory banquet. All creatures of the North Sea, tonight we drink until we drop." Beside him, Hongyun's senior disciple Huchi, overjoyed, transformed into his true form and leaped from the sea, his massive body stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. Inside the North Sea Palace, however, the scene was quite different. In the back garden, 3 people were sitting in a lakeside pavilion with a deck of cards on a jade table, playing a game of Run Fast, a quick-paced card game while chatting. "Ha, that feels great." Hongyun laughed heartily. "I won again." After the round ended, Hongyun casually steered the conversation to the recent great battle with the demon clan. "Kunpeng brother Xinyuanzi," he said, "after this defeat the demon clan will probably lie low for a while, don't you think?" Hearing this, Xinyuanzi stroked his beard and smiled. "This great victory is indeed satisfying. I reckon the demon clan won't dare confront us head-on, but what they might do in the shadows is hard to say. We must remain cautious and vigilant." Hongyun took a gulp of strong liquor and smacked his lips. "To hell with that. If they come again, we'll beat them again." As for Jane and Juanti, they ran faster than rabbits, truly carved shameless into their bones. Kunpeng chuckled softly, raised his teacup, and drained it in one gulp. He gazed at the churning water curtain outside the hall. After this battle, some things in the primordial world are bound to change. Before the words faded, a streak of blood light sped from the south, lingered for a moment outside the North Sea Palace, and finally transformed into a blood-colored jade slip, which was presented to the 3 by a guard outside the palace. "A message from Mingi." Hongyun raised an eyebrow. Kunpeng unrolled the jade slip, revealing several lines of text written in blood-fiend energy. "To my esteemed fellow Taoist Kunpeng, the past events were all caused by my greed. I should not have coveted your gourd, nor should I have coveted Hongyun's primordial purple chi. Previously, when you accepted my blood avatar and took the water from my blood sea, it was my own fault. Now I have sincerely repented and hope that Kunpeng will forgive me. From now on, I, Mingi of the Blood Sea, wish to forge an eternal alliance between my Blood Sea and your North Sea. I humbly request your approval. Time in the primordial world, years uncounted. Signatory Mingi." This old demon knows when to yield. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi, having read the jade slip, saw its earnest and slightly humble tone and burst into laughter. Kunpeng crushed the jade slip and the bloodlight dissipated into the dark water. "He fears we will settle accounts afterward." However, his words are still quite credible. After all, as a primordial divine being, not everyone is as shameless as Juanti and Jane. In this era of the primordial world, people still value face and honor their promises. Since Mingi has said so, we'll let him be for now. Perhaps he will be useful in the future. Meanwhile, on the sun star, gloom and despair reigned. Dijuan had locked himself in the great hall for 3 days, the golden crow totem on his 9-dragon throne even dimmed. Tai smashed all the furnishings in the hall, the hum of the chaos bell, carrying unprecedented fury. "Worthless. A bunch of worthless." Tai kicked over the table. 5 against 3 and couldn't capture Kunpeng. And those 3 old fools fled at the critical moment. White Zay stood with head bowed at the foot of the throne, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Although this battle was lost, it has shown us our own shortcomings. Now the demon clan still lacks top-tier combat power. Moreover, the formations formed by our hundreds of millions of demon soldiers are even inferior to those of a small North Sea. Now both the 10,000 Immortals Alliance and the Wu clan are laughing at us. We should stabilize our territory and plan slowly." Bai Zay's words are reasonable. Dijuan's voice came from the secret chamber behind, tinged with weariness. "Everyone go back. After this great defeat, the people below will be unsettled. Some tribes that recently joined us may harbor improper thoughts. Return, and each restrain your own subordinates. Stability is paramount. At this a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Dijuan's eyes. If anyone harbors improper thoughts, you may act without reporting. If necessary, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Sure enough, within 3 days news arrived. The golden-haired Ho tribe in the western wilderness declared their secession from the demon clan and defected to Jane and Junti of the west. The remnants of the red flame birds in the southern wilderness flew thousands of miles to the North Sea, willing to submit to Kunpeng. When Tai heard the news, he was so enraged that he spat a mouthful of golden blood, but Dijuan forcibly restrained him. Let them go. Getting angry now will only make Kunpeng laugh at us. He gazed at the churning solar true fire outside the hall, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. Issue the order. If anyone dares to defect again, I will personally pursue them. This great battle did not only affect the demon clan. The entire primordial world, stirred by the aftermath of the North Sea War, was quietly undergoing changes. Deep in Phoenix Perch Mountain, the leaves of the parasol forest rustled in the shadows. Fushi was calculating with the primordial 8 trigrams plate, the hexagrams flickering faintly, hinting at calamity chi. Nuwa sat beside him, her fingers condensing the chi of creation into 7 colored threads, weaving a phoenix feather celestial robe. Sister, look at this hexagram. Fushi frowned. Although the demon clan was defeated, their foundation is not damaged. They are still the premier power in the primordial world. If we could join them, perhaps. Brother. Nuwa put down the threads, and the phoenix feathers on the robe suddenly burst into golden light. You still talk about this? She stood up, her phoenix eyes frosty. That day the demon clan invaded the North Sea, and Kunpeng fought 3 against 5 in constant danger. We already feel guilty for not aiding him. And now you still want to join the demon clan. Fushi smiled bitterly. I just think that Phoenix Perch Mountain is weak and isolated. If we don't attach ourselves to a faction. Attach. Nuwa sneered. Attach to that treacherous demon clan that colludes with outsiders to attack their own. Brother, have you forgotten how we met Kunpeng in the chaos, and went together to the Purple Dawn Palace to discuss the Dao? Have you forgotten how he treated us? She walked up to Fushi, her voice softening. Kunpeng and we share the bond of discussing the Dao at 5 Villages Temple. This time, to protect Honghuang, he single-handedly faced 5 quasi-sages. His character and his strength far surpassed Dijuan and Tai. Do not mention joining the demon clan again. Fushi looked at his sister's resolute eyes, sighed, and put away the 8 trigrams plate. Very well, as you wish. That's right. Nuwa smiled, and the chi of creation transformed into a jade box. This is the Phoenix Cry Pill, I refined from primordial parasol leaves and phoenix blood crystals. It can nourish the primordial spirit. In a few days we'll go together to the North Sea to visit Kunpeng. Fushi nodded, but in his heart he felt that the chess game of the primordial world was developing in a direction he could not foresee. On the moon star the clear light flowed like water. Under the moon laurel tree before the Guanghan Palace, Shiha and Changshi sat facing each other with a stone table, holding clear wine brewed from moonlight. Sister, Changshi gently swirled the wine glass, silver radiance rippling in the liquid. The demon clan has been defeated. They haven't expanded on the primordial earth lately. I'm afraid they will set their sights on our moon star. Shiha stroked the moon star map hidden in her sleeve, her brow slightly furrowed. Ever since Dijuan and Tai took control of the starry sky, they have repeatedly sent demon generals to lobby us. What they want is nothing but to control the primordial power of the moon star and thereby unify the entire primordial starry sky. Then we... Before Changshi could finish, a snow-white jade rabbit suddenly emerged from her bosom. It was little Jade, the one saved by Kunpeng years ago. Little Jade transformed into a little girl and hopped over to the stone table. Lady, let's go to the North Sea. Let's find Senior Kunpeng. The green and black pendant around her neck sparkled. Senior is so powerful. He must have a way to deal with the demon clan. Changshi was amused, rubbing her head. You little one, you always think of him. Shiha pondered for a moment, a flash of decisiveness in her eyes. Little Jade is right. Since Kunpeng could stand against 5 quasi-sages, he must have a plan to counter the demon clan. Changshi, let us prepare a generous gift and set out for the North Sea. Little Jade cheered, hopping back into Changshi's arms, her tail wagging happily. The shadow of the moon laurel tree swayed on the ground, as if also rejoicing for the journey. On a nameless immortal island in the eastern sea, auspicious clouds swirled. The Taoist Mithriya sat cross-legged under a Bodhi tree, turning a string of purple gold prayer beads in his hand, but his face lacked its usual smile. His mind replayed the final scene he had witnessed when he probed beyond the chaos with his divine sense. Jane and Junti ignoring Dijuan and Tai transforming into golden light and fleeing. Alas! Mithriya let out a long sigh and put away the prayer beads. He had originally promised Jane that after handling the affairs of the immortal island, he would go to the west to pledge allegiance. But having witnessed the disgraceful sight of those two fleeing in the heat of battle, the thought in his heart vanished like smoke. The west. I'm afraid it will never amount to much. Mithriya muttered to himself, his fingers forming a mudra to divine the future. The celestial omens were chaotic calamity. Qi had arisen. This place was no longer safe to stay. He should seek a patron. He stood up, dusted off his robes, and smiled. Well, rather than pledge allegiance to the west, I might as well go to the North Sea and seek the protection of Kunpeng. With that, an auspicious cloud formed beneath his feet, carrying him northward. Under the tree remained only an empty cushion and a half-drunk cup of clear tea. Another immortal island in the eastern sea named Three Clouds Island was perpetually shrouded in mist at the peak of its central mountain. Occasionally, when a clear breeze parted the clouds, a palace suffused with immortal essence could be seen perched on the summit. At that moment, within that immortal palace, 4 Taoists were quietly sitting in a circle savoring tea. The leading youth, wearing a dark green Taoist robe and holding a whisk, was Zhao Gongming. Beside him sat 3 female immortals, beautiful with distinct auras. Yun Xiao was dignified, Xiong Xiao was lively, and Bi Xiao was spirited. Brother, have you heard? The North Sea War? Ancestor Kunpeng fought 1 against 5, and even the Chaos Bell couldn't harm him at all. Bi Xiao held her teacup, her eyes sparkling with excitement. His Wind Dao is said to have reached perfection. Zhao Gongming stroked his beard and smiled. Not just the Wind Dao. That 24 heavens formation could even withstand a primordial supreme treasure, truly divine skill. He himself was born from the primordial clear wind, deeply attuned to the Wind Dao, and had long admired Kunpeng. Yin Xiao smiled gently. We are all born from Cloud Qi, and we share the same origin with Ancestor Honghuang. I heard he will soon give a lecture on the Dao in the North Sea. Why not take this opportunity to visit? Xiong Xiao nodded eagerly. Yes. I also heard that the North Sea has countless fascinating things, and Ancestor Honghuang is the most hospitable. He will surely entertain us. The 4 exchanged smiles, their minds in perfect accord. Zhao Gongming stood up and waved his whisk. No time to waste. Let us depart at once. As his words fell, the 4 transformed into 3 colorful clouds and a clear breeze flying toward the North Sea. Amidst the surging clouds, Bi Xiao's laughter could be faintly heard. I wonder if Ancestor Kunpeng will tell the story of his battle against the demon clan. In the beaming palace, where glazed tiles and pillars of mystic ice stood, the ceiling was adorned with the 24 heavens, phantom shadows, and starlight lamps born from the radiance of the Zhou celestial bodies. The clear moonlight spilled down, casting a dazzling brilliance throughout the hall. Kunpeng was playing a game of chess with Jin Yuanzi and Honghuang in the garden when the crisp voice of a maidservant echoed from outside. Ancestor, the great sages Fuxi and Nuwa from Fengqi Mountain have arrived. Oh. Kunpeng paused, his hand a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Honored guests, please invite them in hastily. Moments later, 2 figures approached together. Fuxi, clad in a white robe and cradling an ancient zither, exuded an air of wisdom that discerned the heavenly secrets. Nuwa, draped in a rainbow-colored garment with sleeves embroidered with the creation green lotus, radiated a gentle, life-giving aura. Kunpeng, Jin Yuanzi, and Honghuang quickly rose to welcome the siblings into the main hall. Before they could exchange formal greetings, another commotion arose outside the hall. Report. Ancestor Shiha and Changxi from the Tying Star, accompanied by the Jade Rabbit, have come to visit. Huh. Kunpeng laughed heartily. What auspicious day is this, with honored guests arriving one after another. Please invite them in at once. Before long, 2 clear, melodious voices echoed from the corridor outside the hall. Taoist Kunpeng, have you been well? Thus appeared Shiha, the Tying Star Lord, and Changxi stepping forward slowly. Shiha, clad in a white gown with golden patterns, exuded regal elegance. Changxi, wrapped in silver gauze, was ethereal and aloof. Behind them, the bouncing Jade Rabbit wore a blue-green pendant that shimmered brilliantly under the lamplight. Dear Taoist, your arrival from afar truly graces my beaming palace with splendor, Kunpeng said, rising to greet them and signaling the maids to accept the gift boxes. Nuwa brought a wooden box carved from innate parasol tree, with its surface veins flowing with the power of creation. Fuxi offered a jade slip formed from white jade, recording the celestial patterns he had deduced. Shiha and Changxi presented the Moon Essence Jade, a specialty of the Tying Star, with the bottle engraved with the runes of the Tying Great Luo. The maids received the gifts, and Kunpeng guided the guests to their seats. He then ordered the serving of the North Sea's unique cold spiritual tea. As the tea was poured into the cups, it transformed into icy lotus blossoms, releasing a refreshing fragrance that soothed the soul. This battle at the North Sea, where you faced 5 with 3 and defeated the 5 quasi-saints, Diju and Tai, Mingi, Jian, and Zhuandi, truly shook the primordial realm. Xia spoke first, her tone filled with admiration. My sister and I heard the news on the Tying Star and wished to come and congratulate you immediately, but were delayed by some trivial matters. Indeed, Nuan nodded in agreement. My brother and I deduced at Fengqi Mountain that this battle would affect the fate of the primordial realm, but we never expected such an outcome. However, how did Taoist Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Honghuang come to fight alongside Taoist Kunpeng against the demon race? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Honghuang, being the most impatient, set down his teacup and recounted the entire story. It is a long tale. After the 3rd lecture at Zhixiao Palace, I obtained a strand of Hongmeng purple qi, which turned out to be a curse. Dijuan and Tai joined by Mingyi ambushed me at Duanhuan Ridge. Had it not been for the protective talisman Kunpeng Taoist bestowed upon me, my life would have been lost there. He then patted Jin Yuanzi on the shoulder and continued, later when Taoist Jin Yuanzi and I were at our wits' end, we had no choice but to seek refuge with Kunpeng Taoist here in the North Sea. Who would have thought the demon race would be so domineering? Not only did they covet the Honghuang purple chi, but they also tried to force Kunpeng Taoist to act against us. Naturally, Kunpeng Taoist refused, and thus the great battle ensued. Jin Yuanzi added, the demon race along with the two from the west, and Mingyi set up the myriad demon formation and advanced with overwhelming force. I had resolved to fight to the death, but I never expected Kunpeng Taoist's strength to be so formidable. He looked at Kunpeng, eyes full of admiration. Kunpeng Taoist, relying solely on the 24 heavens as a barrier, withstood the chaos bell and the Hichu Luoshu, and even suppressed the baleful aura of the blood sea with the power of feng shui origin. Jane and Zhuanti, seeing the situation was unfavorable, were the first to flee, followed closely by Mingyi. In the end, only Dijuan and Tai remained unable to hold their ground, and they retreated in disgrace. The 24 heavens could actually withstand a primordial treasure. Changxi was stunned, and the jade rabbit gaped its tail, forgetting to wag. Fuxi clapped his hands in astonishment. To use a combined spiritual treasure to counter a primordial treasure and still gain the upper hand. Kunpeng Taoist's mastery over space laws and the 5 elements must have reached the level of integrating laws into the essence of his own great Tao. Kunpeng smiled modestly and waved his hand. You flatter me, Taoist. Had it not been for Taoist Jin Yuanzi stabilizing the formation with the Earth Book and Taoist Han Yun using the 99 scattering soul gourd and numerous spiritual treasures to hold off Jane, I alone could not have dealt with 5 quasi-saints. Upon hearing this, the others found the battle even more thrilling. Nuo looked at Kunpeng, her expression turning serious. My brother and I have come not only to congratulate you, but also to seek your counsel on a matter. Fuxi continued, the situation in the primordial realm is growing increasingly chaotic. The Wu and demon tribes are powerful, and the myriad immortal alliance is equally formidable. The tripartite standoff has already formed. Though my siblings and I have broken through to the quasi-saint realm, we are ultimately isolated and weak compared to these 3 forces. He produced the primordial 8 trigrams plate, its surface covered with chaotic hexagrams and swirling calamity aura. I have deduced the heavenly secrets, but I can only discern that the calamity aura of the world has risen. I cannot tell what specific changes will occur, nor how to respond. I implore Taoist Kunpeng to guide us. Shiha and Changxi nodded in agreement. My sisters feel the same. Though the Taiyin star is remote, we can also sense the restlessness in the primordial realm, as if something momentous is about to happen. Kunpeng pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the others. Do you know of the Longhan calamity in the ancient primordial realm? The Longhan calamity. They all looked puzzled. Fuxi frowned. I have seen fragments of information in ancient texts, but I know little of the details. It is said to be the second great calamity after the creation of the world, far more devastating than the current conflicts between the Wu and demon tribes. Nuo added, I took form relatively late and know nothing of this. I have only heard that the primordial realm was once under the control of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, and that they mysteriously declined. That is correct, Kunpeng nodded. In the past, when I spread the Tao across the primordial realm and traveled among the myriad races, I gathered some secret records from the descendants and ruins of the 3 clans. Today I shall share them with you. He lifted his teacup, took a gentle sip, and began. After the creation of the world, the primordial realm was initially settled, and innate sacred beings were born one after another. Among them, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans were the most powerful. The Dragon clan, led by Zulong, dominated the 4 seas, controlling the water Tao and space laws. Under their command were powerful beings like Qinglong and Zhulong, and billions of aquatic creatures obeyed their orders. The Phoenix clan, dwelling in the undying volcano, was led by Yuanfeng, mastering the fire Tao and the laws of nirvana. Formidable avian races like the golden eagle, thunderbird, and bluebird bowed to them, and all birds submitted. The Qilin clan occupied the central continent of the primordial realm, with Qilin at their head, controlling the earth Tao and the laws of life. All beasts dared not defy them. At the height of their power, the 3 clans had nearly divided the entire resources of the primordial realm. The Dragon clan controlled the spiritual veins of the 4 seas, the Phoenix clan dominated the southwest, and the Qilin clan held the fertile lands of the continent. Though there were minor skirmishes, they coexisted in relative peace. Until Kunpeng paused, his tone growing grave. At some unknown point, the 3 clans began to vie for supremacy over the primordial realm. Zulong desired the scaled creatures to stand above all races. Yuanfeng wished for the birds to rule the 9 heavens, and Qilin styled himself as the Lord of the Earth. The conflicts escalated, eventually erupting into the earth-shattering Longhan calamity. That battle was so fierce that the heavens shattered and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. He described. Zulong led billions of aquatic creatures using the four seas as the battlefield, raising towering waves that flooded the primordial continent. Yuanfeng personally commanded the elite of the Phoenix clan, using the undying volcano as a base to summon the true fire of nirvana, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Shiqilan mobilized the beasts of the continent, relying on the power of the earth's veins to maneuver against the dragon and Phoenix clans. On the battlefield, peak quasi-saint experts like Qinglong Zhuqiu, Ilong, Huangzu, Shiqilan, Imo Qilan Zulong, and Yuanfeng perished together. Countless innate sacred beings fell. The primordial earth split, spiritual veins were severed, and baleful aura permeated the land. The dragon palace of the dragon clan was destroyed by the Phoenix's true fire. The undying volcano of the Phoenix clan was submerged by the dragon clan's floods, and the Qilan clan's habitat was shattered into pieces. The listeners were captivated as if witnessing the cataclysmic battle. The jade rabbit clung tightly to Changshi's sleeve, its face pale. In the end, all three clans were gravely wounded and never recovered. Kunpeng continued. Zulong, burdened with immeasurable karma, was forever sealed in the eye of the sea. Yuanfeng and Shiqilan met similar fates. The once dominant three clans thus declined, becoming nothing but fleeting clouds in the history of the primordial realm. He then changed the subject. Do you not find the current situation in the primordial realm strikingly similar to that of the past? Fushi's pupils contracted. Taoist, do you mean? The Wu and Demon tribes, along with the Myriad Immortal Alliance, are akin to the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans of yore. Exactly. The Demon tribe seeks to rule over all living beings, the Wu tribe wishes to dominate the primordial realm, and the Myriad Immortal Alliance aims to command all immortals. All three desire soul supremacy over the primordial realm, attacking each other for resources and fate. If this continues, they will inevitably repeat the tragedy of the Honghuang calamity, leading to the devastation of the primordial realm and the fracturing of heaven and earth. Nuwa looked solemn. Then, in your opinion, how should we respond? Kunpeng's gaze was profound. The lesson of the Honghuang calamity is that extreme prosperity leads to decline. All three clans wanted to dominate the primordial realm, and in the end they all suffered defeat. What the primordial realm needs most now is balance. Though we may not wish to become entangled in the conflict, we cannot stand idly by. He looked at the others. The North Sea, Fengqi Mountain, and the Taiyin Star, though remote, each have their own foundations. If we can support each other, forming a strategic triangle, we can not only protect ourselves, but also provide a counterbalance to the Wu and Demon tribes, and the Myriad Immortal Alliance at critical moments, perhaps averting the fate of the Honghuang calamity. Fushi pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands. You speak wisely. Fengqi Mountain is willing to form an alliance with the North Sea and the Taiyin Star to resist the calamity together. Shiha and Changshi also responded in unison. My sisters also wish to join. Kunpeng smiled gently and raised his teacup. Then let us use tea instead of wine and seal this pact. All raised their cups. As the tea collided, an unspoken understanding flowed through the hall. Outside the window, the waves of the North Sea crashed against the rocks, as if cheering for this alliance that would shape the fate of the primordial realm. Thus it was said, the North Sea Alliance, 24 pearls suspended above the plow, illuminating the forms after the primordial calamity. Once using the heavens to shake bell and cauldron, now with stars and moon speak of the calamity's origin. The lingering chapter of Honghuang congealed with blood and tears. The new game of Wu and Demon stirs the heavenly pivot. Raise tea as a vow, the wind and clouds convene. Mystic ice bears witness to the true heart. The lanterns of Biming Palace flickered starlight, casting dappled shadows across the jade table through the panes of profound ice. Kunpeng set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping over the assembled guests. Now that you have formed an alliance, let me speak some heartfelt words. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, the water ripple patterns on his dark azure Taoist robe rising and falling with his breath. Just now we spoke of the Dragonhan calamity and the emergence of the aura of calamity in this age. Do you understand what this aura of calamity truly is? Fushi stroked the primordial 8 trigrams disc, and the yin line on the hexagram suddenly lit up. Could it be a sign of the imbalance of heaven and earth? Indeed, but it is more than that. Kunpeng nodded, profound light swirling around him, the yin and yang qi faintly visible at his brow. The aura of calamity is actually formed from the resentment, unwillingness, and violence, various negative wills, left behind by countless living beings after their fall, which resonate with heaven and earth. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of black qi overflowed from his fingertip, falling to the ground and transforming into countless struggling phantoms. The lingering thoughts of the dead from the blood sea, the vengeful spirits of the 3 clans fallen in the Dragonhan calamity, and the condensed wails of all who died unjustly since the opening of the primeval world. These resentments and lingering thoughts were insignificant, but when slaughter becomes an ocean and blood flows like rivers, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. As he spoke, Kunpeng manipulated the black qi to surge, gathering scattered, unconscious, lingering thoughts and resentments, vaguely forming a ghostly claw. The moment the ghost claw formed, the black chi roiled, and the Insha power actually dyed the tea below it into ink black. Nuwa watched the scene as if recalling something. Her delicate hand trembled slightly, and the creation chi at her fingertips condensed into a white lotus that bloomed above the cup of tea, instantly restoring its clarity. Do you mean that the primeval heaven and earth are now like a wounded infant needing our protection? Exactly. Kunpeng waved his hand to dispel the ghost claw, and the chill in the hall seemed to deepen by 3 parts. It has been only a few tens of epochs since the opening of heaven and earth, and the laws of the primeval world are already incomplete. The earth veins are flawed, the star rivers are disordered, and even the tides of the 4 seas often flow backward. This is an infant that requires careful nurturing. Great divine beings must use their own laws to comprehend the great Tao and supplement the deficiencies of heaven and earth. He then pointed to the turbulent, Xianming heavy water outside the palace. Take the Eye of the North Sea, for instance. It was originally a gathering place of primordial water spirits, but because the ancestral dragon fought here during the Dragonhan calamity, the water element law was thrown into chaos. I have spent these years using the water Tao to sort it out, barely managing to revive the spirit veins. Shiha looked at the swirling Xian crystallized tea in her cup, and said softly, I live on the Tying star and feel the same. The moon's orbit often shifts because the Tying star core is damaged. Over the years, my sister and I have been nourishing the core with Tying power. But there are those who insist on doing the opposite. Kunpeng suddenly spoke, waving his hand to create a water curtain shimmering with light above the assembly, revealing the tragic scenes across the primeval world. The western wasteland forests burned by war flames, a sea in the eastern sea detonated by attacks, earth veins polluted by altars at the foot of Zhou Mountain, and the Yao 10,000 Immortals Alliance and Wu. They vie for fortune, treating all beings as weeds and heaven and earth as straw dogs. Red Cloud angrily slammed the table, the 99 soul-scattering gourd humming. Dijuan and Tai for the hegemony of the Yao clan kill those who oppose, and let those who submit live. They slaughter tribes that do not submit at the slightest provocation. The 12 ancestral witches regard living beings as blood sacrifices, leaving nothing alive wherever they pass. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance is no better, a rabble blinded by the lust for power. Do they not know that their mutual attacks create boundless karmic sins, and the aftermath of battles shatters the mountains and rivers of the primeval world, rubbing salt into its wounds? How could they not know? Kunpeng sneered. They all think that after they unify the primeval world, they can slowly recuperate. But the irony is that they do not realize that what they contend for is nothing but illusion. It is no different from the ancient 3 clans. Why did those clans bear such boundless karmic burden back then? It was not because they fought for supremacy over the primeval world, but because they were ignorant of the heavens' timing and the earth's advantages, using only brute force and exercising hegemony without reason. The ancestral dragon used the 4 seas as a cauldron to boil the living beings of the primeval world. The primordial phoenix summoned the nirvana true fire to burn hundreds of millions of miles of forests, the primordial Chilan pried at the earth veins, shattering them into fragments. Heaven and earth are great in tolerance. They can accommodate birth, aging, sickness, death, and the survival of the fittest, but they cannot endure such destructive turmoil. Kunpeng's voice turned stern. It is like a man who can only digest 3 bowls of rice a day, but you force-feed him 10 and then brandish a knife in his stomach. Is that not a path to self-destruction? Fushi's primordial 8 trigrams disk spun rapidly, continuously deducing according to Kunpeng's words. If that is the case, if the war between the 10,000 Immortals Alliance Wu and Yao truly breaks out, will the primeval world repeat the fate of the Dragonhan calamity? Not only that. Kunpeng's gaze pierced into the depths of chaos, as if he could see through the world's membrane. The primeval world today is more fragile than it was during the Dragonhan era. Like an infant that has not yet grown, it is constantly drained and wounded, squeezing out its last primordial source and preventing it from maturing. The hall fell into dead silence, only the sound of the North Sea's waves filtering through the window like heaven and earth sobbing silently. Nuwa suddenly stood up, her 7-colored cloud robe fluttering without wind. I understand. Brother Kunpeng's true intention for our alliance is not only for self-preservation, but also to check and balance these madmen who destroy heaven and earth. Exactly. Kunpeng rose, and the 24 sea-calming pearls revolved above the hall, reflecting the mountains and rivers of the primeval world. The North Sea controls water, the Tying star governs the moon, Fengqi Mountain commands creation, and Honghuang Temple stabilizes the earth. If we can guard the 4 directions of heaven and earth using our own power to maintain peace in one region and protect the living beings there, we may leave a thread of hope for the primeval world in the great calamity. Shiha and Changxi exchanged glances and rose together. We sisters are willing to use the Tying star as our foundation to secretly stabilize the order of the Star River. Fushi and Nuwa also spoke at the same time. We siblings are also willing to use our own creation power to eliminate the Sha aura in the center of the primeval world, harmonize yin and yang, and protect the Pure Land. Xinyuanzi put away the earth book and said in a deep voice, although my Honghuang temple is secluded on an island, I can use the power of the earth to stabilize the southwest earth veins and keep them from being affected. Red Cloud laughed heartily, slapping his chest. Though I am unskilled, I can sit in the fire cloud cave and use the Tao of clouds and mist to purify some of the resentment chi in the east. Kunpeng looked at the high-spirited crowd and laughed loudly. Good. Ha ha ha. Then I will sit in the North Sea, coordinate from the center, and support the 4 directions when necessary. With that, he reached into his sleeve and took out 6 dark azure seals. The seals were forged from Kunpeng's own tail feathers and reverse scales, with the Tao rhythm of wind and space flowing on the feathers and the chill of beaming true water lingering on the scales. The two intertwined into a chaos-colored light pattern, faintly suggesting the folding of space. This is the mystic void seal, refined from my space law and the origin of wind and water. Kunpeng distributed the seals to each person. When you return to your respective Taoist abodes, place the seal at the core location and nourish it day and night with your own spiritual power. If a crisis arises, simply activate the seal by infusing it with spiritual power. It will draw on space power to form a barrier and simultaneously transmit your location to me. In just a moment, I can arrive using the space folding technique. Fuxi received the seal, and the moment his fingertips touched it, a familiar spatial fluctuation came, faintly resonating with the celestial star patterns he had deduced. Such a profound space law. I am inferior to you in this divine ability. Nuwa also smiled warmly at Kunpeng, tucking the seal into her sleeve. The creation chi gently brushed over it, and the seal immediately emitted a warm luster. With this seal, my Fengqi mountain gains an extra barrier. Thank you, brother. Shiha and Changxi also accepted it solemnly and kept the seal close to their bodies. Xiaoyu curiously approached, sniffing at the seal in Changxi's hand. Edge. It smells the same as the pendant around my neck. Everyone laughed at this, and the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Since you have been so generous, we should also offer something in return. Fuxi smiled slightly and took out several white jade tokens engraved with the Primordial 8 trigrams runes. This is the Primordial 8 trigrams token forged from my deduction Tao. With this token, you can sense each other's positions, and in times of crisis, activate the 8 trigrams power to randomly teleport hundreds of millions of miles, serving as a life-saving measure. As soon as Fuxi finished speaking, Shiha and Changxi also took out several moon essence pearls with moonlight flowing inside them, as if containing an entire Taiyin star. These pearls can draw on Taiyin power, not only nourishing the primordial spirit, but also at critical moments channeling the star power of the Taiyin star to form a moonlight passage. In times of danger, you can activate them with spiritual power, and my sister and I will arrive in an instant. Saying this, the two women lowered their heads in shame. Unlike the seal gifted by Brother Kunpeng, these pearls are one-time consumable items. They cannot be used again after one use. Haha, the fact that you two fairies can offer such treasures is already extraordinary. Do not compare yourselves to that freak Kunpeng. Xinyuanzi smiled and took out several yellow earth jade slips engraved with earth runes. This is the earth vein jade slip. It can draw on the power of the primeval earth veins. No matter how far apart we are, as long as we are on the earth of the primeval world, I can use the earth book to adjust the earth vein patterns, briefly open an earth vein passage, and arrive. However, this method has a drawback. It requires several days of preparation and a long activation time. Alright, my turn at last. Red Cloud cheerfully pulled out several hollow gourds with faint flames burning on them. These are message gourds made from the seeds of my 99 soul-scattering gourd, infused with the true essence of drifting clouds and mist, and condensed with my own comprehension of the Tao. As long as you are in the primeval world, just shout into the mouth of the gourd, and the sound will be transmitted simultaneously to the other gourds. Most convenient, ha ha ha. The group exchanged treasures, and for a moment the hall blazed with precious light. The power of the 5 elements and the space law intertwined, forming an invisible connection that tightly linked the North Sea, Fengqi Mountain, Taiyin, Star Honghuang Temple, and Fire Cloud Cave. Excellent. With this, we have truly formed a triangular formation. Kunpeng looked at the various treasures in his hands, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Fuxi also clapped his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha, with all these treasures, we can exchange what we have for what we lack, and jointly resist the calamity. Nuwa gazed at the dome outside the hall, her eyes seeming to pierce through the sea of clouds. She said softly, it is getting late. My brother and I should return now. Fengqi Mountain still needs to be arranged to prevent any unusual movements from the Wu clan. Shiha and Changxi also rose to take their leave. To avoid detection by the Yao clan, we sisters must also return to the Taiyin Star as soon as possible to make arrangements. Xinyuanzi and Red Cloud exchanged glances and also said, we should return as well. Yes, Red Cloud added. I haven't been back to Honghuang Temple and Fire Cloud Cave for a long time. I wonder if anything has changed. We need to go back and make more preparations. Kunpeng did not urge them to stay. He rose and bid them farewell personally, seeing them off outside Biming Palace. Watching their departing backs, he turned and returned to the hall. Raising his hand and waving, a huge water curtain appeared in the center of the hall, displaying the scenes of the primeval world in real time. The lamplight of Biming Palace still flowed with radiance. Wherever Kunpeng's gaze went, it seemed as if countless stars revolved. The water curtain image constantly changed, reflecting the entire primeval universe, and everything within it, all under his control. After the crowd departed the Biming Palace, like a giant clam that had shed its clamor, slowly closed its thick shell, returning to its eternal tranquility. Above the North Sea, only the low rhythm of waves crashing against the rocks and the occasional clear cries of passing seabirds wove a tranquil ballad. Kunpeng retracted the faint, barely perceptible pressure and returned alone to the secret chamber that never saw the light of day. In the center of the chamber, a cold jade cushion radiated a refreshing chill, wisps of cold air curling around it, as if capable of freezing all distracting thoughts. He sat cross-legged, eyes slightly closed, his mind like an intangible stream of light sinking silently into the chaos pearl within his nascent soul. In the world transformed by the chaos pearl, a hazy primordial aura spread across the land. At the center, the gourd vine rooted in the chaos origin appeared even more ancient and rugged, with faint chaos chi flowing between its leaves. The small chaos gourd hanging from the vine had long shed its youthful greenness, its whole body radiating a deep, unfathomable chaos aura. Within the aura, countless profound and intricate Tao runes flickered faintly, as if whispering the mysteries of the universe's birth. Kunpeng moved his mind slightly, and his divine sense probed toward the gourd like an extension of his will. The gourd trembled lightly, then detached from the vine, transforming into a brilliant stream of light that instantly traversed the void and landed steadily in his hand. Upon contact, the gourd felt warm and smooth like jade, its texture delicate and soft, as if it pulsed with life. Yet beneath this warmth, there was an imperious, overwhelming aura that seemed to dominate the cosmos and crush all things, as if a slight movement could overturn heaven and earth. Kunpeng did not dare to be negligent. He immediately activated his cultivation and attempted to refine this extraordinary treasure. However, as soon as he began, he discovered that the restrictions within the gourd were far more complex and profound than he had imagined. Those restrictions were layered and interlocked, each containing the supreme principles of the chaos Tao, ever-changing and unbreakable. Even though he had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint with divine thoughts as vast as a sea of stars, and with the assistance of the chaos pearl in deducing the mysteries of the restrictions, it still took him 3,000 years to break through and refine all the restrictions, making the gourd completely his own. The moment he succeeded, Kunpeng probed his divine sense deep into the gourd, carefully examining its wonders, and an undisguised joy spread across his face. This chaos gourd contained no fewer than 48 innate restrictions. To know 48 innate restrictions were the pinnacle of top-grade innate spirit treasures, only a hair's breadth away from the legendary innate supreme treasures. The treasure possessed boundless power, capable of reversing yin and yang, disrupting the 5 elements, and stirring the forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. The chaos radiance it spewed was overwhelmingly domineering, able to corrode the spiritual essence of all heavenly treasures and annihilate all divine abilities and magical techniques. Even more remarkable was that the interior of the gourd formed a self-contained chaos void. Once someone was sucked inside, even if they had reached the quasi-saint realm and cultivated the mixed yuan Dao fruit, they would have their 3 flowers at the top forcibly cut off, their 5 qi in the chest sealed, and their cultivation reduced to less than a tenth. Truly a fine treasure. Kunpeng clapped his hands and laughed, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. From now on you shall be named the Sagefall Gourd. After refining the Sagefall Gourd, Kunpeng swept his divine sense over the other spirit treasures he had already refined, estimating his combat strength. The first was naturally the Chaos Pearl. As previously introduced, this pearl was born before the Chaos and Primordial Chaos were distinguished, containing the embryonic form of a Chaos world. It was the core treasure accompanying Kunpeng's birth. Its functions included concealing his form, probing the heavens, unparalleled deduction, and immunity to myriad techniques. It was the foundation of Kunpeng's existence, mastered techniques veiling fate, deduction of all laws. The second was the 5 directions flags. He had obtained 4 of them, which need not be introduced individually. In short, uniting all 5 flags would rival an innate supreme treasure, mastered techniques, 5 elements, field 5 elements, net 5 elements, shield minor 5 elements formation. The third was the 24 calming sea pearls. Each pearl contained the Tao resonance of a realm. Together, they could evolve into 24 heavens, capable of stabilizing the forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, maintaining cosmic order, and unleashing devastating power. When used together, their power rivaled an innate supreme treasure, able to confront even the legendary Chaos Bell head-on, mastered techniques, barrier of heavens, ramparts of heavens, suppressing heaven's millstone of heavens. The fourth was the map of the Zhou stars, a top-grade, innate spirit treasure capable of channeling the power of the stars and containing the mysteries of the celestial constellations. If one could control all the cores of the starry sky, they could deploy the immensely powerful Zhou star formation, drawing the endless power of the stars beyond the 9 heavens. It could deduce heavenly changes to serve both offense and defense, and had endless uses mastered technique Starlight Projection Minor, Zhou star formation. The fifth was the Biming heaven-swallowing gourd refined from a black gourd. It embodied the Biming devouring Tao. It could devour spiritual energy, various treasures, and even the divine abilities of cultivators. It could also distort the surrounding space-time, making it eerie and unpredictable mastered techniques devour refine. The sixth was the Myriad Tao Steely, a post-heaven merit spirit treasure. Its surface was engraved with the true meanings of the Tao from all races of the myriad realms containing boundless merit golden light. It assisted Kunpeng in comprehending all Taos and helped him propagate the principles of the Tao, accumulating merit and fortune owned by his good corpse Kunwo. The seventh was the blood-drinking blade, a top-grade innate spirit treasure. Its blade was incredibly sharp, filled with killing intent. Combined with the wind Tao that Kunpeng mastered, speed and sharpness merged. With a casual swing, thousands of blade energies crisscrossed, capable of cutting through even the chaos barrier, mastered technique Sorrow of the Wind. The eighth was the Sagefall Gourd, a pinnacle top-grade innate spirit treasure capable of reversing yin and yang, disrupting the 5 elements. The chaos radiance it spewed was overwhelmingly domineering. Its interior contained a chaos void, and its destructive power rivaled that of an innate supreme treasure master technique, Primordial Unity Bomb. The ninth was the Void Space Seal Master Seal, refined by Kunpeng based on his own comprehension of space laws, supplemented by countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It could resonate with the other sub-seals distributed to his subordinates, enabling instantaneous cross-domain teleportation to support various locations, mastered technique space, folding space teleportation. With so many spirit treasures and mastered techniques coupled with his own 3 innate divine abilities of the Kunpeng true form, as well as his mastery of the wind and water origin Tao's yin-yang laws and space laws, integrating yin-yang and space laws into the wind-water Tao, it could only be said that Kunpeng's current strength was terrifyingly powerful. Thinking of this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Kunpeng's mouth. It was time to leave seclusion and take a turn in the primordial world. Although his current mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation gave him a temporary lead, if he stagnated, he would eventually be surpassed. He knew very well that whether it was the 3 Pure Ones' inheritance of Pengu's foundation or the Wu and Yao clan's fortune of heaven and earth, their cultivation progress would be very swift. Perhaps Laozi had already reached the same realm as him. With this thought, Kunpeng rose and left seclusion. As soon as he stepped out of the secret chamber, he learned that Honghuang and Xinyuanzi had already returned to the North Sea. Sensing Kunpeng's emergence, the two immediately dropped their affairs and came to greet their long-lost friend. Honghuang spoke first, a gentle smile on his face. Taoist Kunpeng, Xinyuanzi, and I have settled our respective mountain gates. The 5 villages temple and the Fire Cloud Cave are both set up with layers of formations and restrictions, forming an inescapable net. We are ready to act according to plan the moment the Wuyao tribulation begins with no mistakes. Everything is ready, only the east wind is needed. Xinyuanzi nodded in agreement, his tone steady. We will wait here. Kunpeng gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the two. Seeing their stable auras, it was clear that their arrangements had gone smoothly. The Biming Palace once again returned to its usual calm. During this period of tranquility, Kunpeng, Xinyuanzi, and Honghuang each preached the Tao in the North Sea for several hundred years. During this time, they discovered several promising talents, the monk Methria Zhao Gongming, and the 3 fairy sisters Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. Having long heard that Kunpeng, Honghuang, and Xinyuanzi of the North Sea were powerful and possessed supreme Tao techniques, the top great powers of the entire primordial world, the 5 immediately bowed and accepted the trio as their masters. Kunpeng saw that Zhao Gongming had an extraordinary bone structure with innate wind origin power flowing faintly within him, closely matching the wind Tao he cultivated. Recognizing him as a promising talent, Kunpeng was moved and accepted him as his 3rd disciple. He not only taught him the primordial wind steering art he had comprehended, but also bestowed upon him a specially refined low-grade innate spirit treasure, the Clear Wind Pearl, and a post-heaven spirit treasure, the Black Wind Banner, to aid his cultivation. On the other side, Honghuang saw that the 3 Sanshao sisters were all lively and intelligent, with extraordinary Tao resonance in their brows. Taking a liking to them, he accepted them as his disciples and taught them the cloud mist ethereal art he had comprehended. He also gave Yunxiao a low-grade innate spirit treasure, the Azure Luan Sword, whose blade flowed with green light. Agile and swift Yu Qiongxiao received a treasure mirror, also a low-grade innate spirit treasure, the mysterious Fire Mirror, whose light could pierce through illusions and summon a boundless sea of fire. Bixiao received the Golden Dragon Scissors, refined from two Yin-Yang golden dragons incredibly sharp and capable of severing all things. Xinyuanzi too saw that the monk Mithriya had a calm demeanor and a stable mind which matched well with the earth immortal Tao he cultivated. He accepted him as a disciple, taught him the profound earth virtue art, and bestowed upon him a low-grade innate spirit treasure, the purple gold bowl and embroidered kasaya, to help him lay a solid Tao foundation. Additionally, Kunpeng did not forget his first disciple Xuanwu and second disciple Ao Run. He specially provided them with treasures. For Xuanwu, a mid-grade innate spirit treasure called the heaven-opening seal, which when activated transformed into a towering mountain illusion containing the residual might of Mount Buzhou, making an enemy's body feel as heavy as a sacred mountain and their cultivation sluggish. For Ao Run, he gave a low-grade innate spirit treasure, the water-dividing sword, which could summon the waters of the four seas, gathering and dispersing at will, greatly increasing his power and suiting his dragon identity. After arranging everything for his disciples, Kunpeng devoted his energy to improving the defensive system of the North Sea. He first took out the treasured innate five-element materials essence of metal sprout of wood, pistol of fire, pearl of water, and core of earth to refine the core array disk of the minor five elements formation. During the refining process, he infused more of his own insights into the five elements laws, making the formation's operation smoother and its power skyrocket. The improved minor five elements formation, once activated, could withstand a full force attack from a quasi-sane initial stage cultivator for a short time, becoming a solid shield protecting the North Sea. Next, using the map of the Zhou-Tian stars as a guide, he refined the core array flags of the minor Zhou-Tian star formation. This time he came up with a unique idea. He asked the billions of North Sea creatures to contribute blood, then merged the blood of billions of living beings into the formation, linking the life force of the North Sea's billions of creatures tightly with the array. This allowed the formation to draw upon the power of the masses. Now, with the blessing of the billions of North Sea creatures' life force, the minor Zhou-Tian star formation could briefly unleash an attack power equivalent to the initial quasi-saint stage, its edge sharp enough to deter any petty villains. Thus, with one offense and one defense complementing each other, the safety of the North Sea was once again greatly enhanced. Under the extreme abyss of the North Sea, within the North Sea Palace, on the hall paved with cold jade, dark cyan array patterns swirled across the ground, casting shifting light and shadow around. Kunpeng stood with his hands behind his back, the cloud Peng hidden patterns on his Dao robe, seeming ready to take flight. The good corpse patriarch Kunwu, clad in a moon-white Dao robe, wore a gentle expression, with azure wind swirling around him as he stood by. Below in the hall, several people stood separately, the first disciple Xuanwu clad in profound ice armor, the second disciple Ao Run in dragon woman form, with green scales shimmering, the newly accepted third disciple Zhao Gongming in a dark green Dao robe holding a whisk. All three looked at Kunpeng with reverence. Daoist Kunwu, Kunpeng spoke, his voice calm, but carrying irrefutable authority. From the spiritual treasures obtained at the treasure-dividing cliff, you may select a few suitable ones. Before the words faded, he swept his sleeve and hundreds of spiritual treasures cascaded like an inverted galaxy, blooming with brilliant radiance above the hall. Kunwu's gaze swept over, and with a light tap of his fingertip, 3 wind attribute innate spiritual treasures flew forth: a clear wind sword containing innate wind patterns extremely sharp, a Sun wind banner, which when unfurled could summon the 9 heavens gale, and a wind spirit flag that could form a protective shield of gale force around the body, complementing his good corpse's origin. These are sufficient. Kunwu stored the treasures into his sleeve and bowed slightly to Kunpeng. Kunpeng nodded. The path of cultivation cannot be one of seclusion. One must experience all things to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth and understand one's own Tao to achieve success. Daoist Kunwu, I entrust you to take Xuanwu, Ao Run, and Gongming out to travel the primordial world, broaden their knowledge, and when encountering injustice you may decide on your own. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 disciples. Xuanwu, Ao Run, Gongming. Daoist Kunwu is my good corpse. You must treat him with the courtesy of a master. Remember, the primordial world is vast and full of wonders. When away from home, you must guard your heart, and when in doubt, ask Kunwu. We disciples will remember master's teachings. The 3 answered in unison. Go. Kunpeng waved his hand to dismiss them. Kunwu cast one last look at Kunpeng, then turned and led the 3 disciples out of the North Sea Palace. For streaks of light pierced the dark primordial cold of the North Sea, flying toward the primordial continent. Yet they did not know that as soon as they left, a figure that almost merged with the cosmic energy of the primordial world quietly followed. It was Kunpeng. He concealed all his aura like a speck of dust, both to observe and to secretly protect. Shortly after leaving the North Sea, they passed the Golden Coast and traveled a short distance until they reached a region called Dai Mountain. On both sides of the valley, baleful aura filled the air. On the left, a group of horse-like, but not exactly horse creatures were fighting fiercely, with single horns on their heads and flames burning on their hoofs. These were the Flame Hoof tribe. On the right, a flock of fiery red birds resembling chickens, but with 3 tails, 6 legs, and 4 heads were the fire chicken tribe. Uncle Master Kunwu, they seemed to be fighting over a treasure. Ao Run pointed at the center of the valley where a vein of colorful light shimmered. The aura of jade essence crystal could be sensed from miles away. Kunwu's gaze was calm. In the primordial world, the strong prey on the weak. This is a common conflict, no need to intervene. With that, he prepared to ride a cloud past. Stop! A sharp screech came from the fire chicken tribe. The leading elder with bloodshot eyes greedily stared at the storage pouch at Xuanwu's waist and the water-dividing sword behind Ao Run's back, sneering. You few, leave your treasures, and we'll spare your lives. It turned out that the fire chicken tribe had long submitted to the demon clan, relying on the backing of a demon king to bully others near Dai Mountain. Seeing the radiant spiritual light around Kunwu and his companions, they were instantly overcome with greed. Courting death, Ao Run cried out, shaking her water-dividing sword, drawing the surrounding water vapor into thousands of water arrows. Junior brother Gongming want to practice. Zhao Gongming flicked his whisk, and the innate spiritual treasure Clear Wind Pearl floated above his head, drawing a gentle breeze into an invisible barrier around himself. Senior sister, you first. Xuanwu, seeing them politely deferring to each other, taunted, both of you go together. If you don't, I'll annihilate them myself, ha ha. Hearing this, Ao Run immediately stopped being modest and charged without hesitation into the fire chicken flock. Her water-dividing sword swung, unleashing dark blue sword energy that raged unstoppably. The strongest among the fire chicken tribe was only at the late Xianxian stage. How could they be a match for Ao Run, who wielded a spiritual treasure and possessed a profound aura also at the Xianxian realm? Ao Run's body turned into a water blue light like a sword, and in the next instant she appeared before the fire chicken clan leader. The water-dividing sword transformed into a rain of sword shadows stabbing downward. In an instant, hundreds of fire chickens were pierced, and the tribe elder let out a scream as his body was severed from his head. First kill, second kill, third kill, fourth kill, fifth kill. A massacre. Zhao Gongming let out a hearty laugh. Ha! Senior sister, peerless and awe-inspiring. Leave the remaining small fry to me. With that, he urged the Clear Wind Pearl crosswise before his chest, pouring his early Xianxian stage mana into it without reservation. Blade-like wind blades slashed out, severing the wings of the remaining fire chickens. Run! Someone shouted, and the fire chicken tribe scattered in all directions, vanishing into the forest in an instant. On the left side of the valley, the chieftain of the Flame Hoof tribe hurriedly led his people forward, bowing to Kunwu and the others. Thank you, seniors, for saving our lives. Our tribe wishes to present you with Jade Essence Crystal, and we earnestly request you to stay a few days so we may fulfill our duties as hosts. Kunwu initially wanted to decline, but could not withstand the warmth of the Flame Hoof tribe, so he agreed. During these days, the Flame Hoof tribe brought out their treasured spiritual fruits and immortal brews. The chieftain personally accompanied them, recounting the local customs around Dai Mountain and the deep history of the Flame Hoof tribe. Before leaving, Kunwu took out a bottle of blood slaughter Dao pills and some healing spiritual herbs. These may be of use to you. Xuanwu added, if you encounter danger, you may go to the North Sea. The Flame Hoof chieftain, weeping with gratitude, summoned a small snow-white mare with a fiery red thunder spark at her brow, who actually possessed heavenly immortal cultivation. This is my daughter Yanling. She wishes to follow and serve the seniors. Please accept her. Kunwu and the others remained silent. Only Ao Run, seeing Yanling's lively and adorable appearance, couldn't help looking at Kunwu, and said coquettishly, she's so cute. Uncle Master, can we take her with us? Kunwu smiled faintly. Since you like her, take her along. Thank you, Uncle Master. Ao Run joyfully hugged the little white horse, and the little horse, Yanling, affectionately nuzzled Ao Run's arm. Leaving Dai Mountain, Kunwu and his party continued eastward. Over the years, they traveled through various parts of the primordial world. Whenever they saw the demon clan oppressing the weak, they secretly helped. When they encountered the Wu clan slaughtering innocents, they stepped in to punish them. Though they did not cause great upheavals, they saved many lives. One day they arrived at Mount Tu. From afar, they heard sounds of battle. A group of the Wu clan were hunting the Fox clan. The leading great witches were over 10 feet tall, with bulging muscles, and blood dripped from the bone blades in their hands. I've heard the Fox clan women are all stunning beauties. Once we capture this female fox, we'll take her back to the tribe to enjoy. A great witch guffawed, his bone blade pointing at the barely standing white figure ahead. This white figure was named Su Xiaoro, the chieftain of the Mount Tu Fox clan. She was leading her people in a desperate resistance against the Wu clan. Although she possessed early Daluo Jinxian cultivation, she could not withstand the overwhelming numbers. Seeing her clansmen fall one by one, a flash of determination crossed her eyes. Just as she was about to burn her origin, a clear shout rang out, Wu clan, cease your insolence. Xuanwu stepped forward, unleashing the heaven-opening seal, which transformed into a towering mountain phantom and crashed down. Ao Run produced a precious lamp, gathering dark primordial water vapor into a protective dome over the Fox clan. Zhao Gongming took out the wind spirit pearl, and as it spun a gentle breeze, formed a net trapping a group of lesser witches. Kunpeng stood on a cloud, not intervening, merely watching the three disciples silently. Those great witches at most early Daluo Jingxian were no match for Xuanwu, who was at the middle Daluo Jingxian stage. In moments they were routed and fled howling. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for saving our lives." Su Xiaoro stepped forward to thank them. Her form shifted into human-shaped brows like distant mountains and mist eyes like autumn waters with ripples, her vermilion lips slightly parted, as if exuding orchid fragrance, skin whiter than snow-black hair reaching her waist, her slender waist swaying like flowing clouds as she walked. Every frown and smile was captivating. Xuanwu was stunned, nearly dropping the heaven-opening seal. Zhao Gongming blushed crimson and quickly averted his gaze. "If you do not mind, please stay at Mount 2 for a few days." Su Xiaoro curtsied gracefully, an exotic fragrance wafting. The party could not refuse the warm invitation of the Mount 2 Fox clan, so they agreed to stay a while, considering it a rest after their long journey. During these days, Su Xiaoro recounted the Fox clan's plight. The Wu clan often came to plunder, and the Demon clan pressed closer, making life increasingly difficult. At parting, Su Xiaoro and her clansmen escorted them for 10,000 li. "Fellow Taoists, see us off no further. We shall meet again." Xuanwu, with a hint of reluctance, clasped his hands to Su Xiaoro. "I am Kunpeng Patriarch's first disciple, Xuanwu. If Mount 2 faces danger, you may relocate to the North Sea. With my master's protection, neither the Wu clan nor the Demon clan will dare to invade." A glimmer of light flashed in Su Xiaoro's eyes, and she bowed deeply. "Thank you for your guidance, Taoist Xuanwu. I will remember it in my heart." With that, the 4 people and 1 horse mounted auspicious clouds and set off again. Xuanwu looked back at the distant Mount 2 and the shrinking figures of the Fox clan, sighing softly. "Mount 2 is but a road across the horizontal pond. Ooh, I can only watch the fragrant dust fade away." After leaving Tushan, Kunwu and his companions continued their travels through the primordial wilderness. As the ages of great kulpas passed, their footprints spread across every corner of the vast land. They once stumbled into the suspended flower realm, floating among the clouds where flowers could speak and weave colorful clouds to guide the way, but every word carried a mixture of childish naivety and cunning trickery. One wrong step could lead them into the lair of man-eating flowers. They also ventured into the mist-shrouded myriad illusion stone forest, where the rocks transformed into past inner demons. Ao Run and Zhao Gongming fought fierce battles there for months against the phantoms of greed, anger, and ignorance before seeing through the illusions, and both achieved breakthroughs in cultivation. Along the way, they encountered the Star Taper tribe, which fed on stars. They were cat-sized, but had wings that could devour starlight. When flying at night, they trailed brilliant bands of light behind them, like flowing rivers of stars. They also witnessed the Flame Marrow tribe, who dwelled in the molten lava at the Earth's core. These beings were covered in fiery armor of crystal, could breathe and manipulate earthly fire, yet were gentle in nature. They fed on the spiritual marrow within the lava, and even gifted the group a piece of flame heart jade that could withstand extreme heat. There were also many amusing incidents. Once in the western wasteland, Ao Run summoned water vapor to create a rain curtain to save a wind whisper bird trapped in yellow sand. Unexpectedly, the bird turned out to be a messenger of the western wind master, which summoned a sweet dew wind, carrying the fragrance of spiritual fruits. The wind drenched their clothes with sweet fruit nectar. Meanwhile, Xuanwu found a broken shield engraved with an ancient formation in a battlefield ruins. After studying it for 3 months, he managed to grasp the essence of a formation that combined defense with offense. Over the years of travel, everyone's cultivation improved, and their knowledge broadened greatly. The childishness gradually faded from them, replaced by a calm and seasoned demeanor. One day they arrived at the East Sea coast. The salty, damp sea breeze carrying familiar moisture swept over them. Ao Run gazed at the vast azure ocean, her dragon tail unconsciously swaying gently on the auspicious clouds, her eyes filled with nostalgia. "Uncle, Master, Senior Brother, I'm going to play in the sea." Before her words faded, her form flickered and transformed into a cyan dragon over 1,000 zhang long. Its scales shimmered with a gentle luster under the sunlight. Spreading its fins, it plunged into the sea with a plop, stirring up towering waves. Xuanwu and Zhao Gongming stood on the shore, watching her dart nimbly through the water. Sometimes she leaped out of the sea, forming a cyan arc. Sometimes she dived into the deep, churning strings of crystal-clear bubbles. They both smiled. Kunwu, however, stood with his hands behind his back on the clouds, gazing calmly at the ocean. Suddenly the sea surged with towering waves, and a foul, stinking wind rose from beneath the water. Ao Run's heart tightened. Just as she was about to flee the water, a 9-headed serpent monster burst out from the deep sea. Its 9 heads were hideous and terrifying, and as its forked tongues flickered, they emitted dense, poisonous miasma. The serpent monster shifted in the air and transformed into a man covered in warts, his small bean-like eyes leering at Ao Run as he lecherously laughed. "I am the lord of these waters, King Lai Gobao." Where did this pretty little female dragon come from? Your figure is quite nice. Why not come back with me to the Azure Wave Cave and be my queen? I'll ensure you live a life of luxury. Run was already angry from the sudden attack, and hearing such filthy words only fueled her fury. She scolded, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Look at yourself. What are you worth? Her water aura surged, and wielding the water-parting sword, she turned into a cyan beam that stabbed straight at the man. Today I'll show you the might of the dragon clan. The man transformed from the nine-headed serpent saw Run's anger, and instead of being afraid laughed even more merrily. Oh, a fiery-tempered one. I like that. With that his 9 heads simultaneously spewed poisonous fire, poisonous water, and poisonous smoke surging toward Run. Run's eyes flashed sharply. With a flourish of the water-parting sword, myriad water arrows condensed into a shield to block the poisonous assault. At the same time her form moved like lightning circling behind the serpent monster. Her blade carried a fierce wind as she slashed at one of its heads. With a poochie, a head fell and foul black blood gushed out. You're asking for death. The serpent monster in pain roared with its remaining 8 heads. Its massive serpent body writhed, raising towering waves trying to entangle Run. Relying on the dragon clan's mastery over water currents, Run dodged nimbly among the waves. The water-parting sword in her hand was like a reaper's scythe. Each swing brought down another head. She knew well that such exotic creatures were tenacious. Only by cutting off all heads could they be completely eliminated. After half a shurchen of fierce battle, 8 serpent heads floated on the sea, black blood staining the water like ink. Run held the water-parting sword, its tip pointing at the last head, about to sever it and finish the monster. Stop! A furious shout came, and a dark green beam shot, like lightning, firmly blocking the water-parting sword. A massive 9-headed serpent rose from the sea floor, its 9 heads covered with tumors. Its aura was ferocious, and it was clearly at the late stage of the Great Luo golden immortal realm. The great serpent transformed into a gloomy old man. Seeing his son's 8 heads on the sea, his eyes instantly became bloodshot. He glared viciously at Run. You little bitch. How dare you hurt my son? I'll make you pay. With that, without waiting for Run's reaction, he struck out with a palm. Dense poisonous miasma condensed into a giant claw, grabbing at Run. Bullying the weak. What skill is that? Seeing this, Xuanwu roared and shifted his form to block in front of Run. He sacrificed the heaven-opening seal, which transformed into a 10,000 zhang mountain phantom, forcefully withstanding the poison claw. With a loud bang, Xuanwu was knocked back 3 steps, his chi and blood churning, but the heaven-opening seal remained stable. Mid-stage Great Luo golden immortal. You dare to stop me? A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes, then his killing intent surged. Since you want to die, I'll oblige you both. He formed seals with both hands, and a phantom of the 9-headed serpent appeared behind him. Poisonous miasma spread, and the surrounding seawater began to boil and corrode. Xuanwu showed no fear. He protected himself with the heaven-opening seal and wielded the sea-subduing spear, simultaneously employing the laws of water and earth. The sea beneath his feet instantly froze into a solid ice plain. He shouted in a deep voice, "Wretch! How dare you speak such arrogance?" Before his words faded, he took the initiative to charge forward, striking at the old man with the sea-subduing spear, which carried the might of suppressing the 4 seas. The old man sneered and produced a poisonous trident, clashing with the sea-subduing spear, producing a shrill metallic sound. The 2, man and monster, engaged in fierce battle on the sea. Although the old man's cultivation was half a step higher, Xuanwu was equipped with the heaven-opening seal, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and also wore the defensive treasure passed down by Kunpeng, giving him astonishing defensive power. Each time the heaven-opening seal descended, it shook the old man's chi and blood. Meanwhile, the old man's poisonous trident, bearing unmatched toxic force, struck Xuanwu's mystic ice armor, leaving black marks, but never breaking through the defense. After over 100 rounds of fierce combat, both their treasures' light dimmed considerably, showing great exhaustion. Refreshing. Today I'll show you my true form. The old man roared and revealed his true form as a 9-headed serpent. His massive serpent body blotted out the sky, and all 9 heads simultaneously spewed poisonous light, a terrifying sight. Xuanwu was not to be outdone. He transformed into a giant turtle, bearing a divine mountain on its back, limbs like heavenly pillars covered in mystic ice armor, with star patterns flowing on its shell. At the same time, a massive dragon head emerged from under the turtle shell. This was Xuanwu's true form, a fusion of turtle and serpent, radiating a heavy aura that suppressed all waters. The giant turtle rammed into the 9-headed serpent, while the serpent tightly coiled around the turtle's body. They engaged in physical combat with their true forms. Each collision shook the sea violently, as if trying to overturn the entire East Sea. In the end, the 9-headed serpent old man was battered by Xuanwu's turtle shell, all 9 heads wounded. Realizing that continuing the fight would not benefit him, and might even cost him his life, he roared, once turned into a dark green light, and fled into the deep sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you're going? Xuanwu was about to pursue when Kunwu's voice called out, Xuanwu, come back. Perplexed, Xuanwu reverted to human form and walked before Kunwu. Uncle Master, why didn't you let me pursue him? That beast has committed many evils, and leaving him will surely bring disaster. Kunwu smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the bloodstains on the sea. Foolish child, driving him off is enough. In the primordial wilderness, killing is inevitable, but you don't have to annihilate everything. Indiscriminately creating killing karma is not beneficial to your own cultivation. Instead, it can easily cloud your mind with anger, drawing you prematurely into great calamities, a loss that outweighs the gain. Hearing this, Xuanwu pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Master. Ao Run also stepped forward, sheathing the water-parting sword, her face still carrying some lingering fear. Thank you, senior brother Xuanwu. Xuanwu waved his hand. No matter. It was a small matter. Let's continue on our way. As they were about to leave the shores of the Eastern Sea, Ao Run suddenly recalled something, a glint of nostalgia and anticipation flickering in her eyes. She said to the others, Uncle Master, senior brother, junior brother, speaking of which, I am the daughter of the Western Sea Dragon King, and thus a dragon princess. The Eastern Sea and Western Sea share the same origin. When I was a child, I accompanied my father to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace several times and made many acquaintances. Now that we are here, why not pay a visit to the Crystal Palace? Xuanwu and Zhao Gongming exchanged glances, both having no objections. Kunwu also nodded and said, fine, there's no harm in taking a look. Ao Run's face lit up with joy. With a flicker of her form, she transformed into an azure dragon and led the way. Follow me. The five of them, including Yan Ling, formed a protective barrier of spiritual energy to ward off the water, following Ao Run deep into the Eastern Sea. The deeper they went, the dimmer the light became. Only the dragon aura emanating from Ao Run stirred the surrounding currents, carving a path forward. In the past, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was a place of radiant splendor and auspicious energy, countless treasures shimmering in the ocean, with aquatic soldiers patrolling in majestic formation. But now what lay before them was a scene of desolation. The once crystal-clear palace paths paved with 10,000-year warm jade were now cracked and covered in thick silt. The coral trees that once breathed pearls lined the sides, most withered and blackened, with only a few struggling to survive. Occasionally small shrimp and crabs scurried past, shrinking into crevices upon seeing them, devoid of the vitality of the former aquatic creatures. How could this be? Ao Run gazed at the sight, her dragon horns trembling slightly, her voice filled with disbelief. Passing through the dilapidated palace gate, they arrived at the once glorious main hall of the Crystal Palace. But now most of the luminous pearls on the ceiling had gone dark, leaving only a few dim ones barely illuminating the corners. The coiled dragons carved on the pillars had lost their scales, their heads broken, a picture of wretchedness. In the center of the hall, a thin, three-clawed azure dragon lay on a cracked jade throne, its breath faint, its cultivation barely at the early celestial immortal stage. Startled by the intruders, it lifted its head in panic, eyes filled with terror, barely able to transform. It stammered, Who are you? Ao Run, looking at the three-clawed azure dragon, felt a pang in her heart. She stepped forward and asked, I am Ao Run of the Western Sea. May I ask, where is the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea? The azure dragon was taken aback at first, then a flicker of excitement flashed in its eyes. It struggled to rise, but staggered in weakness. So, it's the Western Sea Princess. I am Ao Qing, paying respects to the princess. No need for formalities. Ao Run helped it up, her voice trembling as she looked at the ruined surroundings. How did the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace fall to such a state? What of the old Dragon King and the aquatic soldiers? At the mention of the past, Ao Qing's eyes instantly filled with tears, her voice choked. Princess, you wouldn't know, but in the last 10,000 years the Eastern Sea Dragon clan has suffered a great calamity. He wiped his tears and slowly recounted the past. When the old Dragon King was alive, though not as glorious as the ancestral dragon era, he was still at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, with several Tai Golden Immortal Dragon Elders under him, barely managing to hold the Eastern Sea's foundation. But after the rise of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, they regarded our dragon clan as fish on a chopping block, treating us as food, even saying, in heaven dragon meat, on earth donkey meat. They repeatedly invaded, plundering our dragon bloodline. First, they seized the Eastern Sea spiritual veins and destroyed the Dragon Palace's protective array. Later, they led troops directly into the Crystal Palace. The old Dragon King fought to the death with them, but they had a peak Great Luo golden immortal powerhouse, and our clan could not withstand it. Ao Qing's voice grew lower, filled with endless humiliation. The old Dragon King fought desperately to protect our escape, but was captured by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance cultivators, publicly executed, and made into dragon meat soup distributed among the cultivators, saying they wanted to taste the flavor of the ancestral dragon's descendants. Beasts! Xuanwu, hearing this, was furious. His fists clenched so tightly that they cracked the heaven-opening seal, trembling slightly in his hand. Zhao Gongming's face also turned iron gray, the silver threads of his whisker taut with anger. Ao Qing sobbed as he continued, after the old Dragon King's death, the elite of the Dragon Clan were nearly wiped out. The powerful sea demons seized the opportunity to kick us when we were down, occupying our territory and plundering our treasures. We surviving dragons could only shrink into this dilapidated crystal palace, barely clinging to life. He raised his head, looking at Ao Run with despair in his eyes. Princess, look at us. Some of us have broken horns, some have been stripped of scales, some can't even transform. In the past, our dragon clan ruled over billions of aquatic creatures, the lords of scales and armor. Our ancestral land was so glorious. But now, Ao Run's heart ached as if pierced by a knife, tears streaming uncontrollably. She looked at the little dragons hiding behind pillars, their eyes timid. Some were only snake-like, their claws not yet fully grown, a clear sign of bloodline decline. Just then Kunwu suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying an invisible pressure. In the past, Ancestor Kunpeng once said that if the Dragon Clan faced trouble, they could seek his protection in the Northern Sea. Why didn't you come? Ao Qing shed even more tears at this. It wasn't that we didn't want to. The old Dragon King remembered Ancestor Kunpeng's promise. Right there in the Crystal Palace, he told the leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance about it. But before he could finish, he was slain on the spot by the Alliance. I still remember the old Dragon King as he died, shouting that we are under Ancestor Kunpeng's protection, begging them to spare us. But those cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance wouldn't listen. They laughed arrogantly, saying, "What is Kunpeng? Does he dare to protect you worms?" They killed the old Dragon King on the spot, bound all the pure-blooded dragons in the palace with dragon-binding ropes, used great magic to restrain them, and forcibly broke all their horns, turning them into carps. Ao Qing's voice trembled nearly beyond recognition. Later it was said that those carps transformed from pure-blooded dragons were given by Dongwangong as a favor to Zhuangmu, who kept them in the jade pool for the amusement of immortals. Sob. As his words fell, the remaining dragons in the hall could no longer hold back, bursting into anguished sobs. Some young dragons lay on the ground, banging their heads against the floor with a dull thud. Some mother dragons clutched their young tightly, their tears mingling with the seawater, soaking the silk beneath them. Ao Run watched this scene, feeling as though a boulder weighed on her chest, suffocating her. She suddenly turned and knelt before Kunwu. "Uncle Master, I beg you to save the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance has gone too far." Xuanwu and Zhao Gongming also stepped forward, bowing to Kunwu. "Uncle Master, we are willing to lend a hand to the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan." Kunwu looked at the sorrowful scene in the hall, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice echoing throughout the Crystal Palace. "Rest assured, since Ancestor Kunpeng made a promise, I will not stand idly by while the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan suffers." He looked at Ao Qing. "Pack up and take the remaining members of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. Follow your senior brother Xuanwu and junior brother Zhao back to the Northern Sea. Their Ancestor Kunpeng presides, and no one dares to bully the Dragon Clan. As for the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, I will surely settle this karmic debt with them." Ao Qing and the other dragons were stunned at first, then their eyes burst with ecstatic light. They kowtowed to Kunwu. "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior." In the dilapidated Crystal Palace, the cries of despair gradually gave way to suppressed excitement. Sunlight filtered through the seawater, shining upon them, as if bringing a glimmer of hope for rebirth to this fallen dragon clan. Kunwu gazed at Ao Run, Xuanwu, Zhao Gongming, and the remnant dragons of the East Sea until their figures vanished at the junction of sea and sky. Only then did he slowly turn around, his eyes once again fixed upon the still silent East Sea. He first went to the territories of certain sea demon tribes that, according to Ao Qing, had come to plunder the weakened Dragon Clan after its calamity. He captured their chieftains and directly employed soul-searching, thereby unearthing some useful information. Then, transforming into a wisp of green wind, he silently traversed the East Sea region, seizing several chieftains of minor tribes that had allied with the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. After a brief interrogation, he extracted even more information from them. In less than half a day, a list had already taken clear shape in Kunwu's mind. Foremost among them was Waziki, a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. It was he who had personally slain the old Dragon King, and his words showed the utmost contempt for Kunpeng. Next was the Nine-Headed Serpent, now a member of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, known as the Nine-Headed Taoist, a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal who had committed the most brutal slaughter in the Crystal Palace that day. After them came three other Great Luo Golden Immortals, the Lehigh Elder, Late Great Luo, the Xian Shark Taoist, Mid Great Luo, and the Molan Immortal, Early Great Luo, all principal conspirators in the persecution of the Dragon Clan. As for the accomplices below the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, they were as numerous as hairs on an ox, and were temporarily disregarded. Kunwu condensed a wisp of clear wind from his fingertip, imprinting the list upon it, then with a flicker of his form transformed into a green rainbow, and shot directly towards Zifu Island. Zifu Island was the core region of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. On the island, immortal mists swirled, and cranes cried in harmony in atmosphere of celestial elegance. Kunwu landed outside the island and announced himself. Kunwu, under the command of the Kunpeng Dao Master of the North Sea, seeks an audience with Lord Dongwangong on a matter of great importance. The immortal guards on the island, sensing his aura, gentle yet unfathomably deep, did not dare to be negligent and quickly went inside to report. Before long, a servant in brocade robes hurried out, bowed with a smile, and said, "I invite the immortal Kunwu to enter." Kunwu nodded and followed the servant into Zifu Island. Passing through layer upon layer of immortal arrays, a magnificent hall appeared before them. The roof was covered with glazed tiles that shimmered in the sunlight. The pillars were carved from thousand-year warm jade, engraved with patterns of the constellations of the heavens. On both sides of the hall's entrance hung a pair of couplets reading, 10,000 immortals gather at Zifu. One emperor commands the primordial heaven, the calligraphy powerful and exuding a sense of haughty authority. This was the 10,000 immortals hall. The servant pushed open the hall's doors, and a rich fragrance of wine and spiritual energy rushed forth. Kunwu looked up and saw the hall brightly lit, dozens of golden pillars carved with coiling dragons supporting the dome, the dragons seeming ready to take flight. The floor was covered with cloud silk carpets embroidered with patterns of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. On the main throne, Dongwangong, clad in a vermilion purple Taoist robe and wearing a purple gold crown, had a handsome countenance with a proud air in his brows. Beside him, Zhuangmu, in her phoenix crown and rainbow-adorned robes, appeared dignified and splendid, her gaze passing over all with inherent authority. Below the main throne on both sides were arranged dozens of jade tables laden with celestial wines and spiritual fruits. At the head of the left side sat a female immortal in magnificent battle armor, none other than Jiutian Xuanu. Below her were Randang Doran Dujinren and others. At the head of the right side was Heishan Jinjuan, followed by Mongshan Gidi, Inhu Doranshi, Doran, Taizi Chongqing Tianyuzhinren. All were prominent and renowned great powers of the primal chaos, all of whom had reached the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Further down, hundreds of cultivators at the mid to late Great Luo Golden Immortal stage were seated in order. Among them, one with a sinister countenance was none other than the nine-headed Taoist. Not far above him, a red-haired strong man was raising his cup to drink heartily, his brows and eyes exuding arrogance and defiance. This was Waziki. At that moment, the immortals in the hall were chatting and laughing. When they heard that the North Sea Kunpeng had sent an envoy, they all stopped their conversations and turned their gazes full of curiosity and scrutiny toward Kunwu at the entrance. Dongwangong set down his wine cup and said in a clear voice, "So it is the envoy of the Kunpeng Dao Master. You have come from afar, and it must have been a tiresome journey. Please take a seat." Zhuangmu also nodded slightly, signaling the servant to lead Kunwu to a jade table at the far left end. Kunwu's expression remained calm. He made a slight bow with cupped hands toward the main throne as a form of greeting, then followed the servant and sat down gracefully. He swept his eyes unobtrusively over the assembled immortals, memorizing the appearances of Waziki and the nine-headed Taoist, while his face betrayed not a single ripple of emotion. Once Kunwu was seated, Dongwangong raised his wine cup and said with a half-smile, "Friend Kunwu, you have come, I presume, on the orders of the Kunpeng Dao Master. May I ask what instruction the North Sea Immortal Envoy brings?" The hall instantly fell silent, and all eyes again focused on Kunwu. Kunwu set down the teacup he had just lifted, and his voice, neither loud nor low, yet clearly reached every corner of the great hall. "I have not come on matters of the North Sea, but for the sake of the East Sea Dragon clan." He raised his eyes to the main throne and continued slowly, "A few days ago I passed by the East Sea and saw the Crystal Palace in ruins, the Dragon clan in decline. Upon inquiring about the cause, I learned that over the past 10,000 years the immortals of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance had attacked the East Sea, slain the old Dragon King, slaughtered the Dragon clan, and even transformed the pure-blooded dragons into koi and sent them to the Jade Pool." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Waziki and the nine-headed Taoist, both of whom changed color slightly, but forced themselves to remain composed. Kunwu continued, "In the past, the Kunpeng Dao Master made a promise to the East Sea Dragon clan, saying that if the Dragon clan were ever in danger, the North Sea would shelter them. Now that the East Sea Dragon clan has suffered this great calamity, although the Dao Master has not come in person, he has sent me to ask the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, what exactly is your stance on this matter? We must also settle this karmic debt." As his words fell, the hall was shrouded in dead silence, broken only by the flickering of candle flames. Dongwangong and Zhuangmu exchanged a glance, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. They had not expected that Kunpeng would send someone specifically to call them to account over the declining East Sea Dragon clan. "Oh, such a thing happened." Dongwangong set down his wine cup, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze sweeping over the immortals below, as if casually. "Who was responsible for the matter of the East Sea Dragon clan?" Before the words had fully faded, the red-haired strongman Waziki rose abruptly, strode out of the queue, and declared with cupped hands, "Alliance leader, this subordinate did it." He puffed out his chest, his face full of disdain. They were nothing but a few insignificant dragons. The strongest among them was merely at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. If they must blame someone, they should blame themselves for occupying the rich lands of the East Sea while being so weak. They deserve to be plundered. Kunwu sat still at the far end, his expression calm and unruffled, and asked flatly, "In the primal chaos, the strong devouring the weak is a common matter. It is acceptable that you stole the Dragon Clan's treasures. But why did you have to exterminate them completely and cut off their foundation?" Waziki let out a scornful laugh, tilting his head as he surveyed Kunwu. "Since I robbed them, I have made a mortal enemy of them. If I do not uproot the weeds, am I to leave them to seek revenge in the future? What is the problem with that? That is naturally your way of doing things, and others have no right to interfere." Kunwu rubbed the rim of his teacup, his tone still calm. "But did you know that when the Kunpeng ancestor descended upon the East Sea, he personally promised that if the East Sea Dragon Clan ever faced danger, they could seek his protection in the North Sea?" He looked up at Waziki, his gaze suddenly turning cold. "The old Dragon King of the East Sea informed you of this before his death. If you did not know, that would be one thing, but knowing this, how dare you still strike with deadly force?" "Ha!" Waziki laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, rocking back and forth. "Kunpeng ancestor, Tao master, what a show of authority." He abruptly stopped laughing and pointed out of the hall, shouting in fury, "Understand this, this is the East Sea, the territory of my 10,000 Immortals Alliance. I, Waziki, take orders only from the Alliance leader. What do I care about that old Kunpeng Taoist? His promise is worthless in my eyes." Kunwu's expression finally changed. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a playful arc, and the green wind around him suddenly stilled, an imperceptible yet dangerous aura spreading. "So your disregard for the Kunpeng ancestor is your personal act, or does it represent the 10,000 Immortals Alliance?" "You." Waziki was about to retort angrily when Zawangmu, seated at the head, suddenly spoke, her voice carrying an irrefutable authority. "Waziki, withdraw." Waziki was startled. Though filled with resentment, he dared not defy Zawangmu's command, and returned to his place, sullenly, still glaring at Kunwu with venomous eyes. Zawangmu looked at Kunwu, forcing a conciliatory smile onto her face. "Friend Kunwu, indeed this matter was a lack of consideration on the part of our 10,000 Immortals Alliance, inadvertently offending the Kunpeng ancestor." She changed her tone, speaking earnestly. "If you have any conditions, please feel free to raise them. As long as I can fulfill them, I will certainly satisfy you." Kunwu, seeing that her attitude was acceptable, stopped beating around the bush. He slowly rose, and his voice spread throughout the hall. "There are 3 conditions. First, all the koi transformed from the pure-blooded dragons captured from the East Sea Dragon Clan must be returned in full without fail. Second, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance must compensate double the amount of treasures plundered from the Crystal Palace and hand them over to the East Sea Dragon Clan for rebuilding their home. Third, his gaze suddenly locked onto Waziki and the 9-headed Taoist. These 2 are the principal culprits in the persecution of the Dragon Clan. They must have their cultivation wasted and follow me back to the North Sea to await the judgment of the Kunpeng ancestor." As his words fell, the hall instantly fell into a deathly stillness. The smile on Dong Wangong's face completely vanished, his brows tightly knitted, and the pressure of his aura dropped sharply. Zawangmu's hand holding the wine cup paused slightly, and a flicker of worry passed through her phoenix eyes. Of these 3 conditions, the first 2 were acceptable, but the last one was a direct slap in the face of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Arrogant. Insolent. After a brief silence, the hall erupted into an uproar. A red-faced Taoist on the right suddenly slammed his hand on the table, standing up and pointing at Kunwu, shouting, "A mere envoy from the North Sea dares to issue orders on Zifu Island. Do you really think our 10,000 Immortals Alliance has no one capable? Alliance leader. This villain is clearly provoking our alliance's authority. Why not capture him directly and teach that old Kunpeng a lesson?" said a cultivator in black robes on the left in a sinister tone. Some even directly clamored, "Send troops to the North Sea. Let that so-called Tao master see the might of our 10,000 Immortals Alliance's countless immortal soldiers." For a time, the immortals in the hall were seething with anger, their curses rising and falling, and the scene threatened to spiral out of control. Waziki glared at Kunwu with murderous intent, as if he might pounce and devour him at any moment. Kunwu stood in the center of the hall, facing the furious glares and shouts of hundreds of Great Luo golden immortals, his expression still calm, as if the uproar around him had nothing to do with him. He merely looked quietly at Dong Wangong and Zawangmu on the main throne, awaiting their response. After a long while, Dong Wangong suddenly erupted with the pressure of a quasi-saint, covering the entire hall, like Mount Tai, bearing down, instantly suppressing all the noise. His face dark as he stared at Kunwu, his voice icy. "Fellow Taoist, I can agree to the first 2 conditions. As for the last requirement, go back and tell Ancestor Kunpeng. I am willing to offer 3 innate spirit treasures in compensation. Let this matter be dropped. What do you think?" Hearing this, Kunwu categorically refused, his voice resolute. "A life for a life, a debt repaid. That is the way of heaven and earth." I spare only the ringleader, which is already an act of leniency beyond the law. Dong Gong's expression darkened, further anger rising in his eyes. Then there's no room for negotiation. Kunwu didn't hesitate, speaking word by word. Absolutely not. Good. Dong Gong said these 3 times in succession, his face turning completely iron gray, his composure shattered. Kunwu, look at all the immortals in my hall. Can any of them agree to such terms? He slammed his hand hard on the desk, his aura surging wildly. I am the head of male immortals, personally designated by the Tao Ancestor. All the myriad immortals of Honghuang are under my command. They're merely a small dragon clan. Kill them, and they die, or exterminate them, and they're gone. In principle, Kunpeng should give me some consideration. I've already been generous enough. Go back and tell Kunpeng not to think he's invincible just because he defeated the demon race. Others may fear him, but I Dong Gong do not. As soon as his words fell, the immortal elders in the hall surged with righteous fervor, eagerly echoing in agreement. The alliance leader speaks truth. Would our 10,000 immortals alliance fear some Kunpeng of the Northern Sea? This puny Kunpeng dares to act so recklessly here, as if we're mere decorations. If he dares to come, we'll make certain he never returns. Amidst the fervent enthusiasm of the crowd, Kunwu remained entirely unmoved, his lips instead curling into a dangerous smile. His eyes fixed unwaveringly on Dong Gong, while his peripheral vision swept over the venomous expressions of Wu Zhiqi and Zhuodo Daoren. Calmly he spoke, today, whether you agree or not, these 2 are mine. Arrogant. You're courting death. Dong Gong could bear it no longer. This Kunwu had provoked him time and again. If he tolerated this further, what dignity would remain for the head of male immortals? The moment the thought arose, Dong Gong launched a fierce strike. His hands formed a seal as boundless immortal energy converged into a celestial cage of shimmering runes, descending upon Kunwu with the crushing weight of eternity to subdue him outright. Kunwu stood perfectly still, frozen in place, as though paralyzed, showing no reaction to the heaven-earth prison brimming with infinite power. The assembled immortals believed he'd been dumbfounded by the sudden attack. Yet in that fleeting instant before the cage descended, a figure materialized beside Kunwu. The seemingly invincible prison shattered like paper, dissolving into shimmering particles of spiritual light. Oh, who is the arrogant one after all, who's seeking death? A calm yet profoundly authoritative voice echoed through the great hall. It was Ancestor Kunpeng himself. That terrifying presence suffused the entire venue, making the assembled immortals struggle to breathe, leaving everyone in the hall pale with shock. Seeing Ancestor Kunpeng appear suddenly, his unfathomable pressure enveloping the hall of 10,000 immortals, like a celestial canopy, the assembled immortals' expressions shifted instantly. Many instantly recalled that earth-shattering battle in the chaos, when the 24 heavenly wards clashed against the chaos bell, and Kunpeng faced Di Juntai and Mingyi alone, without faltering. His effortless dominance from that legendary fight remained branded deep within their spiritual memories. It's him, whispered an old Taoist from the left, his voice trembling as he instinctively retreated half a step, his brocade robe brushing against the jade table and toppling a goblet of immortal wine. This single movement seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Several golden immortals of the Luo realm in the rear rows instinctively shrank back, and the tension that had filled the hall dissipated significantly. Kunpeng observed every expression carefully, his gaze sweeping calmly across the assembly before settling on Dong Gong, from whom came 4 cold words, a rabble. Though spoken softly, the words cut like ice into bone, leaving the immortals crimson with shame, yet too afraid to retort. Dong Gong sat rigid at his seat of honor, his fingers digging deeply into the surface of the table. How could he forget Kunpeng's overwhelming presence amid the chaos? Yet surrounded by countless witnesses, how could the head of male immortals lose face? With a sudden slap on the desk forcing back his unease, he bellowed, "This is the hall of 10,000 immortals. I am the head of male immortals, personally conferred by the Tao Ancestor. This is where I command all immortals of Honghuang. Kunpeng, you shall not behave so presumptuously." "Oh, the head of male immortals." Kunpeng raised an eyebrow, then pointed toward Wu Zhiqi in the crowd. "That's your subordinate, isn't he? He just said that Honghuang is nothing but the law of the jungle. By your standards as a leader, do I qualify to practice that law upon him?" As his final word fell, Kunpeng turned his palms slightly, and 5 colored lights flared forth. The power of the 5 elements instantly coalesced into chains that snaked out like spiritual serpents. Wu Zhiqi attempted to resist, but found his spiritual power suddenly immobilized. The chains had already wrapped around him, and even the strength of a peak de Luo couldn't break free. Zhuodo Daoren didn't even have time to scream before being tightly bound by the chains. In the next moment, both figures soared upward like kites with severed strings, as though seized by an invisible hand and carried before Kunpeng, like 2 chicks awaiting slaughter, held in someone's grip. "How dare you!" Dong Gong angrily struck the desk, but Kunpeng reached out and retrieved a gourd tinged with chaos color. Opening its mouth slightly, a powerful suction erupted, and Wu Zhiqi and Judo Daoren were instantly drawn inside, leaving only 2 brief cries behind. You. Dongwang Gong trembled with rage, pointing at Kunpeng, but unable to form complete words. The immortals below grew deathly silent. No one dared step forward when even a tough character like Wu Zhiqi had been captured so easily. Just then Queen Mother of the West rose gracefully, her phoenix eyes carrying a hint of amiable warmth. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, this matter was indeed a miscalculation on the part of our immortal alliance. Since you've already captured the ringleader, might we let this rest here? Kunpeng intended to nod and agree. He understood well that the calamity between the witch and demon races had already begun and the immortal alliance would fall sooner or later. There was no need for him to take action. He didn't wish to accumulate karmic retribution for Dijun and Tai. One must eat rice bite by bite, and grand designs require patient planning. Prematurely disrupting the balance would only ruin future strategies. But before he could agree, seeing the Queen Mother yield, while Kunpeng still appeared hesitant, Dongwang Gong felt his face utterly lost in shame. He rose abruptly, his purple-gold crown trembling with fury. Your Majesty needn't show such courtesy to him. You and I are both heads of the male and female immortals conferred by the Tao Ancestor himself. Even if there are improprieties, it doesn't concern Kunpeng to lecture us. Staring fiercely at Kunpeng like a man who had lost face before his beloved woman, he roared to reclaim his dignity. Kunpeng, do you dare wait for me to gather the assembled immortals and challenge you in the chaos? Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother frowned slightly and shook her head inwardly. How could Dongwang Gong be so impatient, willing to stake the entire immortal alliance on a moment's loss of face? She sighed silently, realizing she would need to distance herself from him in the future to avoid being dragged down. Kunpeng, however, smiled, a bright, resonant laugh laced with sharpness. I never expected fellow Taoist Dongwang to have such refined interests. This humble Taoist will gladly accompany you. Seeing this, Dongwang Gong felt regret stirring in his heart, yet there was no turning back now. Biting his teeth, he ordered, convey my decree. All immortals of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance shall return to your positions immediately and assemble at Purple Mansion Continent in 3 days. 3 days later, at Purple Mansion Continent in the Eastern Sea, 10,000 immortals gathered in attendance. Kunwu had already returned to the Northern Sea ahead of time, while within the Hall of 10,000 Immortals the atmosphere was grim and frozen like ice. Dongwang Gong wore a purple gold crown upon his head, carried the pure yang sword on his back, and leaned on a dragon-headed cane that struck the ground with authority. A jade rui shaped with dragons and tigers floated before him, radiating golden light. Beside him, the Queen Mother of the West adorned her phoenix crown and rosy robes with the Kunlun mirror suspended behind her head, reflecting the cosmos. Her white maiden sword hung across her waist, the western plain cloud border banner dripped with pure luminous rays, and the treasure lotus lamp in her hands emitted a warm, gentle radiance. Behind the two of them, thousands of golden immortals of the Great Luo realm stood in formation, their myriad spirit treasures creating a sea of interwoven light. A heaven-shaking, earth-quaking pressure pierced through the clouds, soaring straight to the 9th heaven. And above the 9 heavens, Kunpeng had already been waiting in the void. Amidst the primordial chaos, the gale winds were as sharp as blades. Kunpeng stood with his hands behind his back, his azure Taoist robe billowing in the turbulent currents. Opposite him, Dongwang Gong was wreathed in golden light, the pure yang sword hovering above his head, exuding the pressure of the early quasi-saint stage. Zhuangmu, adorned with a phoenix crown and colorful robes, had the Kunlun mirror reflecting the heavens, while the western elemental cloud banner hung down with clear light, also at the early quasi-saint stage. Behind them, Jing Inu wielded the 9 heavens mystic sword, Randang Daoren held the funeral lamp, and Heishan Jinjuan grasped the black banner of calamity, all at the peak of the Great Luo golden immortal stage. Lihai Leaguai bore the sea-splitting trident, and Xinsha Daoren held the mystic shark pearl, both at the late Great Luo stage. The immortals unleashed their treasures, their light interweaving into a brilliant river of stars. Kunpeng, today you shall witness the might of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Dongwang Gong roared in fury, casting the dragon tiger, Jade Rui, forward. A beam of pure yang energy shot straight toward Kunpeng. Zhuangmu raised her delicate hand, and the Kunlun mirror emitted a torrent of law-destroying divine light, coalescing into a massive net that descended upon Kunpeng's head. Kunpeng chuckled lightly. A grain of rice dares to compete with the sun and moon. He pointed his finger, and the 24 calming sea pearls flew out, evolving into 24 layers of Buddhist realms that shielded him, easily deflecting the 2 incoming attacks. Enraged, Dongwang Gong shouted, Kunpeng, cease your glib tongue. Immortals, heed my command. Fight with me. Instantly, all members of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance struck simultaneously. The 9 heavens mystic sword painted countless sword shadows across the sky. Randang Doran's vulture lamp emitted waves of annihilating light that corroded the void, and Heishan Jinjuan's black banner of calamity churned up a torrent of black energy. A myriad of attacks converged into a flood, crushing toward Kunpeng. Zhuangmu and Dong Wenggong further drove the pure yang sword and the Western elemental cloud banner superimposing their golden yang laws to unleash a force equivalent to the mid-quasi-saint stage. Kunpeng's eyes narrowed, but instead of retreating he advanced. His form flickered, revealing his true body as a Kunpeng. His left wing blotted out the sky, like a cloud hanging from heaven. His right wing stirred chaos, like a ground-sweeping hurricane. With a mighty gape, he inhaled the surrounding currents, sending forth chaotic gale winds. The 24 calming sea pearls revolved around him, forming an indestructible barrier. At the same time, his giant claw swung, empowered by the extreme speed of the wind Dao, creating a colossal rift that tore through chaotic void. With the might of the mid-quasi-saint stage, it met the torrent of immortal treasures and spells from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, shattering and annihilating each incoming beam of light. This. How can this be? Exclaimed Taizi Chanchin, a peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. The strings of his inferior grade innate treasure, the burnt-tail zither, were severed by the wind blade. Unexpectedly, Kunpeng's true form was so formidable. Relying solely on his physical body and the power of laws, he could withstand so many treasures. Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. But they were already committed and could only grit their teeth, channeling more mana to lead the immortals in a relentless assault. Kunpeng, however, remained at ease, occasionally transforming into a giant Kun fish and inhaling, swallowing thousands of attacks. At times, he became a cloud Peng, flapping his wings to unleash countless gales that tore through the void, throwing the 10,000 Immortals Alliance formation into chaos. Other times, he took human form, wielding the Blood Shadow Blade to send out sweeping sword energy. Though not at full strength, he matched the Alliance evenly. Centuries passed in the chaos of battle. The radiance of the Immortals' treasures had dimmed considerably. Dong Wenggong knew that prolonging the fight would lead to certain defeat, so he roared, "Immortals, heed my command. Form the 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation." At his command, thousands of Great Luo Golden Immortals instantly shifted positions, their treasure light interweaving into a massive formation diagram. At the center, Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu poured in their full mana, condensing a beam of light containing the power of 10,000 Immortals, its might surging to the late quasi-saint stage. Kunpeng, take this. 10,000 Immortals return to origin. Dong Wenggong shouted hoarsely. A glint of interest flashed in Kunpeng's eyes as he produced the calamity-slaying gourd. Perfect, let you taste my newly realized technique. He raised his hand, placing the chaos gourd before him. Forming seals with his hands, he infused his mid-quasi-saint mana into it. In an instant, the chaos gourd blazed with light, the gourd's mouth rapidly condensing chaotic energy. The next moment, it spat out a massive chaotic-colored orb that shot toward the beam. The Primordial Unity Bomb. The orb and beam collided in the chaos, erupting in an annihilating energy ripple. The gale winds reversed, chaotic currents boiled, and the chaotic space, shattered like a spiderweb, reformed, then annihilated into nothingness. Seeing even this move blocked, Zhuangmu and Dong Wenggong exchanged a glance, then transformed into two streams of yin and yang energy spiraling rapidly. The eye of the 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation erupted with a blinding aurora, and a beam 10 times thicker than before shot skyward. This is the formation's combined ultimate technique. 10,000 Immortals, infinite destruction, divine light. At that moment, Kunpeng's hand holding the blood drink blade moved slightly. As he gazed at the world-destroying beam, countless insights into the blade Dao flashed through his mind. The wind Dao and the essence of slaughter merged perfectly. Now is the moment. He raised the blood drink blade high. The blade's body shimmered with azure and blood-red light, then he slashed down. Explosive flow breaker. A blade aura embodying the extremes of wind and the sharpness of slaughter tore through the air. It instantly swelled to billions of zhongs, splitting the chaotic currents wherever it passed. Space fractured inch by inch, and even time seemed to freeze. The power contained within the blade aura faintly brushed the threshold of the peak quasi-saint stage. Boom! The blade aura and the beam collided, and the entire chaos seemed to tremble. When the light faded, Kunpeng swayed slightly, his robes a bit disheveled. Opposite him, Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu were pale, and all the Great Luo Golden Immortals were heavily injured. Kunpeng glanced at the teetering 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. If he struck with full force now, he could surely crush the Alliance, but it would reveal his true strength and invite even more covetous eyes. After deliberation, he suppressed his aura deliberately, making himself appear heavily wounded. Dong Wenggong, let us call it a day for now. Next time we fight, I shall take your wretched life. Dong Wenggong, though reluctant, breathed a sigh of relief. To have fought to a draw with Kunpeng, who had defeated the demon clan, was not shameful. He forced himself to say, very well. I'll spare you today. One day, I shall make you submit to me. Both sides tacitly ceased hostilities. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance retreated in disarray to the primordial world. Dong Wenggong walked with pride, utterly unaware that this draw was only due to Kunpeng's restraint. Meanwhile, across the primordial world, countless great powers were spying on the battle with their divine senses. At Mount Kunlun, the three pure ones. Laozi stroked his beard and sighed softly. Taoist Kunpeng is holding back. The power of that final slash is likely close to the peak quasi-saint stage. His true strength is far greater than this. Yuancher's face darkened as he snorted coldly of, just a creature born from moisture. With some luck relying on treasures to bully others. Tongtian, however, watched with fervor his green lotus sword humming incessantly. What a splendid explosive flow breaker. One day I shall test my 4 immortal slaying swords against his blood-drink blade. At Mount Zhou, the 12 ancestral witches gathered in the hall. Dijiang sneered, the 10,000 immortals grand formation is nothing. If it can't even subdue Kunpeng, how can it compete with us, Witch Clan? Once we perfect the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation, we shall surely unify the primordial world, slay all enemies, and restore our Father God's glory of creation. Gonggong, standing nearby, said coldly, that Kunpeng has some skill. If I hadn't broken through to Quasi-Saint last time, I wouldn't have been so easily defeated by him. At the Sunstar, Dijuan and Tai stood before the palace. Tai, seeing the 10,000 immortals alliance draw with Kunpeng, sneered, Kunpeng is truly useless. Can't even defeat a single alliance. But Dijuan frowned deeply. Kunpeng must have held back. In our last battle, he used several techniques from the 24 realms that he didn't employ this time. At Mount Fengqi, Fuxi and Nuwa watched the battle in a water mirror. Fuxi clapped, Taoist Kunpeng's strength is unfathomable. Nuwa nodded, his final move, explosive flow breaker, I've never seen him use before. It must be a new technique he created. This man is truly a prodigy. At the North Sea, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were drinking in the North Sea Palace. Hongyun laughed heartily. Ha, Taoist Kunpeng, that calamity-slaying gourd is so powerful. I must ask him to teach me how to use the techniques within his gourd. Xinyuanzi couldn't help but smile. Your gourd is far inferior to Taoist Kunpeng's. In the barren western lands, Jane and Zhuanti gazed at the towering figure in the chaos. Zhuanti's eyes were filled with envy, such a supreme grade innate treasure. But the Tao of heaven is unjust, falling into Kunpeng's hands. Junior brother, be careful with your words. Treasures are but external things. We must focus on comprehending the great Tao and attaining sanctity. Once we become saints, Kunpeng will be no more than an ant easily crushed. By then, not only the gourd but his 24 calming sea pearls can also be taken by us. With that, the two closed their eyes and meditated frantically, cycling their cultivation techniques. A faint trace of black energy could be seen within their Buddhist light. The residual energy of chaos had yet to fully settle, and Kunpeng, watching the retreating figures of the Wanxian alliance in disarray, curled a faint, barely perceptible arc at the corner of his mouth. He intended to transform into a streak of light and head straight for the North Sea, but the chaos pearl within his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled faintly. An extremely weak yet peculiarly distinctive spatial aura transmitted through his divine soul, as if beckoning him toward an unknown destination. Oh, Kunpeng raised an eyebrow. Since its birth alongside him, the chaos pearl had rarely stirred like this. It must have sensed an extraordinary fortune. He restrained his form, tracing the source of that aura. Before long, he arrived at a region of anomalous spatial fluctuations at the edge of the primordial world's barrier. Here the chaotic currents were unusually turbulent, with space cracks spreading like a spider's web. Within the deepest of those fissures, the faint ripple of formation restrictions could be discerned. Kunpeng extended his divine sense. He felt an immense, overwhelming primordial formation force isolating the interior of the crack from the outside. Had it not been for the spatial tremors caused by the aftermath of his battle with the Wanxian alliance, this formation might have remained hidden for several thousand more years. What a magnificent primordial guardian formation! Kunpeng thought, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Concealed in the gap between chaos and the primordial world, its aura was ancient and boundless, far beyond the capabilities of any later-era cultivator. He did not act rashly, knowing full well that such primordial formations often harbored lethal counterattacks. When he had attended the sermons at the Purple Cloud Palace, he had witnessed the Tao Ancestor demonstrate a similar spatial hidden formation whose subtlety could elude even a saint's divine sense. This formation drew upon the power of chaos as its foundation, fused the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements as its pivot, and subtly concealed celestial secrets while stabilizing the void. It was clearly no ordinary artifact. With that thought, Kunpeng sat cross-legged, taking out 24 calming sea pearls and arranging them around him as a barrier of myriad realms, isolating himself from the outside world. Then he activated the chaos pearl in his sea of consciousness, continuously deducing the hidden formation's patterns. At times he simulated the flow of the formation's core with the 5 elements, at other times he evolved the birth and death of restrictions, with yin-yang energy, millions of formation combinations flashing through his mind. Several millennia passed in the blink of an eye. Kunpeng sometimes closed his eyes in contemplation, his fingers tracing the transformations of the 5 elements generation and restraint. Sometimes he opened his eyes to gaze at the crack, his divine sense unraveling every node of the formation's flow like a silken thread. During this time he encountered bottlenecks several times. The formation's mysteries seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, within reach, yet always one step away. Finally, when the secrets of the last formation pattern were deciphered, he let out a long sigh and murmured, "So this formation is called the Primordial Chaos Array. It is founded on chaos aligned with the 2 principles and employs the 3 powers. Channeling the 3 powers into the 8 trigrams, it interlinks in a cycle endless and wondrous beyond measure." So that's it. Kunpeng's eyes snapped open, a gleam of enlightenment flashing within them. This array drew upon the primordial energy of the beginning, borrowed the power of the 2 principles to stabilize yin and yang, and used the way of the 3 powers and 8 trigrams to transform the illusory and the real. Without a corresponding method to break it, even a peaked quasi-saint would find it nearly impossible to breach by force. Having understood the array's essence, Kunpeng did not rush to enter. Instead, he cycled the energies of yin-yang and the 5 elements, gradually merging his aura with the chaotic currents. Then, borrowing the Chaos Pearl's ability to conceal celestial secrets, he transformed himself into what seemed to be part of the formation itself. His figure gradually grew ethereal, like a drifting mist woven into the formation's light and shadow. This was the concealment method he had created during that period. By comprehending the formation's mysteries, combining the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements with the inherent laws of the Chaos Pearl, named the primordial veil of concealment. Once this technique was employed, even the autonomous consciousness at the core of the primordial chaos array was deceived, regarding him as merely a part of the formation. After passing through layer upon layer of formation light curtains, the scene before him abruptly changed. What met his eyes was a small world suffused with iridescent clouds, where primordial spiritual energy was so dense it had nearly condensed into substance, forming wispy strands of spiritual mist drifting through the air. Beneath his feet stretched endless lofty mountains flanked by countless exotic spiritual flowers and herbs he had never seen before. Some leaves were as translucent as jade, dripping with dew that contained the principles of the Tao. Others bloomed, with 9-colored radiance, emitting a rare fragrance that could nourish the primordial spirit. There were also golden spiritual trees, their branches bearing fruits like glittering stars. A wave of primordial spiritual energy, so rich it nearly turned into substance, rushed toward him. Kunpeng gazed intently. In the distance, majestic mountains rose, their peaks capped with 1,000-year-old mystic ice, while on their slopes grew vermilion fruits ablaze with flames. Nearby, a winding river flowed, its waters so clear the bottom could be seen, where star iron, emitting a faint glow, lay submerged. Above, colorful clouds coiled, each condensed with pure primordial spiritual energy, and from time to time sparkling spiritual flowers drifted down from the clouds. Everywhere he passed, primordial spiritual roots were visible, purple orchid grass that bloomed once every 3,000 years, green jade vines that bore fruit once every 5,000 years, and even the inconspicuous moss by the roadside contained the essence of wood and plants. The spiritual energy here was so dense that it surpassed even the Kunlun immortal realm by 100-fold. Yet no sentient life had yet been born. Silence reigned, broken only by the wind and the flow of water. Spiritual roots, herbs, flowers, and fruits grew freely, a scene of pristine and vibrant vitality. Those spiritual treasures were everywhere. Kunpeng did not take them. He was not bewitched by the sight. He knew well that the more promising a treasure land, the more likely it concealed deadly traps. The core protected by this primordial chaos array was his ultimate goal. Kunpeng strolled among the lofty mountains, spreading his divine sense like a fine spiderweb, meticulously examining every inch of land, including the mineral veins deep underground. Over the course of several years, he encountered poisonous miasma swamps that could corrode magical treasures and illusionary mists that devoured divine sense. But thanks to his caution, he avoided them all. One day, he reached the center of a vast plain where a turquoise lake suddenly appeared before his eyes. Beside the lake stood a towering peach tree, its trunk carved like jade, its branches hung with dozens of large peaches. The skin shimmered with a moist luster, faint ripples of the water principle of Ren flowing across them. The Ren water peach tree. Kunpeng's eyes flickered with excitement. This tree was one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots containing the creative principles of the water element. Its fruit could not only nourish the primordial spirit, but also help one comprehend the Tao of water. And the soil beneath the peach tree gave off a faint yellow glow, warm and heavy to the touch. It was actually the 9 heavens Shirong. He hesitated no longer. With a sweep of his hand, 5 colored lights enveloped the Ren water peach tree, along with the 9 heavens Shirong beneath it, carefully lifting them and sending them into the chaotic world within the Chaos Pearl, where he placed them at the spot where the gourd vine had once grown. That gourd vine had long withered after Kunpeng plucked the last chaos gourd. Having collected the Ren water peach tree, Kunpeng continued toward the central core of this small world. Here, spiritual waters converged into a lake hundreds of li in circumference. At the water's eye in the center, instead of ordinary spiritual water, wisps of chaotic currents churned. A pool of liquid pitch black, yet translucent, silently flowed. It was the primordial chaos true water. And in the midst of that chaos true water, a pure white 12-petal pure world lotus floated slowly, its petals layered and radiating a sacred purifying aura, as if it could wash away all defilement. The 12-petal pure world lotus. Kunpeng exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, this treasure is destined for me." He laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy. This pure world lotus was of the same origin as Jian's 12-petal merit golden lotus and Mingyi's 12-petal karmic fire lotus, all transformed from the seeds of the chaos azure lotus. Moreover, it was a supreme grade primordial spiritual treasure for both offense and defense. When the lotus platform was activated, it could conjure countless illusory white lotuses. Wherever those white lotus phantoms passed, they purified and cleansed all evil filth and baleful aura which they inherently suppressed. With this treasure, he would have more means to deal with the most extreme, evil and baleful entities he might encounter in the future. Kunpeng once again channeled his 5 elements divine power, and following the same method, he collected the chaos true water together with the 12-petal pure world lotus into the space of the chaos pearl. After collecting the lotus, Kunpeng walked a little further and finally arrived at the true core of this small world. There, a fist-sized primal crystal floated silently in the air. Its surface was engraved with intricate patterns which upon closer inspection turned out to be all the formation runes of the primordial chaos array. Kunpeng extended his divine sense into the primal crystal and began to comprehend the method of arranging the formation. Another 100 years passed, and he finally mastered the complete technique of setting up this primordial formation. At that moment, a feeling arose in Kunpeng's heart. The fortune here was exhausted. He did not linger over other treasures, for he knew that spiritual treasures belong to the virtuous and fated. One should not drain the pond to catch all the fish out of greed. The Ren water peach tree, the 12-petal pure world lotus, and the primal crystal he had obtained were already tremendous gains. Without further hesitation, Kunpeng turned and flew back toward the direction he had come from. Once again, he employed the primordial veil of concealment, passed through the formation's barrier, and left this small world. As soon as he emerged from the crack, he transformed into a streak of dark azure light and sped toward the North Sea of the primordial world. The journey back was uneventful, and he entered the North Sea Palace without alerting anyone. He strode straight into the secret chamber paved with cold jade, where strands of profound cold air coiled around. Kunpeng sat cross-legged on the cold jade cushion, with the flawless 12-grade pure world white lotus floating before him. The petals unfurled, radiating sacred light and emitting a purifying force that cleansed all filth. The purifying power of this pure world white lotus is somewhat difficult to refine. Kunpeng furrowed his brows slightly. Over the years of traversing the primordial world, though he had never actively slaughtered living beings, many reckless creatures had offended him, leading to much passive killing karma. The essence of the pure world white lotus was absolute purity. To refine it, he had to purify himself of all blood and slaughter karma, becoming flawless. He took a deep breath and sank his divine sense into the white lotus. Instantly, countless purifying runes surged into his sea of consciousness, as if to erase all impurities from his Tao foundation. Kunpeng felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness as the white lotus's purifying light blazed, seemingly resisting. Moreover, countless images of slain beings surfaced. The slaughter at Duanhuan Ridge, the great battle in chaos against the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, the bloody conflict at the North Sea. These visions wove into inner demons, seizing the chance to disturb his mind. How dare a mere inner demon act so insolently? Kunpeng's eyes flashed coldly. In his sea of consciousness, the chaos pearl suddenly lit up, unleashing a torrent of chaos energy that temporarily suppressed the inner demon. He activated the Honghuang water control art, guiding the purifying power of the white lotus to flow gently, while harmonizing it with the water purification law of his own water Tao. Water can cleanse filth, yet it can also embrace all things. Using the water Tao as a bridge, he formed a delicate cycle. Within his body, the purifying power washed away the excessive violence and his killing intent, while the killing energy added a fierce edge to the purifying power, making it no longer overly gentle. After 1,000 years of such repeated refinement, when the last conflict dissipated, the 12-grade pure world white lotus finally merged perfectly with Kunpeng's Tao foundation. The lotus throne floated beneath him, emitting rays of white light that interwove with the dark patterns on his azure Taoist robe, making Kunpeng appear even more ethereal and transcendent. After refining the white lotus, Kunpeng turned his mind to the chaos pearl. The Ren water peach tree had been transplanted at the center of the chaos world, rooted in the 9 heavens spirit soil beside the pool of chaos true water. He urged with his divine sense, turning the chaos true water into wisps of vapor that nourished the tree's roots, while the nine heavens spirit soil emitted rich vitality, accelerating the tree's growth. The rainwater peach tree, which originally required 30,000 years to bloom, and another 30,000 to bear fruit, now blossomed and fruited in only 1,000 years thanks to the special environment of the chaos pearl and the blessing of spiritual treasures. Gazing at the plump, glossy peaches shimmering with moisture on the branches, Kunpeng smiled faintly. These peaches contained abundant water Dao laws and life essence capable of not only rapidly restoring mana, but also aiding cultivators in comprehending the water Dao. He plucked several ripe peaches, then took out the Calamity Saint gourd, drawing a trace of the Great Luo origin from the imprisoned Wu Jiqi and nine-headed Taoist. Refining them with his own true fire, blending with chaos true water and countless heavenly treasures, and infusing the peach pulp, he finally concocted 3 cauldrons of Ren water spirit concentrating pills. These pills were nearly miraculous for cultivators below the Great Luo golden immortal level, stabilizing the Dao foundation, purifying the stagnation in the primordial spirit, and greatly enhancing cultivation speed. With this spiritual root and these elixirs, the foundations of my disciples and allies will be even more secure. Kunpeng stored the pills in jade bottles, and using his great divine power cut a branch from the Ren water peach tree, attempting to cultivate a sapling with the nine heavens spirit soil and chaos true water. Though the process was arduous, the sapling ultimately survived, though its peach's efficacy was greatly reduced. However, its maturation time was shorter, only 3,000 years to bloom and 3,000 to bear fruit. After handling the spiritual root and elixirs, Kunpeng retrieved the primal chaos crystal. The crystal floated in his palm, its surface inscribed with the runes of the primordial chaos grand array, containing infinite array mysteries. He immersed himself in it, his divine sense unraveling the trajectory of each rune and the connection of every array node like silk. Another millennium passed, and Kunpeng opened his eyes, a gleam of enlightenment flashing within. With a wave of his hand, the seawater around the North Sea Palace began to churn, and countless mystic ice, coral, and sea stones arranged themselves in a specific pattern, subtly resonating with the array on the primal chaos crystal. Soon a simplified version of the primordial chaos mini-array enveloped the entire North Sea Palace. Though not as powerful as the original primordial chaos grand array, it could draw the North Sea's water and mystic ice energy as a barrier. Moreover, he combined the essence of the primordial chaos grand array with the lesser Zhoutian star array and the lesser 5 elements array. He had mastered creating a brand new composite formation, the chaos star 5 elements grand array. This array took the lesser 5 elements array as its foundation and the lesser Zhoutian star array as its edge, incorporating the evolution mystique of the chaos array. It operated endlessly, integrating offense and defense with power far surpassing any previous array. After all this, Kunpeng's aura grew even more profound. Over the years, his good corpse Kunwu had roamed the primordial world, practicing the Tao of supreme goodness, saving beings with a benevolent heart, and accumulating merit, deepening Kunpeng's understanding of goodness. Meanwhile, his own experiences of slaughter and grudges had made the obsession of evil increasingly clear. It is time to sever the evil corpse. Kunpeng took out a water element mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the mystic ice soul-devouring sword. Though the sword's name carried soul-devouring, it was not evil. Its essence was extreme cold, capable of freezing all obsessions and desires. He sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, activated the Honghuang water control art, and drew out the obsessions related to evil within him. The hatred of betrayal, the killing intent toward enemies, the desire for power. Under the guidance of the sword's icy power, these obsessions gradually condensed into form. The process was excruciating, as if tearing his soul apart. But Kunpeng's will was firm. Using the path of supreme goodness practiced by his good corpse Kunwu as a mirror, he understood that evil need not be eliminated, but must be controlled and transformed. Finally, the obsessions coalesced into a figure in a black robe whose face was 90% similar to Kunpeng's, but more sinister and cold, surrounded by icy and killing aura. "I am named Yuquan." The black-robed figure spoke, his voice cold as ice beneath a spring. His aura had reached the peak of Great Luo golden immortal. Kunpeng looked at Yuquan and nodded slightly. The good corpse Kunwu governed benevolence and enlightenment, while the evil corpse Yuquan governed slaughter and punishment. The two complemented each other, and Kunpeng's Tao path advanced another step. Kunpeng slowly gathered his mind. Though his form remained still, his entire demeanor underwent a cataclysmic change. His newly opened eyes were as deep as the chaos universe, beyond good and evil, indifferent and merciless. The late-stage quasi-saint realm was achieved. A ferocious aura that made all celestial beings tremble began to spread silently from the depths of the North Sea abyss. At this moment, the North Sea's foundation grew even deeper. Internally, the Ren water peach tree provided resources. Externally, the Chaos Star 5 Elements Grand Array guarded it. Moreover, with the good corpse Kunwu and the evil corpse Yuquan, both at the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal, assisting plus Honghuang Kunpeng and Zhen Yuanzi, 1 late-stage quasi-saint and 2 early-stage quasi-saints. The North Sea was secure. And with Fuxi Nuwa Shiha and Changxi as allies, the North Sea was now as impregnable as a fortress. In the current primordial world, none but a saint could breach it. Outside the cold jade chamber of the beaming palace, time flowed slowly like the tides of the North Sea, the sound of icy waves crashing against the shore carrying the deep stillness of the ages. During the millennia of Kunpeng's seclusion, this sea region, perpetually shrouded in arcane cold, was silently brewing earth-shaking changes. The first to break this silence was the visit of Shi Wangmu. She wore a plain Taoist robe adorned with cloud patterns, the cuffs embroidered with the subtle snow lotus motifs unique to West Kunlun. She had shed the opulent grace of the 10,000 Immortals Hall, and her brows bore a tranquil calm born of weathered storms. With the soft announcement of the maids within the beaming palace, in no time an attendant led Shi Wangmu into the hall. As Shi Wangmu entered the hall, her gaze swept across only to find the main seat empty. Instead, 2 Taoists, Kunwu and Hongyun, the good corpses of Kunpeng, sat behind jade tables below, smiling as they looked toward her. Greetings, fellow Taoist Kunwu, fellow Taoist Hongyun. Recognizing them, Shi Wangmu slightly cupped her hands and salute, her voice clear as jade striking stone. Is fellow Taoist Kunpeng present? I have come to repay a karmic debt from the past. Kunwu, the good corpse, rose and returned the gesture, speaking warmly. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng is currently in secluded meditation and cannot be seen in person. However, if he knew that you fellow Taoist Shi Wangmu had deigned to visit the North Sea, he would surely be overjoyed. Ha ha ha, indeed indeed. Hongyun chimed in, his face beaming with eager warmth, rubbing his hands together unconsciously. I recall that when I chatted with Kunpeng in the past, he often spoke of you, praising your celestial grace at the Jade Pool of West Kunlun and the many spiritual treasures in your possession, such as the plain cloud banner of the West. Among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Void Hall, few female immortals could rival you. Shi Wangmu was taken aback, a flicker of gravity in her eyes. Oh, did he truly say that? How could it be false? Hongyun vowed, thumping his chest earnestly, then a nostalgic expression crossed his face, as if truly recalling the scene. He even composed a poem for you, reciting it often. Ew, I have it memorized. Shi Wangmu, intrigued, leaned forward slightly and pressed. What poem did he write? Let me think. It was tens of thousands of years ago. I remember now. Hongyun slapped his thigh and declared, listen well. At the peak of West Kunlun's fabled Jade Mountain, a glimpse of plain cloud enters the brow. The cloud banner unfurls, drifting clouds hide, bewitching the purple void celestial ones. Snow as raiment, ice as pendants, the sacred beauty shames bloom and moon. The lotus-like grace beneath the moon, a dream by the jade pool's sleepless night. As the poem ended, a faint blush crept across Shi Wangmu's face and a subtle annoyance flickered in her eyes. Yet seeing Hongyun's innocent grin, and since Kunpeng was not present, she suppressed her emotions. After they took their seats as host and guest, Shi Wangmu produced a smooth radiant jade pot, a 7-colored glazed casket, and 3 spiritual treasures. She spoke slowly. Within this jade pot is the bloodline of the pure-blooded dragon clan of the East Sea, the very dragons that were once turned into koi. The glazed casket holds rare treasures of the South Sea, coral jade, trees, pearls, and agates, in quantities double what was plundered from the Crystal Palace as recompense. As for these 3 spiritual treasures, the lower-grade innate treasure, Xiantian umbrella, the mid-grade innate treasure, cloudlight scarf, and the lower-grade innate treasure, lotus flower sword, they are my personal apology. She paused, her tone growing distant as if with a hint of relief. Dong Wanggong remains obstinate. I have severed ties with him. From today onward, I shall return to West Kunlun for secluded cultivation. The affairs of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance are no longer my concern. With that, Shi Wangmu looked toward the empty main seat, a complex emotion in her eyes, part regret, part anticipation. When fellow Taoist Kunpeng emerges from seclusion, please inform him, Kunwu, that if he has time, he may visit West Kunlun. I shall surely have a surprise for him. Kunwu and Hongyun exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in the other's eyes. Kunwu rose and cupped his hands. Rest assured, I will convey your message. After seeing Shi Wangmu off, Hongyun stroked his chin, gazing at the fading auspicious clouds on the horizon, and chuckled. What surprise is she talking about? It makes my heart itch with curiosity. I must ask Kunpeng later. Kunwu, however, stared toward West Kunlun, lost in thought. Her surprise is hardly simple, I fear. After Shi Wangmu's visit to the North Sea, news of her departure from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance spread through the primordial world like wildfire. The most shaken were the dragon clans of the 4 seas. Awaken, the Dragon King of the West Sea, upon hearing of the return of the East Sea kin, hurried with his elite forces to the North Sea overnight. Soon after, Ao, the Dragon King of the South Sea, and Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, also led their clans there. The aquatic tribes of the 4 seas gathered at the North Sea, with Awaken at their head, swearing an oath of blood before the beaming palace, pledging allegiance to Kunpeng and vowing eternal obedience. We the Dragon Clan have had enough of being exploited. Ao Qin's voice boomed resounding beyond the beaming palace. Kunpeng the Ancestor protected our East Sea kin. This grace is like a rebirth. From now on the North Sea shall be the root of our Four Seas Dragon Clan. Billions of aquatic beings answered in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, shaking the spirit veins of the North Sea, and faint dragon Qi rose into the sky. Then a tide of fleeing races poured in like a flood. Su Xiao of the Fox clan of Tushan led her clan young and old through the snow. Foxfire formed a warm line across the North Sea ice field. She bowed gracefully toward the beaming palace. The Wu and Yao covet our women. Oh, vast as the primordial world is, only the North Sea can shelter us. In addition, the Yanhoof clan, oppressed by the Yao, migrated en masse. The Macaque clan, whose spirit veins had been dug out by the Wu, leaving only remnants. The Cyanwood clan, nearly annihilated by the Yao. The Thunder Eagle clan, fleeing westward under pursuit from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Hundreds of races, large and small, arrived one after another. Some had been slaughtered by the Wu and Yao, others had their resources plundered and had nowhere left to turn. Hearing that the Taoist master Kunpeng of the North Sea was powerful and unafraid of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, the Wu and the Yao, they brought their families, seeking only a place to settle. The once desolate and rarely visited North Sea suddenly became bustling. Billions of living beings gathered there, settling on the ice fields or immortal islands, forming an unprecedented scene of prosperity. The heavenly fortune, like purple qi from the east, condensed into a canopy above the beaming palace, with faint golden dragons coiling, breathing pure spiritual energy. One day Kunpeng sat in the great hall, with Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun Kunwu, and Yuquan seated opposite at the lower end. Kunpeng gazed at the water curtain on the dome of the hall, which was displaying a real-time view of the countless races coming and going across the North Sea. Aquatic beings, with glistening scales, furry beasts, with horns, birds ready to take flight. A miniature version of the primordial world. Kunpeng's expression darkened slightly, a trace of gravity in his eyes. A multitude is good, but if not managed properly, chaos will arise sooner or later. Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and agreed. Well said, fellow Taoist. Now that various races live together, there have been conflicts over resource allocation and territorial boundaries. If we don't find a solution, trouble will follow. Hongyan nodded. Indeed, yesterday the Cyanwood and Macaque clans fought over a spiritual field. If Xuanwu hadn't arrived in time, lives might have been lost. Kunpeng pondered for a moment, then swept his gaze across the assembly and spoke slowly. We must establish rules and set up ministries to govern. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, Kunpeng turned to the steady Zhen Yuanzi. You hold the earth book and understand the principles of all things growth. Thus establish the Ministry of Agriculture. Oversee the North Sea's spiritual fields, mineral veins, and spirit springs. Allocate resources as needed, and lead the races in cultivation and planting, ensuring a rational and sustainable distribution of the North Sea's resources. Zhen Yuanzi bowed. I accept the command. Fellow Taoist Hongyun Kunpeng turned to the beaming Hongyun. You are cheerful and well-connected. Establish the Ministry of Commerce. Regularly organize trading caravans to sell our North Sea specialties. Ice, jade, profound water, and so on, across the primordial world in exchange for the celestial treasures we need. Also gather intelligence from all sides. I love this task. Hongyun rubbed his hands and slapped his chest. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Kunwu Kunpeng looked at his good corpse. You are in charge of enlightenment. Establish the Beaming Academy. Gather the younger generation of all races in the North Sea. Regularly impart the true essence of my Tao. Select outstanding disciples, teach them techniques, grant them treasures, and conduct periodic assessments. Those who pass may be admitted as outer disciples of the Beaming Palace. Kunwu said warmly, I shall not disappoint your trust. Xuanwu Kunpeng's gaze fell on his first disciple. You are brave in battle and versed in formations. Establish the Ministry of War. Recruit soldiers from all races in proportion. Regularly drill battle formations and perfect the starry chaotic 5 elements grand formation. Should an enemy attack, your ministry shall be the first line of defense of the North Sea. Xuanwu knelt on one knee, his voice like a bell. This disciple swears to protect every inch of the North Sea. Finally, Kunpeng looked at his evil corpse surrounded by Chil Yochuan. You shall oversee justice. Establish the Ministry of Law Enforcement. Promulgate the North Sea Code, prohibit private fights, and strictly forbid indiscriminate killing. All disputes shall be judged by the ministry according to the law. Those who dare to defy shall be dealt with accordingly, in severe cases execution without mercy. Yochuan's eyes flickered coldly, and he gave a slight nod. As you command. With the 5 decrees issued, the races of the North Sea fell into orderly governance. Just as the North Sea was thriving, the primordial starry sky stirred up a storm. No one knew what means Dijuan and Tai had used, but they wrested control of the core of the moon star from Shiha and Changxi. When the blazing light of the sun star intertwined with the clear radiance of the moon star in the heavens, billions of stars trembled together, and the star paths seemed to realign. The Yao race had finally unified the entire primordial starry sky. The moment he commanded the stars, Dejuan stood atop the sun star and suddenly received a divine inspiration. His gaze pierced through the sea of stars and clouds toward a void never trodden by anyone. There a heaven beyond heaven hung like floating crystal, and at its center stood a magnificent hall, the Lingxiao Hall, whose imperial purple qi over its roof had almost solidified. This is the land of fortune bestowed upon my Yao by the heavenly Tao. Dejuan laughed heartily, his laughter echoing through the 9 heavens. Together with Tai Yi, he stepped into the heaven beyond heaven. Within the Lingxiao Hall, they swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, formally establishing the Yao Heavenly Court. Dejuan took the title of Yao Emperor, and Tai Yi the title of Eastern Emperor. As the oath fell, golden light of merit poured down like a waterfall, transforming into 2 golden dragons that coiled around them. Bathed in merit, Dejuan and Tai Yi's aura surged. They simultaneously slew their good corpses, breaking through to the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. Even more shocking, they did not stop there. They traveled together to the Blood Sea and held secret talks with Mingyi the Ancestor for several days. In the end, Mingyi agreed to submit to the Yao. Dejuan appointed him as the underworld king, commanding the billion-strong Yao troops of the heavenly court and sharing in the Yao's fortune and merit. With this opportunity, Mingyi also slew a corpse and broke through to the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. Thus 3 mid-stage Quasi-Saint powers sat in the Yao heavenly court, their might pressing upon the primordial world unrivaled for a time. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by Dejuan and Tai Yi establishing the Yao clan heavenly court and proclaiming themselves Yao Emperor and Eastern Emperor had not yet subsided when a tremendous disturbance arose from the Eastern Sea. Above the Eastern Sea, the void suddenly tore apart into a massive fissure from which myriad rays of radiant light and countless auspicious vapors emerged. An immense celestial island abruptly manifested, slowly descending over the sea. This island is called Penglai Island, the very blessed cave heaven that Kunpeng had previously explored. At this moment, the innate primordial chaos array outside the island had completely dissipated with its emergence, revealing endless heavenly treasures within. Vermilion fruits that bear fruit once in a millennium hung heavy on branches, dragon blood grasses that appear only once in 10,000 years, swayed by spirit springs, and countless exotic flowers and herbs exuded dense spiritual energy, hazy like mist, with a concentration hundreds of times greater than the outside world. Truly, it was an extraordinary blessed cave heaven. The moment Penglai Island appeared, it was detected by the cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. Upon hearing the news, Dong Wanggong's eyes blazed with sharp light, and he immediately led thousands of immortals to the location. Gazing at the island brimming with spiritual energy and abundant treasures, his heart swelled with heroic ambition. He promptly ordered the construction of a magnificent palace complex on the island. Before long, a palace even more majestic than the 10,000 Immortals Hall of Zifu continent rose from the ground, its roof covered with glazed celestial tiles, and its pillars carved from 10,000-year warm jade. Standing in the hall, Dong Wanggong swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, formally establishing the immortal court and proclaiming himself the immortal emperor. As the oath fell, the heavenly Tao once again bestowed golden merit light, cascading down like a golden waterfall, with the majority surging into Dong Wanggong's body. His mind was enlightened, and the bottleneck that had constrained his cultivation for years suddenly cleared. He smoothly slew 1 corpse and broke through to the Quasi-Saint middle stage. Even more surprising was that due to Shi Wangmu's earlier departure from the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, several of her subordinate Great Luo Golden Immortal Peak experts who had been under her command now had their fortunes consolidated by the merit feedback from the Immortal Court's establishment. 3 of them even took this opportunity to break through to the Quasi-Saint early stage simultaneously. Originally, Dong Wanggong had been immersed in the gloom of Shi Wangmu's departure, and the 10,000 Immortals Alliance had become more restrained and low-key in their actions. But now, with the sudden addition of 3 Quasi-Saints and Dong Wanggong's own breakthrough to the Quasi-Saint middle stage, the Immortal Court's strength was not diminished compared to when Shi Wangmu was present. Instead, it was even greater. This filled Dong Wanggong with overwhelming confidence, his pride swelling ever more, and his gaze toward the various lands of the primordial wilderness carried a hint of condescension. At the same time, the attention of all beings in the primordial wilderness was drawn to the establishment of the heavenly court by the Yao clan and the immortal court by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, with many great powers harboring diverse thoughts. The 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain stood side by side on the peak, gazing into the distance, their eyes seeming to pierce through layers of clouds to survey the entire primordial wilderness. Taiching Laozi held the Tai duster, using a single finger to form a madra as he deduced the celestial mechanism. The Taiji diagram floated before him, rotating slowly with yin and yang qi swirling around him, his aura deep and profound as an abyss. He had already quietly slain both the good and evil corpses, reaching the Quasi-Saint late stage only a step away from the Quasi-Saint peak. Yuanshi and Tongtian, the other 2 of the 3 pure ones, had also somehow slain 1 corpse and attained the Quasi-Saint middle stage. Indeed, the three pure ones were the incarnation of Peng's primordial spirit, their comprehension of the Tao surpassing all others in the primordial wilderness. They did not need to engage in fierce battles or seek opportunities like other great powers. Merely by meditating in seclusion within the mountains they could naturally perceive the Tao and achieve breakthroughs. Laozi had the highest cultivation and was the most adept at deducing celestial mechanisms. Suddenly his hand paused and he frowned slightly, speaking in a deep voice. The celestial mechanism is in chaos and the calamitous energy of the primordial wilderness is surging. Second brother, third brother, strictly discipline your disciples, avoid causing trouble, and especially, do not provoke the Wu and Yao clans. Yuan Shi stroked his whisker, his expression grave. The Yao court and the immortal court stand side by side. The Wu clan seems inactive but cannot be underestimated. The struggle for fortune is becoming fiercer, threatening to engulf our Kunlun. Tong Tian's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Whoever dares to offend Kunlun shall not return. In the end, on Laozi's suggestion, the three pure ones decided to seal the mountain gates, refuse all visitors, and cultivate in seclusion, awaiting the changes of the calamity. For a time, Kunlun Mountain was enveloped by an invisible formation, cutting off all external influences. On the other side, in the barren lands of the west, after years of nurturing the earth veins by Jane and Junti, an ancient divine mountain called Mount Sumru erupted, with vast spiritual energy from deep within its roots regaining its vitality. Overjoyed, Jane and Junti swiftly moved their dojo there and renamed it Spirit Mountain. Before long, a magnificent hall was built on the peak of Spirit Mountain, gleaming with golden light and radiating myriad rays of brilliance. Jane named it the Mahavira Hall. Jane and Junti sat cross-legged inside, surrounded by golden light. Since witnessing Kunpeng's formidable power thousands of years ago, they had dared not slack in cultivating day and night. Although their comprehension was inferior to the three pure ones, they had inherited most of the legacy of the ancient demon clan, giving them a profound foundation. By some unknown secret method, they too had successfully slain one corpse and broken through to the quasi-saint middle stage. Now the two stared fixatedly at the Yao court in the heaven beyond heaven and the Penlai immortal court in the eastern sea, watching the golden merit light raining down from the heavens. Their eyes revealed undisguised greed. Senior brother Junti whispered, twirling a branch of the seven treasures wonderful tree between his fingers, look at the Yao court and the immortal court. They merely gathered some creatures and occupied some territories, yet they gained such fortune and merit. The western lands are barren. If we could share a portion, why worry about not flourishing? Jane pressed his palms together, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Junior brother speaks wisely. The Yao court and the immortal court are newly established, their foundations unstable. This is the perfect time for us to strike. He paused, a calculating smile curling at the corner of his lips. Let us act separately. You go secretly to the domain of the Yao clan heavenly court, abide your time, and act when the moment is right. I will visit the immortal court, of feigning allegiance. When the time is ripe, you and I, one in the open and one in the shadows, will sow discord and have them fight each other. We can reap the benefits like a fisherman taking the gains, and withdrawing immediately, letting them bite each other. Junti clapped his hands and laughed, an excellent plan, senior brother. In this way the western lands can profit without being drawn into the conflict. Wonderful. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with mutual trust. Another dwelling of a great power was Fengqi Mountain. Fuxi and Nuo were also observing the great events that shook the primordial wilderness, the establishment of the Yao clan heavenly court and the immortal court. At this moment Nuo wore a colorful rainbow robe with the essence of creation swirling at her fingertips. Her aura had reached the quasi-saint middle stage. She was inherently pure and kind, with an understanding of the Tao of goodness far surpassing ordinary people, which allowed her to slay one corpse early. Fuxi, dressed in white robes and holding the innate 8 trigrams disc, was continuously deducing the celestial mechanism. His mastery over trigram divination, celestial phenomena, and geomancy grew ever deeper, but his cultivation remained at the quasi-saint early stage, yet to break through. At this moment a young man in white robes with a refined bearing arrived, bearing gifts. It was the Yao Saint Base. He bowed deeply to Fuxi and Nuo. Our Yao clan has established the heavenly court in the heaven beyond heaven. Soon we will hold a grand feast to celebrate, inviting all great powers of the primordial wilderness to attend. Our two Yao emperors, the Yao Emperor and the Eastern Emperor, have long admired Taoist Fuxi and Taoist Nuo. They have sent me to invite you both to the heaven beyond heaven for a visit and conversation. Nuo's phoenix eyes turned cold as she directly refused. Our path is different from that of the Yao clan, but we have no common purpose. Please return, envoy. Before she finished speaking, Fuxi, seeing the faint light emerging from the 8 trigrams disc, felt an irresistible tremor in his heart. He sensed that assisting the heavenly court in achieving hegemony might be the very path of his Tao. Thus, disregarding Nuo's objections, he resolutely followed Baze to the heavenly court. Dijun and Tai Yi were overjoyed at Fuxi's arrival and spent several days strolling with him arm in arm, freely discussing their ideals. Soon news spread that Fuxi had been appointed as the Yao clan's Shi Emperor, a position equivalent to Mingyi's role as the king of the underworld, second only to the two emperors and above the countless billions of Yao clan members. Upon learning of this, Nuwa felt helpless, her heart a mix of emotions. Now only she remained on Fengqi Mountain, which was adjacent to the Wu clan's ancestral land, Zhou Mountain. The Wu clan was powerful, with Great Luo often appearing in the area, making her feel unsafe staying there. After much deliberation, she packed her belongings and, together with the creatures willing to follow her, transformed into a streak of colorful light, flying toward the North Sea. In the North Sea, within the Beiming Palace, Kunpeng sat cross-legged on a cold jade cushion, gazing at the scene of the Yao court's establishment on a water screen, his brow slightly furrowed. He immediately took out a communication gourd and spoke into its opening. Daoist Shihe, Daoist Changxi, do you know why Di Jun and Tai Yi were able to control the core of the Tying Star? After a moment, Shihe's slightly resigned voice came from the gourd. Daoist Kunpeng, you may not know, but Di Jun and Tai Yi exchanged the essence of the Sun True Fire, their complete insights into the Sun Dao, and two top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, the Sun Moon Essence Wheels, for control of the Tying Star's core. Shangxi added their insights into the Sun Dao, perfectly complemented my sister's Moon Dao, greatly benefiting our cultivation, so we agreed. However, later they also requested to become Dao companions with us, which we politely declined. Kunpeng's eyes flickered with understanding. He stroked his chin and murmured, Di Jun and Tai Yi have spared no expense to unify the starry sky. But the rejection of their proposal for Dao companions, this will not end so easily. Several thousand years later, a servant's report came from outside the hall. Ancestor, the Nuwa lady of Fengqi Mountain, has arrived. Kunpeng's eyes showed a flicker of surprise, then he smiled, a rare guest indeed. Please come in immediately. Within the Beiming Palace, a chill naturally arose, yet it was not without majesty. The four walls were constructed entirely from 10,000-year-old mysterious ice, within which faint cold patterns swirled, as if containing boundless profundities. The ceiling was covered with Beihai glazed tiles, which refracted the sunlight into a spectrum of rainbow halos, adding to the splendor. At the center of the dome hung a precious orb refined from the core of a polar star, its pure radiance as gentle as moonlight spilling across the hall, and causing the mysterious ice to gleam and the glazed tiles to shimmer with iridescence, the entire hall flowing with light, as if adrift in a river of stars. To continue the tale, when Kunpeng heard that Nuwa had arrived, he was overjoyed. He quickly rose to welcome her, moving with a slight shift of his form. With a light flick of his sleeve, he addressed the dragon maiden and clam spirit who stood in attendance, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Go at once and invite Daoist Jin Yuanzi and Daoist Hongyun, saying that our friend Nuwa has come, and today we shall share a few cups and converse freely. The dragon maiden and clam spirit acknowledged the order, bowed gracefully, and departed. Before long, two hearty laughter rang out from beyond the hall, and Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun arrived together. Jin Yuanzi wore a Daoist robe and held a whisk, his expression warm and gentle. Hongyun, on the other hand, had a ruddy complexion and was clad in a fiery red robe, exuding a natural ardor. Upon seeing Nuwa, both clasped their hands in salute. Nuwa returned the greeting with a smile. Then, with the host and guests taking their proper seats, no sooner had they settled than dozens of water spirit maidens gracefully entered. They were draped in thin gauze-like silk embroidered with scenes of the deep sea. As they moved, the silk robes fluttered like rippling waves. With every step, a crystalline ice lotus bloomed silently beneath their feet, only to vanish in an instant into specks of spiritual light. Truly, lotus blooms sprang forth at every step. In their hands, the maidens carried jade plates carved from mysterious ice from which cold mist curled, making the delicacies upon them even more enticing. In no time, the tables were laden with various spiritual delicacies and fine wines. The ren shui, peach grown from the ren shui peach tree, was as large as a basketball, its plump flesh seemingly about to drip with juice, its skin glistening with a subtle aqueous luster faintly suffused with ren shui spiritual energy. The ginseng fruits transplanted by Zhan Yuanzi to the Beihai branch of the Five Villages Temple resembled infants with distinct features, emitting a dense, almost tangible life essence. These were the renowned ginseng fruits of the Primordial era. There was also the Beihai specialty mystic ice jade liquid, served in ice jade cups, the liquid crystal clear as water, each sip sending a refreshing chill straight to the lungs, cleansing the dross of the soul. Moreover, there were thousand-year crimson fruits, cold ice pears and ice date preserves, some as red as agate, others as white as snow, a dazzling array. The aromas mingled with spiritual energies spreading through it. Nuwa's gaze swept across the delicacies on the jade table, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Although she knew Beihai's products were extraordinary, she had not expected such abundance. Then she smiled gently and said, "Many thanks to Daoist Kunpeng for your generous hospitality. Such rare delicacies must have cost you greatly. I never imagined that under your governance Beihai would have reached such a state. Truly bountiful." Before Kunpeng could respond, Han Yun beside him clapped his hands and laughed heartily. You have keen eyesight, Daoist Nuwa. Do you know how Beihai has undergone such earth-shaking changes in recent years? Nuwa, already curious, seized the opportunity to ask, "Oh, I would be glad to hear the details." Honghuang cleared his throat and began with a hint of pride. It's all thanks to Taoist Kunpeng's far-sighted vision. He established 5 ministries, each with its own responsibilities, and that is how Beihai has achieved its current splendor. He paused, counting on his fingers. The Ministry of Agriculture is managed by Brother Jin Yuanzi, overseeing Beihai's spiritual fields mines, and Springs leading all races in reclaiming wasteland, planting spiritual plants, and allocating resources according to each race's needs. Now Beihai's spiritual food and materials are self-sufficient. The Ministry of Commerce is my responsibility, organizing dozens of trade caravans to export Beihai's specialties like iced jade and mysterious water to all corners of the Primordial era, bringing back countless rare treasures. The lives of all races are growing more prosperous. There is also the Biming Academy, presided over by Taoist Kunwu, teaching various cultivation methods and the ways of the world to all races. Now the younger generation of cultivators in Beihai is increasing. Additionally, there is the Ministry of War, responsible for guarding Beihai's borders and repelling external enemies, and the Ministry of Law, which governs rule. Nuwa listened with amazement, her gaze toward Kunpeng filled with greater appreciation and respect. She nodded in praise. Taoist Kunpeng, not only are your cultivation skills unfathomable, but you also possess such exquisite governance. With your own efforts, you have transformed Beihai, a truly virtuous deed, and the blessing of billions of living beings in Beihai. Kunpeng smiled faintly, waving his hand. You flatter me, Taoist. Do not let Honghuang's exaggerations fool you. Beihai's current stability and abundance are not my achievement alone, but the result of everyone's concerted efforts. During the feast, the conversation turned to the current situation of the Primordial era, and eventually, they came to speak of Fuxi and Mingyi joining the monster race. Mentioning her elder brother, Nuwa's smile dimmed, and her expression darkened considerably. The fingers holding her wine glass tightened slightly, as if she had something difficult to say. Kunpeng noticed this and understood. He quickly changed the subject, asking, Taoist Nuwa, since you have come this time, might you be willing to stay in Beihai for a long time? Hearing this, Nuwa raised her eyes to Kunpeng, a glimmer of hope in them. She nodded gently, her voice tinged with melancholy. Now I am alone. My elder brother has gone to the monster race, but I am unwilling to go there. The Primordial era is vast, but when I think it over, only you, Taoist Kunpeng, are familiar to me. That is why I have come to trouble you. Would you be willing to take me in? Kunpeng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into delighted laughter. Ha! Taoist Nuwa, what are you saying? We are already allies. Your coming here is truly a blessing for Beihai. With that, he raised the wine glass before him and downed 3 cups in succession. These 3 cups are my toast to you, welcoming you to Beihai. After drinking, Kunpeng continued. I know that you, Taoist Nuwa, have always been tranquil and refined, disliking commotion. In the next few days, I will personally build a residence for you outside the Biming Palace. For now, please stay in my Biming Palace. Please forgive the temporary inconvenience. Nuwa said, somewhat embarrassed. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Kunpeng laughed. Haha, Taoist Nuwa, do not stand on ceremony. We have known each other for many years. Such a small matter is nothing. After the welcome feast, early the next morning, Kunpeng personally led a group of skilled water spirit cultivators, adept at construction, and flew up to the clouds tens of thousands of miles above the Beihai Sea. He first took out a vast quantity of floating stones, and with powerful divine force, transformed them instantly into large platforms hovering steadily in the clouds. Then he produced 10,000-year mystic crystals, and with a flicker of spiritual light at his fingertips, the crystals shaped themselves like living things, soon forming palaces and pavilions. One after another, jade towers and exquisite buildings set in perfect order. The flying eaves and bracket arches were carved with patterns of dragons and phoenixes, the lines fine and lifelike, glittering brilliantly under the sun. The palaces were connected by white, jade-like bridges with clouds and mist swirling beneath them, occasionally interspersed with spiritual birds darting through, making it seem like a celestial realm. Around the palaces, Kunpeng personally planted many innate spiritual roots. Exotic flowers and rare herbs covered the ground, each blossom vying to bloom, their fragrance intoxicating. Several spiritual springs gushed from crevices, babbling and tinkling, forming pools where lotus leaves spread and golden carp frolicked. This floating sky city suspended in the clouds was named Zhaohua Heavenly Palace, by Kunpeng, fitting Nuwa's essence of creating all things. After it was built, Kunpeng arranged for Nuwa and the beings from Phoenix Perch Mountain she had brought to move in. He said to Nuwa, Taoist, you may cultivate here in peace. Whenever you have leisure, feel free to come down to the Biming Palace to discuss the Tao. Nuwa gazed at this magnificent palace, every detail reflecting care, and her fondness for Kunpeng deepened. She nodded and replied, Thank you for your trouble, Taoist Kunpeng. Time flowed like water, silently passing, and in the blink of an eye, several thousand years slipped away. In the past millennium, the Wu race had been exceptionally low-key. The 12 ancestral witches had secluded themselves in the Zhou Mountain Temple, barely venturing out. Over these years, besides Dijiang and Hotu, 3 more ancestral witches, Gomong Rushu and Xianming, had successfully broken through their bottlenecks and entered the quasi-saint realm. The remaining ancestral witches had also greatly advanced their cultivation, just one step away from quasi-saint. At this moment, Dijiang was leading all the ancestral witches standing around the blood pool in the Peng temple. The pool had dried up due to the continuous creation of Wu in recent years. Beneath the blood pool, the complex array patterns that had been hidden by the blood were now revealed, faint red light flickering within the patterns. These were the evolved array lines of the Wu race's supreme treasure, the 12 heavenly gods and demons grand array. Dijiang stared at the array patterns, his voice deep and forceful. This array is the trump card left to our Wu race by Father God. Its power is limitless. If we can fully master it, we will be able to contend even against a saint. Now that 5 of us have stepped into quasi-saint, it is time to study this array thoroughly. When the time is ripe, we will surely restore the glory of Father God for the Wu race. Gomong, holding his green wooden staff, struck the ground heavily and nodded. Indeed, the struggles between the monster race and the immortal court have given us the perfect time to cultivate in seclusion and study the array. Once we have penetrated the mysteries of this array, we will make them know the power of our Wu race. In this millennium, due to the ancestral witches' seclusion in the Peng temple, the various branches of the Wu race lacking the absolute might of a strong leader were forced to abandon vast territories under the pressure and military force of the immortal court and the monster race heavenly court. In order to seize these territories, the battles and skirmishes between the immortal court and the monster race heavenly court had escalated over the years, deepening their mutual grievances. On the western Mount Meru, Jane and Juni were also secretly laying their plans. The Taoist Zhuanti cast a transformation spell, changing his appearance into a great yellow weasel demon, and silently infiltrated the territory under the monster race heavenly court. After several days of investigation, he found a yellow weasel demon general at the Great Luo golden immortal level of the monster race. The demon general was greedy by nature. Zhuanti pretended to befriend him, and over wine inadvertently revealed that the immortal court possessed a secret realm containing ancient treasures, tempting him to explore the immortal court's territory. Driven by greed, the yellow weasel demon general indeed hid the matter and secretly sneaked into the immortal court's domain. However, unknown to him, Zhuanti had already set an ambush near the secret realm. As soon as he fell into the trap, Zhuanti secretly struck and killed him, making it appear as if he had been slain by the immortal court. At the same time, Jane, who had made all preparations, donned an unremarkable Taoist robe, suppressed his aura, concealing his late-stage quasi-saint cultivation and revealing only early-stage quasi-saint power. He journeyed eastward to the immortal court's residence, the Penglai Immortal Island. He directly sought an audience with Dong Wenggong. Upon meeting, he feigned humility with a hint of well-measured admiration and respect on his face and sighed. This poor Taoist Jane pays respects to the immortal emperor. The emperor, favored by the heavenly Tao and responding to the primordial era's destiny, established the immortal court. I have long admired you from afar. I have heard that the immortal emperor pacifies the primordial era. The immortal court flourishes with great vigor, and its laws are strict and clear. My heart yearns for it. Thus I have come. Now, seeing the emperor's divine countenance, I perceive the bearing of a saint. Yet the West remains barren with sparse spiritual energy, making cultivation increasingly difficult. I have endured countless hardships and barely broken through to the quasi-saint realm. If the immortal emperor does not disdain me, I wish to pledge allegiance to the immortal court, to share the emperor's burdens and serve with all my might. I humbly request the emperor's approval. Dong Wenggong sat upright on his throne, clad in a purple-gold imperial robe, exuding dignity. His gaze was like a torch as he scrutinized Jane, asking with a hint of suspicion, "Are you truly willing to submit to me? You must know that once you enter my immortal court, you must strictly abide by the immortal rules and have no second thoughts. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. Also, what about your junior brother Zhuanti? Why hasn't he come with you?" Jane bowed his head, his tone increasingly respectful. "I pledge my allegiance sincerely with not a shred of falsehood. If I harbor any disloyalty, I am willing to suffer fiery torment and heavenly thunder. As for my junior brother Zhuanti, he is stubborn and set on spreading the Tao in the West, unwilling to leave his homeland. I have tried to persuade him many times, but to no avail, so I have come alone to seek refuge with the immortal emperor. If I am fortunate enough to be accepted by the immortal emperor, even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not refuse." His words were sincere and compelling, making it hard not to believe. Jane bowed his head and said, "I understand that those who enter the immortal court must take the maintenance of its order as their duty, obey the immortal emperor's commands, and have no second thoughts." Dong Wenggong, seeing his sincere attitude, and considering that the immortal court was newly established and needed every additional person, especially a quasi-saint powerhouse, nodded and said, "Since that is the case, you may stay. For now you will serve as the Western pacifying marshal in the immortal court, commanding the Western immortal troops. If you render meritorious service, you will be rewarded accordingly." Jane quickly expressed his gratitude, Thank you, Immortal Emperor, for taking me in. I shall devote myself to the cause and serve until my death. Thus Jane gained Dongwangong's initial trust. Immediately afterward, Jane found a Great Luo golden immortal of the Immortal Court who had once had a conflict with the Yellow Weasel Demon General. He lied, saying that the Immortal Emperor had ordered him to accompany Jane to a secret realm to retrieve a treasure that would greatly benefit cultivation. That Immortal Court, Great Luo Golden Immortal, greedy for merit and profit, upon hearing of such a good opportunity, followed Jane without hesitation to the site of the incident. When the Immortal Court, Great Luo Golden Immortal, arrived at the destination, Jane suddenly erupted, displaying his formidable quasi-saint power, killing him and skillfully faking the scene to make it appear as if the monster race was responsible, echoing the death of the Yellow Weasel Demon General. When this incident came to light, both the monster race and the Immortal Court indeed believed the other side had deliberately provoked. The monster race felt that the Immortal Court was arrogant and had no regard for them, even daring to kill their Great Luo Golden Immortal Demon General, an unbearable insult. The Immortal Court, on the other hand, was enraged by the monster race's audacity, seeing it as a deliberate provocation, killing an Immortal Court, Great Luo Golden Immortal General, a blatant trampling upon the authority of the Immortal Court. Both sides already harboring deep grudges, and both harboring ambitions to unify the Primordial era under the constant secret instigation of Jane and Jundi, finally tore off all pretense. Large-scale conflicts between the Immortal Court and the monster race broke out continuously. Amidst the intertwining of ambition and slaughter, countless innocent billions of living beings fell, staining mountains, rivers, and seas with blood. Countless unwilling, painful, and resentful wills converged. Heaven unleashed its killing intent. The intangible calamity aura in the Primordial era grew ever denser, and the war between the Immortal Court and the monster race became increasingly frenzied. On this day, the skies over the East Sea darkened and shifted, as though an invisible great hand had stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, churning endlessly in restless turmoil. Ink-black, demonic clouds descended from the highest heavens, surging toward Peng Immortal, like a thundering horde of 10,000 warhorses. Deep within those clouds, the figures of countless demon soldiers flickered in and out of view. Fangs bared their murderous aura, piercing the firmament and threatening to stain heaven and earth entirely pitch black. Atop the demonic clouds stood Dijun and Tai, both figures erect and imposing. One exuded an aura as deep and still as an abyss, the other radiated ferocity, like heavenly flames consuming all in their path. Dijun was wreathed in imperial purple energy, with the Hichu Luoshu slowly rotating before his chest and emitting a faint starlight glow. At his waist hung the heavenly emperor's sword, its scabbard adorned with flowing purple gold dragon patterns that seemed alive. Imperial dragon chi coiled about it faintly, and the sun and moon constellations etched into the blade shimmered with radiant light, a clear sign of a supreme divine weapon. Tai was wreathed in golden crow flames, their billowing heat making it seem as though a miniature sun burned beside him. Above his head hovered the chaos bell, its surface etched with shifting star patterns that radiated an aura of heavenly domination. At his waist hung the immortal slaying gourd, entirely gilded and gleaming with divine radiance. Though it had not yet unleashed its power, it already instilled dread in all who felt its presence. Behind them, millions of demon soldiers linked their auras together, forming a great array of 10,000 demons, so vast it blotted out the sky. Its formidable pressure shook heaven and earth. At the array's nexus, Fushi gripped the pre-heaven 8 trigrams disc, its hexagrams shifting in unpredictable patterns. He channeled the fierce power of the Qian trigram one moment, and the profound weight of the Kuan trigram the next, orchestrating the demon clan's attacks and defenses with flawless precision, serving as the very heart and pulse of the entire formation. To the left, beneath the feet of Mingyi Laozu, the 12-ranked karmic fire red lotus bloomed in full, its crimson petals layered upon layered, radiating an eerie red glow. A sea of blood churned around him like a shifting ocean of death, while the Yuan Tu and Abai twin swords hovered at his sides, their blades etched with ever-flowing crimson runes that exuded a killing intent, so potent it turned the waters below into frothing blood. The 10 great demon saints followed close behind. Baze wore simple white robes and held a feather fan, his calm expression concealing sharp edges. Jiaoying displayed 9 monstrous heads that simultaneously spat elemental fire and ice in terrifying display. Jimeng, with a human body and dragon head, their crystalline scales shimmering, could summon countless water arrows from moist air, poised and ready. Ying Zhao, bearing a tiger's body with a bird's tail and a single horn upon its back, its multicolored fur glinting menacingly through the demonic clouds, stood prepared to launch at the enemy formation. The 100 great demon marshals and thousands of demon kings thrummed with overwhelming aura, making the entire demon faction resemble a fearsome blade about to be drawn, its lethal edge on full display and striking dread into all who beheld it. Above Penglai Immortal Isle, immortal mist swirled and cranes called in unison, yet none could mask the suffocating tension that seemed to hang heavy in the air, nearly frozen in place. Lord Honghuang wore a purple-gold imperial robe embroidered with vivid suns, moons, and stars along the hem, as if containing an entire world within its threads. Upon his head rested a 12-tasseled imperial crown, each pearl emitting a subtle aura of authority that proclaimed his exalted status. The Chunyang sword hovered behind him, its blade radiating golden light, with sword chi shooting straight toward the Dipper and Ox constellations, its edge fully exposed. In his right hand, he held the dragon tiger Jade Rui, slowly rotating it to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Rui, surrounded by the mysterious interplay of yin and yang energies. His left hand grasped the dragon-headed staff carved from primordial gung metal, now emanating a breathtaking golden aura that dissipated all demonic energy in its path. Below him stood 4 quasi-saints in formation. Jiu Tian Xuanu wielded a sword inscribed with the Big Dipper constellation, her sword chi as sharp as frost, as though capable of severing all things in the mortal realm. Tian Yu Daoran held the mountain-opening axe, its blade glowing with earth and light, subtly drawing upon the power of the earth itself. One strike could cleave mountains and shatter stones. Inhu Daoran gripped the wind-calming banner, its fabric seeming soft and fluttering gently with the wind, yet capable of stilling the fiercest gales of the 9 heavens. When it moved, heaven and earth themselves changed color, its power endless. Shi Daoran held the falling star, bow and arrow forged from condensed starlight knocked upon its string, its gleam flashing directly at the core of the demon formation, as though it would be loosed in the next moment to claim an enemy general's head. Behind them, the 10 great immortal lords, hundreds of immortal marshals, and 1,000 immortal generals led millions of celestial soldiers arrayed in the myriad immortals formation. Within the formation, immortal light shone brilliantly with magical treasures, spiritual radiance interweaving into a glaze-like light curtain that tightly enshrouded Peng Lai, immortal isle. Facing the demon army across the distance, both sides stood poised for battle, swords drawn and bows strung, conflict imminent. Atop the demonic clouds, Dijun broke the silence first, shattering the dead stillness of the standoff. Lord Honghuang, his voice carried a gravity that pierced through the demon clouds and the sound of crashing waves reaching Peng Lai Isle with crystal clarity. 3 centuries past, your immortal court imprisoned my white ram demon envoy. Without cause, 2 centuries past, you sent immortal soldiers to burn my demon clan's 10,000 demon valley. A century past, you launched a surprise attack that slaughtered 1 million of my people. Today, my demon clan's billion-strong army presses upon your borders, and we demand blood for blood. As he spoke, Dijun drew the heavenly emperor's sword in one fluid motion. The star-etched blade reflected the vicious countenances of billions of demon soldiers, while imperial purple dragon Shi interwove with the star power of the Hichu Luoshu into a web of energy. A terrifying pressure descended like Mount Tai, crushing down slowly, bearing down upon Peng Lai, immortal, all below. Beside him, Tai Yi burst into laughter, his voice ringing with defiance and dominance. Above his head, the chaos bell trembled gently with each laugh, emitting a resonant hum that sounded like a death-summoning melody from the highest heavens, unsettling the mind and spirit. Surrender the spiritual veins and dissolve your immortal court on the spot, or you may yet spare your lives. But if you refuse, then today marks the fall of your immortal court and your own demise. Upon Peng Lai immortal, Lord Honghuang's 12-tasseled crown trembled violently at these words. Beneath his purple gold robes, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The jade dragon head atop his staff suddenly opened its eyes, a pearl of light shooting forth from its mouth as he roared, presumptuous. His voice crashed against the demonic clouds like an invisible thunderbolt, sending the frontline demon soldiers reeling backward in chaotic disarray. Dijun, I am the head of male immortals personally appointed by the Tao Ancestor. I established the immortal court to restore order to the primordial world. It is legitimate and just. Yet you gather forces here to rebel, making enemies of the heavenly Tao itself. Lord Honghuang's angry roar carried undeniable authority. He raised his hand, and the Chunyang sword instantly left its scabbard, its edge aimed directly at the demon formation. Behind him, the glazed light curtain of the myriad immortals formation ignited simultaneously as countless spiritual lights from magical treasures converged into a pillar of light reaching toward the heavens. The pillar was inscribed with dense immortal characters radiating magnificent divine authority. Today I act on heaven's behalf to enforce justice and destroy the demon court, so you may understand that the prestige of the immortal court cannot be violated. Before his words had even finished echoing, both sides launched their attacks simultaneously, and a world-shaking battle officially began. Within the demon formation, Baze swept his feather fan lightly. Jiao Ying received the order and took the vanguard position, its 9 heads roaring simultaneously. The 4 heads on the left spewed profound ice coldness, instantly condensing into a 10,000 zhang water dragon that froze the sea in its wake with forests of ice spikes. The four heads on the right breathe southern Mingli fire, transforming into a crimson fire dragon, whose flames scorched the sky and warped the very void. The two dragons intertwined, carrying the power to burn heaven and freeze earth as they charged toward the left wing of the immortal formation. At the left wing of the immortal formation, Lord Yushu's eyes narrowed sharply. The jade pendant at his waist expanded to 1,000 zhang, transforming into a water mirror barrier. As the mirror light flowed, it actually diverted the dual dragon's assault into the void. Boom! The two dragons crashed into a spatial rift, erupting in blinding light, as the shockwave sent 10,000 zhang waves crashing. Lord Yushu was thrown back by the impact, blood trickling from his lips, while Jiao Ying's water and fire power had been depleted by nearly half, all 9 heads gasping for breath. At the same time, another demon, Saint Bifong, opened its mouth and spewed countless streams of green poisonous energy toward the central ranks of the immortal formation like a torrential downpour. This poison contained the laws of evolution, transforming upon contact with the ground into demonic wolves and tigers that tore at the nearest immortal soldiers. Lord Heishan, seeing this, forcefully threw a black banner into the sky and roared, "In veins transform into a mountain invulnerable to all methods." In that instant, a 10,000 zhang black mountain range rose from the central formation, with In vein runes appearing upon its peaks. When the poison struck the mountain, it vanished like a mud ox entering the sea, leaving not even a trace behind. Roar! Which of the immortal court's whelps dares to face me in battle? Seeing that the attack of the vermilion bird was blocked, the 9-headed ghost car opened, all 9 heads charging toward the immortal court's grand formation. The 10 flesh tumors on its neck throbbed violently, and ghostly flames black as ink rained down like a tempest. Wherever they passed, the void hissed and smoked, and even the indestructible immortal light was twisted and deformed by the scorching heat, emitting a burnt stench. "Vile fiend, I shall settle with you." The ghost emperor of Mang Mountain snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve. The tens of millions of nether souls in his banner howled in unison. Armored ancient spirits, headless desolate skeletons, and malevolent ghosts formed from tangible resentment, surged forth as a black torrent, carrying boundless In energy to counterattack. They tangled with the ghost car's flames midair, where the aura of slaughter and In energy wove into a dark vortex. Even the sea below churned with black foam reeking of rot, and black holes exploded in the void. On the eastern battlefield, the single-legged bird stood on a wave crest. With a flap of its wings, it summoned the tides of the 4 seas. 3 water dragons, tens of millions of zhang long, rose from the sea, their scales shimmering like ice crystals. Their claws carried the power to shatter mountains, roaring as they pounced on Prince Changqin. The sea water reversed its flow, forming a watery prison midair. Prince Changqin cradled his scorch-tail zither and lightly plucked the strings. The sound transformed into the tolling of golden bells and giant chimes, golden light bursting like scattered stars, materializing into thousands of golden sound blades. These blades slashed 3 deep, bone-deep gashes in the necks of the water dragons. The water dragons trembled and roared, turning back to summon a vast mist within which billions of water arrows were hidden. Changqin, however, changed his tune, the notes accelerating like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. With a sharp zhung, a golden sound blade severed the horn of the left water dragon, which plunged into the sea, raising towering waves. The single-legged bird flinched violently, black blood trickling from the corner of its beak. Yet it still flapped its wings, summoning even more turbulent tides. The mangled remains of the water dragons reformed within the mist, lunging again, with a bloody scent, now spewing not water, but venomous saliva that could corrode immortal bones. On the other side of the main battlefield, a blood-red light blazed in the eyes of the old ancestor of the Nether River. The twin swords Yuanxi and Abi transformed into 2 streaks of blood-red lightning, straight for the mystic goddess of the 9 heavens. Where they passed, the immortal light melted and the void was stained with blood. "Little girl, surrender now. You are no match for this ancestor." The mystic goddess of the 9 heavens furrowed her delicate brows. Her sword traced the trajectory of the 7 stars, the blade light like the northern dipper spanning the sky as star runes lit up. She barely managed to parry the Yuanxi sword. With a crisp clang, the star runes on the sword were dimmed by the blood aura. The goddess felt her arm go numb, her tiger's mouth split open, blood dripping onto the blade. The sword absorbed it instantly, letting out a mournful cry. The old ancestor of the Nether River sneered, his 12-grade karma fire lotus spinning rapidly. The blood-red petals bloomed layer by layer, emitting an eerie light. The blood sea instantly expanded billions of miles, countless tiny blood god seeds emerging from it, swarming like locusts toward the 10,000 immortal formation. Each seed was a strand of his original essence. Upon landing, they burrowed into the immortal soldiers' bodies, causing their brows to split. Their primordial spirits were forcibly ripped out and devoured on the spot, while their flesh dissolved into blood, merging with the sea. Even their hard immortal bones corroded into pus, spreading a stench that turned the sea creature's belly up. On the other side, Dijuan and Tai exchanged a glance, then struck simultaneously. Dejuan wielded the Heavenly Emperor's sword, purple golden dragon, chi flowing along the blade. He swung out a dragon shadow billions of zhang long spanning heaven and earth. The dragon's scales were inscribed with the sun, moon, and stars. Its claws grasped the tides of the four seas. Wherever the shadow passed, immortal soldiers and armor shattered like paper. Even the initial stage golden immortal generals who were swept by the aftermath were either killed or crippled. Dongwang Gong, today is the day of reckoning. Dejuan's voice thundered, his sword momentum growing fiercer. The purple golden dragon shadow rampaged through the immortal formation, unstoppable, as rows of immortal soldiers fell, their screams merging into a din. Tai slapped the demon-slaying gourd at his waist. From the gourd's mouth shot 3-3-inch flying knives, their bodies flowing with eerie silver light, moving faster than light, nearly invisible. Dear treasure, turn around. At his command, the knives ghosted through the void. With 3 soft puffs, of bloodstain appeared on the brows of 3 golden immortal generals who were about to form a formation. Their primordial spirits left their bodies only to be crushed into powder, their corpses falling straight into the sea without even a struggle. Ha ha, who else? Tai laughed wildly as the demon-slaying gourd hummed again, its mouth glowing brighter, seemingly dozens of knives ready to fly. The front ranks of immortal soldiers panicked, stumbling backward, their formation thrown into chaos, allowing the surging demon soldiers to slaughter countless. Enraged, Dongwang Gong's purple golden imperial robe fluttered without wind. The embroidered sun, moon, and stars on the robe's corners glowed faintly, as if a hidden realm was awakening. The pure yang sword unsheathed, instantly transforming into billions of golden blades like the Milky Way, cascading down, carrying the pure yang power that could incinerate all things toward Dejuan. At the same time, he hurled the dragon tiger Jade Rui into the air, where the yin and yang chi within it swirled, emitting 10,000 golden beams aimed at Tai. The beams contained the power of creation and destruction, twisting the void wherever they passed. But Dejuan was prepared. The Hichu and Luoshu rotated above his head, evolving into the constellations of the heavens. The stars revolved, emitting a devouring suction. The golden swords crashed into the star formation, all annihilated by the star power, without even a ripple. Meanwhile, Tai's chaos bell trembled gently with a boom. The sound was like the divine melody of the great Tao, yet carried a destructive aura. The golden beams disintegrated into dust before reaching him, and even the yin and yang chi were shattered. The bell's residual sound caused tens of thousands of immortal soldiers in the distance to bleed from their 7 orifices. Those below the golden immortal realm exploded outright. At the eye of the 10,000 demon formation, Fushi held the 8 trigrams disc, its hexagrams changing like a revolving lantern. The 8 trigrams, Qian Kuan Jin Sun Kan Li Jin Dui, lit up in turn, radiating a Tao resonance that stabilized the universe. He sneered, Qian is heaven, Kuan is earth, Sun is wind, break. Before the words faded, a whirlwind embodying the law of tearing swept out. The wind blades were like billions of steel knives, shaking the defensive prohibitions on the edge of the 10,000 immortal formation violently. Countless immortal runes fell, revealing the flesh of panicked soldiers behind, which were instantly minced by the wind blades. Then he pointed his finger, and the Jin trigram on the disc lit up. A heavy Jin earth divine light shot toward the Taoist Inho, so heavy it weighed billions of Jun, collapsing the void in its path. Can the wind-settling banner, though capable of calming winds, withstand the power of the 8 trigrams? The Taoist Inho quickly shook the wind-settling banner, from which countless wind threads descended. The collision of wind threads and Jin earth divine light instantly exploded into myriad small storms in the void. The might of windswept sand and crumbling earth interwove, lifting seawater into towering waves tens of thousands of zhang high. Many immortal soldiers were caught in the storms, immediately minced into flesh paste, their primordial spirits unable to escape. Within the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick, the immortal court had already shown signs of decline. The mystic goddess of the 9 heavens was forced back step by the Yuanshi sword. A glancing blow from the blood aura turned her shoulder wound black, spreading along her arm. Her primordial spirit throbbed with pain, as if countless venomous insects were gnawing her sword, technique becoming increasingly erratic. The Taoist Tianyu, meanwhile, was shaken by the chaos bell's sound, his blood and chi surging. His mountain-splitting axe felt as heavy as billions of ancient divine mountains, each swing draining all his magical power. Even a quasi-sage could not recover quickly. The earth vein power he summoned grew weaker, and each swing made him cough up a mouthful of essence blood. Dongwang Gong saw this, his heart bleeding. He suddenly shouted, 10,000 immortals return to origin, unite. Instantly the 10,000 immortal formations light blazed, all soldiers pouring their magic power into the central pillar. The pillar expanded 10,000 times, becoming a giant golden sword billions of zhang long, its imperial might pressing the demon clouds lower. The edge flowed with primeval immortal light, bearing an unstoppable momentum as it slashed toward the demon formation, cleaving a pitch-black rift in the void. Dejuan's eyes narrowed. 10,000 demons unite. transform into a dragon. Billions of demon soldiers roared in unison, their demonic energy coalescing into a fire dragon. Billions of Honghuang. Its scales were as thick as mountains, each scale bearing a demon king. Its claws were as sharp as meteorites, and its mouth spewed black, demonic fire that could burn immortal essence. It charged to meet the golden sword. Boom. The moment of the fierce collision, the entire eastern sea sank by billions of zhong. Seawater surged skyward, transforming into billions of water arrows shooting in all directions. Even the stars above the 9 heavens shook. The seabed mountains shattered, countless rocks falling like meteors. Millions of soldiers from both the immortal and demon armies were crushed into meat paste, the blood staining half the sky red. The sky was dyed by blood and golden light, blurring day and night. Only the deafening roar and screams echoed endlessly. Countless demon and immortal soldiers were knocked back by the shockwave, spitting blood. Those below the golden immortal realm died from bursting. Dear fans of the primordial era, as you read these words, the tale unfolds before you. In this moment my heart swells with the soaring ambition of Peng, spreading its wings, yet trembles with trepidation before your gaze. For the very breath of this primordial world depends upon the eyes of every reader. The inspiration for this tale was born from dissatisfaction with the fate of Kunpeng in traditional primordial stories. He, the divine Peng, was born to bear the primordial fortune of the north, destined for sagehood, yet vanished without a trace after the great calamity between Wu and Yao. What I wished to write was not a rehash of ancient primordial lore, but a fierce battle against celestial mandate. Watching the Kunpeng, who should have become the master of demons, stir the winds, shatter the fetters of heaven, and forge his own path to transcendence, watch him maneuver with strategic brilliance through desperate straits, enacting drama upon drama of breathtaking political intrigue. Here there is the majesty of the great Kun swallowing the seas, the shock of the cloud Peng striking the heavens. There are subversive confrontations of magical treasures, even clashes of divine abilities that shake the cosmos. All to let you feel the ultimate thrill of breaking destiny and warring against heaven itself. Knowing full well that masterpieces of the primordial genre abound, I dare not claim this work rivals the classics. But I swear upon my heart, every plot twist shall be forged with utmost devotion. Whether in realms of breakthrough life and death gambits, or schemes within schemes, I strive for coherent logic and unflagging fervor, never to betray your expectations. Now that this new journey sets sail, I humbly ask for your aid to bolster Kunpeng. Place this tale upon your shelf to fortify its foundation. For the deeper the roots, the steadier and farther Kunpeng's path of defiance shall stretch. For new works, such support is truly vital. Each day of followership and review infuses this world with additional spiritual force. With your acknowledgement, I write as though blessed by the divine, and adding extra chapters comes naturally. Most cherished is the dialogue in the comments section. Come and exchange thoughts. With applause for Kunpeng's deeds, with frank discussion of the sage's conduct, or with predictions and updates, all are welcome. Every comment you leave I read with care, responding whenever possible, for who knows, a flash of insight from your words may spark the inspiration for the very next chapter. If you find in this tale a novelty capable of igniting the rebellious fire within, share it with fellow kindred spirits near and far. Each recommendation adds fortune to Kunpeng's path of defiance. Writing is like cultivation, requiring both solitary dedication and the support of others. Your collection's votes and comments are like immortal music among Taoist brethren, making this world truly come alive. I pledge a minimum of 2 updates daily with steady consistency. Should recommendations or readers' passion surge, I shall reward you with explosive bonuses. Quality shall always come first. I will never pad words merely to fill quotas. In the tale ahead, Kunpeng of the Beiming Abyss shall reveal his brilliance amidst the aftermath of the Wu Yao struggle. With a sky-shaking scheme, he shall snatch food from the tiger's mouth, seizing a foundation for transcendence not destined for him, and thus his path of defiance begins. The slaughter tribulation draws near. How shall Kunpeng break through? Once again, thank you for giving this tale a chance to be seen. May it guide you into a primordial world unlike any other, where you may feel the grandeur of breaking chains and mastering one's own fate. I await you in the comments. Let us witness together Kunpeng spreading his wings and tearing asunder the firmament of the primordial world. Just as the fierce battle between the two sides was at its height, a figure that blotted out the sky, and the sun shot forth from the distant horizon. Its left wing was like a cloud hanging from the sky, veiling the heavens, while its right wing stirred up a whirlwind that churned the astral winds. Wherever it passed, powerful air currents, like invisible walls of immense force, forcibly pushed apart the great formations of both immortals and demons, cleaving the battlefield in two. Countless attacks imbued with the power of the Tao rained down upon this colossal figure, yet they were easily deflected by the azure protective divine light that enveloped it and its indestructible physical body, leaving not even a single scratch. This figure was none other than Kunpeng's Cloud Rock true form. After forcibly dividing the battlefield, He shook his form and transformed into a humanoid Tao body, his azure Taoist robe fluttering gently in the wind as he stood between the immortal and demon camps. The pressure of a late-stage quasi-saint was unleashed without restraint, sweeping across the entire field like a tsunami, causing the surrounding sea waters to churn. In both the immortal court and the demon court camps, the low-ranking immortal soldiers and demon soldiers were already trembling in fear, barely able to hold on to their artifacts. Both sides were intimidated by Kunpeng's aura and simultaneously halted their attacks. Dejuan's face was as dark as water, his blood-stained heavenly emperor sword clutched tightly in his hand. The sword trembled violently from the fury it contained, emitting a constant hum, while purple-gold dragon Qi raced madly across the blade, as if trying to break free. Tai looked at Kunpeng, who had suddenly appeared and disrupted the great battle, his face filled with anger and his eyes brimming with killing intent. However, sensing the unfathomable pressure of Kunpeng's late-stage quasi-saint cultivation and recalling the power Kunpeng had displayed earlier, he suppressed the urge to attack. The Chaos Bell was clutched tightly in his hand, the star patterns on its body flickering unsteadily, as if it would be hurled at any moment. Kunpeng, have you come to aid the immortal court? Tai directly asked, his voice icy cold with undisguised accusation. On the other side, Dong Wanggong heard these words, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, could it be that Kunpeng was sent by the Tao Ancestor to assist our immortal court? Kunpeng slowly looked around, his gaze sweeping over the two sides that had just been locked in fierce combat, and finally rested on Tai. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said calmly, no. I have come only to offer one piece of advice. He paused, his voice spreading across the East Sea. If you must fight, then go to the chaos beyond the heavens to do so. Do not disrupt the order of the world within the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong hastily stepped forward and asked, Friend Kunpeng, were you sent by the Tao Ancestor to assist me? At these words, the entire group of the demon court opposite, including Dejuan and Tai, looked nervously at Kunpeng, awaiting his answer. However, Kunpeng merely cast a faint glance at Dong Wanggong and said indifferently, if you had upheld fairness in handling affairs in the East Sea earlier, perhaps I would have helped you. But as for now, my not making a move against you is already the greatest respect I have shown to the titled chief of male immortals bestowed by the Tao Ancestor. He looked around at both sides, his tone turning cold. Everyone, I have said my piece. If anyone insists on waging a great war within the primordial realm, do not blame me, Kunpeng, for being discourteous. The people of the immortal court and the demon court, well, knowing full well that Kunpeng possessed the strength to change the course of the battle if he truly interfered, had no choice but to suppress their anger and tacitly cease hostilities. Each side led their forces to the chaos beyond the heavens to continue the unresolved Great War. Within the chaos, astral winds were like blades, and space shattered and reformed continuously. The great formations of the immortals and demons unfolded once more. The interwoven spiritual light of the formations formed barriers that isolated the chaotic currents, allowing even demon soldiers and immortal soldiers below the Tai golden immortal level to stand safely within their respective formations, unaffected by the erosion of chaos. Dejuan and Tai exchanged glances, seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. To avoid any further mishaps, they had to finish the battle quickly and strike with all their might. Dejuan struck first, sneering, Dong Wanggong, you overestimate yourself. A mere chief of male immortals dares to claim to enforce the law on behalf of heaven. Today in this chaos you will find no place to die. Now witness the new technique I have comprehended, falling stars. With that he activated the Hichu Luoshu. Countless star shadows flew out from the book, each as large as a planet, falling with the force to shatter mountains and split the earth. Wherever they passed, immortal soldiers fell in droves, their screams echoing in the chaos. Immortal blood sprayed onto the shattered pieces of space, coalescing into patches of bloody oceans that floated in the chaos. Tai then raised the chaos bell. The bell hovered above the demon formation, slowly rotating the star patterns on its body, glowing, radiating a Tao resonance that suppressed the universe. It is time for you to witness the true power of the chaos bell. With a shout, Tai formed hand seals, and endless torrents of magical power surged forth. The chaos bell above, empowered by this energy, trembled violently. Finally, the first chime of the bell rang out like the primordial sound of creation. A ripple like a nuclear shockwave spread out, instantly freezing the surrounding time and space. The glassy light curtain of the 10,000 immortal formation instantly became riddled with cracks. Countless immortal soldiers bled from their 7 orifices, their primordial spirits wounded. Even golden immortals could not withstand it, and collapsed one after another, throwing the formation into great disarray. Dong! The second chime followed immediately. Chaotic currents surged from the bell like a tide. Wherever they passed, the light curtain of the immortal formation shattered inch by inch. Even the golden halo of the dragon head flat staff inserted by Dong Wanggong into the formation's eye was eroded and dimmed by the chaotic currents. The warm jade dragon head on the staff let out a mournful cry, its eyes losing luster and the pearl on the dragon's head went dark. Boom! The third chime descended, carrying the power of chaos, birth, and destruction, directly shattering the 10,000 immortal formation. At the core of the 10,000 immortal formation, Dongwangong and the four quasi-saints simultaneously spat blood, their auras instantly wilting. Dongwangong's purple gold emperor's robe was splattered with blood. Several strands of the 12-tassel crown were broken, and blue veins bulged on his forehead. He was clearly at the end of his strength. Clang! Tai suddenly gathered all his strength and punched the chaos bell. The fourth chime sounded, transforming into a torrent of solid shockwaves that crashed into the 10,000 immortal formation. The formation completely collapsed. Countless immortal soldiers were backlashed by the formation, their bodies exploding in the chaotic currents, their primordial spirits dispersing. Rain of blood congealed into droplets in the chaos, floating in the void. Of the 10 immortal lords, 6 fell on the spot, and the remaining 4 were gravely wounded and dying. Mongshan Ghost Emperor's 9 nether banner was even torn and shattered by the bell's chime, with countless souls inside suffering heavy casualties, emitting mournful wails that could barely leave an echo in the chaos. At the eye of the 10,000 demon formation, Fushi seized the moment. The primal 8 trigrams disc spun rapidly, activating the Zhen trigram. The power of the demon formation backlashed through the broken immortal formation, and thunder rumbled through the void. Shi Daoist was about to draw his bow to shoot at Fushi, but the backlash force shook him, causing him to spit blood. The falling star bow in his hand shattered inch by inch, and the broken bowstring even cut his cheek, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone. Fushi sneered, and the Li trigram lit up. A beam of Nanming Lihua divine light shot forth, roaring like a fiery dragon. It instantly burned Shi Daoist's primordial spirit to ashes, turning both him and his bow into flying dust. The arrow, which had been condensed with the power of stars, never even fired, annihilated in the flames without leaving a trace of smoke. The 10,000 demon formation seized the momentum and rolled forward. Billions of demon soldiers surged like a tide into the remnants of the immortal formation. The immortal court's defense collapsed completely. Immortal soldiers could only fight on their own, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they were instantly devoured by the demon soldiers. Seeing the great formation shattered, Tianyu Daoist roared in fury and swung his axe at Tai. The earthen yellow halo on his mountain-splitting axe swelled, drawing on the remaining power of the earth veins. However, a beam of golden light shot from the chaos bell, sending the axe flying. Tai then activated the golden gourd, saying, "Please turn around my treasure." Dozens of flying daggers were instantly launched, passing through Tianyu Daoist's body without any obstruction. His physical body exploded, blood and organs scattering into the chaos. His primordial spirit tried to flee, but was trapped by the chaos bell. After the bell's chime, the primordial spirit was annihilated. This was the first quasi-Saint Tai had killed. The agonizing scream of the dissipating primordial spirit traveled far in the chaos, striking terror into the hearts of nearby immortal soldiers. Seeing Tianyu's death, Inhu Daoist was greatly shaken. The wind-calming banner was shattered by the bell sound, its banner surface turning into flying lint that dissipated in the chaotic currents. Tai seized the opening and activated the chaos bell again, smashing it directly down. The void trembled, blood gushed out, and the bell landed, crushing both his physical body and primordial spirit. The second quasi-saint fell, his severed arm turning to ashes in the air, not even a trace of a remnant soul left. After a fierce battle, Ancestor Mingi also successfully killed several peak Great Luo golden immortals. Countless drops of Great Luo golden blood like ink stains soaked into the blades of Yuan-Tu and Abi. The bloodlust instantly devoured them. He licked a drop of blood from the corner of his mouth, a strange crimson flash in his eyes. In the blood sea, countless blood avatars rejoiced, and his aura even seemed to grow slightly. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Jiotian Xuanu hurled her sword forward. The star runes on the blade burst forth with their final radiance, forming a light curtain that temporarily blocked the demon court's offensive. Seizing this opportunity, she burned her primordial spirit, turned into a streak of light, and fled with all her remaining strength toward West Kunlun. Mingi intended to give chase, but Dijuan stopped him. No need to pursue. Let's deal with the remnants of the immortal court first. With the quasi-saints gone, the immortal court became a slaughterhouse for the demon race. Immortal soldiers wailed and fled in all directions, only to be surrounded and killed by demon soldiers in the chaotic currents. Immortal commanders and generals fought desperately, but could not withstand Dijuan's heavenly emperor's sword and Tai's fairy-slaying flying daggers. In the end, only Dongwangong remained surrounded by billions of demon soldiers on the ruins of chaos. He was covered in blood. His purple gold emperor's robe was torn into strips, and his 12-tassel crown had rolled away, shattered by the chaotic astral winds. His hair was disheveled like straw, and the wound on his left shoulder, pierced by the heavenly emperor's sword, still bled, staining half his body red. Only the unquenchable fire of rage still burned in his eyes like two flickering flames. The heavenly Tao is unjust. Dong Wanggong roared at the chaotic void, his voice hoarse, but filled with endless venom. I established the immortal court to rectify the order of the primordial realm. What crime have I committed? Dejuan. Tai, even if I have to self-destruct, I will drag you down with me. Before his words faded, the fortune of the immortal court and the golden light of merit around him burned wildly. His body swelled like a balloon, and a terrifying force of self-destruction began to sweep across the surroundings. All demon soldiers felt fear and retreated. The demon clouds of the 10,000 demon formation, churning unsteadily under this force. Dejuan's eyes narrowed. Not good. Fall back. But it was already too late. Boom. The shockwave from Dong Wanggong's self-destruction swept across billions of miles of chaos. In the 10,000 demon formation, countless demon soldiers, several demon kings, and demon commanders were annihilated. Even Mingi's blood sea was shaken and churned. The 12-petal karmic fire red lotus bloomed with all its light, barely managing to protect him from harm. Even more terrifying, this force shattered the chaotic space itself. Spatial rifts like venomous snakes surged out, tearing the surrounding void. Below the chaos above the East Sea, the Primordial immortal island under the impact once again vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a twisted space in its original location. The aftermath of the Chaos War had not yet settled as Dejuan and Tai led their grand army back to the Tianwei demon clan heavenly court. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall, the celebratory atmosphere was as intoxicating as wine, a grand victory feast in full swing. The hall was filled with rare spiritual fruits and exotic treasures, jade cups holding amber-colored immortal brew that shimmered faintly. The demon clans, Shihuang Mingwang, along with a host of demon saints and demon marshals, gathered together. As cups clinked, laughter and joy merged into a symphony of victory. Demon soldiers carried mountains of spoils through the white jade corridors. The immortal court's standard, peerless divine swords were piled into small hills, each blade glinting with fierce cold light. Chainmail armor, engraved with immortal runes, was stacked in the corner of the hall, and as the armor plates shifted, they seemed to reflect the phantoms of slain immortal soldiers. Dejuan sat upright on the highest dragon throne, the gathering immortals banner. In his hand, its surface flowing with faint golden light of merit, it had once been the core of the myriad immortals formation. His fingertip lightly brushed the banner's surface as he said calmly, "From now on you shall be called the demon summoning pennant. Pass my decree." Dejuan's gaze swept across the demons in the hall, the heavenly emperor, sword resting diagonally, by his knee, purple gold dragon chi winding along the scabbard. The eastern, western, and southern seas shall be designated as directly under the heavenly court's jurisdiction. All beings of the three seas, every clan chieftain or cultivator above the golden immortal level, must come to the heavenly court to register, leaving a strand of their primordial spirit to be placed into the demon summoning pennant. On another golden crow throne nearby, Tai took the teacup offered by a handmaiden, took a sip, while the chaos bell behind him slowly rotated, its star patterns flickering. As for the tribes along the coast of the primordial world, such as Baiwei and Haiqi, send Yingzhao and Shangyang to lead troops to subdue them. Tell them those who surrender may enter the demon clan registry, those who resist. A flicker of golden crow true flame danced on his fingertip, his tone carrying indisputable authority, shall taste the flavor of the solar true fire. Soon the decrees of Dejuan and Tai spread across the three seas and coastal regions. The demon clan's territory expanded daily, and the imperial purple chi above the Lingxiao treasure hall grew increasingly dense. 9 golden dragons circled and roared, their dragon breath pouring into Dejuan and Tai. The two felt their primordial spirits clear, and their comprehension of the three corpses' severance advanced by leaps and bounds. They immediately announced seclusion, and the entire demon clan heavenly court thus entered an unprecedented period of prosperity. At this time on the primordial earth, the Wu clan's Peng temple at Mount Zhou remained shrouded in baleful aura. The 12 ancestral witches surrounded the dried blood pool, continuously deducing the all-heaven god-slaying formation. Mount Kunlun was covered by a great formation, and before the cave dwellings of the three pure ones in seclusion, disciples were strictly forbidden to go out. Only at the North Sea, the farming division's spiritual fields glowed with faint green light. The newly built peach garden was filled with planted peach trees, their branches laden with ripening peaches. The trading division's ice boats broke through the ice layers, carrying the North Sea's specialties to distant lands. The preaching sounds from the Beiming Academy penetrated the 10,000-year-old profound ice, interweaving with the crashing of ice waves into a song, becoming a rare corner of tranquility in this turbulent primordial world. Yet unknown to all, during the previous immortal demon war, deep in the eastern sea, within the shadows of the coral forest, 2 grayish salmon were hovering at the edge of a trench. Their scales were covered in mud, blending unnoticeably among the fish shoals, but the occasional glint of sharp light in their eyes betrayed their extraordinary identity. "Senior brother, look." Zhuanti's voice echoed in his sea of consciousness, filled with barely suppressed excitement, his divine sense pointing straight at the sea surface. Yushu Immortal Lord was burned by Jiuying's fire. He's probably about to die. Look at the Yushu Immortal Mirror in his hand. That's a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Jane swished his tail fin, his tone as steady as an ancient well. Don't rush. We cannot expose ourselves. Wait until he falls into the sea. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yushu Immortal Lord was besieged by several demon generals. His heart was pierced by a water arrow from Jiming, and his corpse fell into the sea like a broken kite. Just as the corpse touched the sea surface, two barely perceptible beams of golden light shot out from the coral forest wrapped around the body and scattered treasures and vanished in an instant, leaving only a trail of fine bubbles slowly rising. Similar scenes played out repeatedly during the Great War. Broken swords of immortal soldiers, shattered armor of demon generals, storage pouches of cultivators. As long as they fell into the deep sea, they were silently taken away by these two salmon. When the sea surface returned to calm, a sudden flash of golden light emanated from deep within the coral forest. Jane and Juenti resumed their true forms, looking at the mountain of spoils before them, laughing until the wrinkles at the corners of their eyes piled into deep furrows. Over 300 acquired spiritual treasures were piled into a small hill, including several fine pieces such as the mountain-suppressing seal and cloud-piercing arrow. 7 or 8 low-grade innate spiritual treasures floated quietly, among them the thunder-patterned pearl and water-splitting sword. There were also mountains of immortal crystals and spiritual herbs, 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit, dragon blood grass, profound ice, jade marrow, and more. A dazzling array. Under the immortal light of the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure Yushu Immortal Mirror, the twisted smiles of Jane and Juenti were reflected. Senior brother. Juenti toyed with the thunder-patterned pearl, his fingertip tracing the lightning runes on its surface. These spiritual treasures are fine, but they lack living beings. For the West to flourish greatly, treasures alone are not enough. Jane gazed into the void at the border between chaos and the primordial world. The 12-petal merit golden lotus bloomed silently beneath his feet, its golden petals casting half his face in shifting light and shadow. Over there in chaos, destined ones will soon deliver themselves to us. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Before long, two inconspicuous dark clouds appeared at the edge of the primordial world, hovering precisely on the path that cultivators returning from chaos to the primordial world must take, waiting silently. Within the dark clouds, Jane and Juenti spread their divine senses like a spider's web, covering the several necessary routes from chaos back to the primordial world. Soon the first destined one appears. The first destined one was named Changmei Daoren. At this moment his left arm was a bloody mess, the wound wreathed in the baleful aura of the immortal slaying flying dagger. Every step left a trail of blood droplets as he stumbled and fled toward the southern wilderness. Taoist, please stay a moment. Changmei Daoren spun around abruptly, only to see two bald-headed Taoists appear out of thin air. On the left, Jane pressed his palms together, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. This poor Taoist observes that your immortal bones are extraordinary, yet your affinity with the immortal Tao is shallow. Instead, you have a great destiny with our Western Lingshan. Heretic Taoist, stop your nonsense. Changmei Daoren shouted angrily, his right hand reaching for his waist to summon a protective treasure. Juenti quickly stepped forward to shield Jane, the 7 treasures wonderful tree gently swaying in his palm. Taoist, do not be angry. The immortal slaying baleful aura in your primordial spirit can only be dissolved by the 8 treasures merit pool of our Lingshan. If you miss this opportunity, within 100 years your primordial spirit will dissipate and you will perish utterly. A flicker of struggle passed through Changmei Daoren's eyes. He did indeed urgently need healing, but the name of the West as a barren land had spread throughout the primordial world. Going there would be no different from waiting for death. Thank you both for your kindness, but this poor Taoist has his own ways to heal. Farewell. In that case, do not blame us for being discourteous. Jane's tone turned abruptly cold. Behind him, the 12-petal merit golden lotus burst into bloom, and golden treasure light descended like a cage. Changmei Daoren felt his entire magical power congeal, unable even to mobilize his primordial spirit. Juenti produced the immortal binding rope. With a flash of golden light, he bound him up like a zongzi, then lifted the pitch-black 8 treasures bag and stuffed him in with a plop. Muffled thuds and curses came from the bag. Juenti patted the bag and laughed. The first destined one is in hand. The second to arrive was a horse monkey demon. He had heard that Jane and Juenti were disciples of the Tao Ancestor and would surely become saints in the future. Without almost any hesitation, he agreed to submit. From Jane's fingertip, 2 beams of golden light shot out like spirit snakes burrowing into his brow. This is the Heartlink curse, which can help you comprehend the Western Great Tao. Go ahead, Taoist, we too will come after we finish some trivial matters. The horse monkey only felt an invisible shackle added to his primordial spirit, but was intoxicated by the words, aid in enlightenment. He turned into a streak of light and flew westward. As the chaos war intensified, defeated soldiers of the immortal court fled back to the primordial world in an endless stream. Jane and Junti were kept busy without a moment's rest. The moment Qian Sanren summoned his fire cloud fan Juni's 7 treasures wonderful tree swept the treasure away. As the golden lotus light descended, he was still roaring, "Western bald donkeys, do not be insolent." The next second he was stuffed into the 8 treasures bag. Moyuan Jinren tried to take a detour, but was blocked by Jane. "Taoist, do you know that the Tao ancestor Hongjun once said that all his disciples can become saints?" Jane's voice was not loud, but carried an inexplicable allure. "Join my Lingshana. When I become a saint in the future, I will surely preach there. You may not be unable to advance further." Moyuan Jinren hesitated multiple times, but eventually nodded in agreement, and a faint golden pattern appeared on his brow. Qingxue Xianzi brandished her Qingxue sword and thrust at Junti, but before the sword wind reached him, her wrist was entangled by the immortal binding rope. She watched helplessly as she was stuffed into the bag, her eyes filled with despair. Dijia Doran, upon hearing the words, "listening to the Tao at Lingshan," immediately bowed in salute. "This poor Taoist has long heard of the Western wondrous Dharma. To meet you two today is truly my great fortune." He voluntarily opened his primordial spirit, allowing Jane to implant the heart-link curse, and cheerfully flew westward. Bibo Leaguai revealed his true form, the Bisui Black Flood Dragon with scales as hard as diamond, but Junti struck him with the divine pestle of empowerment, shattering his scales. He cried out for mercy. "Stop hitting. Stop hitting. I'll go to the west, all right." Jinshan Xian was the most resolute. Seeing no way to break out, he attempted to self-destruct his primordial spirit, but Jane protected him with the 12-petal golden lotus. "Why must you do this?" Junti shook his head, knocked him unconscious with the 6 roots purifying bamboo, and stuffed him into the bag as usual. During the Immortal Demon War, the 8 treasures bag bulged. Several Great Luo golden immortals, hundreds of Tai golden immortals, and thousands of golden immortals all became the West's destined ones. Jane and Junti gazed toward the direction of Western Lingshan, laughing like 2 blooming chrysanthemums, the wrinkles at the corners of their eyes brimming with smugness. Atop Lingshan, the treasury of the Great Hero Hall could no longer hold the newly acquired treasures. The Yushu Immortal Mirror was hung at the hall's entrance, making all passing cultivators tremble in fear. The thunder-patterned pearl was embedded in the hall's roof, attracting the sparse spiritual energy of the West to converge. Deep within Lingshan's earth veins, cultivators who refused to submit were hung from the rock walls with the immortal binding rope. Jane and Junti chanted scriptures, and strands of decadent sounds transformed into black lotuses threading into their primordial spirits. Outao Doran's curses gradually weakened. Qian Sanren's struggles grew more feeble. Only Jinshan Xian still growled, "I am the golden cicada immortal of the immortal court. How could I bow to the West?" The cultivators who came voluntarily were arranged in various places on Lingshan. The horse monkey demon became Junti's personal disciple, standing by his side daily with a whisk. Moyuan Jinren was put in charge of tending the merit pool, watching as the pool water gradually took on the aura of his own primordial spirit. Dijia Daoran was the most enthusiastic, already beginning to preach the Western wondrous Dharma to the creatures at the mountain's foot. Junti stood at the mountain peak, his face full of excitement as he looked at the constantly expanding pavilions and towers at the foot of Lingshan. The 7 treasures wonderful tree shone brilliantly in his palm. "Senior brother, look. At this rate our West is sure to flourish greatly." Jane pressed his palms together, his gaze piercing through the sea of clouds toward all corners of the primordial world. The primordial world is vast, with hundreds of millions of cultivators. This is only the beginning. None of the beings of the primordial world could have imagined that greeting, which should have been filled with the rhythm of the Tao, would in the days to come become the nightmare of every cultivator. Meanwhile, on Lingshan, Jane and Junti were stroking their newly acquired treasures, planning their next destiny trip. What they did not know was that the phrase, "Taoist, please stay a moment," had already become the most terrifying taboo in the primordial world. At first many took it as a joke, but as more and more cultivators went missing only to appear later at Western Lingshan, the joke turned into a nightmare. Some cultivators traveling in groups would summon their treasures the moment they heard the word Taoist. Lone cultivators would take detours upon seeing dark clouds. Some even carved the words, "This poor Taoist has no affinity with the West," in large characters outside their cave dwellings. Now the 2 Westerners, Jane and Junti, returned to the West with abundant gains and hearts full of joy. Meanwhile, our Kunpeng was not without his own harvest. Continuing from the previous tale, Kunpeng stood at the center of the immortal and demon armies' grand formations, calmly watching as the troops of the immortal court and the demon court successively vanished into the chaos beyond the heavens. Only when the figures of both sides had completely disappeared into the depths of chaos did Kunpeng slowly withdraw his gaze. He had originally planned to head to the Western Kunlun to fulfill his appointment with the Queen Mother of the West to see what that so-called surprise truly was. After all, as the foremost female immortal of the primordial world, the Queen Mother of the West possessed myriad treasures, among which the Western Plain Cloud Flag was an item Kunpeng was determined to obtain. If he could gather the 5 directional primordial flags, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to his future schemes. However, just as he was about to transform into a streak of light and depart from the Eastern Sea, an inexplicable palpitation surged within his heart. This sensation came abruptly and intensely, as if something significant was calling out to him from the unseen. Almost simultaneously, the chaos pearl within his sea of consciousness trembled faintly, and an elusive aura flowed along his divine soul, carrying a familiar pull of guidance. Kunpeng raised an eyebrow, halting his steps. Since the chaos pearl had been born with him, it rarely stirred without reason. The last time it had reacted was when he discovered Peng Island. It seemed that the Eastern Sea held yet another hidden fortune waiting to be uncovered. Gathering his mind, he traced the source of that aura. Before long, he arrived at a seemingly ordinary stretch of sea. The waters here exhibited a peculiar bluish-purple hue, with turbulent currents beneath the surface. Faint ripples of spatial tears could be seen, evidently the aftermath of the recent battle between immortals and demons, causing subtle shifts that the Chaos Pearl had managed to capture. Kunpeng extended his divine sense and immediately detected a hidden yet formidable array power. This array was remarkably similar to the primordial chaos grand array of Peng Island, also based on chaotic energy, with yin-yang laws as its pivot, though its fluctuations were more restrained. Without careful inspection, it could easily be mistaken for ordinary spatial turbulence. Another primordial guardian array. A flicker of surprise crossed Kunpeng's eyes, followed by a slight curve of his lips. It seemed that the hidden paradises in the primordial world were far more numerous than he had imagined. He did not act rashly. Instead, he sat cross-legged above the spatial tier, and as he had done when entering Peng, he first took out the 24 Dinghai divine pearls, arranging them around his body to form a barrier of myriad worlds, isolating himself from the outside. Then he urged the chaos pearl in his sea of consciousness to begin deducing the array's patterns. He simulated the flow of the array's eyes with yin-yang energy, analyzed the birth and death of its prohibitions using spatial laws, and countless combinations of array formations flashed through his mind. Several thousand years later, when the secrets of the final array pattern were unraveled, Kunpeng let out a long breath and murmured, "So this array is called the primordial yin-yang creation grand array, with yin-yang as its foundation and creation as its function. Truly profound." Having comprehended the essence of the array, Kunpeng circulated his own mana, transforming his aura as yin-yang energies gradually flowed around him. Then he employed the concealment technique he had created after deciphering the array on Peng, the hidden void technique of chaos. In an instant, his figure became ethereal, like a drifting mist merging into the light and shadow of the array, deceiving even the core consciousness of the primordial yin-yang creation grand array into believing he was part of it. Thus, Kunpeng silently passed through the layers of array light curtains and entered the small world guarded by the array. The moment he stepped inside, an overwhelmingly dense primordial yin-yang energy rushed toward him. What greeted his eyes was a realm bathed in black and white radiance, where countless spiritual roots and herbs he had never seen before grew on the ground. Some leaves were pitch black on one side, exuding yin-cold energy, while the other side was pure white, like snow radiating yang light. These were two principles grass containing primordial yin-yang energy. Others had flowers of black and white, with yin-yang fish patterns swirling as they opened and closed. Tai Chi flowers that nourished the comprehension of yin-yang laws. There were also yin-yang fruit trees entwined with black and white currants, bearing fruits of alternating black and white, each containing pure primordial yin-yang essence. Kunpeng's heart stirred. These celestial treasures were unimaginably beneficial for enlightenment on the great path of yin-yang, far more precious than the spiritual roots on Peng Island. But he did not rush to collect them, knowing well that the deeper the treasure, the greater the opportunity at the core, and it was bound to be fraught with deadly traps. He suppressed his aura and carefully navigated the small world. Along the way, he encountered chaos black holes that devoured yin-yang energy and illusory array mists that reversed yin-yang and confused reality. Yet with his cautious nature, he spread his divine sense like a net, probing every inch of unknown territory and skillfully avoiding all dangerous zones, as if every peril was as clear as a white rabbit before his eyes. Several years later, Kunpeng reached the end of a vast plain where a mountain entirely formed of solidified green jade cream rose before him. This mountain soared billions of zhang into the sky, and its surface flowed with viscous green jade cream, emitting a fragrance that nourished the primordial spirit and stabilized the Tao foundation, a rare treasure that appeared only once in 10,000 years. At the summit, a pillar of black and white light shot straight into the heavens, and within that pillar a ruler was suspended. The ruler was about 6 feet 8 inches long, forged from chaos essence gold mixed with yin-yang energy. Its body was engraved with intricate Honghuang runes, with one end flowing with the deepest yin-cold darkness, and the other radiating the brightest yang vigorous light. The black and white energies intertwined at the center into a yin-yang fish pattern, exuding a majestic Tao rhythm that measured heaven and earth and stabilized the cosmos. The Honghuang measuring ruler. Kunpeng's pupils contracted and shockwaves surged within his heart. This treasure, as renowned as the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, was a post-celestial merit artifact. Legend said it could measure all things in heaven and earth, stabilize the laws of the universe, and kill without incurring karmic backlash. Its power rivaled that of Primordial's supreme treasures. He had never expected to find it here. Just as Kunpeng was about to approach and claim the treasure, the black and white light pillar at the mountain peak suddenly fluctuated violently, and a figure slowly coalesced from within the light. This figure was shrouded in black and white energies, its face indistinct save for a pair of eyes that flickered with eerie red light, radiating the terrifying pressure of a late-stage quasi-sage. Finally someone has come. The figure let out a hair-raising laugh. Kunpeng's expression turned serious as he gazed at the newcomer. Sensing the aura of a chaos fiend god, but only a late-stage quasi-sage power, he was somewhat surprised. Noticing the yin-yang energy flowing around the figure, he ventured, "Are you the remnant soul of the yin-yang fiend god?" "Correct. But no reward for you." The remnant soul of the yin-yang fiend god laughed wildly, reaching out to grab the Honghuang measuring ruler from the summit. "Back then Peng slew me into chaos, but a wisp of my soul escaped into the primordial world. After refining this treasure, I have been cultivating here, hoping to first recover some strength using the primordial yin-yang energy of this place. Who would have thought you, a little late-stage quasi-sage, would come? Perfect. I shall devour your primordial spirit and rebuild my physical body." Before his words faded, the remnant soul of the yin-yang fiend god wielding the Honghuang measuring ruler swung it fiercely at Kunpeng. In an instant, the ruler erupted with billions of feet of black and white divine light. Wherever the light passed, space was forcibly split into yin and yang halves. One half frozen into ice, the other burned into flames, carrying a terrifying force that could tear heaven and earth and reverse yin and yang, crashing down upon Kunpeng. Well met. Kunpeng's eyes flashed with cold light, and instead of retreating he advanced. With a wave of his hand, the 24 Dinghai divine pearls flew before him, transforming into 24 worlds of myriad realms. The worlds interwove, forming an indestructible barrier of myriad realms. Boom! The Honghuang measuring ruler struck the barrier with a deafening roar. Black and white divine light frantically assaulted the barrier, and countless yin-yang streams exploded upon it, yet they could not breach it. The remnant soul of the yin-yang fiend god showed a flicker of surprise to think you, a junior, possessed such a treasure. But these tricks alone are not enough. He swung the Honghuang measuring ruler once more, and the Honghuang runes on its body blazed brightly, drawing upon the primordial yin-yang energy of the small world to form a black and white yin-yang divine dragon, which roared as it charged at Kunpeng. Kunpeng's expression remained unchanged. With a wave of his left hand, 4 of the 5 directional primordial flags instantly flew out, suspended in the 4 cardinal directions. The 4 flags simultaneously burst into 5-colored divine light, which wove together into a massive 5 elements net descending upon the yin-yang divine dragon. The 5 elements net contain the principles of mutual generation and restraint, precisely countering the flow of yin-yang energy. The yin-yang dragon crashed into the net, immediately trapped by the 5 elements' power. The black and white energies were continuously decomposed and dissolved until finally, with a mournful cry, it dissipated into nothingness. Impossible! The remnant soul of the yin-yang fiend god cried out in disbelief, an expression of utter shock on his face. Kunpeng gave him no time to react. With a flick of his right hand, the blood-drinking blade appeared in his grasp. He infused the great path of wind into the blade, and instantly the blade erupted with countless razor-sharp wind blades carrying the power to cleave chaos, as he swung it at the remnant soul of the yin-yang fiend god. At the same time, he offered up the saint-destroying gourd, its mouth aimed at the fiend god's remnant soul, and coldly commanded Honghuang, "One-chi bullet, go." A beam of light containing chaotic primordial radiance shot from the gourd's mouth, swift as lightning, aiming straight for the fiend god's brow. The fiend god's remnant soul hastily raised the Honghuang measuring ruler to block. But the wind blades from the blood-drinking blade had already arrived, tearing countless gaps in the black and white energy around him instantly, throwing his aura into disarray. Then the Honghuang One-chi bullet exploded with a thunderous roar, blasting him deep into the mountain. Oh! The remnant soul of the yin-yang fiend god let out a piercing scream, the light of his remnant soul growing dim. Kunpeng pressed his advantage, summoning the 12-grade pure white lotus. The white lotus bloomed with holy light, instantly appearing above the fiend god's head, trapping him firmly within. Wherever the white light passed, the protective yin-yang aura around the fiend god was continuously purified and drained away. No, my power. The fiend god's remnant soul felt his strength rapidly draining, and terror filled his eyes. A millennium later, when the last trace of yin-yang energy had been extracted, the fiend god's remnant soul was reduced to a pure mass of yin-yang primordial essence, feeble and weak. Kunpeng took out the saint-destroying gourd, aimed it at the mass of essence, and gently sucked it inside. Having dealt with the fiend god's remnant soul, Kunpeng turned his gaze to the Honghuang measuring ruler, which was now quietly suspended, trapped in the 5 elements net and devoid of control. He reached out and grasped the ruler, forcibly erasing the residual fiend god's divine sense upon it, then stored it in his sea of consciousness, where it resonated with the chaos pearl. After acquiring the Angzhou immortal island, Kunpeng remained preoccupied with Shi Wangmu's mention of a surprise. He immediately transformed into his true form as the Cloud Rock and sped toward western Kunlun. With his current cultivation at the late-stage quasi-sage supplemented by the divine ability, Kunpeng's supreme speed, even traversing the entire primordial wilds would take no more than a century. The 9-layered gale beneath the Cloud Rock's wings parted like still water. Its azure-black feathers blotted out the sky. Each flap stirred the very essence of the celestial winds. Space at the wingtips rippled like folded brocade, and in an instant it traversed hundreds of millions of li. A century later, the sea of clouds atop western Kunlun parted under an invisible force. The Cloud Rock's enormous form gradually condensed in the void, transforming into a human figure clad in a dark azure Taoist robe. Their peaks gleamed like jade, and gem-like trees were veiled in mist. A white jade bridge wound from the foot of the mountain up into the clouds. By the bridge, celestial grasses and rare flowers carpeted the ground, and now and then an immortal crane flitted through the fog, carrying a lingji mushroom in its beak. This was the renowned western Kunlun Yaoqi immortal realm of the primordial wilds. Kunpeng stood at the head of the bridge, and a mountain-guarding immortal boy went forward to announce his arrival. Moments later, the mist churned in the distance, and a figure in pure white stepped through the clouds. It was Shi Wangmu. She had exchanged her phoenix crown and colorful robes for a moon-white Taoist robe. A white jade by disc hung at her waist, and a clear light suffused her form, making her appear even more transcendent. Fellow Taoist, Kunpeng graces us with your presence. It brings great glory to Yaoqi, she said, smiling and clasping her hands, her voice clear and crisp like striking jade. Fellow Taoist, Kunpeng, you flatter me, Kunpeng replied, returning the salute as his gaze swept over the surrounding fairyland. I have long heard of the wonders of western Kunlun, and seeing them today, they truly live up to their reputation. You flatter me, Shi Wangmu said, leading Kunpeng up the steps. Come with me. Though my Xuanpu garden cannot compare with the grandeur of your beaming palace, it does possess some refined ingenuity. As the two reached mid-air, the clouds beneath their feet suddenly coalesced into a palace of jade, the core of Shi Wangmu's Taoist abode, Langfeng Garden. To the left lay Yaoqi, where 12 golden lotuses, each 10 feet in diameter, floated on the rippling jade-green waves. To the right flowed emerald water as translucent as gemstone, revealing 5-colored pebbles and darting spirit fish at the bottom. Looking up, 12 jade pavilions rose along the mountain slope, each with wind chimes hanging from the eaves that emitted clear Taoist tones when the wind blew. The Chonghua Quay stood in the garden, its roof covered with glazed tiles that refracted the sunlight into a rainbow of colors. The beams and pillars of the Guangbi Hall were carved from 1,000-year warm jade, and a rare fragrance that calmed the mind and spirit filled the hall. The 9-level mysterious chamber was hidden deep in a bamboo grove with faint traces of primordial runes carved into the window lattices. Outside the purple emerald pill chamber, rows of primordial herbs grew, their medicinal fragrance interwoven with spiritual energy like a net. With Yaoqi on the left and emerald water on the right, jade towers and jeweled palaces complement each other. This is truly the pinnacle of immortal dwellings, Kunpeng praised sincerely. Shi Wangmu led him into the main hall of Chonghua Pavilion. As soon as they entered, a figure in plain armor came forward to greet them. It was Jiutian Xuannu, who had narrowly escaped from the great war between immortals and demons. Her left arm was wrapped in white bandages, and her face still bore a pallor. Seeing Kunpeng, she quickly clasped her hands. Greetings, fellow Taoist Kunpeng. Fellow Taoist Xuannu, it has been a while. Are you well? Kunpeng nodded in response. Kunpeng bowed in reply. After exchanging courtesies, the three took their seats according to host and guest. Shi Wangmu sat at the head with Kunpeng and Jiutian Xuannu on either side. Before long, the tinkling of jade pendants sounded outside the hall, and 7 young maidens in various colored immortal robes entered in a procession, each carrying a jade platter. They were all of exquisite beauty, each with a distinct charm. The first wore a pure white dress with a coldness like plum blossoms in her brow and eyes like winter stars. The second, in a yellow dress, had an air of chrysanthemum-like elegance, and her fingers brushed the platter with a scholarly grace. The third, in red, was as majestic as a lotus, and her smile filled the hall with warmth. The fourth, in green, was as quiet as an orchid, standing there like a painting merged into the landscape. The fifth, in purple, was as bright as a peony, her eyes lively and sparkling. The sixth, in blue, was as fresh as a jasmine with a faint sweet fragrance around her. The seventh, in black, was as mysterious as a dark orchid, her gaze deep as if holding stars. These 7 are transformed from the 7 primordial spiritual flowers of western Kunlun. I took pity on them for having intelligence, but no support, so I adopted them as my goddaughters, Honghuang explained. They are Plum Fairy, Chrysanthemum Fairy, Lotus Fairy, Orchid Fairy, Peony Fairy, Jasmine Fairy, and Ink Orchid Fairy. Kunpeng's gaze swept over the 7 maidens. Though they were born from spiritual flowers they had already cultivated to the late-stage golden, immortal realm. He nodded approvingly. Fellow Taoist has excellent judgment. These 7 each have their own grace and extraordinary spiritual essence. Their future prospects are boundless. So saying, he reached out and produced 7 jade boxes. As a modest gift for our first meeting, please accept this token of my regard. The box is opened to reveal 1,000-year snow lotus stamens, 9-cycled chrysanthemum, honey hibiscus, dew serene orchid incense flakes, peony, immortal seeds, jasmine spirit spring, and ink orchid talisman paper, all divine materials corresponding to their original forms. In addition, there were 7 postnatal spiritual treasures: the cold plum sword, the proud chrysanthemum fan, the hibiscus pendant, the serene orchid zither, the peony ring, the jasmine gauze, and the ink orchid cup, each perfectly matching the maidens' temperaments. The 7 maidens received the gifts and knelt in unison. Thank you, Senior Kunpeng. Honghuang smiled and accepted on their behalf. You are too generous, fellow Taoist. Kunpeng waved his hand. Fellow Taoist, you previously visited the Northern Sea, but I happened to be in seclusion and could not welcome you personally. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality. Not at all, Honghuang quickly replied. I came uninvited. Fellow Taoist Kunwu and fellow Taoist Honyun were most gracious. I am deeply grateful. After exchanging pleasantries, Kunpeng changed the subject. Fellow Taoist, you mentioned earlier at the Northern Sea that you had a surprise to offer. I have been wondering, what exactly is this surprise? A flicker of amusement passed through Honghuang's eyes. With a light wave of her hand, a plain-colored flag materialized in her palm. The banner was as white as pale clouds, its edges flowing with a clear, hazy light. The shadows of mountains and rivers flickered faintly on its surface. This was the supreme primordial spirit treasure, the Western Plain Cloud Boundary Flag. Fellow Taoist, do you consider this a surprise, eh? Kunpeng's gaze settled on the flag, sensing the familiar aura of the primordial 5 directional flags. His heart stirred, and he looked at Honghuang with increased sincerity. Fellow Taoist, to be honest, I am in urgent need of this flag. I have already obtained 4 of the primordial 5 directional flags. Only this one remains to complete the set. If you are willing to part with it, no matter what condition you set, or what treasure you require, I will do my utmost to procure it in exchange. Honghuang shook her head, placing the plain cloud boundary flag on the table. I do not require any spirit treasure in exchange, but I do have a favor to ask. She sighed softly and explained. Back in the All Immortals Alliance, I already saw that Dong Wenggong was not destined for great achievements. I advised him repeatedly to restrain his arrogance, but he was stubborn and self-willed. In the end, I had no choice but to leave the alliance. Now the Immortal Court has fallen, just as I predicted. However, the demons are powerful. As a former leader of the All Immortals Alliance, even though I never joined the Immortal Court, I fear that Dijuan and Tai will settle accounts with me later. If they come with a great army in person, even with the Kunlun Mirror and the Cloud Boundary Flag to protect me, I am afraid I cannot withstand them in Western Kunlun. She looked at Kunpeng with earnest eyes. Therefore, I am willing to give you this flag, asking only for your favor. Should the demons ever trouble Western Kunlun, I hope you will extend your aid. Hearing this, Kunpeng replied without hesitation, Fellow Taoist, be at ease. I accept this request. He reached out and produced a dark black seal, its surface engraved with spatial runes. This is a subsidiary seal of the Shinkong seal. Place it at the core of your Taoist abode and nourish it with spiritual energy day and night. Should danger arise, you need only activate the seal, and even if I am hundreds of millions of li away, I will arrive in an instant. Honghuang took the seal and put it away solemnly. Thank you, fellow Taoist. At this moment, Kunpeng's gaze fell on Jiutian Xuannu's injured left arm. Noticing a faint black aura seeping from beneath the bandages, he frowned slightly. Fellow Taoist Xuannu, this wound. Did you suffer from Mingyi's blood fiend energy? Jiutian Xuannu nodded, her voice tinged with bitterness. Exactly. That blood fiend erodes the primordial spirit. Though I escaped, I have been unable to eradicate it completely. Kunpeng took out a jade bottle and poured out 3 drops of a 3-colored liquid, the 3-light divine water. This is the 3-light divine water. It can purify any blood fiend. Take it and circulate your cultivation technique. Within a few days, you will be fully healed. Jiutian Xuannu accepted the bottle and said gratefully, thank you for saving my life. With matters concluded, Honghuang personally escorted Kunpeng out of the Yaoqi immortal realm at Western Kunlun. As she watched Kunpeng transform into a streak of dark azure light and vanish into the horizon, she tightened her grip on the Shinkong seal, a flicker of reassurance passing through her eyes. The 7 maidens and Jiutian Xuannu stood behind her, gazing at the turbulent sea of clouds. They all knew that Western Kunlun had gained its most steadfast shield. Meanwhile, as Kunpeng flew off into the distance, the aura of the primordial 5 directional flags in his sea of consciousness finally became complete. The power of the 5 elements flowed harmoniously, and a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. This journey had not only fulfilled his wish, but also gained a powerful ally. Truly, it was a trip well worth taking. Leaving the West Kunlun, the Kunpeng did not linger. With a flash of azure radiance, he transformed into his true form as a cloudpeng that blotted out the sky. His left wing, like a cloud descending from the heavens, shrouded the firmament. His right wing, like a whirlwind sweeping the earth, stirred the celestial gales. As the wings flapped, they invoked the primordial source of the 9 heavens, gales folding and traversing space, as if it were but a thin sheet of paper. 100 years passed, and he had crossed billions upon billions of miles, arriving at the North Sea of Biming. His colossal figure pierced through layers of ice, silently landing in the depths of the Biming Palace, where he resumed human form and strode directly toward the cold jade chamber. Within the chamber, streams of profound, cold qi coiled about. The walls were inscribed with arcane Tao patterns that slowly revolved, gathering the cold spiritual energy unique to Biming. The Kunpeng sat cross-legged on a cold jade cushion, his eyes half closed. After a moment, he suddenly opened them, a sharp gleam flashing in his gaze. He retrieved from his sea of consciousness the newly acquired Honghuang measuring ruler. The ruler floated before him about 6 feet 8 inches in length. It was forged from chaos essence gold mixed with profound yellow qi and the merit of the creation of heaven and earth. The ruler's body was inscribed with flowing Hongmeng runes. One end exuded a pitch-black aura, the other a blazing white radiance. Where black and white intertwined, the yin-yang fish faintly appeared, emitting a majestic Tao resonance that could measure heaven and earth and stabilize the universe. This treasure has 49 seals, one more than the Saint Falling Gourd. Quite interesting. The Kunpeng's lips curled slightly. He flicked a stream of yin-yang qi from his fingertip, probing into the interior of the measuring ruler. He activated his cultivation at the late quasi-saint stage, drawing upon his comprehension of the laws of space, the 5 elements, and yin-yang, while simultaneously urging the chaos pearl in his sea of consciousness. The chaos pearl hovered and spun, emitting a hazy clear light that illuminated the seal patterns of the measuring ruler with perfect clarity, deducing the method to break them. Sometimes Hongmeng runes flew out from the ruler, crashing into the Kunpeng's sea of consciousness, only to be easily blocked and analyzed by the chaos pearl. Other times the Tao resonance that measured heaven and earth assailed his mind, and he dissolved each assault with his own understanding of the Tao. The 49 seals were each exquisitely profound. The first seal, measure heaven, could gauge a domain of billions upon billions of miles. The 9th, settle earth, could stabilize mountains and rivers. The 27th, sever space, could tear open spatial barriers. And the 49th, cause and effect, was the very core of this treasure, killing without incurring karmic retribution. The Kunpeng calmed his mind, using the chaos pearl's deduction as an aid and his own law comprehension as a blade, breaking and refining the seals one by one. Time flowed silently in the chamber. 100 years, 1,000 years, 3,000 years. When the final cause and effect seal was completely refined, the Hongmeng measuring ruler burst forth with dazzling divine radiance. The black and white qi on the ruler danced, resonating perfectly with the Kunpeng's primordial spirit. With a soft hum, the measuring ruler trembled and automatically landed in the Kunpeng's hand. The moment he grasped it, he understood 2 ultimate techniques. The first was named Hongmeng, creation of heaven. The ruler's white light swelled, exuding a primal yang force akin to the creation of heaven and earth. It could tear through chaos and open up a new realm with power depending on the user's cultivation. The second was named Hongmeng, annihilation of the world. The ruler's black qi surged, containing the might of world destruction, capable of devouring laws and annihilating all things. What a treasure! The Kunpeng praised it, then stored the measuring ruler in his sea of consciousness, where it shone alongside the chaos pearl, the 24 calming sea pearls, the Saint Falling Gourd, and other supreme treasures. After refining the measuring ruler, the Kunpeng did not pause. He reached out and took the Saint Falling Gourd. With the gourd's mouth facing downward, he slowly drew out a stream of black and white intertwined qi, the remnant soul essence of the yin-yang demon god previously collected into the gourd. This essence had now been thoroughly refined, containing pure yin-yang laws, perfect for aiding my comprehension of the yin-yang grand Tao. The Kunpeng opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the remnant soul essence. At the same time, he took a leaf of enlightenment tea from the chaos pearl. This tea, harvested from the enlightenment tea tree, each leaf contained the true essence of the chaos grand Tao, capable of helping one comprehend the laws. The leaf dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, sending a pure mellow energy rushing into his primordial spirit. The chaos pearl spun as well, slowly stripping and analyzing the yin-yang laws from the remnant soul essence. The Kunpeng felt his sea of consciousness become clear. Countless insights into the mutual generation, opposition, and transformation of yin and yang surged like a tide. The sun is yang, the moon is yin, fire is yang, water is yin, hardness is yang, softness is yin. Yin and yang are not absolute opposites, but an interdependent cyclical whole. He mobilized the power of laws, drawing upon the yin and yang qi within him. At times he let the yang force blaze like heavenly fire, and at other times the yin force freeze like bitter cold, then harmonized them with the yin-yang law, creating a perfect cycle through his meridians. 1,000 years later, when the last trace of the remnant soul essence was refined, the Kunpeng was surrounded by black and white qi with a faint taiji pattern swirling around him. Light of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He had fully mastered the yin-yang grand Tao. Next, the Kunpeng retrieved a plain-colored banner from his sea of consciousness. Its surface resembled the clouds of the western lands, emitting a clear, holy light. This was the final one of the 5 primordial banners, the Western Plain Cloud Banner. At last he had this banner in hand. The 5 banners were now complete. The 5 primordial banners, the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner governed wood, the Southern Flaming Earth Banner governed fire, the Central Wuji Yellow Banner governed earth, the Northern Primal Water Banner governed water, and the Western Plain Cloud Banner governed metal. When the 4 directions were gathered, their power was already boundless. Now that all 5 banners were assembled, it was the perfect opportunity to comprehend the primordial metal law and fuse the 5 elements. The Kunpeng offered the Western Plain Cloud Banner together with the other 4 banners. The 5 banners floated above the chamber, each emitting a 5-colored divine light corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He focused his mind to comprehend the law of metal within the Western Plain Cloud Banner. Sharpness, solidity, and killing intent, like a divine blade being honed like indestructible diamond. As his comprehension deepened, the golden runes on the Western Plain Cloud Banner gradually resonated with the runes on the other 4 banners. The 5-colored divine lights interwove into a net, drawing upon the primordial power of the 5 elements from heaven and earth. The Kunpeng formed hand seals, guiding the power of the 5 banners to merge. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal. The cycle of generation and restriction flowed smoothly in his hands. Several thousand years later, when the last shred of the metal law perfectly fused with the other 4 elemental laws, the 5 banners simultaneously burst into dazzling radiance, transforming into a 5-colored light curtain that enveloped the chamber. A glint of light flashed in the Kunpeng's eyes. The primordial 5 elements grand array. I have comprehended it on my own. This array, based on the 5 banners, contained endless variations of the 5 elements, generation and restriction, integrating offense and defense, and evolving all things. In terms of power, it was already comparable to the ferocity of the immortal slaying sword formation and the vastness of the Zhoutian star array, albeit with a different emphasis. The primordial 5 elements grand array excelled in endless vitality, capable of borrowing the power of the 5 elements from heaven and earth to reinforce the array. After refining the 5 banners, the Kunpeng did not stop. With a thought, his primordial spirit sank into the world within the Chaos Pearl. Inside the Chaos Pearl, the Ingzhou Immortal Island floated silently among the water immortal peach tree, enlightenment, tea tree, mulberry tree, and moon laurel tree. On the island, yin and yang qi swirled, and spiritual roots such as the 2-leaf grass, tai chi flower, and yin-yang fruit tree emitted enticing luster. The yin-yang qi contained in these heavenly treasures will help me advance further. With a thought, the Kunpeng revealed his true form as a giant Kun, a body vast enough to dim the stars. His azure scales shimmered in the chaotic currents. He opened his immense mouth wide, using the return to nothingness divine ability to draw upon the power of wind and water, tearing at space. In an instant, the 2-leaf grass, tai chi flower, yin-yang fruit tree, and all the heavenly treasures containing yin-yang qi on Ingzhou Island were pulled by an invisible force, turning into streams of light that flew into the giant Kun's mouth. Once inside, these spiritual roots were crushed, dissolved, and assimilated by the Kunpeng using the power of the yin-yang law. The pure yin-yang essence nourished his primordial spirit and physical body, making his late quasi-saint mana increasingly harmonious. After devouring all the heavenly treasures, the Kunpeng retracted his true form and sat cross-legged on the peak of Ingzhou Island. He closed his eyes, and countless images flashed through his mind: his ordinary life on Earth in his past life, his crossing to the primordial wilderness, his interactions with Zhun Yuanzi, Honghuang Yuhua, and others, the battles with the Demon Clan, and the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, protecting the creatures of a region and establishing order in the Northern Sea. In my past life I was ordinary. Oh, how can I be mediocre again in this life? The Kunpeng abruptly opened his eyes, a resolute light flashing in them. The primordial wilderness is a world of survival of the fittest. The original Kunpeng was trapped in the Northern Sea, disappearing without a trace. Since I have come, I will defy fate and change my destiny. Even if the path ahead is blocked by saints and bound by the heavenly Tao, I will walk my own way. My Tao is not to be trapped in the northern sea nor to live under others, but to roam the universe, control my own destiny, and achieve the supreme. Boom. When this realization exploded in his heart, the Kunpeng's aura suddenly surged. His primordial spirit resonated with the chaos pearl as never before. He looked toward the nearby mulberry tree and moon laurel tree. These two spiritual roots had grown into towering trees over the endless ages. The mulberry tree, golden red like fire, contained the ultimate yang power. The moon laurel tree, silver white like snow, contained the ultimate yin power. They were the perfect vessels for severing his self-embodiment. The time has come. The Kunpeng took a deep breath and retrieved the 24 calming sea pearls to protect his primordial spirit in case of any mishap during the severing. He calmed his mind, carefully tore two portions from his primordial spirit and shot them like two streams of light into the mulberry tree and the moon laurel tree respectively. Then he continuously poured all his understanding of the yin-yang grand Tao, as well as his insights into the laws of wind, water, and space, into the two trees. The mulberry tree trembled violently, flashing with golden red light, and the outline of the Kunpeng's face appeared on its trunk. The moon laurel tree also swayed unceasingly, its silver white light flowing, and its trunk gradually condensed into a human form. After an unknown length of time, when the last trace of insight was infused, the mulberry tree and the moon laurel tree simultaneously shattered, transforming into two figures. The one on the left stood there, as if he were a sun god forged from all the dazzling light of heaven and earth. His robe was not ordinary cloth, but a divine garment made of solidified solar, true fire. The golden robe flowed with an indescribable radiance, as if countless tiny suns were awakening, spinning, and rising within the fabric. His face was 7/10 similar to the Kunpeng's, but more fierce and flamboyant. Golden flames swirled around him. His name is Peng Laozu. He mastered the law of yang, and could transform into a golden-winged Peng, perfectly merging the extreme speed of the golden-winged Peng with the laws of wind and space. At his birth, he possessed the early quasi-saint cultivation. The one on the right stood there, as if he were the abyss itself. His black robe seemed to be armor forged from the remains of 1 billion star corpses, each scale containing profound mysteries with edges flowing with a deep dark blue cold light that could devour stars. The silhouette of the robe was heavy as a mountain, not like ordinary tailoring, but more like a primordial giant Kun lurking in the eternal night. The wide lapels and sleeves presented the silent, majestic curve of a giant Kun's back, while the hem was like a falling sky, bottomless, dragging heavily over the void as if it could cover the entire sea of stars. His face was cold with dense water vapor swirling around him, a hint of devouring power flowing. His name is Kun Laozu. He mastered the law of yin, could transform into a primordial void Kun, integrating the devouring divine ability with the laws of water and space. He was also at the early quasi-saint cultivation. With the self-embodiment severed, the Kunpeng's own aura suddenly surged. The barrier of the late quasi-saint shattered, and he stepped into the peak quasi-saint realm. A terrifying, indescribable might surged within him, but he forcibly suppressed it with his great mana, not letting a single wisp leak out. Looking at Peng Laozu and Kun Laozu before him, the Kunpeng nodded with satisfaction. He reached out and took two spiritual treasures. Peng, this blood-drinking saber matches you. With it you can cut through chaos. The blood-drinking saber flew into Peng Laozu's hand. The blade was shrouded in fierce winds, sharp and unmatched, with a killing aura weaving with Peng's yang power, making it even more domineering. Kun, this beaming heaven-swallowing gourd is for you. It can help you devour all things and strengthen yourself. The beaming heaven-swallowing gourd transformed into a dark light and hovered before Kun Laozu. The devouring power emitted from the gourd's mouth perfectly matched his yin-cold aura. In addition, the Kunpeng took out several other primordial spiritual treasures. He gave Peng Laozu the superior grade primordial spiritual treasure, gilded gold space-tearing banner, to aid his comprehension of the law of space, and the inferior grade primordial spiritual treasure, wind-chasing sunboots, to enhance his defense and speed. He gave Kun Laozu the superior grade primordial spiritual treasure, profound water soul-devouring banner, to strengthen his water law and devouring divine ability, and the inferior grade primordial spiritual treasure, profound yin nether evil pearl, to stabilize his foundation in the law of yin. Peng Laozu and Kun Laozu received the spiritual treasures and bowed simultaneously. Thank you, our lord. The Kunpeng nodded slightly, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. At the peak quasi-saint stage, others could only sever 3 embodiments, but he had severed 4. With powerful subordinates and a complete array of spiritual treasures and formations, the grand stage of this primordial wilderness had only just begun. Here we must expound a point in theory. Everyone can only sever 3 embodiments. The method of severing 3 embodiments was created by Honghuang himself. It is equivalent to beheading 3 incarnations, allowing them to comprehend the Tao simultaneously with the main body, thereby rapidly improving strength. The vast majority of people cultivate only one Grand Tao. But our Kunpeng is different. He possesses the Chaos Pearl, which can deduce all laws, allowing him to comprehend extremely quickly. Therefore, he cultivates multiple Grand Taos simultaneously. Others cultivate one Tao and can sever 3 embodiments. Kunpeng cultivates multiple Taos, and his body is Yin Kun and Yang Peng, so severing 2 self-embodiments and a total of 4 embodiments is not excessive, is it? Deep within the Beiming Palace, the frigid ice patterns of the cold jade chamber pulsed like living entities. At the chamber's center, Kunpeng sat cross-legged on a cold jade mat, his body enveloped in a cocoon woven from the 5 elements and the yin-yang energies, his cultivation at the peak quasi-saint realm already as stable as a mountain. This seclusion lasted for several eons, and by now the primordial world had undergone earth-shattering changes. At the heavenly court of the outer heaven, the imperial aura in the Lingxiao Hall was as dense as purple crystal glazed tiles. 9 5-clawed golden dragons coiled around the pillars, their dragon breath enshrouding 2 figures within the hall. Demon Emperor Dejuan slowly opened his eyes, the shadows of stars revolving endlessly within his pupils. The pressure of his late quasi-saint cultivation was like the heavenly river cascading down. Beside him, Dongwang Tai's chaos bell emitted a soft hum, the starlight inscriptions on the bell glowing in resonance with the star orbits in Dejuan's eyes, both exuding the aura of the late quasi-saint realm, causing the void to tremble. After an eon of seclusion, the time was not wasted. Dejuan gently stroked the heavenly emperor's sword at his waist. The purple gold dragon patterns on the scabbard seemed to come alive, slithering along his fingertips. Indeed, the immortal court's fortune from Dongwangong had been rich, helping the 2 of them break through the bottleneck of the late quasi-saint realm. Tai laughed heartily, the golden crow true fire in his palm, coalescing into a 3-legged golden crow phantom, its flames dyeing his sideburns crimson. Old Ghost Mingi is quite fortunate. With the 12th-grade karmic fire lotus absorbing the slaughter's baleful chi and blood energy, and bolstered by fortune, he too has cut off a corpse and stepped into the late quasi-saint realm. Their gazes swept across the side of the hall. Fushi held the innate 8 trigrams plate with the Qiankuan can and Li trigrams especially bright, his mid-quasi-saint aura carrying the profound mystery of deducing heavenly secrets. Baizhe in white robes was surrounded by an aura of scholarly books, standing alongside 9 babies Bifong and other 10 demon sages, all at the early quasi-saint realm, their spiritual light faintly revealing the fortune of their clans. Moreover, hundreds of newly promoted demon kings had broken through to the Great Luo golden immortal realm, their demonic chi soaring to the heavens, dyeing the clouds of the heavenly court dark gold. The demon court's strength had multiplied several times compared to before. Dejuan rose, pointing the heavenly emperor, sword diagonally at the ground, purple lightning crackling along the blade. Most of the primordial world's fortune has fallen into the hands of our demon race. It is time to finish what remains undone. He issued his decree. Prepare generous gifts and accompany me to the Tyne Star. On the Tyne Star beneath the osmanthus tree, the clear moonlight poured down. Shiha and Changshi stood under the moonlight watching Dejuan and Tai, who had come to propose marriage, a hint of helplessness flickering in their eyes. Shiha performed a curtsy and said with a calm tone, "How could we refuse the sincere invitation of the 2 demon emperors? Allow us a few days to prepare, and then we will return to the heavenly court with your majesties." Dejuan and Tai were overjoyed, believing that the 2 had finally succumbed to their charm. Little did they know that that very night, deep within the Tyne Star's earthly veins, a long-sealed starry passage suddenly opened. At the entrance of the passage, the 2 jade rabbit statues' eyes flickered with spiritual light. Shiha and Changshi, carrying the jade rabbits, transformed into 2 streaks of clear moonlight and activated their innate divine ability, running to the moon. Their forms turned into a lunar will, tearing through the void, instantly traversing billions of starry seas and speeding toward the North Sea. The next day, Dejuan and Tai stepped onto the Tyne Star. The osmanthus tree remained, but the Guanghan Palace was empty. Tai's divine sense swept across the entire Tyne Star, finally capturing a familiar aura deep within the earthly veins. Upon probing, he discovered the not yet fully closed starry passage, and its direction pointed straight to the North Sea. Tai's fury erupted. Kunpeng, he must be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. He raised the chaos bell, its chimes shaking the Tyne Star, causing star debris to rain down like a storm. "I will go to the North Sea and retrieve them at once." Dejuan held Tai back, his face dark as water. "No, Kunpeng's strength is unfathomable. In the last eon at the East Sea, he already displayed the might of the late quasi-saint realm. Now that we have also broken through, we have no sure victory." He looked at the primordial land, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "First we shall conquer the remaining lands of the primordial world. When our fortune swells further, and we break through to the peak quasi-saint realm, then we will sweep the North Sea clean." Over the next eon, the primordial world became a hunting ground for the demon race. At the east seashores, billions of demon soldiers shattered coral reefs, brandishing peerless swords to drive the unyielding merfolk clans into the deep sea. The merfolk queen offered the sea god staff in resistance, but Tai incinerated her with a single divine flame, reducing her to ashes. The entire clan of over 1 million merfolk were slaughtered, their blood staining billions of miles of ocean, even the millennia-old coral turning charred black. In the South Sea Islands, 9 babies spewed the dual energies of water and fire, causing a celestial island to sink and rise amid scorching flames and raging floods. A group of rogue cultivators activated a defensive formation, but Bifong ignited the formation's base within fire. The cultivators were either burned to cinders or swept away by the floodwaters. The inferno raged for 1,000 years without extinguishing, forcing even the sea turtles to hide in the crevices of the deepest ocean floor to avoid being cooked. In the western wasteland, tribes by Zay held the record of primordial strange beasts and directed the demon soldiers to identify the barbarian branches, that is the black barbarian tribe. Thick-skinned and sturdy, attack their vitals with thunderfire, that is the wind barbarian tribe. Fast but weak in defense, send bird-type demon generals to encircle them. The barbarian warriors charged with 30-meter-long greatswords, but were slaughtered like chaff by the demon soldiers, their territories reduced to ruins. Among the 4 seas, only the North Sea remained unharmed. The mixed starry dough 5 elements grand formation enveloped billions of miles of sea, grinding any approaching demon scouts into dust. On the primordial continent, the sacred grounds of saint disciples, such as Kunlun Mountain and the Great Buddha Hall of Lingshan, were deliberately avoided by the demon race. The rest of the lands were planted with demon golden crow banners, and from the poles hung the heads of those who resisted. One day Dijuan stood in the Lingshao Hall, gazing at a map of the primordial world condensed from countless starlights. On the map, except for the central Buzhou Mountain, the western Kunlun, and the North Sea, all other regions were covered in gold. He traced his finger across the western Kunlun, the Tao field of the Queen Mother of the West. It is time to take it into our fold. Once we capture this place, we shall engage in the decisive battle with the Wu clan. Tai rubbed his hands together eagerly, the chaos bell humming with a low buzz, the stellar inscriptions on its body coming alive. Perfect. We can use the Queen Mother of the West as a sacrifice to the banner. However, before the two could mobilize their troops, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of Buzhou Mountain. The baleful chi of the Pangu temple shot up like a pillar of smoke. 12 figures tore through the void, stepping out. Dijiang, the ancestral witch of space, was surrounded by ripples of spatial energy. With each step he folded space, his late quasi-saint aura causing the void to tremble. Beside him, Hutu, the ancestral witch of earth, tread upon the ground, a yellow divine light spreading, reviving withered trees as she passed, yet carrying the oppressive weight of suppressing the 8 directions. Also at the late quasi-saint realm, the other 10 ancestral witches, Gomong, Rushu, and others, followed all at the mid-quasi-saint realm, their ancestral, witch divine power, surging, pressing down on the surrounding void, causing even the laws of heaven and earth to groan. As soon as the 12 ancestral witches emerged from seclusion, the leaders of the Wu clan tribes gathered at Buzhou Mountain. Through the accounts of the great witches of each tribe, the ancestral witches learned of the humiliation of the past 2 eons after the Wu clan had gone into seclusion. The immortal court and the demon race expanded aggressively. Countless Wu clan tribes were annihilated by the immortal court, and their clansmen were hunted as food by the demon race. The Wu clan, which originally occupied half of the continent, was forced to retreat to the central region, with over 100 million clansmen cruelly killed, and even several great witches were slain. Now that the demon race had destroyed the immortal court, they were even boasting of unifying the primordial world and exterminating the Wu clan. How dare the demon race be so arrogant? They slaughtered our Wu clan people and still want to annihilate us. The ancestral witch Jerome was wreathed in flames, the space around him crackling from the heat, sweat, like molten lava flowing along the contours of his muscles. Elder brother, give the order. I will grind the demon race to dust. Gong, the ancestral witch of water, had his body churning with water vapor, his expression unclear, but he echoed in a deep voice, the demon race has gone too far. If we do not wash the heavenly cord in blood, our clan's hatred will never be quenched. In their eyes, aside from Father Pangu, not even a saint was as noble as the bloodline of the Wu clan. How dare the insignificant demon race be so insolent? Although the other ancestral witches were not as hot-tempered as Zhurong, each exuded immense ferocity. They all agreed to send troops to annihilate the demon race. Even Gong, who usually clashed with Zhurong, surprisingly, did not object on this matter. Roar! Dijiang, the ancestral witch, slammed his fist onto the stone table. The hard Pangu stone table instantly shattered, and the baleful chi contained in the debris shot up into the sky. Pass down the order, trample the demon court. Blood for blood. In an instant, the Wu clan army surged out of Buzhou Mountain like a black tide. Dijiang, the ancestral witch, led the charge, deploying the law of space. With each step, he crossed billions of miles, and wherever his ancestral, witch divine power passed, the demon clans were turned to dust. Zhurong and Gonggong joined forces, their water and fire energies intertwining into a cataclysmic deluge submerging the lands inhabited by billions of demons. The steam generated by the collision of water and fire turned into baleful qi, corroding the demons' physical bodies and primordial spirits. Gomong waved his greenwood staff, and instantly billions of enormous vines sprouted from the earth, wrapping the fleeing demons like dumplings, the thorns on the vines sucking demon blood. Rushu wielded his golden blade. With a flash, hundreds of demon kings who came to resist were decapitated, their golden blood staining the earth red. The great witches activated their essence blood, setting up the wuxia array. The blood-red, baleful qi condensed into a phantom of a demon god. When the news reached the heavenly court, Dijuan and Tai's expressions changed drastically. How could the Wu clan be this powerful? Dijuan looked at the battle report handed to him by Zhe. On the map, the light that's representing the demon clans were extinguishing at an alarming rate. Bai Zhe's voice trembled. Your Majesties, over 100 tribes and tens of millions of demon clansmen have been brutally slaughtered by the Wu clan. Even 3 demon marshals at the peak of the Luo golden immortal realm were torn apart by the ancestral witches. Tai clenched the chaos bell, his knuckles turning white. He said venomously, immediately order a change of course to attack the Wu clan. If we let them continue the slaughter, the fortune of the demon court will collapse. Dijuan took a deep breath, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Pass my decree, order Mingi to lead the blood god Sun army to engage the enemy head-on. If Fushi shall use the 8 trigrams formation to deduce the Wu clan's movements, the 10 demon sages will accompany me and Tai into battle. As soon as the decree was issued, the demon court mobilized instantly. Mingi, old ancestor, led billions of blood god sons as the vanguard. The 12-grade karmic fire lotus bloomed, and as the blood sea surged, countless blood god sons transformed into blades, crashing into the Wu clan army. The blood lotus absorbed the Wu clan's blood, growing more malevolent. Fushi stood at the formation's the innate 8 trigrams plate, spinning rapidly, constantly adjusting the demon army's formation to avoid the Wu clan's sharp edge. Dijuan and Tai, personally leading the 10 demon sages, stood atop the demon clouds. The heavenly emperor's sword and the chaos bell interwove to produce billions of golden rays, illuminating the path of the billions upon billions of demon soldiers advancing. The primordial land changed color, winds and clouds shifting. The great war between the 2 overlords of the primordial world had thus begun. In the secret chamber of the Beiming Palace, Kunpeng slowly opened his eyes. The pressure of the peak quasi-saint realm quietly permeated the room. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Seclusion ends, and it coincides perfectly with the moment. Deep within the northern abyss palace, the cold jade chamber's mysterious ice patterns abruptly burst into dazzling radiance. The chamber door slid open silently as Kunpeng stepped out with his hands clasped behind his back. With a wave of his sleeve, several streaks of azure light shot forth, transforming into palm-sized Koan fish that flicked their tails and vanished, darting across the North Sea through the air. Moments later, measured and orderly footsteps sounded from outside the hall. Zhen Yunzi, holding a whisk with a gentle expression, Red Cloud, clad in blazing red robes with a radiant face, and Nuwa, her rainbow-colored gauze robes flowing lightly, were the first to enter. Their auras were far more condensed and profound than they had been eons ago. Kunpeng's gaze swept over them, but he paused when he caught sight of 2 figures behind, Shiha and Changshi, standing side by side. Their moon-white skirts were speckled with fine stardust, and their brows were knit with an unyielding melancholy. Only the noble elegance of the Taiyin goddess remained faintly visible in the lunar radiance that swirled around them. Greetings, fellow Taoists. It has been a while, Kunpeng said with a slight nod, his eyes passing over each person. Nuwa's aura of creation swirled like rainbow-colored clouds, having reached the late quasi-saint stage. Clearly she had gained deep insights from contemplating the primordial purple qi. When she raised her hand to return the greeting, a faint light of creation flickered briefly at her brow. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud had also broken through to the mid-quasi-saint stage. When asked how, Red Cloud laughed heartily. In recent years, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi and I have studied the primordial purple qi together and gained some profound insights. Kunpeng's gaze fell upon Shiha and Changshi. Their auras were stable, but still remained at the early quasi-saint stage. The 2 women hurriedly bowed. Shiha sighed softly, her voice carrying a chill like starlight. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, my sister and I have nowhere else to go. Dijuan and Tai personally came to the Taiyin Star to propose marriage. We saw they were determined, so we had to secretly leave the Taiyin Star and seek refuge in the North Sea. For now we are staying at Nuwa's creation heavenly palace. If we are causing trouble for you, fellow Taoist Kunpeng, my sister and I will leave at once. Kunpeng nodded understandingly, then laughed heartily. Haha, the 2 of you coming to the North Sea is a blessing for our land. How could I see it as trouble? Please feel free to stay as long as you wish. Suddenly a small rabbit poked its head out from Changshi's arms, its ruby-like eyes blinking pink, nose twitching, and ears standing straight up. It said with a hint of pride, lady, I told you Senior Kunpeng wouldn't mind at all. The two women smiled warmly and bowed to Kunpeng. Then we shall trouble you, fellow Taoist Kunpeng. If there is ever anything you need our help with, please do not hesitate to command us. We are willing to contribute to the North Sea. Excellent, Kunpeng nodded. You need not be so formal. We have been friends for endless ages. Please consider the North Sea as your own home. After soothing the two women, he turned to another side. His good corpse Kunwu was holding the myriad Tao steely, its surface flowing with a warm, condensed golden light of merit. It had already broken through to the early quasi-saint stage. The myriad celestial runes carved on the steel hummed faintly, as if resonating with the Tao's subtle music. His evil corpse Yochuan merged with the hall's netherworld chill, his black robe edged with dark blue cold light. Also at the early quasi-saint stage, his gaze as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, exuding a bone-piercing chill. What brought him even more comfort was that Xuanwu, Hu Qi, and Methreya had all reached the bottleneck of the Great Luo golden immortal peak. Their spiritual light was entwined with the North Sea's fortune. Clearly the region's thriving prosperity had blessed them all. These years you have all worked hard, Kunpeng said warmly. After my seclusion of several eons, the North Sea's flourishing state is due to your diligence and efforts. After the pleasantries, Kunpeng's expression turned serious as he broached the main topic. With a flick of his sleeve, the water vapor in the hall surged upward, condensing into a water screen on the dome. The brutal scene of the Sorcerer Avian War instantly unfolded within the screen. The area around Mount Zhou had become a hellish landscape. The myriad avian array and the sorcerer's nether array faced each other from a distance. Demonic aura churned like an ocean of ink, while baleful energy surged like rivers of blood. Two ferocious streams of chi shot into the sky, staining the sun, moon, and stars a bloody red. Mountains crumbled like mud, rivers dried into ravines, the earth split into 10,000-foot chasms. The few remaining living beings turned to ash in the afterwaves of spells. The air was thick with nauseating venom and baleful energy, slowly eroding the primordial spiritual veins of the primordial world. Behold, fellow Taoists, Kunpeng pointed to a venom-soaked swamp in the water screen, where even innate spiritual roots withered visibly. The danger of the Sorcerer Avian War far exceeds that of the ancient Immortal Avian War. The lessons of the Dragonhan catastrophe are not far behind. If we do nothing, the primordial world's origin will be gravely damaged. Then heaven and earth will collapse, and we will all suffer its consequences. He paused, his voice as heavy as thunder. During the Immortal Avian War, I was able to lead them into the chaos. But now the Sorcerer and Avian clans are too powerful. They may not listen to reason. Today I have gathered you all to go to the battlefield together. If we can persuade them to fight in the chaos, that would be best. If not, we must join forces to protect the earth veins, spiritual veins, and water eyes affected by the battle, preserving a sliver of hope for the primordial world. We are willing to follow you, fellow Taoist. They replied in unison, their expressions somber and resolute. Kunpeng nodded and immediately assigned tasks. Kunwu Shiha and Changshi will guard the North Sea and preside over the Honghuang Star Dipper 5 elements formation, ensuring no villain takes advantage. Xuanwu, Hu Qi, and Methreya will lead the disciples to stabilize the North Sea's internal order, securing the rear. Nuwajin, Unz, Red Cloud, Jinping, Shuquan, and Yuquan, come with me. The group acknowledged and strode out of the Northern Abyss Palace. Above the North Sea, Kunpeng's body expanded, transforming into the sky, obscuring true form of the cloud Peng. His left wing was like a cloud hanging from the heavens, covering the sky. His right wing was like a sweeping wind stirring the gales. Every scale and feather shimmered with azure divine light, turning the endless sea into a verdant expanse. On his broad back, a small palace crafted from chaotic primordial stone quietly appeared, firmly anchored by billions of wind laws. Runes flickered on the palace, capable of isolating the gales of extreme speed. Please rest inside the palace for a while, Kunpeng's voice thundered across the skies. Nuwa and the others moved slightly, appearing inside the palace. The cloud Peng's colossal eyes scanned the North Sea. In its star-sized pupils, a hint of a smile flickered, and the corner of its beak curved into a human-like arc. With a piercing cry that split the heavens, Kunpeng's voice transmitted into the palace, fellow Taoists, hold on tight. I'm taking off. Before the words faded, a terrifying force of acceleration struck everyone. The entire palace shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The cloud Peng flapped its wings, drawing upon the primal power of the 9 heavens gales. Space folded like thin paper around them, and billions of miles were crossed with each wing beat. At the peak quasi-saint level, the Kunpeng extreme speed was nearly 10 times faster than before, leaving even light as a trailing afterimage. Decades later, the central battlefield of the primordial world was already in sight. Before they even drew near, 2 earth-shattering forces surged toward them like a tsunami. At the foremost edge of the myriad avian array, Dejuan wielded the celestial emperor's sword, his body wreathed in purple gold dragon chi that surged like furious serpents, forming a billion-zhong dragon shadow. The sun, moon, and star runes engraved on its scales blazed brilliantly as he single-handedly fought against the 2 primordial sorcerers, Dejiang and Xianming. Dijiang manipulated space laws, tearing countless spatial rifts like divine blades, violently slicing at the dragon shadow, appearing beside Dijuan, with each flash his massive fist striking with the power to shatter space. Xianming unleashed bone-piercing ice, its extreme cold freezing time itself, solidifying even light into crystals where it passed. It clashed fiercely with Dijuan's supreme Yang Dragon Qi. Ice and fire intertwined, annihilating everything, leaving only raging torrents of chaotic energy. On another front, Dongwang Tai manifested his 10,000 Zhang Golden Crow true form, standing on 3 legs, his solar true, fire blazing fiercely, scorching the heavens, and boiling the seas, staining half the sky, a blazing gold. He was fighting alone against the 3 primordial sorcerers Zhurong Hutu and Gomang. Zhurong roared like thunder, his desolate fire transforming into endless fire dragons whose breath set the void itself aflame. Hutu stepped firmly on the earth, condensing the profound yellow chi of the earth into mountain-sized hands that grabbed at the core of the solar fire. Each impact made the ground tremble. Gomang was surrounded by green chi, countless ancient green trees sprouting from the void, their vines coiling like flood dragons around the golden crow's wings, their leaves gleaming with sharp wood laws. The 3 combined forces fought Tai to a stalemate. Mingi Patriarch stood on the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus, its petals as eerie as blood-colored agate. He crossed his Yuan Tu and Abai sword, sending blood waves surging to the 9 heavens, baleful energy, soaring as he alone faced the 2 primordial sorcerers Gonggong and Rushu. Gonggong manipulated the primordial water essence, turning the 9 nether-weak water into a ferocious giant python that dissolved treasures and corroded flesh wherever it passed, madly tearing and devouring Mingi's blood sea. Rushu transformed into a metal torrent, raining down billions of Gungjin divine weapons like a storm crashing against the barrier of the karmic fire red lotus, with deafening clang, sparks flying, cutting the blood sea into countless gashes. On the broader battlefield, Fushi hovered at the center of the myriad avian array. The pre-heaven 8 trigrams plate shone with boundless light. The trigrams, Qian Kuanjin Sun Kan Li Jin Dy, circulated endlessly, evolving into the stars of the heavens, mountains, and rivers, coordinating the power of billions of avian soldiers into a thick, solid light barrier. The 10 great avian saints each displayed their divine powers. By Fang's southern brightly fire incinerated the sky, Jiuying's water and fire dual Qi tore the earth, Shanyang summoned the tides of the 4 seas. They led billions of avian soldiers, pouring their demonic power unreservedly into the light barrier, barely holding off the violent attacks of the 5 primordial sorcerers, Tianwu, Xiangliang, Shizizhu, Jiuyin, and Shibishi, as well as the fierce onslaught of countless powerful great sorcerers surging like a tide. The array light quaked violently. Each collision tore new chasms in the primordial earth. The mournful cries of ruptured earth veins and the wails of fallen beings intertwined into a desperate battle song steeped in blood and tears. The primordial land was already a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The slaughter between the Wu and Yao tribes had entered its most brutal phase. Dijuan's heavenly emperor sword cleaved through Gonggong's water dragon, while Tai's chaos bell shattered Zhurong's sea of fire. The 12 ancestral witches fought with frenzied abandon, each unleashing the inherited divine ability of the ancestral witches, the Dharma image of heaven and earth. Their bodies swelled infinitely, their physical forms and the power of the laws surging wildly. With a single casual step, they cracked the primordial land for billions of miles. Several ancestral witches combined their fists to strike Tai's chaos bell, causing that supreme treasure to hum incessantly and tremble without end. Countless living beings were annihilated in the aftermath of the great battle. Even the primordial earthworms buried deep beneath the ground, if they had hidden too shallowly, had their bodies torn apart by the terrifying forces writhing and wailing in agony within the fissures. At that moment, a colossal azure-black shadow blotted out the sky as it swept across the heavens. Its left wing was like a cloud hanging from the sky, obscuring half the celestial light. Its right wing was like a hurricane sweeping the world, cleansing the battlefield of killing intent and poisonous miasma. It was Kunpeng manifesting his true form as the cloud Peng. As he flapped his wings, a blast of profound dark wind imbued with the primal essence of wind and water swept forth, like an invisible heavenly chasm, forcibly tearing apart the battle formations of the Wu and Yao tribes. The spiritual treasures and spells of the Yao tribe froze into ice upon striking the wind. The fierce law-based divine power of the Wu tribe crashed against the wind wall, only to vanish like a mud ox sinking into the sea, dissipating without a trace. Countless attacks struck the protective divine light around Kunpeng, merely rippling with shallow waves, unable to disturb even a single feather. It's Kunpeng. Dijuan's pupils contracted, and his hand gripping the sword tightened abruptly. This bastard is here to obstruct my Yao tribe's great enterprise again. Before they could react, several figures had already emerged from the palace on the Cloud Peng's back. Nuwa, draped in a rainbow-colored celestial robe, radiated the energy of creation. Wherever she passed, the killing aura scattered. Zhen Yuanzi unfurled the earth book, and as the pages turned it transformed into a golden-brown barrier shielding the group. They calmly landed behind Kunpeng, their gazes placidly fixed on the confronting Wu and Yao tribes. Kunpeng retracted his cloud Peng true form and assumed the humanoid Dao body clad in an azure-black Daoist robe. He stood with his hands behind his back in the void, sweeping his gaze across the entire scene, a faint curve lifting the corner of his lips. Fellow Daoists, it has been a while. Kunpeng, how dare you come and ruin our Yao tribe's great enterprise again? Tai roared, first the chaos bell hanging high above his head, its body vibrating incessantly. Dejiang Ancestral, which stepped forward, ripples of space emanating around him. Kunpeng, what do you think you are daring to obstruct our Wu tribe's affairs? Kunpeng's gaze swept over both sides, pausing briefly on Dejiang. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable authority. I am indeed nothing much, and I have no intention of meddling in your grudges. But this primordial land can no longer endure such turmoil. Zhou Mountain was formed from Pengu's spine, bearing the fortune of the primordial heavens and earth. If you continue to fight, it will inevitably damage its very foundation. If you must decide a victor, then follow me into the chaos to fight, and do not implicate the myriad creatures of the primordial. Into the chaos. Dejuan sneered, a chill gleam in his eyes. Last time at the East Sea you tricked us into the chaos to stop the war. Are you trying the same trick again? Do you truly think the Yao tribe fears you? Tai glared fiercely, the chaos bell thundering deafeningly. We haven't yet settled accounts with you over Shiha and Changxi, and you still dare to show your face. Those two sluts agreed to become Dao companions with my brothers, yet fled in the dead of night and hid in your North Sea. Do you really think I don't know you were pulling the strings behind their backs? Kunpeng remained calm. He first looked at Dejuan. Fellow Daoist, your words are mistaken. The East Sea cessation was merely because the conflict between immortals and demons was harming the innocent. I did not wish to see the East Sea's living beings suffer devastation. Today is the same. Zhou Mountain is the foundation of the primordial. If it collapses, who benefits? He then turned to Tai, his gaze suddenly sharp. You are talking utter nonsense. It is clearly you two brothers who wish to forcibly marry the two goddesses of the Great Yin. Why must you dress it up so grandly? Fellow Daoists Shiha and Changxi had no desire to form a bond with you. They repeatedly refused the envoys you sent. This time you personally came, leveraging the might of the entire Yao tribe to coerce them. The two ladies could not resist openly, so they had no choice but to take refuge in my North Sea. Where's the wrong in that? Since I am their close friend, how could I stand by and do nothing? Every cultivator in the primordial has the freedom to choose their Dao companion. If you two as the Yao emperors lack even that magnanimity, it is truly contemptible. Kunpeng's words were firm and reasonable, leaving Dejuan and Tai momentarily speechless. At this point, Honghuang Ancestral, which roared impatiently, enough talk. The enmity between Wu and Yao can only be washed away with blood. Last time I had not yet reached the quasi-saint realm and lost to you. I acknowledge that you spared my life. Today, I will spare yours as well. Leave at once and do not court your own doom. With that, billowing water vapor surged, and a barbaric oppressive aura shook the void, locking firmly onto Kunpeng. The other ancestral witches, although not attacking, also released their quasi-saint pressure, silently endorsing Honghuang's action. Dejuan and Tai exchanged glances, both seeing the delight in each other's eyes. They were only too happy to see Kunpeng clash with the Wu tribe, hoping both sides would be weakened. Yet in the next instant, facing the terrifying pressure of the 12 ancestral witches, Kunpeng not only did not retreat, but burst forth with an overwhelming aura at the peak of quasi-saint, actually suppressing the ancestral witches. Then the quasi-saint auras of Nuwa Zhen Yuanzi, Red Cloud Jin, Peng Su Kuan, and Yuquan simultaneously erupted, centered on Kunpeng, sweeping toward the Wu and Yao tribes. Whether from the Yao tribe or the Wu tribe, all eyes turned toward Kunpeng and his group, filled with shock and suspicion. Seeing that he had intimidated the entire scene, Kunpeng's gaze settled solemnly on the 12 ancestral witches. You are the descendants of Pengu. Do you know that this primordial land was originally formed from Lord Pengu's body? The mountains and rivers are his bones, the rivers and seas his blood, the vegetation his hair. Fighting here, you are destroying the remnants of your father god, harming the legacy of Pengu. He pointed back at Zhou Mountain, his voice like thunder. Especially this Zhou Mountain, which was transformed from Pengu's spine, supporting the very laws of the primordial heavens and earth. If this battle damages Zhou Mountain, leading to the collapse of the laws, then you will be eternal sinners of the primordial, the unworthy descendants of Pengu. You will be reviled for billions of eons, spat upon by all future living beings. These words struck the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches like a heavy hammer. They revered neither heaven nor earth nor feared the sages, but they held a deep, blood-bound reverence for their father god Pengu. Realizing that they had been wantonly destroying near their father god's spine, the ancestral witches all showed expressions of shame, their breathing heavy. Dejuan and Tai were also intimidated by these words, momentarily unable to retort. Kunpeng, seeing the silence on both sides, knew the moment had come. He declared in a clear voice, since none of you wish to destroy the foundation of the primordial, yet you still need to settle your karmic debts, I have a proposal. He scanned the crowd, speaking word by word. I will accompany you into the chaos. You may each unleash your strongest attack against me. If I cannot withstand it, I will never again interfere in the war between Wu and Yao. If I do withstand it, then you must listen to my words. From now on, all battles shall be fought in the chaos, and you shall not harm the primordial any further. What do you say? At these words, both the Wu and Yao tribes were utterly astounded. Kunpeng intended to take the strongest attacks from both sides one after another. A proclamation unheard of sheer madness. Dijun and Tai exchanged glances, both tempted. They wanted to see what confidence Kunpeng had to utter such a wild statement. The 12 ancestral witches also put away their shame. Dijiang rumbled, good. If you can truly withstand a full-force strike from us, then the Wu tribe will temporarily heed your words. Kunpeng smiled faintly, turned and sped toward the chaos with Nuwa and the others' fellow Taoists. Please. The Wu and Yao tribes exchanged glances for a moment, then, unable to suppress their battle intent and curiosity, led their great armies and followed, closely flying into the boundless chaos. The chaos wind blades, like a myriad of invisible blades, ceaselessly carved through the void, tearing space apart, only to mend it again. Kunpeng stood firm within the chaotic void, his dark azure Taoist robe billowing in the gale, yet his silhouette was as steady as Mount Zhou, as if he himself were an integral part of the chaos. Nuwa stepped forward, the aura of creation swirling around her, intertwined with her 7-colored celestial robe, yet unable to suppress the heavy worry etched on her brow. Taoist Kunpeng, the demon clan outnumbers us greatly, and is no easy foe. Even with your profound abilities and peak quasi-sage cultivation, confronting them alone is far too perilous. Her voice carried a faint tremor, not of fear, but of concern and care for the man before her. Kunpeng slowly turned, his gaze gentle, yet resolute, with undeniable finality. Taoist Nuwa, I understand your intent. But this battle concerns the future order of the primordial world. Only by overwhelming force can we intimidate the petty and sever their delusions. I have my own plans. Please act as my support and refrain from interfering lightly. His voice was steady, but beneath that calm lay an immense abyssal pressure. Zhen Yuanzi, holding the earth book, let the heavy essence of earth and yellow swirl around him. His expression was grave as he said in a deep voice, Taoist, do not be the least bit careless. The 12 ancestral witches were born from Peng's essence blood. Their physical forms are the very vessels of laws, unmatched in strength, with a foundation far beyond the ordinary. Red Cloud was so anxious that his entire body flickered with red light, nearly jumping as he cried, yes. Taoist Kunpeng, let us share some of the burden, even if we just distract them. Kunpeng shook his head. Taoist Red Cloud, say no more. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 24 calming sea pearls hummed into existence, swirling around him, evolving into scenes of the birth and destruction of 24 celestial realms. The vast hidden power was held in check, yet it caused the surrounding chaotic currents to stagnate. Everyone stepped back. His voice turned cold, carrying a suppressed intensity about to erupt. He turned to face the demon clan's grand formation, whose ferocious aura soared into the sky, threatening to devour everything. In the next instant, the serene abyssal aura around Kunpeng erupted violently. The pressure of a peak quasi-sage was unleashed without restraint, like billions of volcanoes, erupting simultaneously, forcibly carving out an absolute domain of his own within the raging chaos sea. His gaze was like a cold lightning bolt sweeping across the countless demon soldiers. His voice was calm, yet it crashed like thunder into the depths of every soul. Will you come to die one by one, or all at once? Arrogant. Dijun raised his crown, unable to contain the substantive solar, true fire bursting from his eyes. Form the formation. Slay this beast. Before his words faded, the river map and Luo book in Dijun's hand soared into the sky, instantly covering the chaos with billions of stellar runes. The power of the stars was forcibly drawn down, interweaving with the blazing solar true fire into a net of heaven and earth that could incinerate the void. On the flank, Ancestor Mingi cackled eerily, standing on the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus. The boundless phantom of the blood sea churned, and billions of blood god avatar clones howled, transforming into a crimson tide that could sever souls and slay spirits. Fushi, solemn-faced, had the innate 8 trigrams disc suspended before him, spinning wildly to amplify the formation's power. Behind them, the 10 great demon saints like Ji Ming and Ying Zhao revealed their colossal demonic bodies, their monstrous aura converging to form a ferocious, roaring, sky-covering totem of the primordial demon ancestor. The demon clan's ultimate trump card, the myriad demon grand formation, was complete in an instant. Kill. Dong Wang Tai erupted, striking the chaos bell. Dong. The bell's sound was vast, the cosmos resplendent. Tens of thousands of chaotic currents were shattered into earth, water, fire, and wind. The terrifying sonic Tao patterns combined with all the power gathered by the myriad demon grand formation. The stellar fire net, the blood sea tide, the 8 trigrams power, and various terrifying laws, all merged into a single dim, chaotic, and utterly annihilating beam of light that tore through chaos and charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Kunpeng's pupils contracted sharply. Sensing the terrifying beam that could severely wound or even kill an ordinary peak quasi-sage, he dared not be the least bit careless. The 24 calming sea pearls simultaneously burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. 24 realms seal. Rumble. The phantoms of 24 celestial realms expanded and overlapped with a thunderous roar. Earth, water, fire, and wind frantically opened within them only to instantly return to stillness. The vast power born from the birth and death of countless small worlds coalesced into a layered, seemingly illusory, yet solid, indestructible barrier of the realms. The beam of destruction slammed violently into the barrier. Crack. Boom. Billions of radiant lights exploded in chaos. The terrifying shockwave spread in a ring, forcing Nuaj and Yuanzi and Red Cloud, who were watching from afar, to stumble back repeatedly, having to fully activate their spiritual treasures to protect themselves. The barrier of the realms trembled violently, cracks instantly spreading like a spider's web, emitting a groaning sound of unbearable strain, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Kunpeng's body shook slightly, the chaotic energy beneath his feet exploding. He let out a low growl, pouring his boundless mana without reserve into the 24 realms. The spreading cracks were forcibly halted and repaired. Is that all? Then take my strike as well. Realms in rotation, cosmos and birth and death, all realms unite. Merge. As Kunpeng completed the hand seal, with one hand the 24 realms suddenly converged. The infinite world power collapsed, forming a colossal, slowly rotating, gray millstone. Upon this millstone the 5 elements were in chaos, yin and yang shattered, giving birth to endless divine thunder of annihilation. Its might was even more terrifying than the combined strike of the myriad demon grand formation. Millstone of the realms. Grind. Spin leap. Kunpeng closes his eyes. Feeling the endless chaos space shatter, the millstone of the realms seemed to rotate slowly, but in truth, it was extremely fast. The light of the myriad demon grand formation flickered wildly, unstable. All the demons within the formation struggled to resist, yet the grand formation was still forcibly ground out a huge hole by this millstone of the realms. Dijun, Mingi, and the others were struck as if by a heavy blow. Their divine light scattered, chi and blood reversed, and the myriad demon grand formation's light dimmed sharply. Amidst the whales, countless demon soldiers collapsed like mud, their fate unknown. Kunpeng pressed his advantage, suppressing the surging chi and blood within him. He reached out with a hand, and the primordial measuring ruler leaped into his grip. The ruler's body intertwined with black and white chi surged with primordial aura as he swung it fiercely toward Tai. Primordial annihilation. A streak of black chi condensed to the extreme and imbued with the endless Tao of destruction tore through chaos, sweeping straight ahead. The measuring ruler fell as if carrying an entire primordial world, silently tearing chaos apart. Where it passed, the chaotic energy was either pushed aside or annihilated by the extreme black light. At the forefront, Tai's pupils contracted sharply, sensing an unprecedented threat. He roared wildly, his solar true fire blazing intensely, and nearly frantically drove the chaos bell. Dong. 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 The bell rings grew more urgent, each louder than the last. The substantive sonic Tao patterns no longer spread, but instead layered tightly and densely in front of Tai, forming an indestructible barrier composed of countless bell shadows and profound runes. This barrier not only defended, but also carried the supreme power to suppress the primordial and stabilize earth, water, fire, and light. In the next instant, the shadow of the primordial ruler smashed heavily onto the sonic barrier. Dong. A sound so dull and extreme as if 2 worlds had collided head-on. At the center of the collision, there was no dazzling burst of light, only pure heart-stopping darkness and distortion. The barrier condensed by the chaos bell sank deeply, billions of runes flickering on and off, groaning under unbearable strain. And the forward momentum of the primordial ruler's shadow was also forcibly halted. Space around the ruler's shadow shattered inch by inch, evolving into earth, water, fire, and wind before instantly returning to stillness. Tai's pupils contracted sharply. He poured all his power into the chaos bell. Dong. 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 The bell rings grew more urgent, the substantive sonic Tao patterns clashing fiercely in the air with the black chi of annihilation. The chaos bell sound and the power of the measuring ruler interwove and tore at each other in the void, neither gaining the upper hand. The black chi and sonic patterns annihilated simultaneously. Tai grunted and stepped back 3 paces, the chaos bell humming unceasingly, its light slightly dimmed. Kunpeng also swayed slightly, the primordial aura on the measuring ruler fluctuating for a moment. The 2 sides were evenly matched. What a chaos bell! What a Dongwang Tai! A hint of admiration flashed in Kunpeng's eyes, then turned into an even sharper edge. He pressed his fingers together like a sword, channeling more mana, and pointed faintly at the measuring ruler. The stagnant shadow of the ruler trembled suddenly. The phantom of the primordial world within it seemed to come alive, its weight surging again. Tai, the chaos bell may be fine, but you cannot unleash its full power. With Kunpeng's cold shout, the primordial measuring ruler once again radiated endless black light of annihilation, sweeping, with irresistible momentum, smashing heavily onto the chaos bell. Donged! The chaos bell let out an earth-shattering wail, as if struck head-on by a primordial beast. The light on the bell's body trembled wildly, and the stellar patterns on the bell dimmed by more than half. It spun and flew backward, crashing heavily into Tai's arms. PFF. Tai was struck as if by lightning. Scorching golden blood gushed forth like a fountain, his aura instantly wilting. Dijun quick-eyed caught him in time. The myriad demon grand formation was already teetering from the grinding of the millstone of the realms. Now with Donghuang Tai retreating, and the primordial measuring ruler's attack sweeping toward the formation under the combined force of the millstone of the realms, and the primordial measuring ruler, the myriad demon grand formation could no longer hold. It let out a mournful cry and collapsed with a thunderous boom. The backlash surged through Dijun, Mingi Fushi, and the 10 great demon saints. They all grunted in unison, their faces pale, their divine light disturbed, and their chi and blood churning uncontrollably, clearly all suffering from serious internal injuries. The countless demon soldiers and generals behind them were like wheat stalks swept by a gale, collapsing in waves. Though none were fatally wounded, they had utterly lost their combat capability. The entire demon clan camp was in shambles. Kunpeng withdrew the measuring ruler, its primordial aura gradually calming. His gaze swept over the disheveled demon clan, his voice flat, but carrying a sense of finality. The demon clan is defeated. The chaotic gale howled like a myriad of vengeful spirits, swirling the shattered stars and remnants of laws, churning the battlefield into a domain of annihilation. Kunpeng stood with his hands behind his back in the void, his dark azure Taoist robe billowing in the gale that could tear apart a Tai golden immortal, yet remained spotless. Around him the 24 heavens revolved slowly like a resplendent star ring guarding him at the center. His gaze swept over the retreating demon race, finally settling on the 12 primordial witches, whose murderous aura surged to the heavens. His voice was devoid of any fluctuation. Which clan? It is your turn now. In response, 12 roars that shook the chaos erupted. Dijiang Primordial, which tore space apart with his claws, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes reflected the long river of time Gonggong, and Zhurong summoned the origins of water and fire. The 12 primordial witches, their physical bodies comparable to innate spiritual treasures, unhesitatingly forced out their purest essence blood, while countless ancient blood runes interwove and condensed in the void. A desolate, domineering will, as if slumbering since the dawn of creation, abruptly awakened. Within the blood runes, the silhouette of a colossal giant standing tall between heaven and earth suddenly manifested. Muscles knotted like the Kunlun mountains, and overwhelming pressure that despised the chaos and shattered all laws with sheer force made the boiling chaos sea wail and tremble. Peng, a true form. In the distance, Dijuan, supporting the weakened Tai, cried out in a hoarse voice. Tai gripped the wildly trembling chaos bell in his bosom, which was almost breaking free from his grasp, his knuckles turning white. The bell's urgent lament resembled a minister facing a supreme sovereign, or as if encountering its destined nemesis. In the depths of Dijuan's eyes surged unprecedented fear and icy coldness. The Witch Clan had hidden such a trump card. Had Kunpeng not intervened today, how could his demon race have resisted this Peng true form? At the same moment, within the primordial world atop Mount Kunlun, Laozi sat before the alchemy furnace, his calm face suddenly rippling slightly. The Taiji diagram in his bosom trembled violently. Without warning, the yin-yang fish spinning madly, the summoning power from the origin overwhelming and irresistible. He slightly raised his eyelids, and his vast quasi-saint peak power pressed down, firmly imprisoning this innate supreme treasure. Not far away, the Panga banner in Yuanshi's hands autonomously unfurled, rustling loudly, as myriad chaotic sword chi flew wildly, tearing countless fine cracks in the surrounding void. Yuanshi's face was as dark as water, his boundless mana pouring out without reservation to stabilize the treasure, but a flicker of disbelief and rage passed through his eyes. He had always considered himself the orthodox lineage of Pangu, enjoying great merits and fortune, except for Dao ancestor Hongjun and his elder brother Laozi. He felt superior to everyone else. Even Tongtian, another of the 3 pure ones, had to humble himself before him. Unexpectedly, these barbaric primordial witches who cultivated only their physical bodies and disrespected the heavenly Dao could summon the Pangu projection with their bloodline power. Beyond his shock, Yuanshi felt a strong resentment of being defiled and provoked festering in his chest. On the other side, within the chaos, the 12 primordial witches stood beneath the Panga true form, continuously pouring their law power into the projection. Dijiang Primordial, which roared hoarsely, Kunpeng, do not think that because you defeated this rabble of the demon race, you can act arrogantly before my witch clan. Gong Primordial Witch bellowed. Kunpeng, today we will let you witness the supreme might of our Father God. Zhurong Primordial Witch laughed wildly. Kunpeng, to die under the invincible divine power of our Father God is your greatest glory. Ha 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 ha. With the wild laughter of the 12 primordial witches and Dejian's roar, the towering Peng projection let out a roar that shook the primordial chaos, reaching out a giant hand to grasp the void axe come. In the distance, the chaos bell in Tai's bosom wailed, while the Taiji diagram in Laozi's hands and the Peng banner before Yuanshi trembled in response, yet ultimately failed to break free. The Peng projection seemed unwilling. The endless chaotic chi around it converged, madly condensing into a somewhat illusory giant axe form in its palm. First strike, Peng opens the heavens, breaking the chaos. Open. The axe swung down. No earth-shattering brilliance, only an extreme gray radiance spreading along the most primordial texture of chaos. Wherever it passed, yin and yang chi were easily split apart, clarity and turbidity separated, and even space showed terrifying patterns of glass-like fragmentation striking straight at Kunpeng. Kunpeng's pupils contracted sharply, and he abruptly flicked his sleeve, sending 5 brilliant beams of light howling out. The eastern green lotus banner of pure light halted, emitting 10,000 green lotus flowers deriving infinite vitality. The southern flame banner of earth fire stood firm, with crimson flames roaring like fire dragons burning the chaos. The central yellow flag of earth stood firm, its earthy yellow light transforming into billions of miles of thick earth bearing all things. The western white cloud flag of the realms spread out, golden clouds rolling like waves, isolating all laws. The northern black water banner of control unfurled, black water surging, freezing time and space. Primordial 5 elements grand formation arise. The 5-colored divine light interwove into a massive net covering billions of miles, with the 5 elements cycling and perishing within, deriving wild forests, vast starry rivers, and finally returning to the origin of chaos, aiming to absorb and erode the axe blade that destroyed everything. Ding! The moment the axe blade struck the net, billions of miles of lotus flowers instantly shattered. The crimson fire dragon wailed, the earth barrier rose up with a roar, the golden clouds broke, the black water churned. The net deeply dented, emitting a groaning of unbearable burden. Kunpeng grunted, a trace of pale golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his blood surging. This strike had already wounded him. Second strike, shatter the universe. The Peng projection did not pause, the giant axe swung again. This strike, the axe blade boiled with earth, water, fire, and wind, as if to reduce all tangible forms of the myriad worlds back to the original chaos. The net formed by the primordial 5 elements grand formation trembled violently, with countless cracks instantly appearing on its surface, and the central yellow flag of earth emitted a mournful sound. Kunpeng's eyes flashed with cold light, and he suddenly formed a hand seal. With my yin-yang creation, Tao reversed the 5 elements. 5 elements reversal turned defense into offense. The 5-element net covering billions of miles rapidly contracted inward. The power of wood transformed into billions of pure Bimu lotus flowers. The power of fire condensed into a single point of primordial extinction, true yang. The power of earth collapsed into a void abyss that devoured everything. The power of metal self-derived billions of primordial gungjin blades. The power of water became extremely viscous, firmly locking the chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind. The 5 elements converged and condensed at the center origin of the grand formation, merging with yin and yang chi, unleashing massive chaotic colored orbs continuously, like a barrage of chaotic colored rocket-propelled grenades. Boom, boom, boom. Billions of chaotic colored orbs like a rain of pear blossoms collided with the axe blade that annihilated everything, each orb exploding under the extreme suppression of the axe blade. Kunpeng's body shook violently, and the 24 heavens behind him emerged again as a barrier blocking this second strike. He forcibly swallowed the blood rising to his throat, looking at the primordial 5 elements grand formation that was on the verge of breaking and then painfully reforming. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes dissipated, leaving only determination. The power of this Peng true form far exceeded his estimation. Third strike, expand the universe. The 12 primordial witches' faces twisted, their essence blood burning as they poured into the formation diagram. The Peng projection raised both arms above its head, and on the giant axe formed of chaotic chi, all energy fluctuations and law radiance faded, leaving only an extreme nothingness. That nothingness devoured light, devoured divine thoughts, devoured all conceptual existence, and even time and space twisted and perished around it, returning to the most primordial dead silence. This was the Honghuang light, more ancient than chaos, the ultimate embodiment of the moment when the heavens and earth were split open. Before the axe fell, the entire chaos sea had already begun to collapse toward that point of nothingness. Kunpeng took a deep breath of the thinning chaotic chi, his tattered dark azure Taoist robe dancing wildly without wind. He watched that power far beyond quasi-saint peak slowly descending upon him, and he laughed softly, the laughter rising from low to high, carrying a near-mad battle intent and a carefree detachment that saw through life and death. The primordial 5 elements were born from chaos. Today I will show you what it means to reverse chaos. He suddenly pressed his palms together, and a Tao mantra burst from his tongue. 5 elements return to origin, yin-yang creation, reverse the universe, break the nothingness, prajna, heavens, chaos mantra, enter Honghuang. Unite. The near-broken primordial 5 elements grand formation abruptly contracted, forming a violently boiling 5-colored orb. The vast 5-colored light was completely absorbed into the quietly appearing Honghuang, ruler of heaven's measure, in his hand. With my essence blood as guide, with the 5 banners, origin, as fuel. Kunpeng's voice tore through chaos, surging powerfully. The Honghuang creation of heaven and earth is not destruction nor annihilation, but bringing forth existence from nothingness. As Kunpeng spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the Honghuang, ruler of heaven's measure. The Honghuang, ruler of heaven's measure, suddenly blazed with light, no longer a simple black and white, but the ruler body flowed with dazzling 5-element divine light, intermingling and cycling, deriving chaos, and then breaking the chaos. Facing the all-devouring third strike of Peng, Kunpeng poured everything into a strike of the ruler. No sound, no radiance. Only a fine pure white blade of light embodying the initial meaning of all things emerged from the tip of the ruler, gently meeting that point of nothingness. It was like the embryonic form of Peng's creation, yet at the edge of the blade flowed the faint light of the 5 elements' birth and death, the evolution of chaos, embodying the supreme principle of bringing forth existence from nothingness. The moment the blade of light touched the axe blade, the entire chaos sea fell into absolute silence. The next instant, an indescribable, incomprehensible, unobservable cataclysm erupted, engulfing everything. Chaos was torn open by a massive rift stretching unknown billions of miles, countless shattered spaces, annihilated gales, and chaotic law currents gushing like fountains, only to vanish into nothingness upon touching the explosion's core. The Peng projection let out a roar filled with reluctance, the giant axe phantom shattering inch by inch, its massive body rapidly melting and fading like snow under the sun. The 12 primordial witches were struck as if by lightning, blood spraying across the sky, their bodies uncontrollably flying backward. The tide of destruction scoured everything. When the energy storm that could annihilate a great 1,000 worlds slowly subsided, and the broken chaotic chi began to flow again, the scene at the center of the battlefield was revealed. Kunpeng still stood there. His dark azure Taoist robe was tattered, revealing skin covered with countless fine cracks, oozing pale golden blood, his right hand holding the ruler trembling slightly. But his spine remained straight as an arrow. He slowly raised his eyelids, his eyes burning with the exhaustion of after-battle embers, yet also a sharp, refined divine light brighter than stars sweeping over the struggling primordial witches and the horrified demon race in the distance. In the chaos sea he stood alone, stained with blood, his might pressing down through the ages. The threads of the calamity seemed already in his grasp, the end of fate within reach. Amidst the chaos, the terrifying energy surge capable of tearing space gradually subsided. Kunpeng's robe was torn and bloodstained, yet he stood as unwavering as an immortal mountain. He took a deep breath, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a flash of azure divine light, his damaged robe instantly restored to its pristine state. He surveyed his surroundings. Wherever his sharp gaze fell, whether on the 12 Zuwu struggling to rise, or on Dijuan and Tai, whose faces were pale in the distance, all fell silent under his piercing scrutiny. The chaotic gale still howled violently, yet time seemed to have frozen. After a long moment, Kunpeng's voice slowly resounded. Though not loud, it carried an undeniable authority, reaching the ears of everyone present, as if it were the Tao's own decree echoing across the shattered chaos sea. This battle ends here. Dijiang Zuwu, clutching his sunken chest, stared fixedly at Kunpeng, his eyes filled with reluctance and shock. He simply could not accept that the true form of their father, summoned by the 12 heavenly fiend array, though only a phantom, could unleash the world-shattering 3 axes of heaven opening, and yet they had actually been withstood by Kunpeng. Kunpeng's strength had completely exceeded their understanding. In the distance, Dijuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging blood and the storm within his heart, and asked in a low voice, "Kunpeng, what do you intend?" He had to ask. Though Kunpeng appeared injured, his unfathomable aura and the power that had just reversed the 5 elements to withstand the heaven-opening strike were beyond their imagination. Kunpeng's gaze swept over the Wu and Yao clans as he spoke slowly. The primordial world cannot withstand large-scale battles among you all. I said earlier that if I could withstand the strongest strikes from both sides, you would heed my counsel. Now I have done so. I hope you will keep your promise. From this day forth the Yao rule the heavens, the Wu rule the earth, governing separately. Any large-scale conflict must not take place within the primordial world. He paused, his voice turning cold. If you have grievances or ambitions for supremacy, then, as I said, go settle them in the chaos. The chaos is boundless enough for you to display your might. Whoever can defeat the other in the chaos, Kunpeng, will not interfere. But if anyone dares to violate today's oath, igniting the flames of war in the primordial world, harming innocent lives, damaging the legacy of Lord Pengu, destroying his transformed body, and shaking the foundations of heaven and earth. Kunpeng did not continue. He merely released for an instant the peak quasi-saint pressure that had not yet fully subsided, mixed with a trace of the Tao's aura of world creation. Boom. Though it lasted only a moment, it shook the primordial spirits of all great beings, as if they had witnessed the recreation of chaos and the collapse of 10,000 Taos. It was a terrifying deterrent beyond the current realm. Dejuan and Tai's expressions were extremely grim, but circumstances were stronger than will. They knew that if they did not agree today, the elite of the Yao clan might truly be lost here. On the other side, Dejiang exchanged glances with the other Zhu Wu and finally nodded sullenly. Though arrogant, they were not foolish. Kunpeng's strength and the righteous cause of protecting the father's transformed body forced them to bow for the time being. Fine, Dejiang gritted his teeth. We shall do as you say. The Yao rule the heavens, the Wu rule the earth. The battle and chaos will be decided another day. Dejiang Zhu Wu gave a cold snort, which was taken as tacit agreement. He led the wounded Zhu Wu tearing through the void and returned directly to the Peng temple on Mount Zhou to recuperate. The Yao army also ceased their hostilities. Under the leadership of Dejuan and Tai, they retreated awkwardly to the heavens beyond the primordial world. Temporary peace returned to the chaos, leaving only countless shattered spatial rifts and turbulent currents of law that had not yet settled, recounting the earth-shattering battle that had just taken place. The cataclysmic war in the outer chaos had already drawn the attention of all the top powerhouses of the primordial world. At the edge of the battlefield, Zhun Yuanzi held the Earth Book, whose primordial yellow qi still trembled faintly, as if shuddering from the terrifying energy impact just now. He let out a long sigh, his voice filled with disbelief and heartfelt admiration. Kunpeng Daofren's ability has reached such a level. Not only did he withstand the myriad demon array and the chaos bell, but he also took the three axes of Pengu's true form. Truly the foremost under the sages, worthy of the Tao Ancestor's title of Tao Master. The smile on Hongyun's face had vanished, replaced by deep solemnity and shock. He murmured, Kunpeng Daofren's final move, the reversal of the 5 elements deriving chaos, is likely no longer a quasi-saint technique. His understanding of his own Tao must be nearly one with the Tao itself. Nua's beautiful eyes sparkled with extraordinary light. As a late-stage quasi-saint, she could feel the terror of Pengu's true form, an almost extreme manifestation of power. Even the first axe she doubted she could withstand, yet Kunpeng had faced 3 axes head-on. His strength far exceeded her imagination. She whispered, it seems that the power Kunpeng Daofren displayed in the past was merely the tip of the iceberg. In their respective dojos on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. The phantom of the Taiji diagram in his eyes finally faded into silence. He remained speechless for a long time, then let out a soft sigh. Reversing chaos with the 5 elements, nearly creating life. This child's Tao has taken a different path beyond what I can fully fathom. His tone carried a rare hint of gravity and recognition. Yuanshir's face was as dark as water. He gripped the Pengu banner tightly in his hand. The more astonishing Kunpeng's performance, the more the prejudice against those born from moisture and eggs stung his pride. Particularly the Wu clan's ability to summon Pengu's true form made him, the self-proclaimed orthodox heir of Pengu, feel deeply embarrassed. He snorted coldly. Relying on the power of spiritual treasures, a desperate gamble. It is ultimately not the grand Tao. Though his words were harsh, they could not conceal a trace of barely perceptible wariness. Tongtian, however, slapped the jade table in front of him, his eyes blazing with astonishing battle intent. The green lotus sword and the 4 swords of immortal killing behind him hummed, almost leaping from their sheaths. What a Kunpeng! What a feat, withstanding Pengu's true form. Thrilling. Truly thrilling. On Mount Ling in the Mahavira Hall, the bitterness on Jane's face deepened. He gazed in the direction of the chaos, pressed his palms together, and said sourly, alas, how did he come to possess so many treasures? With such strength, when can I ever avenge my grievances? Zhuanti beat his chest and stamped his feet, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and a deep greed. Brother, not only does Kunpeng possess unmatched strength, but he also holds countless supreme treasures. The 24 calming sea pearls, the 5 elemental flags, the mysterious ruler, the gourd. If we could obtain even 1 or 2 of his treasures, the West could rise in an instant. In the chaos, Kunpeng watched the Wu and Yao clans retreat. The second step of his plan had succeeded. As long as the foundations of the primordial world, such as Mount Zhou and the earth veins and spirit veins, were not damaged, the world's original essence would not be harmed, and the future primordial world would not degrade. It even held limitless potential, which was crucial for his future arrangements. Now perhaps the great calamity can be delayed. But the Tao of heaven flows on, and the struggle between Wu and Yao is inevitable. His gaze was deep as he looked into the endless chaos. A moment ago the chaos pearl in his sea of consciousness had caught a trace of a mysterious formation fluctuation. He then turned and slightly cupped his hands toward Jin Yanzi Nuwa and the others. This matter is settled. I still have some affairs to handle alone. Fellow Taoists, please go ahead to the North Sea. Jin Yuanzi Nuwa and Hongyun looked at Kunpeng with concern. Tao friend, you have just finished a great battle and suffered considerable loss. Is there anything we can help with? Kunpeng smiled slightly. This minor injury is nothing. With a flip of his palm, a small jade bottle appeared in his hand containing the 3 light divine water. Kunpeng opened the jade bottle and tilted his head back, draining the 3 light divine water in one gulp. In an instant, a profound cyan divine light burst forth from within him, and the dense fine wounds on his body healed at a visible speed. His aura at the peak of quasi-saint solidified once more with not a trace of weakness remaining. Nuwa Xinyuanzi and Hongyun saw this, and the hearts they had been holding finally relaxed. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, this minor injury is nothing to speak of. Kunpeng brushed his sleeve and straightened his robe. This battle has granted me some unique insights into using the 5 elements and yin-yang to derive creation and reverse chaos. Once I have dealt with some trivial matters, I will return to Beihai to discuss it in detail with you all. Well said. Xinyuanzi stroked his beard and nodded. Hongyun laughed heartily, patting his chest. Perfect. Senior brother Xinyuanzi and I have also made some headway in comprehending the Hongmeng purple qi, so we can exchange insights together then. Nuwa also smiled and nodded. At that time I will also share the insights I have gained over nearly 2 kalpas to discuss with you all. The few of them exchanged smiles, their tacit understanding speaking volumes without words. In the chaos, Kunpeng watched the departing figures of Nuwa Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, then turned his gaze toward the depths of the chaos. The chaos pearl within his sea of consciousness was still faintly trembling, and that mysterious array fluctuation was like a beacon in the dark night, guiding him toward an unknown opportunity. The aura he had captured during the previous battle, though faint, carried a hint of creation's rhythm that made his heart tremble, clearly extraordinary. Since an opportunity lies ahead, there is no reason to miss it. Kunpeng murmured, and with a flicker of his form, his true body of the profound cyan cloud Peng blotted out the sky. With a beat of his wings, he transformed into a streak of light and charged into the chaotic gales. The chaos was boundless, with gales as sharp as blades and shattered stars, and turbulent laws of order everywhere. Guided by the chaos pearl, Kunpeng sped along the barrier of the primordial world, dodging countless spatial rifts along the way. After who knows how many years, when he passed through a spatial vortex, formed by billions of chaos fragments, the chaos pearl's trembling suddenly became intense. The source of the array fluctuation was right ahead. It was a sandwich zone between a chaos rift and the primordial world barrier. The space was twisted like a twisted strand, and faintly visible were layers of light patterns flowing within the very image of array restrictions. Kunpeng retracted his form, returning to human shape and hovering in the void. He gazed at the light patterns, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. The aura of this array was even more ancient and majestic than the primordial chaos array of Polai Island and the primordial yin-yang creation array of Yingzhou Island, faintly revealing the Tao resonance of life and transformation. He dared not be negligent. With a wave of his hand, 24 calming sea pearls flew out, evolving into the phantom images of 24 heavens around him. The heavenly worlds interwove to form an indestructible barrier, completely isolating the chaotic gales and spatial turbulence. Then he summoned the 12-grade pure world White Lotus. The lotus platform bloomed, and a holy white light descended, supporting him as he slowly landed before the array. Let me see what secrets you are hiding. Kunpeng sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, his eyes half closed, his divine sense extending like threads into the light patterns of the array. The chaos pearl spun rapidly within his sea of consciousness, reflecting the array's meridians and restrictions with perfect clarity. Billions of array combinations were swiftly deduced in his mind. This array drew upon the chaotic air currents as its foundation, fused the 5 elements and yin-yang as its pivot, and used primordial spiritual energy as its guide. Within the layered restrictions flowed the endless power of creation, capable of breathing in and out the chaos origin itself, evolving the vitality of all things. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Kunpeng suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of enlightenment in his gaze. So that's it. This array is called the Primordial Chaos Creation Array. Having initially grasped the essence of the array, he immediately activated the Hongmeng Hidden Void Art. The 5 elements, power and yin-yang energy within him merged, transforming into a warm, gentle white light of creation, perfectly aligning his aura with the array. His form gradually became ethereal, like a drifting mist merging into the light patterns. Even the core autonomous consciousness of the great array was deceived, taking him as a natural part of the array's evolution. Passing through layer upon layer of array light screens, the scene before him suddenly changed. What came into view was a small world suffused with 7-colored rosy clouds. The primordial spiritual energy was so dense it nearly materialized, forming wisps of spiritual mist that drifted through the air. On the ground, clusters of jade trees grew, their branches and trunks as translucent as emerald, with dewdrops containing life force condensed on their leaves. 9-section calamus covered the ground everywhere, each section emitting a faint 7-colored light and a rare fragrance that fortified the foundation and nurtured the origin. Moreover, there were countless spiritual flowers and exotic plants never seen before. Some blossoms would spit out runes containing laws when they bloomed, others would transform into agile specks of light upon ripening and merge into the earth. Even the soil beneath his feet shimmered with a faint jade luster, and stepping on it, he could feel pure life force flowing into his body through the soles. What a remarkable land of creation, Kunpeng sighed inwardly. His gaze swept over the immortal healing herbs and sacred fruits scattered everywhere, yet he did not reach out to take them. He knew well that at the core of such a treasured land there must be an even greater opportunity. He suppressed his aura and cautiously made his way through this small world. Along the way he encountered this swamp of annihilation that could devour life. Black mist swirled within it, and even primordial spiritual roots would wither rapidly when approaching. He also came across the sea of illusory dream flowers, where the blooming blossoms could reflect the deepest desires of one's heart, and a single misstep would lead to sinking into it. But Kunpeng, relying on his cautious nature and the powerful perception of a peak quasi-saint, avoided each one, always advancing toward the central core of the small world. After several years he crossed a towering mountain 10,000 zhang high, and suddenly before his eyes appeared a lake shrouded in pure white mist. The lake water displayed a 7-colored glassy hue, each color containing a different law of creation. Within the ripples on the surface were faint phantoms of all things being created endlessly. The water in the lake was none other than the legendary fountain of life. By the lake stood a towering tree, its trunk as if cast from gold, and from its branches hung dozens of fist-sized fruits. The fruits were entirely wrapped in 7-colored flowing light, their surfaces covered with mysterious runes, each exuding a dense aura of creation and vast magical power fluctuations. It was a chaos spiritual root. He extended his divine sense into the tree's trunk, perceiving the information conveyed by the runes, and immediately understood the tree's name and effect. This chaos spiritual root was named by the Great Luo called the Tree of Life. A flash of surprise appeared in Kunpeng's eyes. This tree contained infinite vitality and creation. It bloomed once every 30,000 years, bore fruit once every 30,000 years, and took another 30,000 years to ripen. Its fruits contained a rich essence of life and the laws of creation. Even a quasi-saint could enhance their magic power by consuming them, and it could also aid in comprehending the Great Luo of creation. He hesitated no longer. With a wave of his hand, 5 beams of colored light enveloped the Tree of Life, along with the large area of jade-tinged creation, fertile soil beneath it, and carefully transported them into the world inside the Chaos Pearl, placing them where the Moon Laurel tree originally stood. After doing all this, he turned his gaze to the center of the 7-colored glassy lake. The mist there was the thickest, faintly flickering with the rhythm of creation, clearly the core of the small world. Kunpeng lightly tapped his toes and flew across the lake like a wisp of smoke, heading toward the center. Passing through layers of white mist, the scene before him changed once more. At the center of the lake, a smooth white oval stone floated in the air. Its surface rippled with a soft light of creation covered with dense creation runes. This was the core array, eye of the formation. Below the stone, a 4-legged square cauldron floated quietly, its body enshrouded in an inseparable aura of creation. The cauldron's walls were carved with patterns of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants, each line containing the true meaning of the Great Luo of creation. This is... Kunpeng was about to step forward to take the treasures when a faint disturbance suddenly came from his sea of consciousness. He swept his divine sense and immediately discovered 2 tiny figures rushing up from the bottom of the lake. They were actually a green and a white little snake. The 2 little snakes were only a few feet long with smooth scales and pure auras, but they had only the cultivation of early golden immortal. Clearly they were beings born from the natural evolution of this small world. Their auras perfectly matched the creation origin of the small world. If they hadn't actively approached, even Kunpeng's divine sense would have found it difficult to detect them. How interesting. Kunpeng's lips curled slightly. Neither Penglai Island nor Yingzhou Island had given birth to any living beings, yet this world had nurtured 2 little snakes. An anomaly indeed. However, the 2 little snakes had no intelligence at all. Their eyes were a murky gray. They opened their mouths and lunged at Kunpeng purely by instinct, as if trying to swallow him whole. They clearly did not realize that this figure before them, even revealing only a trace of his aura, was far beyond an ordinary quasi-saint, and certainly not something that beings at the early golden immortal level could provoke. Kunpeng did not move, he simply reached out and grabbed. Two invisible streams of magic power instantly immobilized the two little snakes in midair, leaving them unable to move no matter how they struggled. The magic power slowly tightened, shrinking the two little snakes from large to small, eventually turning them into two streams of light that landed steadily in Kunpeng's palm. He did not kill them, instead he examined them with interest. His divine sense probed into the little snakes' primordial spirits and immediately discovered that their spiritual platforms were shrouded by dense, baleful aura. The baleful aura had almost saturated their entire primordial spirits. No wonder their intelligence was not developed, and they only acted on instinct. You two little ones are quite lucky, Kunpeng said with a faint smile. If it had been someone else, you would have been reduced to ashes by now. With that, he summoned the 12th-grade pure world white lotus. The lotus platform bloomed with a holy white light, and under his peak quasi-saint magic power, the white light flowed like silk into the two little snakes' bodies, precisely enveloping the baleful aura. In just a moment, all the baleful aura was drawn out, turning into two wisps of black smoke that dissipated in the air. The instant the baleful aura left their bodies, the two little snakes' eyes suddenly lit up. Their murky gray pupils turned pure black, sparkling with lively luster. They exchanged glances, their eyes showing human-like confusion and gratitude. Then with a flicker of their forms, they transformed into two young girls, one in green and one in white, with skin like snow and features like a painting. They knelt before Kunpeng, bowing gracefully. "Thank you, Senior, for saving us." Kunpeng looked at the two girls, and his heart stirred. The appearance of these two girls was strikingly similar to the green and white snake spirits from a classic TV drama. In his past life memories, even the charm between their brows was identical. He nodded slightly and asked, "Do you two have names?" Upon hearing this, the two girls showed a shy expression. The white-clad girl said softly, "Since we were born, our two sisters have been dull in intelligence, afflicted by baleful aura, suffering every day and only acting on instinct. We have never had names." Kunpeng pondered for a moment and said, "I happen to be in need of two attendants to tend to my spiritual plants and herbs. Would you two be willing to follow me?" The two girls quickly kowtowed again. "Thank you, Master, for taking us in. Our lives were saved by you, and it is our blessing to serve you." Kunpeng smiled gently and waved his hand to help the two girls up. "Since that's the case, from now on you two will stay by my side. Green snake, you shall be called Xiaoqing, and white snake, you shall be called Xiaobai." "Thank you, Master, for bestowing names," Xiaoqing and Xiaobai said in unison, their eyes filled with gratitude and joy. Kunpeng looked at the newly transformed young girls before him, then at the stone and square cauldron floating in the air, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This journey into the chaos had yielded far beyond expectations. Not only had he obtained the tree of life, a chaos spiritual root, and a supreme treasure of creation before him, but he had also gained two intelligent young attendants. Truly, it was a journey well worth taking. Accepting the two child servants, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, Kunpeng's gaze was gentle. He turned his hand, and a delicate, translucent miniature palace appeared in his palm. It was a portable cave dwelling refined from chaos primordial stone. With a mere thought, the small palace grew with the wind, transforming into a magnificent hall with its doors wide open. Inside, spiritual energy swirled, forming a self-contained realm. "You two go inside first. Once I finish handling matters here, I will take you back to the North Sea," Kunpeng instructed the two girls. "Yes, Master." Xiaoqing and Xiaobai obediently responded. Having just awakened their intelligence, they felt both wonder and reverence for this sudden change, sensing that their master's aura was as deep as the ocean, majestic yet gentle, and that following him was an immense fortune. The two gracefully bowed, then transformed into streaks of cyan and white light, flying into the hall. When the doors closed, Kunpeng waved his hand to retract the palace, which instantly shrank to palm size and was tucked into his sleeve. He turned his gaze back to the lake's center below, where a luminous white stone floated, and beneath it stood a four-legged square cauldron. Both were enveloped in a faint halo of innate restrictions, appearing mysterious against the shimmering water. He first extended his divine sense toward the cauldron. The moment his divine sense touched the cauldron's body, a vast Tao resonance surged like a tide, carrying within it the traces of the origin of all things. Kunpeng's spiritual consciousness sank into it, witnessing tinder sprouts breaking through the soil, meteorites transforming into stars, and the initial separation of chaos into clear and turbid, as if facing the very source of cosmic evolution. Countless fragments of information followed, flooding into his sea of consciousness. The cauldron's origin, its powers, all jumbled like tangled threads. Kunpeng closed his eyes, a faint golden light swirling at his brow. After an unknown time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and an uncontrollable divine light burst forth in his pupils. Even the surrounding currents of creation energy surged due to his emotional agitation. The creation cauldron. Such a treasure, he murmured softly, his voice carrying a tremor he himself barely noticed. a mix of excitement and disbelief. This cauldron was called the Creation Cauldron, with an origin beyond imagination. Its predecessor was none other than the creation demon god among the 3,000 demon gods before the opening of heaven, who governed the Tao of creation and wielded the chaos supreme treasure, the creation Qianquan Mother Qi Cauldron. During the calamity of the opening of heaven, this cauldron was split by Peng's axe into two halves. One half drifted into the primordial world, rumored to have transformed into the heaven and earth cauldron, which could turn acquired things back to innate. The half before him by chance fell into this small world, shedding the name Qianquan Mother Qi and retaining only creation, yet still harboring earth-shattering power. Its function was never ordinary alchemy or artifact forging. Rather, it refines all things, returns them to their origin, merges and penetrates and transcends the original shackles. These 16 characters shone brilliantly in his sea of consciousness. Kunpeng's heart trembled violently. This meant that if several treasures of different origins and conflicting attributes were thrown into the cauldron, by refining them with the power of creation, they could be traced back to their most fundamental chaos chi. Then, guided by the Tao of creation, they would completely merge into a single new treasure of the same root and origin, with power far exceeding the sum of all the original treasures. Moreover, as long as there were sufficient materials and cost, even repairing damaged chaos relics, such as merging the chaos bell, the Taiji diagram, and the Peng banner into one to recreate the glory of Peng's axe, was theoretically not just empty talk. Heaven-defying. This treasure is far more heaven-defying than the heaven and earth cauldron. Kunpeng could not contain his ecstasy. For him, this cauldron was a perfect match. Using it to strengthen treasures, to restore supreme treasures, to fuse the three corpses into one, his path ahead seemed suddenly dazzlingly bright. Without a moment's hesitation, he condensed a finger, and a primordial spirit carrying his own Tao imprint shot precisely into the cauldron. The cauldron's body trembled violently. The sun, moon, and stars carved on its walls seemed to come alive. Stars revolved, sun and moon alternated. The engraved mountains, rivers, and plants swayed, as if in the wind. Dewdrops formed on the grass blades, and the sound of flowing water echoed from the mountain streams. Then the cauldron emitted a cheerful hum, transformed into a streak of white light, and entered Kunpeng's brow, sinking deep into his primordial spirit to be quietly nurtured. Having collected the creation cauldron, Kunpeng turned his gaze to the smooth, oval white stone. He calmed his mind and slowly extended his divine sense like a thin thread into it. The stone's exterior was plain, but within lay a universe. As soon as his divine sense entered, he saw countless runes billions of times finer than a hair interweaving within. These runes were milky white, flowing with creation chi, densely woven into a mysterious grand formation. The core array pattern of the primordial chaos creation grand formation that protected this small world. In the gaps of the array patterns flowed nearly infinite primordial creation power. Chaos chi from outside the stone surged in, and upon touching the primordial power, it was assimilated, transforming into pure creation chi that overflowed, nourishing the surrounding spiritual roots and immortal springs, allowing this realm to thrive endlessly. Kunpeng simply sat cross-legged in the void, calming his mind and focusing his spirit. Within his sea of consciousness, the chaos pearl slowly rotated, deducing the trajectories of the array patterns and the operational laws of the primordial power. His mind was completely immersed. The external currents of creation chi and the rippling Tao light on the lake became a blurred background. Time and chaos was inherently meaningless. Thus he sat, and who knew how long passed. Until one day, Kunpeng slowly opened his eyes. At first, countless creation runes appeared and vanished in his pupils, flickering like sparks. Then they all faded, leaving only a clear, lucid gaze. He had fully comprehended the mysteries of this primordial creation divine stone. Every vein of the array patterns was imprinted in his sea of consciousness, and the method to mobilize the primordial power was deeply ingrained in his mind. As the divine stone was refined, he naturally became the master of this small world, instantly understanding the ins and outs of this place. So this small realm was formed by the fusion of two immortal islands. Kunpeng chuckled in realization. This small world was called the Creation Immortal Island. Its origin was the combination of the two immortal islands Daiyu and Yuanjiao. Similar to Penglai and Yingzhou, they were formed from chaos fragments that fled into spatial cracks during the opening of the primordial world. After drifting for countless ages, they coincidentally collided, and through eons of evolution became this creation immortal realm. This immortal island is fated to be mine. It should belong to me, Kunpeng said calmly yet with undeniable certainty. He flew to the upper space of the small world and began forming hand seals. The finger techniques flowed, resonating from afar, with the primordial creation divine stone deep within his brow. Wang. The entire small world trembled violently. From beneath the earth came the rumbling roar of spiritual veins, as if thousands of dragons were churning underground. In the sky, milky white law runes manifested, dancing like dragons enveloping heaven and earth. The outer, primordial chaos creation grand formation, suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. Billions of runes circulated endlessly, condensing into a massive light shield around the realm, protecting all the mountains, rivers, spiritual roots, and immortal springs within. As Kunpeng changed his hand seal, the light shield began to shrink rapidly. The inner realm also shrank accordingly. The originally wide river turned into a silver thread, the majestic mountains shrank to fingertip-sized mounds, and even the clouds in the air were compressed, becoming denser. In just a few moments, the vast creation immortal realm had transformed into a fist-sized light sphere. Within the sphere, a miniature landscape of mountains and rivers could be faintly seen, radiant and colorful, held steadily in Kunpeng's palm. With a thought, the light sphere turned into a streak of light, entered his brow, and fell directly into the chaos world within the Chaos Pearl. Within the Chaos Pearl, Ingzhou Immortal Island was quietly suspended. The newly arrived creation Immortal Island resonated with it from afar. Each island emanated a different Tao charm, Ingzhou's yin-yang interplay, and creation's vibrant vitality, intermingling together. The world within the Chaos Pearl immediately saw a surge in spiritual energy. The law chains became more solid, and the spatial boundaries quietly expanded, taking another step toward a more perfect world. Kunpeng sensed the changes within the Chaos Pearl and nodded with satisfaction. He raised his hand to straighten his robes, feeling no further attachment. His form flickered, transforming into a sky-covering, cloud-rocked true body. Spreading its wings, it stirred up endless chaotic currents. A clear, piercing cry of the rock echoed through the chaos, and then like a dark cyan lightning bolt it shot toward the direction of the North Sea in the primordial world below, where Nuwa and the others were waiting for his return. Chaotic chi surged like turbulent waves as Kunpeng, riding a cyan-black streak of light, was about to pierce through the barrier of the primordial world and return to the Northern Sea. At that moment, the Chaos Pearl within his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled faintly, as a subtle, almost imperceptible pull emanated from the void. A sensation both familiar and profound. Kunpeng's heart stirred, and he immediately altered his course, following that ethereal thread of attraction as he flew deeper into the chaos. After traversing countless chaotic gales and passing through myriad shattered spaces, the silhouette of an ancient and majestic palace gradually emerged from the mist of chaos ahead. The Zixiao Palace, that sacred ground of the sage which had vanished entirely since the third sermon, now floated once more in the chaotic void, enshrouded in purple mist and radiating the natural essence of the Tao. A glint of realization flickered in Kunpeng's eyes, confirming his conjecture. Without hesitation, he flew toward the palace gates. The moment his feet touched the ground, a soft creak echoed as the heavy doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly swung open. Two young figures hurried out to greet him, a boy and a girl, their features still bearing the faint outlines of their youthful years. They were none other than the attendants of the Tao Ancestor Haoyan and Yaoqi. By the Master's decree, we humbly invite Senior Uncle Kunpeng to enter the hall for a discussion, they said in unison, bowing respectfully with clear voices. Kunpeng keenly caught the title Senior Uncle and quickly waved his hand. Junior apprentices, you flatter me. Just call me Senior Brother. Before the Tao Ancestor, the title Senior Uncle truly humbles me. Haoyan and Yaoqi exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Yaoqi explained gently, Senior Uncle, you may not know that over the years the Master has often mentioned you in the palace, saying your talent is no less than his own, and that you possess great fortune and grand vision. Thus he has bestowed upon you the title of Tao Teacher. He instructed us to address you as Senior Uncle. This was his personal decree. Seeing their sincere tone and manner, Kunpeng sensed no deceit and ceased his refusals, accepting the title with composure. With a flick of his sleeve, two treasures materialized in the air. One was a seal-shaped mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the ancestral dragon's imperial seal radiating sovereign dragon chi. The other was a jade token the size of a palm, its surface faintly revealing the phantom of a peach orchard. The peach blossom spirit realm, which within its vast concentrated power contained a peach orchard planted with second-generation acquired peach trees nurtured from cuttings of the Rinshui. Peaches. Since you two juniors have called me Senior Uncle, I have no grand gifts to offer. Kunpeng handed the ancestral dragon seal to Haoyan and the peach blossom spirit realm to Yaoqi, saying, though these are not supreme treasures, they are tokens of my sincerity. A small welcoming gift for you two. Haoyan received the seal, feeling its weight, and the dragon chi surging toward him, instantly grasping its value. Yaoqi gently stroked the jade token, sensing the rich vitality and peach fragrance within her, joy overflowing. Their gazes toward Kunpeng grew even more sincere and respectful. Thank you, Senior Uncle. The Master awaits you in the hall, you may enter on your own. Kunpeng nodded slightly, then summoned from his sleeve two young girls, one in green, one in white. The very ones he had taken in earlier at the creation Immortal Island, Shaoqing and Xiaobai. These are my newly accepted attendants, Shaoqing and Xiaobai, he said to Haoyan and Yaoqi. I entrust them to your care for a while. Then he turned to the two girls. This is a sacred ground of the sage, who do not act rashly. Seek guidance from Hao Yin and Yao Qi on all matters. Yes, master. Shao Qin and Shao Bai answered obediently. Having settled them, Kunpeng entered the Zixiao palace alone. The hall remained as it had been in his memory, spacious and austere with star patterns flowing across the floor, the essence of the Tao swirling about, yet devoid of the clamor of the 3,000 guests from that era. On the elevated platform, seated upon a central cushion, was a figure with white hair and a white beard, his expression serene as an ancient well. It was none other than the Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Kunpeng hastened forward to pay his respects. Kunpeng greets the Tao Ancestor. At the sound of his voice, Hongjun on the high platform seemed to awaken from an endless slumber, his tightly shut eyes snapping open abruptly. In that instant, Kunpeng felt as if a golden light pierced the chaotic mist, illuminating the entire universe. Yet it vanished in a flash, as fleeting as an illusion. But he knew it was no illusion. Then a rare and kind smile appeared on Hongjun's face as he spoke. Kunpeng, my friend, you have indeed come. I had not misjudged you. Kunpeng clasped his hands again. When the Tao Ancestor summons, how dare Kunpeng not come? Hongjun shook his head with a smile. You need not be modest. I merely released a sliver of my divine sense beyond the Zixiao palace, and withdrew it in an instant. Even the 3 pure ones of Penghu would likely have difficulty detecting it. Only you could capture that fleeting trace. Kunpeng's face showed a hint of awkwardness, and he smiled with a trace of embarrassment. It may have been a coincidence. The Tao Ancestor flatters me. Then he ventured tentatively, may I ask what instructions the Tao Ancestor has for summoning me here? Hongjun nodded slightly, and with a wave of his sleeve, a purple cushion appeared beside Kunpeng. Sit down, and let me speak with you slowly. Kunpeng did not stand on ceremony, and sat down. He was also curious. What could the Tao Ancestor who had merged with the Tao wish to discuss with him? Once Kunpeng was seated, Hongjun's expression grew somewhat serious. His gaze became distant, as if piercing through endless time, returning to that turbulent era, and he began to speak of the secrets from before his own enlightenment. It happened near the end of the Dragon Han calamity. In the west there was a cultivator named Luo. Hongjun's voice was distant, carrying Kunpeng back to that ancient age. At that time the west was not yet so barren. The western myriad mountains, ancestral vein, Mount Sumeru, pierced the clouds, rich in spiritual energy, a sacred land for cultivation. And within that mountain there was a cultivator named Luo who harbored a shocking conspiracy. Luo was originally the remnant soul of a chaos demon god, Hongjun said gravely. He secretly sowed discord among the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin tribes, igniting a great war among them. In those days the 3 tribes fought fiercely, staining the mountains and rivers with blood. The endless resentment and killing intent, like rivers flowing to the sea, converged toward Mount Sumeru, becoming nourishment for Luo's demonic cultivation. After the destruction of the 3 tribes, their accumulated fortune enabled Luo to perfect his demonic art. Intent on destroying the primordial world to create a new realm, he set up the immortal slaying sword formation, seeking to annihilate heaven and earth, reforge the elements, and attain enlightenment through destruction. Kunpeng listened intently. Such arcane secrets could never be known to outsiders unless narrated by the Tao Ancestor himself. At that time I had not yet attained sagehood, and could not stop Luo alone, Hongjun continued. So I invited 3 fellow cultivators to journey to the west, and prevent Luo from destroying the primordial world. These 3 were Patriarch 5 Elements, Patriarch Qinkuan, and Patriarch Yangmei. A trace of reminiscence gleamed in Hongjun's eyes. Patriarch 5 Elements was exceptionally gifted, his comprehension of the 5 elements laws reaching the extreme. His life-bound treasure, the Honghuang 5 Elements Pearl, could derive the 5 elements of heaven and earth most mysterious. In the immortal slaying sword formation, had he not used the principle of mutual generation and restraint to block the immortal slaying swords, the rest of us might not have endured. Pausing here, Hongjun continued, but the power of the immortal slaying sword formation in Luo's hands far exceeded our estimates. The only way was to simultaneously suppress the 4 arrays, each requiring a great power to confront with full force. At that time Patriarch 5 Elements proceeded to the east to break the immortal slaying gate, while I and the other 2 patriarchs broke the remaining 3 gates. Hongjun's tone remained calm, but Kunpeng could sense the turmoil beneath the surface. Luo's ferocity was overwhelming. Seeing that the array eyes were about to be breached, he did not hesitate to burn his own origin, driving the full power of the sword formation. Kunpeng held his breath, knowing the outcome, yet waiting for the Tao Ancestor to speak it himself. To break the array, Patriarch 5 Elements resolutely chose to self-detonate his primordial spirit, using his lifelong cultivation to temporarily suppress the immortal slaying sword's might. Hongjun said flatly. Almost simultaneously Patriarch Qinkuan made the same choice at another array eye. Hearing this, Kunpeng could not help but be moved and asked urgently, Tao Ancestor, did these 2 predecessors perish and vanish from the Tao? Hongjun nodded. The 2 friends self-destructed, breaking 2 array eyes, greatly weakening the sword formation. Patriarch Yangmei, though severely wounded, trapped the immortal binding sword, while I faced Luoho directly. Later in the battle with Luoho, I comprehended the unity of the three corpses, defeated Luoho. Seeing no hope of attaining the Tao, Luoho swore an oath to the great Tao. When the Tao wanes, the demon waxes. When the Tao waxes, the demon wanes. The demonic path shall endure forever. He transformed into the demon realm and fled the primordial world, detonating all the western earth veins before his escape. Hongjuan's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible weariness. Seeing Hongjuan fall silent, Kunpeng remained quiet for a moment before asking, Tao Ancestor, what is your purpose in revealing these secrets to me? Hongjuan fell silent for a moment, then let out a faint sigh, as if the weight of countless ages and helplessness were carried within that exhalation. There are matters I intended to entrust to my disciples after they attain sagehood, but in recent times I have witnessed the series of upheavals in the primordial wilderness, and my disciples have done nothing at all. This has caused me to change my mind. Kunpeng sat cross-legged on his cushion, listening intently, though a storm stirred within his heart. He knew well that the disciples Hongjuan referred to were the destined sages, the three pure ones Nuwa, and also Junti and Jian, who sneaked in through the back door. From the beginning of the East Sea Celestial Demon War to the recent chaotic Clan Demon War that shook the void, had it not been for your two interventions, Taoist Kunpeng, to stem the tide, the primordial wilderness would have been ravaged beyond recovery. Especially this time, the 12 heavenly gods' evil-slaying formation summoned Peng's true body, whose power had already pushed the primordial wilderness to its limits. Dijuan and Tai's 10,000 demons formation was no weaker. If they had been allowed to clash, Mount Zhou would have collapsed and heaven and earth would have been overturned in an instant. And those disciples of mine who are to become sages, except for Nuwa, all cared only for themselves, ignoring the greater good. Short-sighted and deeply disappointing. On the other hand, Taoist Kunpeng, you gave everything steadfastly, took 3 axe strikes from Peng's projection, and forcibly halted the war. I am both impressed and delighted. Kunpeng quickly clasped his hands and said, Ancestor, you flatter me. To be honest, I am not so noble. I also had my own considerations. I did not wish to see the primordial wilderness shattered by these ignorant beings, cutting off my own path to the Tao. His words were candid without claiming any lofty virtue. Hongjuan, far from being displeased, nodded slightly, his eyes filled with even more approval. Excellent. Truly excellent. It is even rarer for you, Taoist Kunpeng, to speak your true heart. With this thought it is enough. Know this, if the skin does not exist, what can the hair adhere to? The primordial wilderness is our root. Even if one becomes a sage, if the primordial wilderness is damaged, or even destroyed, the sage is like a rootless duckweed with the Tao road severed. He paused, his tone growing exceedingly grave. Take me for instance. Though revered as the Tao Ancestor, honored as a heavenly Tao sage, seemingly transcendent above all things. In truth, my sagehood is also founded upon this world. My primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Tao, sharing weal and woe with the origin of the primordial wilderness. The stronger the power of the primordial wilderness, the greater the sage's strength. Conversely, if the world's origin declines, the sage will weaken and may even fall from the sage position. These words struck like thunder in Kunpeng's heart. Although he had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed by Hongjuan, who had merged with the Tao, still left him profoundly shaken. The sage and the world were bound together. If one prospered, so did the other. If one suffered, so did the other. The power of both sides in this clan demon war has already reached the critical threshold of the primordial wilderness. Hongjuan continued, whether it is the combined strike of the 10,000 demons formation or the 3 axe blows of Peng's true body, if left unchecked, their destructive force would be enough to shake the foundation of the primordial wilderness. If my useless disciples still remain indifferent, then in the end I will have no choice but to personally intervene in the primordial wilderness. At this point Hongjuan paused, his gaze falling once more on Kunpeng with clear approval. Originally, I had prepared myself to be forced to appear. But you appeared and succeeded. Thus you saved me one appearance in the primordial wilderness, and in doing so earned me a glimmer of survival. Kunpeng's mind raced. He caught the deeper meaning in Hongjuan's tone and probed, Ancestor, you seem to have some difficulty speaking. Could it be that appearing in the primordial wilderness is inconvenient for you? Correct, Hongjuan admitted frankly. Taoist Kunpeng, you are indeed perceptive, grasping it at a single point. Merging with the heavenly Tao vastly increased my power, but in truth, it was also a move forced upon me. His gaze pierced into the depths of chaos, as if reminiscing, or as if on guard against something. You may not know, Taoist, that beyond sages lies not the end of the Tao, but merely a starting point. The vastness of chaos far exceeds our imagination. The perfect worlds and great thousand worlds it nurtures are as numerous as grains of sand in the Ganges, far more than just the primordial wilderness. Though the primordial wilderness was created by the great god Peng and possesses boundless potential precisely because of its abundant origin, it is highly susceptible to the covetous eyes of other evil worlds and chaos. Among these worlds there are no lack of powerhouses whose strength rivals that of sages. Hongjuan's words were startling. When I achieved sagehood according to the realm division in chaos, I was only at the first layer of the Honghuang de Luo golden immortal. In the past, the Dragon Han catastrophe and the Dao demon conflict caused such a stir that they already drew the attention of extraterrestrial demon gods. I have repelled invading enemies at the chaotic edge of the primordial wilderness 3 times. Relying on the advantage of fighting on home ground in the primordial wilderness, I could mobilize the power of the heavenly Dao to enhance myself, briefly elevating my strength to the 3rd layer of the Honghuang de Luo golden immortal, barely managing to hold the gate of the primordial wilderness. A trace of weariness appeared on Hongjuan's face, but I know well that to truly protect the primordial wilderness, my current strength is far from sufficient. Deep in chaos, there must exist beings far beyond the 3rd layer of the Honghuang de Luo golden immortal. After much deliberation, I saw only one shortcut to rapidly increase my power: merging with the heavenly Dao. After merging, I can fully borrow the power of the primordial wilderness enough to unleash the might of the peak of the Honghuang de Luo golden immortal. But he changed his tone, his voice heavy. How can a shortcut be so easy to walk? The heavenly Dao of the primordial wilderness is the will left behind by the great god Peng after his death in creating the world. Though it lacks intelligence, its instinct is vast and overwhelming. I cannot fully control this will. Instead, most of the time, I am suppressed by it, falling into a deep slumber, only able to awaken briefly when the primordial wilderness faces a fundamental crisis. And each awakening accelerates the erosion of my own consciousness by the heavenly Dao's awareness. If I am forced to awaken too frequently or rely too heavily on the power of the heavenly Dao, the more times this happens, the more likely my consciousness will be completely assimilated by the instinctive will of the heavenly Dao never to return. Kunpeng listened, his mind violently shaken. Finally, he understood how dire Hongjuan's situation was. This Dao ancestor, seemingly supreme, was in truth like a guardian imprisoned on a lofty throne, each act of intervention burning a part of his own being. Ancestor, is there a way to break this? Kunpeng urgently pressed, seeing the resolve and hope in Hongjuan's eyes. There is, Hongjuan declared with unwavering certainty, his gaze blazing upon Kunpeng. That is to do everything possible to strengthen the origin of the primordial wilderness. As long as the primordial wilderness continues to grow stronger and the heaven and earth become more stable, the great god Pengu's will acknowledge me more and the rejection will diminish. When the primordial wilderness becomes strong enough to surpass the realm of the great god Pengu, I will break free from my bonds and be completely liberated. And at that time, I might even glimpse the supreme Dao. His eyes grew deep, once more filled with anticipation. Daoist Kunpeng, your actions have repeatedly preserved the primordial wilderness, strengthened the northern sea, and blessed all beings. This is great merit, great fortune. I tell you all this today, so that during my slumber you may act as a guardian of this heaven and earth. Unless absolutely necessary, do not allow war to damage the roots and origin of the world. When my disciples attain sagehood, they may share some of the burden, but for now you are the only one I can trust. I wonder, would you Daoist be willing to accept the responsibility of protecting the Dao of the primordial wilderness? Hongjuan's voice echoed through the empty hall, casting forth a request that could shake the ages. Kunpeng was silent for a long time, his eyes flickering, myriad thoughts churning within him. His original intention was merely to secure a corner of peace, observe the changing winds, and accumulate strength to seek transcendence. But now Hongjuan had laid bare the greatest secret of the primordial wilderness and the heaviest responsibility before him. He looked at Hongjuan, this sage who had merged with the Dao and struggled to protect this world, now resembling a sovereign entrusting an orphan, while he himself was like the minister entrusted with the charge. Dao ancestor, you have truly set me an immense challenge. Kunpeng raised his eyes to look at Hongjuan on the high platform, his gaze carrying a trace of helplessness and gravity. How could I possibly merit such trust from the Dao ancestor to be entrusted with a task concerning the survival of the entire primordial world? Though I have the will, I fear I may lack the strength. These words were not mere evasion, but stemmed from heartfelt consideration. Although he had already reached the peak of quasi-sage, wielded precious treasures, and commanded powerful allies, he had some confidence in stabilizing the internal affairs of the primordial world in the future. But to single-handedly protect the Dao of the primordial world, facing the unknown dangers of the endless chaos with his current strength, it was nothing short of a fantasy. Just thinking about it weighed heavily on his heart. On the high platform, Hongjuan's face, as calm as an ancient well, showed no displeasure at Kunpeng's refusal. Instead, a knowing smile flickered across it, as if he had expected such a response. Daoist friend Kunpeng, I am fully aware of your concerns. Hongjuan spoke slowly, his voice gentle, yet carrying a power that soothed the soul. I do not ask you to bear this immense burden alone. If that were the case, would it not be sending you to your death? He leaned forward slightly, his gaze filled with profound expectation. What I need is someone who at a critical moment when I cannot move has the ability and willingness to stabilize the situation, a pillar of support. And you are the most suitable candidate I have found. You need not take the lead in every matter nor interfere in everything. Simply as you have done before, lend a hand when the foundations of the primordial world are about to shake. Moreover, if the primordial world truly faces an external invasion, I will certainly intervene. As he finished speaking, Hongjun lightly flicked his sleeve. A token entirely wreathed in purple qi and engraved with profound Dao patterns slowly flew out from his sleeve, suspending itself before Kunpeng. This is called the Zixiao token. Keep it well. Kunpeng instinctively reached out and took the token. The moment it touched his palm, he felt a warm current merge into his hand, and a wealth of information about the token flooded into his mind. Hongjun continued, though this token is a one-time consumable, it contains the power of my full force strike, equivalent to the supreme strike of a peak mixed yuan primordial golden immortal. Do not use it lightly. Consider it a safeguard I grant you. Feeling the terrifying Dao rhythm within the Zixiao token, Kunpeng's sense of burden largely dissipated. With such a trump card in hand, he indeed felt a greater sense of security. However, Hongjun's gifts were not yet over. Raising his hand again, he lightly pointed his finger at the void. In an instant, the entire Zixiao palace trembled slightly. Boundless Honghuang qi surged from the depths of the void, rapidly gathering and compressing before Hongjun, eventually forming two solid golden rings of merit. Hongjun pointed at the two slowly rotating golden rings of merit, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. These are rewards I have obtained through communication with the heavenly Dao for your 2 acts of stopping conflict. First, for preventing the bloody battle between immortals and demons over the Eastern Sea, sparing that vast expanse from becoming a purgatory. Second, for leading the Wu and Yao tribes into chaos, forcibly quelling their conflict, and protecting the primordial world's origin from harm. Both are acts of great virtue for the primordial world. This merit will provide immense assistance for your future attainment of sagehood. Kunpeng gazed at the 2 golden rings of merit before him. They felt pure and vast, containing far more merit power than what he had gained from creating the Dao script years ago, truly difficult to refuse. The Dao ancestor Hongjun had indeed shown the utmost sincerity and support. Not only did he grant Kunpeng a final trump card capable of reversing life and death, but he also bestowed tangible heavenly Dao merit to help him enhance his strength. With such a weighty entrustment and generous gifts, to refuse further would be disrespectful to the Dao ancestor. Kunpeng took a deep breath, the bitter smile on his face transforming into solemn determination. Dao ancestor, your kindness and immense gifts are clear to me. If I were to refuse further, I would be wasting your trust. He straightened up, his eyes burning with resolve. Since that is the case, I, Kunpeng, humbly accept the responsibility of protecting the Dao of the primordial world. On the high platform, the Dao ancestor Hongjun watched Kunpeng finally accept the heavy task, a relieved and gratified smile spreading across his face. Excellent. Splendid. I shall leave the affairs of the primordial world to you, Taoist friend. With that, Hongjun sent out another treasure pouch containing a variety of treasures, spirit materials, and spirit treasures numbering in the thousands. After the pouch fell into Kunpeng's hands, Hongjun slowly closed his eyes, his figure gradually dissolving into golden light as if he had never existed. 100 years later, in the northern sea of the primordial world, at the main hall of the Beiming Palace, Kunpeng sat high upon the ice throne, his aura as profound as the ocean. Below, the core members of the northern sea lineage were all gathered. At the forefront was Nuwa at the late quasi-sage stage, surrounded by the aura of creation. Below her were Xinyuanzi and Patriarch Hongyan, both at the mid-quasi-sage stage, one with the heavy energy of earth veins, the other with the resplendent light of clouds. Shiha and Changshi followed with the radiance of moonlight flowing around them. After them came Patriarch Kunwu, Patriarch Yochuan, Patriarch Jinping, and Patriarch Shukuan, all at the early quasi-sage stage. Further back stood Xuanwu, Ao, Ran, Zhao, Gongming, the 3 Xia sisters, Methria Daoist, Hu Qi, and others with cultivation levels ranging from Tai Golden Immortal to the peak of De Luo Golden Immortal, the backbone of the Northern Sea. In the hall, several figures caught Kunpeng's attention. They were the 2 middle-aged Daoists transformed from the primal yin-yang flood dragons, Ada and Aer. They had recently broken through to the early De Luo Golden Immortal stage and were accepted as disciples by Kunpeng's evil corpse Yochuan, joining the Northern Sea Enforcement Department. They were nicknamed the Black and White Duo. Behind Honyun stood 2 newly accepted disciples, the Black Water Mystic Snake transformed into Wolong, and the Northern Sea Ice Phoenix transformed into Fengqiu. They had also broken through to the early De Luo Golden Immortal stage, assisting Honyun with trade and diplomacy, and were nicknamed the Northern Sea Twin Stars. After the pleasantries settled, Kunpeng swept his gaze around, and without wasting words went straight to the point. I have called you all here today to distribute some treasures I have obtained in recent years to enhance your strength and deepen the foundation of the Northern Sea. Kunpeng waved his sleeve, and in an instant beams of treasure light shot into the sky, spiritual energy swirled, and countless rare treasures, spirit roots, and immortal herbs floated in the air, a dazzling array that overwhelmed the eyes. Kunpeng first looked at Nuwa and said with a smile, Taoist friend Nuwa, you cultivate the great Tao of creation. These items may be of use to you. As he spoke, 3 clusters of spiritual light flew before Nuwa. The first is the 9 heavens, Shi Rang, containing the mystery of endless creation. The second is the 3 radiance divine water capable of bringing the dead back to life and rich with boundless vitality. The last is the withered gourd vine of primal origin. Nuwa received these 3 treasures, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. The moment they touched her hand, she sensed their extraordinary significance. They were crucial to her path. She immediately rose and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Taoist friend, for your generous gift. These items are indeed of great use for my Tao. Next, Kunpeng turned to Honghuang. A blazing golden flame like the core of the sun flew out, instantly raising the temperature of the hall. Taoist friend Honghuang, this is the primal source of the sun's true fire. It will aid you in comprehending the great Tao of fire. Then he turned to Xinyuanzi and several clusters of divine earth, each flickering with various colors, and carrying either heavy or ethereal auras sped toward him. Taoist friend Xinyuanzi, these are chaos, Shi Rang essence of earth, 9 heavens, Shi Rang, and other earth element essences. They will benefit your enlightenment of the great Tao. Both Honghuang and Xinyuanzi beamed with joy and thanked him in unison. The treasures they received were perfectly aligned with their own Tao. Then Kunpeng looked at Shiha and Changxi and said warmly, I am deeply gratified that you 2 Taoist friends have chosen to join the Northern Sea. I present these 2 gifts to you as a token of my appreciation. As he spoke, 2 streams of light flew toward the 2 women. The one flying toward Shiha was a divine lamp shaped like a bright moon. Within the lamp, the radiance of the lunar essence flowed clear and cold, chilling to the bone, yet calming the mind. This is the superior grade primal spirit treasure, Moonlight Cold Soul Lamp. Wielding it, you can command the power of the lunar cold soul, calming the spirit and purifying evil, greatly beneficial to your cultivation. The one flying toward Changxi was a pair of crystal earrings inside, which seemed to seal a miniature galaxy, with spatial fluctuations ceaselessly swirling. This item is called Star Tier Earrings, also a superior grade primal spirit treasure. It can amplify divine sense attuned to the void, age or teleportation, and escape arts, and allow you to glimpse the mysteries of space-time. Shiha and Changxi received the treasures, and felt them perfectly resonate with their own origins, their power and mystery surpassing what they had before. Overjoyed, they bowed gracefully and thanked him. Many thanks for your generous gifts, Taoist friend. Afterward, Kunpeng began distributing spirit treasures to his subordinates according to their cultivation levels. For his 4 quasi-sage early-stage incarnations, Jinpeng, Shukuan, Kunwu, and Yuquan, he bestowed 2 medium or superior grade primal spirit treasures, each matching their attributes. To Jinpeng, a guilt-breaking void spike, and a sunrise divine light mirror. To Shukuan, a mystic dark heavy water pearl, and a shadowy phantom banner, to help perfect their offensive and defensive capabilities. For those at the peak of de Luo, golden immortal, Xuanwu, Huqi, Methriya, and others, Kunpeng was equally generous, granting each 2 inferior or medium-grade primal spirit treasures. Xuanwu received a Xuanwu sea pacifying shield and an ice serpent cold venom spear. Huqi received a pair of sea-splitting wave-cleaving axes and a storm surge armor. Methriya received a string of serene Bodhi recitation beads and a 9-fold Bodhi glazed lamp. As for Zhao Gongming, the 3 Xia sisters, Ao Run, and other disciples at the early to mid-Tai golden immortal stage, each received 1 inferior grade primal spirit treasure or a powerful acquired spirit treasure according to their cultivation characteristics. Zhao Gongming obtained a wind thunder pearl. Yunxiao obtained a 7-colored auspicious cloud pouch. Bixiao obtained a pair of wand flying dual swords. Xiongxiao obtained a fire cloud shield, and Ao Run obtained a set of mystic dark ice armor. It was not that Kunpeng was stingy. In truth, refining primal spirit treasures was difficult, requiring much time and mental focus to comprehend the inner restrictions. Those with insufficient cultivation would only hinder their own Tao progress if they sought too many. Having 1 or 2 suitable items for protection, focusing on refining and wielding them, was the proper path. After all, not everyone was like Kunpeng, who possessed the Chaos Pearl, a supreme treasure capable of accelerating the deduction of restrictions. After a moment, the radiance of treasures within the main hall of the North Sea Palace gradually faded, and the clamor from the distribution of spiritual treasures subsided. Each received their own treasure, their faces still carrying lingering excitement and gratitude. With a sweep of his sleeve, Kunpeng withdrew the remaining treasure light in the hall in an instant. His gaze swept across the crowd below, finally settling on Nuwa and Yuanzi, Hongyan, Shiha, and Changxi. He nodded with a smile and said, "The second reason I summoned you all here is to discuss the way of Honghuang with you fellow Taoists." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several cold jade meditation cushions flew out from the void, circled above the platform, and arranged themselves around Kunpeng in a ring, emitting a refreshing coolness and Tao resonance. "Please be seated." Nuwa and the others stepped forward, and each chose a cushion to sit on. Seeing this, the disciples below knew that a great Tao lecture was about to begin, and they held their breath, waiting in silence. Kunpeng turned his palm over, producing a set of ice jade tea utensils and a few newly grown Tao awakening tea leaves. The moment the leaves appeared, a pure and ethereal energy spread, causing the primordial spirit to tremble and thoughts to become unprecedentedly clear. Please drink this tea. Kunpeng flicked his finger, and the tea leaves turned into a stream of emerald light, precisely landing in the teacups before everyone. They dissolved upon contact with water, the tea soup clear as jade, exuding a refreshing Tao resonance. They drank as instructed, feeling their spiritual platform become clear. Many obscure points in their past cultivation seemed to loosen. Even Nuwa, who was already at the late quasi-saint stage, couldn't help but brighten her beautiful eyes. Just then Xiaoqing and Xiaobai hurried into the hall, bowed, and reported, "Master, there is a senior outside the hall who claims to be Shi Wangmu, your friend, and seeks an audience." Kunpeng showed a hint of surprise, and then ordered, "Invite her in quickly." Soon Shi Wangmu entered the hall accompanied by the 7 fairies. She wore a simple white Taoist robe, her hair pinned with a phoenix hairpin. Though her attire was plain, she exuded a transcendent and refined temperament. After exchanging greetings with Kunpeng and the others, Shi Wangmu explained her purpose. "In recent years, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Previously in the chaos, I witnessed you fellow Taoists contending against the Wu and Yao clans, your Yin-Yang Tao profound and miraculous. Thus I came to the North Sea, firstly to seek your guidance on the essence of the Yin-Yang Tao, and secondly, to learn the subtle mysteries of the method of beheading the 3 corpses. I hope you will not mind my intrusion." Kunpeng laughed heartily. "Your kindness in gifting the banner before, I am deeply grateful. You have arrived at the perfect time today. I was about to sit and discuss the Tao with these fellow Taoists. Please take a seat." With that, he also sent a piece of Tao awakening tea leaf and added a cold jade cushion. After thanking him, Shi Wangmu sat down gracefully, while the 7 fairies obediently sat with the disciples below. Seeing everyone seated, Kunpeng began to speak, expounding on his own Tao. He started with the phases of wind and water, explaining how the extreme yin and extreme cold of the North Sea true water and the omnipresent nature of the 9 heavens astral wind mutually generate and overcome each other, giving rise to the powers of extreme speed and devouring. As he spoke, visions of a giant koan swallowing the universe and a cloud Peng tearing through space appeared behind him, the Tao resonance vast and awe-inspiring. He then delved into the mysteries of spatial laws, discussing folding, crossing, imprisonment, and shattering. With a light tap of his finger, the space within the hall rippled like water, stretching and compressing. The disciples felt the profound mystery, unable to fully comprehend it at once. He also expounded on the cycle of the 5 elements, their generation and overcoming, using the innate 5 directional banners as a guide, demonstrating the endless transformations of the 5 elements, the birth of all things, and even the reversal of chaos. As the 5-colored divine light revolved, it seemed as if great worlds were being born and destroyed, dazzling the eyes. Then he spoke of the Yin-Yang Tao, its balanced transformation, mutual rooting, and mutual use, elaborating on the supreme principle of combining hardness with softness and endless generation. The shadow of a Taiji diagram rotated behind him, the yin-yang fish swimming, evolving countless subtle truths, enlightening the listeners. Finally, he discussed the essence of the devouring law, not merely plundering, but absorbing the power of all things to nourish oneself, transforming the foreign into the familiar and returning to the origin. For a moment, a miniature black hole appeared in the hall, swallowing all light and spiritual energy, yet feeding back pure primal energy. The profound mystery of the Tao was fully revealed. When he spoke of the method of beheading the 3 corpses, he detailed how to travel the primordial wilderness, experience all things to perceive oneself, sever the divided spirit, and entrust it to spiritual treasures. He analyzed every crucial point so thoroughly that even Nuwa listened intently, nodding frequently. After Kunpeng finished, Nuwa took over, expounding the essence of the creation Tao, elaborating on the mysteries of life creation, instilling spirituality, and mediating creation. In her hands, phantom images of living beings appeared and vanished, the energy of creation flowing, subtly echoing and complementing the various laws Kunpeng had spoken of. Zhen Yuanzi then discoursed on the earth's virtue of supporting all things, the gathering and flow of earthly veins, and the close connection between life and the earth. His Tao resonance was steady and vast, like a spring breeze calming the mind. Honghuang also shared his insights on the violent and destructive nature of fire and the impermanence and transformation of clouds. Rosy clouds and flames intertwined, creating a unique, passionate, and lively interest. Shiha and Changshi discussed the essence of the lunar yin, mutually confirming, with Shi Wangmu's extreme yin law inspiring each other. The 6 quasi-saint powerhouses exchanged questions and answers, debated difficulties, and the sound of the great Tao thundered unceasingly in the hall. Various visions emerged in the great hall, law fragments like heavenly maidens scattering flowers, 1,000-colored auspicious light swirling. Law runes leaped like spirits, and Tao resonance spread like ripples. Although most of the disciples below could not fully comprehend the profound realm, they were immersed in the dense Tao resonance, striving to capture fragments of the law that matched their own cultivation. They listened with rapt attention, their auras fluctuating, clearly gaining great benefits. This Tao discussion lasted for 3 full kalpas. When the Tao sound gradually subsided and the visions slowly dissipated, everyone remained immersed in the mysterious realm, unable to return to their senses for a long time. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more vigorous. It was evident that everyone's understanding of the Tao had deepened significantly, and their comprehension of their own Tao had also improved. Kunpeng looked around, and seeing that all had gained something, said, "The Tao is infinite, so let us stop here for today." The disciples rose, bowed in thanks, and then withdrew one by one, eager to digest the insights gained from the lecture. Nuwa and the others also rose and took their leave of Kunpeng. After everyone had left, Kunpeng sat alone in the secret chamber, slowly closing his eyes. His entire aura sank into absolute stillness, as if he had become nothingness. "It is time." Within the chaos pearl, Kunpeng stood in the void. The 24 Dinghai divine pearls revolved around him, emitting brilliant radiance. Inside each divine pearl, a world in the process of evolution could be faintly seen. His first task was to merge the 24 worlds with the world spontaneously created within the chaos pearl. The 5 elements revolved, generating endlessly. "Establish." Kunpeng shouted, and the innate 5 directional banners flew out, positioning themselves in the 5 directions. Instantly, 5 colored divine light surged, transforming into 5 heavenly pillars that propped up the void. As the banners unfurled, endless streams of 5-element primal energy poured out, injecting into the 24 Dinghai divine pearls. The divine pearl trembled violently, and the world within it evolved and perfected at a visible pace. Mountains and rivers took shape, rivers and seas surged, vegetation flourished. The once illusory realms of heavens gradually solidified, taking on the aura of a true world. Yin and Yang, separate clarity and turbidity part. Kunpeng shouted again, the Honghuang measuring ruler appearing in his hand. With a gentle wave, the energies of Yin and Yang surged forth from within, coiling and intertwining like 2 enormous dragons. The Yang energy rose to form the azure sky, while the Yin energy sank to condense into the earth. The boundaries between heaven and earth in the 24 heavens became increasingly distinct, and order began to emerge. "Stars of the firmament, heed my command." The Zodiac star chart unfurled, drawing in the boundless power of the stars from the primordial wilderness. Beams of starlight traversed the barriers of time and space, pouring into the evolving realms of heavens, condensing into countless stars upon the celestial canopy. They moved according to mysterious trajectories, gradually establishing the cycle of day and night. At that moment, the Lingxiao Palace in the heaven beyond heavens seemed to be struck by a great earthquake. Dijuan and Tai, seeing the boundless power of the stars being drawn toward the North Sea, were both furious. They immediately summoned Fuxi and ordered him to go to the North Sea to investigate the cause. Fuxi accepted the order and departed, but as soon as he reached the border of the North Sea, he was intercepted by Nuwa, who had arrived upon hearing the news. This minor episode did not affect Kunpeng within the Chaos Pearl in the slightest. Within the Chaos Pearl, Kunpeng continuously infused his insights into the laws of the 5 elements, Yin and Yang, space, and others into the evolving world. Countless Tao runes fell like raindrops into the realms of heavens, becoming the foundation of the world's laws. This process was long and arduous. Kunpeng was fully focused, not daring to slacken for even a moment. At times he drew upon the essence of water to nurture all things, at other times he invoked the essence of wood to foster vitality. Now he used the Tao of Yin and Yang to balance the 5 elements. Every step required precise control, for the slightest mistake could lead to the collapse of the world. As time passed, the 24 heavens became increasingly perfected, but their integration with the Chaos Pearl's own world encountered obstacles. Although the laws of the 2 worlds had commonalities, they ultimately originated from different sources and could not merge perfectly. At the points of fusion, law conflicts erupted from time to time, causing the world barriers to tremble faintly. Kunpeng pondered for a moment, then took out the 2 golden rings of merit bestowed by Tao Ancestor Honghuang. "Go," he commanded softly. The golden rings flew up, transforming into infinite golden motes that scattered like fine rain over the areas of world fusion. The power of merit, the most gentle harmonizing force in heaven and earth, indeed soothed the law conflicts wherever it touched. The fusion barriers gradually dissolved, and the 2 worlds began to merge smoothly together. 1,000 years, 10,000 years a culpa. Kunpeng poured all the celestial treasures he had collected since his birth into the realms of heaven's 3 light, divine water chaos, divine water creation, spirit water, beaming true water. They transformed into rivers, lakes, and seas, moistening the 4 directions. 9 heavens, Shirong creation, Shirong chaos, primordial stones, Joshan primordial stones. They condensed into mountains and rivers, stabilizing the earth veins. The essence of stars adorned the celestial canopy, illuminating the cosmos. He used the Funbao Cliff and Chaos Primordial Stones to reinforce the world barriers, fending off external forces. The Yangzhou Immortal Island and the Creation Immortal Island were also struck into the merged world, becoming the core continents that suppressed the world's fortune. Primordial spirit roots, such as the Rinshui peach tree and the Enlightenment tea tree, each took their places, rooting in the earth, suppressing the earth veins, transforming spiritual energy, and adding vitality to the world. Finally, amid a sound comparable to the initial separation of heaven and earth, the 24 Dinghai divine pearls completely merged into a single chaos-colored pearl. Slowly rotating, it emitted an aura even more terrifying than that of a primordial supreme treasure. Within the pearl there were no longer 24 separate worlds, but a complete grand universe, a lofty sky, and a thick earth, the cycle of sun, moon, and stars, surging seas and rivers, and growing mountains, rivers, and vegetation. At the center of the world, a golden tree of life had transformed into a world tree that propped up the heavens and supported the earth. Like the Joshan of the primordial wilderness, it became the celestial pillar of this world, maintaining the balance between heaven and earth. Within the world, the primordial spiritual energy was exceedingly abundant, circulating and cycling on its own, evolving into myriad living beings. It already bore the rudiments of a mature world. This pearl shall be named Honghuang Pearl, Kunpeng decided with a thought, bestowing a name upon the newborn supreme treasure. But he knew that the most critical step was only just beginning. Kunpeng summoned his good corpse, Kunwa evil corpse, Yochuan self corpse, Jinpeng, and Shuquan together. The four corpses sat around the main body, simultaneously pouring their full insights into the Tao, into Kunpeng's primordial spirit. In an instant, Kunpeng felt an endless tide of Tao insights flooding in, the laws of the five elements: wind and water, yin and yang, space, devouring. All kinds of laws interwove, collided, and merged within his primordial spirit, forming a vast ocean of the Tao. His cultivation level advanced at an unprecedented pace, and his understanding of the Tao underwent constant transformation. Many perplexities in his past practice were suddenly resolved, and the connections between various laws became increasingly clear. Gradually, he touched upon the barrier of a higher realm. Zhaohua tripod emerged. Kunpeng offered up this supreme treasure obtained from the Creation Immortal Island. The great tripod floated in the air, radiating a vast aura of creation with mysterious runes swirling on its surface. Kunpeng submerged his own primordial spirit into the tripod, using the power of creation to temper and fuse the myriad laws within his spirit. This was an extremely dangerous process. The slightest misstep could cause his primordial spirit to shatter, leading to his death and the extinction of his Tao. As time passed, Kunpeng within the tripod gradually felt an endless agony. The excruciating pain of his primordial spirit being kneaded, squeezed, torn, and reassembled. Fortunately, Kunpeng had prepared well. He used the might of the Chaos Pearl to protect the core of his primordial spirit, enduring the pain and guiding the fusion of laws. Gradually, under the refinement of the creation power, the many laws within Kunpeng's primordial spirit began to merge into one, transforming into a more primal, more majestic law force. Chaos Law. As the last shred of law was completely transformed, Kunpeng's aura surged explosively, surpassing the category of quasi-saint. A vast, ancient, and supreme aura spread out. At this moment, a strand of his primordial spirit involuntarily left his body, as if drawn by some mysterious force, wanting to fly out of the Chaos Pearl and vanish into the primordial world. A sign that when breaking through heaven and earth intended to absorb his primordial spirit into the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness. Kunpeng's eyes narrowed. He promptly used a great divine ability to imprison it, then injected this strand of primordial spirit into the newborn grand universe within the Honghuang Pearl. When the strand of primordial spirit was fully infused into the Honghuang Pearl, it naturally became the heavenly Tao consciousness of this grand universe. In an instant, Kunpeng felt a perfect unity with this world. As long as the world endured, he would never fall. His control over this world reached the extreme. Every blade of grass, every tree, every breath and movement in the world was within his perception. A vast aura far surpassing the peak of quasi-saint erupted from the Chaos Pearl, shaking the surrounding chaos space. Within the Chaos Pearl, at the center of the boundless void, Kunpeng stood majestically. Before him, the newborn Honghuang Pearl slowly rotated, emitting a chaotic aura that embraced all things and evolved the myriad heavens. The moment that strand of his primordial spirit completely merged into the world origin of the Honghuang Pearl and became the heavenly Tao consciousness of this realm, an unprecedented sense of completeness surged into his heart. It was not about entrusting his primordial spirit to an external heavenly Tao subject to its constraints and protection. Rather, his own primordial spirit directly transformed into the will of heaven of this grand universe. Truly, I am the world, and the world is I. This was absolute dominion and control. With the slightest thought, the mountains, rivers, stars, cycles, vegetation, withering and flourishing, the flow of spiritual energy and the manifestation of laws within the Honghuang pearl were all clearly reflected in his mind, as if he were directing his own limbs. This was a unique way of attaining sainthood, surpassing the conventional sage realm of the primordial wilderness. No need for the primordial purple chi as a guide, no need to entrust the true spirit to the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness. Naturally, he also avoided the risk of being assimilated by the heavenly Tao and falling into slumber like Tao ancestor Honghuang. The Honghuang pearl was his world, his Tao fruit, his eternal foundation. Honghuang, golden immortal of primordial chaos. So this is it. Kunpeng slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze there was no longer dazzling divine light, but an infinitely deep chaos color, as if containing the birth and death of countless worlds. His aura became restrained, yet vast, perfectly merging with the entire Honghuang pearl world, indistinguishable from it. At the moment he realized his own realm, the entire grand universe of the Honghuang pearl seemed to sense the complete union of creator and heavenly Tao, rejoicing and celebrating. In an instant within the world, extraordinary phenomena unfolded above the sky. Endless auspicious clouds gathered with 10,000 rays of light and 1,000 strands of colorful radiance, illuminating the entire world in splendor. The sun, moon, and stars, which had been moving according to their trajectories, shone brightly. The starlight and moonlight fell softly, yet were 100 times brighter than usual, nourishing all things. On the earth the spirit veins rejoiced, and the vast and mighty primordial spiritual energy, as if it had life, actively condensed into sweet dew that fell universally. As the rain fell, countless plants instantly sprouted, branches bloomed flowers, and bore fruit. Ordinary rocks touched by the spiritual rain faintly revealed a jade-like luster. Rivers, lakes, and seas surged with waves, and countless tiny life forces were slowly being conceived. At the center of the world, the towering world tree gently swayed. Its golden divine light soared into the sky, and every leaf seemed to chant the chapters of the great Tao. Mysterious Tao sounds echoed between heaven and earth, aiding all things in understanding the Tao. Golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and celestial flowers rained down from the sky. In the void, countless golden lotuses and crystalline petals naturally condensed and fell in a flurry. Each golden lotus and every celestial flower contained pure primordial energy and minute fragments of laws merging into the mountains, rivers, and the nascent living beings of this world. The entire Honghuang pearl world was immersed in a peaceful, joyful, and sacred atmosphere, as if jointly celebrating the birth of the supreme sovereign and the true possession of an almighty master by this world. However, this vast and magnificent sage ascension phenomenon, enough to shake the ages, was perfectly sealed within the internal space of the Chaos Pearl. As a Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl's ability to conceal celestial secrets and isolate the inside from the outside was pushed to its extreme after Kunpeng achieved the Honghuang realm and fully grasped its power. Not to mention the Sage Ascension phenomenon, even if the heavenly Tao itself tried to deduce and probe at this moment, it could not glimpse even half the truth. Outside, the primordial wilderness continued its cycle of day and night. The stars revolved, and the North Sea remained calm. The interception of the demon court's stellar power from the heaven beyond heavens seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. Although Dijuan and Tai were furious, they could not fathom the reason and had no recourse. The heaven and earth of the primordial wilderness had no perception whatsoever of the birth of a Honghuang golden immortal of primordial chaos within the Chaos Pearl, a being who, based on his own world, had completely transcended the shackles of the primordial heavenly Tao. Kunpeng felt the surging, boundless power of a sage within his body and the extremely close connection with the Honghuang pearl world. A faint smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his hand, and the Honghuang pearl docilely fell into his palm, warm as jade, yet heavy as myriad worlds. From now on, the sea is vast for the fish to leap, and the sky is high for the birds to fly. Within the Chaos Pearl, the boundless void gradually calmed, though the residual echoes of its heaven-splitting power still lingered. In Kunpeng's palm, this chaotic-hued Honghuang pearl held a muted, warm radiance, yet carried within it an immense Taoist resonance capable of nurturing all realms and commanding the universe. Gazing upon this vast world that now belonged to him in his palm, Kunpeng's eyes revealed a complex, yet gratified expression, as though beholding his greatest creation, or perhaps seeing through it toward some distant hope. He chuckled softly, a trace of nostalgia in his whisper. "Little pearl, from now on the world within shall be called Blue Star." The Honghuang pearl trembled gently, as if the heavenly Tao consciousness of the world within understood the naming and rejoiced at gaining its title, sending forth thoughts of devotion and delight. From that moment on, this vast world bore the name Blue Star. With Kunpeng's will settled, the name became etched into the world's origin, so that all sentient beings born here would naturally know in their deepest spirits that the world they grew up in was called Blue Star. Having completed his seclusion, Kunpeng stepped forward and emerged from the Chaos Pearl, returning to the cold jade chamber deep within Biming Palace. He adjusted to the outside air, then formed a hand seal with one finger as Taoist resonance flowed from his fingertips, gently plucking at the invisible threads of time and fate that flowed through the primordial world. In an instant, all events great and small that had occurred in Honghuang since his seclusion unfolded before him like an unrolled scroll. Over in the North Sea, things remained as tranquil as ever. Zenyuanzi, Hongyun, Shiha, and Changxi, all still in seclusion, absorbing the insights from their earlier debates, their spiritual presence far more substantial than before. Nuwa, however, had long since emerged from seclusion. What pleased Kunpeng most was that she had successfully severed her final remnant self and reached the peak of quasi-saint cultivation. Moreover, she hadn't confined herself to solitary cultivation. Throughout the years since emerging, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to helping the various races of the North Sea flourish and grow stronger. Under her careful guidance and assistance, the creatures of the North Sea had ushered in an era of prosperity unlike any the world had ever seen. Scaled creatures, aquatic life, feathered beings, and running beasts. All countless species had awakened their spirituality, refined their lineages, and optimized their bloodlines, with both population and quality surging forward rapidly. Now across the North Sea, hundreds of millions of races thrive together in harmony, each major lineage branching into countless subgroups, truly embodying a magnificent spectacle where all life competed freely beneath the frosty heavens. Beyond the North Sea, throughout the entire Honghuang, the Wu and Yao clans had indeed honored their primordial pact from the chaos. Dijun, Tai, Mingi, Fushi, and the other top Yao cultivators, along with the 12 ancestral Wu, had all retreated into deep seclusion, refraining from large-scale hostilities. Yet even as the treetops sought stillness, the winds refused to cease. The restraint at the highest levels had not fully extinguished the hostility and grudges festering below. Clashes between the Yao kings and marshals and the Wu's Great Wu and Minor Wu. These skirmishes of soldier against soldier, commander against commander, had barely let up for a moment. Whether fighting over heavenly materials and earthly treasures, battling for grotto heavens and blessed lands, or simply acting on base appetites, all manner of conflict rose and fell across the primordial world. Kunpeng merely observed these events with a faint gaze. With a slight shift of thought, he grasped their true nature. The fundamental conflict between the Wu and Yao clans remained unresolved, and both sides' leadership was simply gathering strength while waiting for the right moment. For the Honghuang source itself, with its immense regenerative power, these conflicts were hardly significant, like minor scrapes on a giant's body healed in an instant. As long as they don't threaten the foundation, let them be, Kunpeng thought, dismissing such matters. Having attained sainthood, he had transcended worldly concerns, his vision no longer confined to Honghuang's temporary strife. He understood even deeper that the heavenly Tao was but the embodiment of Pengu, the great god's will, like a system operating purely on instinct following pre-written programming. Minor currents could be altered, but the grand tide resisted deflection. Some fated events demanded acceptance. Attempting to force them was to oppose Pengu's will itself, and even a saint stood as helpless before it, no more able to resist than an infant. Thus, as a saint, Kunpeng need not, and should not, interfere in every matter. He only needed to intervene when the time was right, protecting Honghuang and guiding it forward. What he must focus on now was something far more enduring and fundamental, continuously strengthening his primal world of origin, perfecting his Honghuang pearl, which was in truth Blue Star. As his thoughts drifted, something suddenly occurred to him. He split off a strand of divine consciousness that transformed into a small Kuan fish darting outward from the hall. Soon after, a familiar presence appeared at Biming Palace's entrance. It was Nuwa, her aura rippling with uncontainable Tao resonance, suggesting she had encountered some critical bottleneck and opportunity. Taoist Nuwa has arrived. Kunpeng smiled, faintly stepping forward and appearing silently in Biming Palace's main hall, settling gracefully into the primary seat. Moments later, Nuwa entered the hall, still as dignified and elegant as ever, draped in her 7-colored robing of mist. Yet now a faint veil of bewilderment and urgency shadowed her brow, and the Tao resonance of her peak quasi-saint cultivation surged restlessly around her, revealing she had reached an extremely critical threshold in her cultivation. Taoist Kunpeng. Nuwa's luminous eyes brightened at the sight of him. She hurried forward without delay for proper greetings and spoke directly. Your emergence from seclusion is perfectly timed. All these years I've watched the North Sea's billion races thrive and multiply. Recently my spirit has been in turmoil, my primordial soul trembling constantly. I sense a great opportunity and boundless merit approaching, one that could determine my path to enlightenment. But the mysteries of heaven remain obscure, seeming clear, yet never quite grasping. I know this matter relates to creation, yet I cannot seize that crucial spark of insight. It's as though viewing through thin silk, visible but untouchable. I pray you'll lend your guidance, Taoist Kunpeng. Her voice carried an urgency and longing unequaled before. To have the chance of sainthood so near yet elusive proved the most tormenting experience. Kunpeng regarded Nuwa, a look of understanding flashing briefly in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Kunpeng spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet cutting straight to the origin of the Great Tao. Your intuition is correct, Taoist Nuwa. Your opportunity for sainthood truly lies within those two characters, creation. You govern the Tao of creation itself, the mother who nurtures all living beings in Honghuang. This is the mandate of heaven. Hearing this, Nuwa's eyes flared with renewed hope. Pray reveal to me, Taoist Kunpeng. How must I create? What should I create? Kunpeng's gaze drifted beyond the hall, as though piercing through endless time and space to behold the vast expanse of Honghuang, where all things vied for existence. He spoke slowly. All the myriad races of Honghuang possess form and nature, yet most remain shrouded in ignorance, knowing only that the strong devour the weak. They understand neither the heavenly Tao nor the mandate of heaven, and cultivate no meritorious deeds. The Wu revere only Peng and worship not the heavens and earth. The Yao practice ruthless predation and harbor deep malevolence, and the other races are much the same. Pausing, he turned to Nuwa, his gaze profound. Taoist Nuwa, consider these aspects. If a race could naturally awaken its spiritual intelligence, comprehending the heavenly Tao, revering nature, discerning good from evil, and understanding creation alongside sustainable development, it might perfect the laws governing Honghuang itself, granting you immeasurable merit. Revering nature, awakening spiritual intelligence, comprehending the heavenly Tao, creation and sustainable development. Nuwa murmured to herself, each repetition brightening her eyes further. The fluctuating Tao resonance of creation surrounding her seemed to find its direction, at last surging violently. Witnessing this, Kunpeng knew the moment had arrived. He offered one final gentle pointer. The nine heavens breath soil harbors infinite creative vitality. The three lights divine waters can shape form and condense soul, and that primordial gourd vine could serve as the catalyst. Boom. Those words struck like the final crushing blow, completely shattering the barrier within Nuwa's primordial soul. In that instant, countless sparks of insight, understanding, and visions surged into her consciousness like a raging flood. I understand it now. I know how to mold earth into living beings, how to blend with water, how to impart spiritual essence. I comprehend. Thank you, Taoist Kunpeng, for your guidance. Nuwa rose abruptly and bowed deeply to Kunpeng. As she lifted her head, her entire countenance radiated brilliance, and all her previous confusion and anxiety dissipated, replaced by an unshakable conviction and enlightenment filled with joy. Kunpeng smiled calmly. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, there is no need for such formalities. With your wisdom, you would have comprehended this even without my guidance. Nuwa offered another solemn bow, then without another word transformed into a streak of seven-colored radiance and flew straight out of Beiming Palace, racing eastward. Her heart sensed that the land of creation lay at the East Sea coast. At the shore, waves crashed against the rocks, churning up foam like 1,000 piles of snow. The sea and sky merged into one vast and boundless, imbued with endless vitality and the aura of creation. Nuwa descended from the clouds and landed on a stretch of fine, flat golden sand. She took a deep breath, feeling the abundant water element spiritual energy and the profound earth energy, and nodded with satisfaction. With a gentle wave of her hand, the nine-colored radiant earth floating before her shimmered with iridescent light. She then retrieved the creation gourd filled with the three-light divine water and the withered gourd vine that still retained a trace of innate spiritual essence. These were gifts from Kunpeng long ago, and holding them now filled her heart with greater confidence and gratitude. Nuwa calmed her mind, attuned her spirit to its optimal state, and then drew upon the three-light divine water, sprinkling it upon the nine-colored radiant earth. The divine water met the earth, but did not dissolve it. Instead, like the finest adhesive and activator, it instantly ignited the boundless creative vitality within the radiant earth. The soil became soft and elastic, gleaming with a warm luster, and emitting a refreshing fragrance that soothed the soul. She bent down, extended her delicate hands, and carefully scooped up a handful of the mixed radiant earth. As she pondered what form to give this new race, two figures involuntarily surfaced in her mind. One was the esteemed Kunpeng, seated high in Beiming Palace, clad in a dark green Taoist robe, with eyes deep as the ocean and a bearing as steady as a mountain, exuding an aura of commanding the winds and clouds and surveying the universe. The other was her own perfect image, combining grace, compassion, sanctity, and the beauty of creation. I shall take these two as my models. Nuwa, guided by inspiration, carefully began to mold the clay according to the clear outlines in her heart. Her fingertips flowed with the profound laws of creation, and every ounce of force, every thread of divine thought was poured into the conception and hope of a perfect life. Before long, the rough shapes of two clay figures took form in her hands. One stood tall and straight with strong lines and a distinct, resolute countenance, subtly embodying Kunpeng's calm wisdom and dignified restraint. The other had a graceful form, a pure and beautiful face, with eyes that held compassion and spiritual elegance, bearing a striking resemblance to Nuwa herself. Nuwa concentrated fully, constantly adjusting the details, infusing into these small clay figures all her insights into creation, life, and the heavenly Tao. She hoped that this new race would be innately close to the Great Tao, with complete soul's early awakening of wisdom, the ability to think, create, and revere, not merely relying on instinct to fight and plunder. Finally, the first pair of clay figures was complete. Nuwa looked at the two clay creations in her hands with their clear features, perfect forms, yet distinct characteristics, her eyes filled with anticipation and a trace of barely perceptible tension. She gently breathed a mouthful of her primordial life force onto them, and the aura containing the supreme power of creation merged into the clay. The clay figures suddenly emitted a warm white light, and the surface soil rapidly transformed, shedding its mortal quality to become real flesh and blood, displaying a healthy luster. Then their tightly shut eyes trembled slightly, slowly opening to reveal two pairs of clear, pure black and white eyes filled with the innocence and curiosity of the newborn. "Where is this?" The first male being, resembling Kunpeng, uttered vague, childish syllables, turning his head somewhat awkwardly to gaze at the sacred existence that had given him life, whose aura was so intimate and warm. The female being beside him, bearing a resemblance to Nuwa, also blinked curiously, looking at Nuwa. Success! Nuwa's heart was instantly flooded with immense joy and a sense of achievement. She could clearly sense that these newborn lives possessed complete 3 souls and 7 spirits with clear spiritual platforms. Though young and tender, they already had the foundation for learning and understanding far superior to ignorant beasts. More importantly, at the moment of their birth, Nuwa distinctly felt that her long stagnant cultivation bottleneck had loosened slightly. Throughout the primordial world, an invisible, yet vast, and profound wave of merit and destiny was slowly gathering, awaiting the final completion of her great creation. Excellent. Most excellent. Nuwa rejoiced, her confidence soaring. She gently placed the pair of beings on the sand beside her, signaling them to wait. Then she proceeded in the same manner, shaping the second pair, the third pair. The male forms all followed Kunpeng's essence, while the female forms followed her own. However, handcrafting, though fine, and bestowing greater spirituality, was far too slow. If she continued this way, creating a race capable of flourishing would take countless eons. Nuwa frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping over the innate gourd vine lying nearby. An idea struck her, and a solution came to mind. She picked up the gourd vine, dipped it into the mud mixed with the 9-colored radiant earth and the 3 light divine water, and then, channeling her supreme divine power, she gripped the vine and swung it with force. Splash! The vine, stained with the divine creation mud, swept through the air, scattering countless specks of mud onto the ground. A miracle occurred. Every drop of mud that landed upon contacting the earth's energy absorbed the creative Tao rhythm emanating from Nuwa, rapidly expanding and transforming into human forms identical to the first 2 clay figures. The male forms all possessed Kunpeng's heroic and resolute aura, while the female forms bore Nuwa's compassion and spiritual elegance. Although these human forms born from the mud specks flung by the vine were inferior to the first batch meticulously crafted by Nuwa, in terms of physical strength, innate foundation, and even wisdom, they were indeed complete lives with intact souls and intelligence. One by one, they opened their eyes, moved their limbs, made sounds of wonder, and looked confusedly and curiously at this brand new world, ultimately fixing their gaze on the supreme being who had given them life. Nuwa? Hail to the Holy Mother. It was unknown who first, moved by instinct, knelt down and addressed her as the Holy Mother. Then thousands upon thousands of the newborn human race followed suit, kneeling and bowing devoutly to Nuwa. Their voices, initially chaotic, gradually became uniform, filled with reverence and awe. Nuwa looked at the growing multitude of humans on the beach and the shore, now a dense dark mass numbering in the thousands and increasing rapidly with every swing of the vine, and her heart swelled with gratification. She continued to swing the gourd vine tirelessly, the creative divine power gushing forth. For a time, the East Sea coast was filled with scenes of divine creation mud falling and transforming into humans. The overwhelming vitality and the majestic aura of creation soared to the heavens, resonating with the laws of the world. Finally, when she sensed that the number of the newborn race had reached the limit that the current primordial world could sustain, and that the merit of the heavenly Tao gathering above had become almost tangible, Nuwa ceased her actions. She gazed at the dense masses of billions of newborn humans kneeling before her, calling her the Holy Mother. She felt the vitality and spirituality within them, faint yet resilient and full of infinite potential, and a sense of fulfillment washed over her. Rumble. From the 9 heavens, the sound of the great Tao suddenly resounded. Endless auspicious clouds emerged with thousands of colorful rays and beams of radiant light, illuminating the entire East Sea coast in a sacred glow. A vast, boundless, and pure Honghuang merit energy cascaded down like a heavenly river from beyond the 33 heavens. The brilliance of this merit was more immense than any before. The heavenly Tao is just measuring all. About 60% of the merit flowed directly into Nuwa, for she was the creator and deserved this generous bestowal. Another tenth of the merit did not fly to the EC, but tore through the void and entered Kunpeng in Beiming Palace, as the heavenly Tao acknowledged his gift of treasures and guidance. The remaining 30% was split in two half descended upon the billions of newborn humans below, purifying their bodies, awakening their wisdom, and stabilizing their foundations. The other half fell upon the merit-laden innate gourd vine, reviving it from its withered state, causing it to glow with warm merit light, and transforming it into a post-heaven merit artifact. Bathed in the vast golden light of merit, Nuwa's aura soared at an inconceivable speed. The peak quasi-saint bottleneck that had confined her for several eons dissolved like spring snow under the impact of the greatest merit since the creation of the world. Her primordial spirit, propelled by the merit, ascended infinitely, smashing through a certain limit to leap into an unprecedented supreme realm. A saintly might transcending all living beings, aligning with the heavenly Tao and eternal, erupted from within her, sweeping across the entire primordial world. The primordial world shook, and all beings felt it, prostrating and worshipping toward the EC. Today I, Nuwa, create the human race, complete the heavenly Tao, achieve perfect merit, and attain sainthood. A clear and majestic voice, imbued with supreme saintly authority, resounded in the depths of every living being's heart. The saintly phenomenon continued for a long while before slowly dissipating. Nuwa felt the boundless universe-ordering power of the saint within her, her heart filled with unutterable excitement. She looked at the naive yet vibrant human race below, her eyes full of tenderness. After a moment of thought, she waved her hand and used her great divine power to carve out a cave heaven and blessed land, sheltering the newborn humans within to protect them from the harsh environment of the primordial world. She also left behind simple survival knowledge and basic cultivation methods, imprinting them into the bloodline memories of the humans. Having done all this, Nuwa felt a call. She cast one last glance at the East Sea coast where humanity was born, and her figure gradually faded, vanishing from the world. Meanwhile, in Beiming Palace, the tenth of the merit golden light merged into Kunpeng's body, deepening his connection to the primordial world. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void, seeing the vanished Nuwa and the newborn human race at the East Sea coast. At the birth of humanity, this primordial world is getting more and more interesting. Beyond the chaos, the fierce winds had not yet ceased. Nuwa's holy radiance gradually faded, transforming into billions of auspicious colors that swirled and flowed. She was carefully comprehending the omnipresent, profound perception after entrusting her primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao, realizing her sacred duty of wielding creation and guarding the primordial world. Suddenly, the void beside her rippled silently, like water with no trace of magical fluctuation. A figure had already stepped out, leisurely clad in a dark blue Taoist robe unstained by dust, with a gentle, smiling countenance, as if strolling in a garden. It was none other than Kunpeng. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on attaining sagehood. From now on you shall endure countless calamities without where, dwelling alongside heaven and existing with the Tao. Kunpeng cupped his hands in congratulations, his tone as calm as if conversing about everyday matters. Yet his posture was composed, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sage, showing no sign of restraint. Nuwa's holy eyes swirled with seven-colored radiant light flickering in her pupils. A trace of genuine astonishment appeared on her peerless face. Fellow Taoist, have you already reached this realm? She extended her perception, but felt that Kunpeng was shrouded in chaotic mist, elusive and unfathomable. My primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Tao, and my perception of the entire universe knows no bounds. Yet I could not sense your existence, fellow Taoist Kunpeng, within the origin of the heavenly Tao. After attaining sagehood, her spiritual awareness, borrowing the laws of the heavenly Tao, had become nearly omniscient. Yet now she could not see through Kunpeng's realm. Kunpeng smiled faintly, his gaze profound as the sea. I am merely half a step ahead of you, fellow Taoist. As for why you fellow Taoist Nuwa cannot detect me, it is only natural, for I am not a sage under the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Not a sage under the heavenly Tao, eh? Nuwa's dignified holy face showed even greater astonishment. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? Could it be? Haha, Kunpeng chuckled lightly. You are correct, fellow Taoist Nuwa. I have indeed forged a different path, walking my own way. Nuwa's heart was instantly stirred into a monstrous wave. To achieve the mixed Yuan Great Luo Tao fruit, without borrowing the Honghuang purple chi, or entrusting the primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao. What a shocking and earth-shattering feat. It had completely surpassed the common sense of the primordial world, and even subtly overturned the Tao taught by the ancestor of the Tao. Only now did she truly realize that Kunpeng's strength and boldness were far more profound and unfathomable than she had ever imagined, having reached an inconceivable level. Fellow Taoist, you are indeed transcendent and wholly beyond the measure of common logic. After a long while, Nuwa finally sighed slowly, her tone complex and hard to discern, both admiration and an indescribable shock. You flatter me, fellow Taoist Niwa. I merely stumbled upon an opportunity and walked a small path. Kunpeng turned his gaze to the endless rolling sea of chaos, his tone turning solemn. Now that you have become a sage, you should understand the duty of a sage to sustain the primordial world and bless all living beings. This place is beyond the northernmost edge of the primordial world, facing the boundless chaos. It is the front line against unknown dangers from the northern chaotic outer realm, a strategically vital location. Why not build a palace each here, dwelling side by side? We can quietly contemplate the great Tao, mutually verify our insights, and also watch over each other, jointly defend against external enemies, adding a solid barrier for the primordial world. What do you think? Excellent. Niwa suppressed the turmoil in her heart. This proposal was beneficial both publicly and privately, so she gladly agreed. It is also my fortune to be able to dwell as a neighbor with you, fellow Taoist. After the discussion, Kunpeng and Niwa acted simultaneously, first establishing the creation heavenly palace. Niwa gently raised her hand, invoking the authority of the heavenly Tao sage. The divine light of creation around her surged, connecting the endless laws of the void, regulating earth, water, fire, and wind, and stabilizing yin-yang and the five elements. The vast chaotic chi, as if manipulated by an invisible giant hand, retreated, settled, and evolved. A vast and stable space-time was rapidly being opened and shaped. Kunpeng also moved simultaneously, his Tao rhythm flowing, without grand momentum, yet containing an essence that embraced all things and controlled everything. He lightly tapped the void with his fingertip, and fierce chaotic currents turned into pure, unparalleled, primordial spiritual energy, surging into the foundation of the newly born Tao field, making its stability far beyond ordinary. With Kunpeng and Niwa joining forces, there might suppress billions of miles of the chaotic sea. A palace complex far more magnificent and Tao-filled than the North Sea creation heavenly palace rose from the ground. Pavilions, towers, jade stairs, and precious steps were all arranged according to mysterious formations, with purple chi swirling for billions of miles, and auspicious light blooming in trillions of strands. Above the palace gate, a plaque was naturally formed, inscribed with the four great characters, Creation Heavenly Palace. Their Tao rhythm, innate divine light, resplendent, majestically suppressing the chaos beyond the northern primordial world, turning the originally violent chaotic currents into gentle breezes that nourished the palace. Niwa felt joy and satisfaction in the magnificent Tao field, perfectly connected to her own aura. Seeing this, Kunpeng pondered for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist, you have just ascended to the sage throne. Heaven and earth celebrate together, and all spirits look up to you. Why not take this opportunity to give a lecture on the great Tao here in this new Tao field? It can benefit the living beings of the primordial world, gather the chi of the masses, and strengthen the recognition of the heavenly Tao." Niwa nodded, finding this suggestion agreeable. She immediately invoked the authority of the heavenly Tao sage and communicated with the laws of the primordial world. The next moment, a divine sound containing supreme sage might, compassion, and majesty resounded throughout the primordial world, penetrating the heart of every living being. I am Niwa. I have now established the creation heavenly palace beyond the northernmost chaos of the primordial world. In 3,000 years I will lecture on the mixed Yuan Tao at the creation heavenly palace, expounding the mysteries of creation and the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. All beings in the primordial world with karmic affinity may come and listen. The divine voice paused slightly. At that time, Tao Master Kunpeng will also discuss the great Tao with me. As this sound fell, the primordial world fell into utter silence. After a brief dead silence, there was a far more intense boiling and uproar than when Niwa had just attained sagehood. All living beings who heard this, regardless of their cultivation level or race, clearly captured the information that made even their primordial spirits tremble. Saint Niwa had actually invited Tao Master Kunpeng to jointly lecture on the mixed Yuan Tao. Kunlun Mountain, Yuqing Tao Field. Jade Purity Yuansher suddenly opened his eyes, and the Peng banner in his hand fluttered without wind, emitting a low hum. Niwa has become a sage before me. Am I the orthodox descendant of Pengu, inferior to her? It's merely luck. How dare she overstep like this? And that Kunpeng, a creature born from moisture and eggs, is he worthy of lecturing on the Tao? Oomph. In the Taiching Tao field, the Taiji diagram above Laozi's brow slowly rotated, and a barely perceptible ripple appeared on his usually calm face. Yin and Yang coexist, the five elements evolve. The wonder of creation, endless life. My Tao seems to be related to the human race, created by junior sister Niwa. He closed his eyes, sinking his mind into endless deduction, but found the heavenly secrets utterly chaotic. Clearly his opportunity for sagehood had not yet arrived. In the Shangqing Tao field, Tongtian suddenly stood up, his sword intent soaring into the sky, tearing the void. Haha, junior sister Niwa has silently reached this step. Excellent. This is how it should be. On the path of the great Tao, precedence is given to the one who arrives first. How could I Tongtian miss such a grand gathering? In the western spirit mountain, within the Mahavira Hall, Jane's face grew even more sorrowful, sighing repeatedly. Heaven is unfair. Junior sister Nuwa has become a sage before us. She has long lived in the North Sea, and I heard she has been with Kunpeng all along. Alas, what should we do? Beside him Junti beat his chest and stamped his feet in anguish. Elder brother, what virtue and ability does that Kunpeng have to receive such favor from junior sister Nuwa? We are not inferior either. Why does junior sister Nuwa look down on us? It seems we must become sages as soon as possible. Once we too become sages, we will have the opportunity to invite junior sister Nuwa to the west. In the heavenly court beyond the heavens, the Lingxiao Palace. Dijuan's gaze was deep, and he lightly tapped the throne with his fingers, speaking solemnly to Tai beside him. We have misjudged him. Kunpeng's ability far exceeds our initial estimation. His momentum is now established. From now on, we should treat him with the courtesy due to a sage and not offend him lightly. Moreover, Saint Nuwa is the sister of fellow Taoist Fushi. Perhaps we can have him find a way to win her over. With the aid of a sage, our demon clan's great cause can be achieved. Eastern Emperor Tai's face turned pale, and he clenched the chaos bell tightly, its chime humming unsteadily, but he remained silent. On the other side, Mingyi's eyes flickered with bloodthirsty light. Creation can actually lead to sagehood. Perhaps I can try it too. Zhou Mountain Panga Temple. Hotu's gaze was gentle with a contemplative tone, creating a race and attaining sagehood through merit. Saint Nuwa's path contains the principle of life. It might be beneficial to go and listen. Dijiang and the other ancestral witches sneered upon hearing this. Another lecture. We have no primordial spirit, so listening is useless. That Kunpeng is just lucky to have latched onto a sage's thigh. In the western Kunlun, the Yaoqi fairyland, Queen Mother of the West smiled charmingly and said to the 7 fairies beside her, prepare generous gifts. We must go beyond the northern chaos to congratulate fellow Taoist Nuwa on attaining sagehood, and fellow Taoist Kunpeng will also give a lecture. This chaotic gathering is unprecedented in 10,000 ages and must not be missed. Within the North Sea, cheers resounded. Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun clapped their hands and laughed heartily. I knew long ago that fellow Taoist Nuwa and fellow Taoist Kunpeng were golden scales not dwelling in a pond. They would ride the wind and achieve the Tao. This chaotic lecture is the supreme glory of the North Sea. Shiha and Changshi also exchanged smiles, and the little jade rabbit in their arms perked up its ears excitedly. Xuanwu Zhao Gongming, the 3 Xiao Ao Run, and other disciples were also thrilled and proud. The entire North Sea boiled over. Countless beams of light shot into the sky, eager to rush to the chaos to pay homage to Saint Nuwa and their Kunpeng ancestor, to listen to the profound sound of the Tao. The entire primordial world stirred once again because of Nuwa's words. Kunpeng's name, through Nuwa's mention of joint discussion, had risen from the top figure below the sages to be ranked alongside the sages, once again shaking the entire primordial world. 3,000 years, a mere blink of an eye for the mighty beings of the primeval era. In the chaotic outer realms, the creation heavenly palace stood towering, its billions of Zhanghai walls bathed in chaotic currents and primordial spiritual light, suppressing the boundless void. The palace gates were wide open. Above them, the 4 characters, creation heavenly palace, shimmered with flowing Tao resonance, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure that spanned eons, invoking reverence. The first to arrive were naturally the Beihai faction. Leading the way were Han Yun and Xinyuanzi, followed closely by Shiha and Changshi. Behind them came Kunwi Yochuan, Jinping Shukuan, Xuanwu Huqi, Zhao Gongming, Sanxiao, Erwin Mile Ada, and Er Wulong and Feng Chu. All core members of the Beihai forces advancing in a grand procession. All of them possessed a deep and condensed aura, their cultivation having advanced further compared to several eons ago, a testament to the flourishing fortune of Beihai. Greetings to all fellow cultivators. The master and the sage Nuwa will arrive shortly. Please follow me. Waiting at the palace gates were Nuwa's child attendants Jin Feng and Xing Luan, along with Kunpeng's child attendants Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who respectfully guided the way. Stepping into the main hall, they saw an interior vast and boundless, as if it were a world of its own. Purple haze condensed from Tao resonance swirled endlessly. The floor, like jade, yet not jade, was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the stars of the entire firmament. The most striking sight was the pair of purple meditation mats placed side by side on the elevated platform, emanating an aura of profound mystery, clearly prepared for the sage Nuwa and the Tao master Kunpeng. Directly below and in front, 9 slightly inferior cyan meditation mats were neatly arranged with faint Tao patterns visible, also extraordinary items. Further back, thousands of white meditation mats were arranged in a profound formation. Though inferior to those in front, they were still imbued with abundant spiritual energy, making them rare treasures for Tao enlightenment. Hongyun, Xinyuanzi, Shiha, and Changxi naturally took the first 4 cyan mats without hesitation. Under the guidance of Ancestor Kunwu, the Beihai disciples sat orderly on the white mats of the second and third rows, quietly awaiting the commencement of the sermon. Before long, a clear and hearty laugh echoed from outside the hall. "Ha! Fellow cultivators, many years have passed. Are you all well?" The voice had not yet faded when the person arrived. There stood Shangqing Tongtian clad in a cyan Taoist robe, carrying the Qingping sword on his back, his sword intent soaring to the heavens, as he strode in with the vigor of a dragon and tiger. Behind him followed his 4 personal disciples, Duobao Doran Jinling, Xingmu Wudong Xingmu, and Gailing Xingmu, each with a steady aura and immortal light swirling around them. Seeing this, Hongyun Xinyuanzi and the others promptly rose to greet him, exchanging courtesies as the atmosphere grew warm. "Taoist brother Tongtian, your demeanor is even more splendid than before, and your sword, Dao, has grown ever purer." Xinyuanzi stroked his beard and smiled. "Taoist brother Tongtian, you have arrived just in time. Please take a seat." Hongyun also greeted him warmly. At that moment, atop the platform, Dao resonance converged, and silently, an identical purple meditation mat manifested out of thin air below the mats of Nuwa and Kunpeng. Ancestor Kunwa stepped forward and said with a smile, "Taoist brother Tongtian, you are a sage personally appointed by the Dao Ancestor. Please take the seat of honor." Seeing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Tongtian's eyes. Not one to be overly modest, he let out a hearty laugh and said, "Excellent. Then I shall not decline." With that, his figure flickered, and he had already seated himself on the newly emerged mat. His gaze swept over the Beihai disciples, and the second and third rose, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Beihai truly is a land of outstanding talents. Taoist brother Kunpeng, your methods of instructing disciples are truly admirable." He then said to his 4 disciples behind him, "You 2 go find seats in the back and listen carefully to the sage's sermon. Do not forget your manners." Duo Bao and the others respectfully acknowledged, and then went to the back rows, where they sat down and began conversing in low voices with Xuanwu Zhao Gongming and others, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Soon after, a vast, heavy, and benign aura approached. Hutizuwu arrived alone. Her countenance was gentle and kind, a stark contrast to the fierce aura of the other ancestral witches. After exchanging greetings with everyone, she calmly seated herself on the 5th cyan mat, remaining silent with a composed and dignified air. Then 2 streaks of light arrived almost simultaneously. One was Fushi, whose aura seemed even more profound. The other was Mingi Laozu, with a forbidding expression and a gloomy face. After greeting the assembly, Fushi silently took the 6th mat, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the platform, lost in thought. As soon as Hongyun saw Mingi, he broke into a grin and teased, "Oh, isn't this Taoist brother Mingi? How come you're not enjoying your days as the Nether King in the Demon Court, but instead here in the chaotic Outer Realms to listen to the sermon?" Xinyuanzi also stroked his beard and smiled, looking at Mingi. Mingi's aged face flushed red. He coughed dryly and with difficulty clasped his hands toward Hongyun and Xinyuanzi. "Taoist brother Hongyun, Taoist brother Xinyuanzi, the past matters were indeed my fault. Today I have come specially to listen to the sage's great Tao. I hope you 2 will not mock me any further." As he spoke, he walked to the 7th mat and sat down. At that moment, 2 young Taoist practitioners, a man and a woman, entered the hall. The man was valiant and composed, the woman delicate and spirited. They were none other than Haoyin and Yaoqi, the former child attendants of the Dao Ancestor. Their cultivation had now reached the early quasi-saint stage, bearing an extraordinary presence. The 2 first greeted Tongtian, Hongyun, Xinyuanzi, Hutu, and others one by one. Then, under the curious gazes of the crowd, they calmly seated themselves on the 8th and 9th mats. Afterwards, Zhuangmu arrived with Jiutian Xuannu and the Qi Xiannu, their immortal light swirling around them, their demeanor elegant and gracious. After greeting everyone, Zhuangmu smiled and led the group to sit gracefully behind the Beihai members' mats, where they began chatting softly, cheerful and at ease. Subsequently, more arrived in succession: immortal light, demonic winds, and fleeting shadows. Most were surviving independent cultivators of the former immortal court, such as the ghostly Mongshan Gidi, the inwardly restrained Heishan Jinjuan, the refined Taizi Changqin, and the immortal like Dui Jinren, among others. They silently found seats. Unbeknownst to all, the thousands of mats in the hall were already fully occupied. Latecomers had to stand in the corridors or corners, but no one minded. Being able to listen to a sage's sermon was already an immense fortune. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who were standing by the gate of the Creation Immortal Palace, exchanged a glance and were about to close the doors. Just then 2 urgent cries came from afar, growing closer. "Do not close the gate. Do not close the gate." Before the words had faded, 5 golden streaks of light burst out from the violently churning chaotic currents, looking disheveled. The leaders were none other than Jane and Juanti. The 2 wore anxious expressions, travel-worn and weary. Close behind them followed 3 figures. The first was a giant ape with bulging muscles, a fierce face, thick hair all over its body, and a dazzling golden light. The very Malu demon who had surrendered to the Western faction, given the name Jin Gang by Juanti and known as Numu Jin Gang for its temper. The second was a tall masked figure in a red and blue tight suit, calling himself Dijia Daoran. The third was a strange lizard-like creature with a fish head, faint arcs of electricity dancing around it, the all-devouring. After joining the Western faction, these two had seen their cultivation soar all the way to the Luo realm, and they styled themselves as disciples of the sage, becoming quite renowned in the Western territory. Quick! Quick! Zhuanti practically threw himself at the palace gate using one hand to hold the closing door ajar as he let out a long sigh of relief. We made it, we made it. Jane also straightened his robes, his sorrowful expression slightly easing. To continue the story, Jane and Zhuanti, along with their three oddly shaped disciples, squeezed through the palace gate just as it was about to close. With one hand holding the door ajar, panting, they led their disciples into the grand hall. Forgive us, fellow Taoists, forgive us. Jane and Zhuanti spoke, their voices hoarse, as if grinding against sand and stone. We, along with my junior brother, traversed the chaos from the western lands, encountering 3 waves of chaos mudslides and 5 chaos tornadoes that veered us off course, nearly perishing within the chaos. It was only with great difficulty that we finally arrived here. As they spoke, the two of them quickly swept their small eyes, which were habitually filled with compassion for all beings across the hall. When they saw the meditation cushions ahead, were already fully occupied, expressions of even deeper sorrow instantly piled up on their faces. Fellow Taoists, my junior brother and I have endured countless hardships along the way, and now we are utterly exhausted. Jane's voice, tinged with weakness and hoarseness, resounded through the hall, yet his gaze fixed on the 9 meditation cushions ahead. Dear fellow Taoists, would you be so kind as to grant us a favor and give these seats to us too? After saying this, Jane pulled Zhuanti and staggered forward toward the meditation cushions, standing beside Honghuang and Xinyuanzi. We are eager to hear the great Tao. Whoever is willing to give up their seat, the Western Lingshan, will forever be grateful for your kindness. However, to their surprise, they walked over. Honghuang and Xinyuanzi not only refused to give up their seats, but Honghuang, who was originally renowned across the primordial world as a kind-hearted man, actually pointed directly at Zhuanti's nose and cursed, "You Zhuanti. Back then in the Zixiao Palace, I trusted your pitiful appearance and gave you the meditation cushion. What came of it? Have you ever shown the slightest gratitude? On the contrary, you later allied with the demon clan to attack me, and now you try to sweet-talk here again. You are truly an ungrateful, heartless beast." Xinyuanzi also wore a grim expression and said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, Honghuang is absolutely right. Past causes present effects. Since you two have arrived late, you should abide by the rules here. How can you again demand seats?" Zhuanti scolded so fiercely his face turned alternately green and white, and he stood frozen for a moment. Seeing this, Jane quickly stepped forward, pulled Zhuanti aside, and with an even more sorrowful expression said, "Since the two fellow Taoists are unwilling to yield, we'll just find someone else." With that, he secretly circulated his magical power, sending an invisible pressure toward Haoyan and Yaoqi, who were only at the early quasi-saint stage. "Young friends, you see, we two brothers have truly had a hard time. Could you possibly?" Haoyan and Yaoqi, though not high in cultivation, only at the early quasi-saint stage, were disciples of the Tao Ancestor. When had they ever been subjected to such coercion? Haoyan immediately straightened his back and declared loudly, "Both of you please show some respect. We too have come to the Zhaohua Heavenly Palace under the decree of the Tao Ancestor representing the Zixiao Palace and the Tao Ancestor to present a congratulatory gift to Saint Nuwa celebrating her attainment of the Honghuang Daluo Tao fruit. We represent the face of the Zixiao Palace. How can we just yield to you at your command?" Yaoqi also had a frosty expression, her voice clear, but carrying an undisputed authority. "Do you two intend to seize the seats by force?" As soon as the words, "Tao Ancestor," were uttered, it was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. Jane and Zhuanti trembled all over, their petty schemes and tricks instantly vanishing like smoke. Their faces turned pale with a swoosh. They dared to act rogue in front of Honghuang, but they would never dare to incur even a sliver of karmic consequence for disrespecting the Tao Ancestor. No, I would never dare. I have no such intention." Jane quickly withdrew his pressure, waving his hands repeatedly, and even fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhuanti also forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "Our apologies, our apologies. We were presumptuous. A misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." Just as they were about to shift their gaze to others atop the high platform, the Tao rhythm suddenly converged, and an infinite sacred majesty intertwined with the Tao rhythm spread out, causing everyone present to feel a tremor in their hearts. Then the figures of Nuwa and Kunpeng silently appeared on the meditation cushions atop the high platform. Nuwa was surrounded by radiant clouds and auspicious colors, holy and majestic. Kunpeng's aura was profound like the sea, standing shoulder to shoulder with Nuwa's sacred majesty, showing no sign of inferiority. Jane and Zhuanti, as if grasping at a lifeline, ignored their previous embarrassment and hurriedly bowed toward the high platform. Zhuanti even rushed to speak, his tone deliberately intimate and fawning, "Junior sister Nuwa, your attainment of sainthood is truly a great blessing for our Xian men. My senior brother and I have come especially to offer our congratulations. However, we arrived a little late, and there are no seats left below. Could you, considering that we are all of the same Xianmin lineage and disciples of the Dao Ancestor, grant us a seat, so that we may be closer to the great Dao and bask in the radiance of your saintly light, junior sister? As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes toward the spacious area beside Tontian on the high platform, his meaning unmistakable. Hearing this, Nuwa slightly raised her phoenix eyes, her gaze devoid of joy or sorrow, only a calm, sacred radiance. She spoke softly, her voice low, but like the ice of the 9 heavens, instantly freezing the entire hall. Junior sister. Who is your junior sister? Jane quickly tugged at Juanti, stepped forward himself, his expression even more sorrowful, and lowered his posture. Senior sister, forgive us. It was junior brother Juanti's slip of the tongue. You attained sainthood before us, so naturally you are our senior sister. Please, senior sister, for the sake of our teacher, have mercy on our arduous pursuit of the Tao and grant us seats. Senior sister. Nuwa's lips curled into a mocking arc. I am the only direct disciple of the Dao Ancestor. You are merely nominal disciples fortunate enough to hear the great Tao and by the teacher's mercy given a title. How dare you dream of being on equal footing with me? These words were like a series of resounding slaps across the faces of Jane and Juanti, utterly tearing apart the self-deceiving fig leaf in their hearts. Many great cultivators in the hall could not help but let out low snickers. Jane and Juanti's faces were completely disgraced, turning red as pig's liver. Fine, fine, fine. Juanti gritted out 3 good words, his teeth clenched. Since Saint Nuwa looks down on us, staying here is nothing but self-inflicted humiliation. Senior brother, let's go. With that, he turned to leave with his disciples, Jingong Dijia and Awaken Daoist. Stop right there. This time it was Kunpeng who spoke, his voice calm, but carrying an irresistible authority. This Zaohua heavenly palace was established by a saint, a Dao field in the chaos. Do you think you can come and go as you please, eh? Jane whirled around, glaring fiercely at Kunpeng. Kunpeng, what more do you want? Do you truly want to fight to the death with us Westerners? Kunpeng gave a contemptuous laugh, his gaze sweeping over them and the 3 bizarre-looking disciples behind them. Fight to the death with me? You are not worthy. His tone turned icy. Since you are here, obediently listen. A saint's lecture is a supreme opportunity. How dare you treat it lightly? Since you were the last to arrive late, he pointed to an almost inconspicuous corner near the doorway at the far back of the hall. Go there and listen standing. You. Juanti was so furious he nearly jumped up, his magical power fluctuating, and the shadow of the 7-treasure wonderful tree flickered behind him. Jane held him back, tightly squeezing out through gritted teeth. Kunpeng, leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. Don't push your luck. Hearing this, Kunpeng burst into loud laughter full of mockery and disdain. Leave leeway. For shameless, ungrateful wretches like you. His laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze like 2 cold bolts of lightning piercing Jane and Juanti. Leave leeway. Are you threatening me? As his words fell, it was as if the law followed the word. The entire Zaohua heavenly palace trembled slightly, and an invisible, terrifying pressure silently spread, sending a chill through Jane and Juanti, as if falling into an ice cave, their very souls trembling. All their anger and venom were instantly crushed by this great terror. Jane's face showed terror, Juanti's lips trembled, and they could no longer utter a single defiant word. In the end, under the gaze of the great cultivators in the hall, some contemptuous, some mocking, some pitying, Jane, Juanti, and their disciples, with faces ashen, shuffled step by step to the far corner of the hall, standing there stiffly, as if being punished to endure the most humiliating lecture of their lives. On the high platform, Nuwa and Kunpeng exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Then the sublime sound of the great Tao arose, filling the universe. The time has come, let the lecture begin. Upon the high platform, Nuwa and Kunpeng were surrounded by the circulation of Tao resonance, as if resonating with the entire chaotic void. I shall first speak of the wonder of creation and the mechanism of the evolution of life. Nuwa's sage voice first arose, though her lips did not move. Yet infinite Tao sounds emerged from the void, ethereal and clear like a phoenix's cry in the 9 heavens, instantly purifying the minds of all listeners. In an instant, the entire Zaohua heavenly palace witnessed heavenly flowers raining down and golden lotuses surging from the earth. Boundless creative vitality condensed into phantom images of rare birds, strange beasts, immortal herbs, and spiritual roots dancing gracefully around her, illustrating the infinite mysteries of life, from nothing to something, from simplicity to complexity. She expounded the origin of life, illuminated the light of spirituality, and orchestrated the wonders of creation, leaving the audience below utterly enraptured. Fushi listened with rapt attention, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on his knee, the faint phantom of the Xiantian Bagua emerging. Hudu's eyes shimmered with compassion and a hint of enlightenment, her entire being radiating a thick, peaceful aura, as if she had gained a deeper understanding of the way of Earth's bearing and nurturing. Hongyun's surroundings spontaneously generated clouds and rosy light, with hidden flames flickering, his aura becoming more agile and ethereal. Xinyuanzi, seemed to have phantom images of myriad mountains and valleys floating behind him, the energy of earth veins growing more solid. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Nuwa's Dao voice gradually ceased, and the visions within the palace slowly faded, yet everyone remained immersed in the ever-creative Dao resonance, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Then Kunpeng spoke, continuing the lecture. His voice was entirely different from Nuwa's sacred ethereal tone, grand, vast, and profound, as if originating from the primordial chaos, carrying an implication of encompassing all things and controlling everything. The Great Tao has no form, yet it gives birth to heaven and earth. The Great Tao is supremely just, yet it operates by itself. The Great Tao has no name, yet each has its own wondrous method. The Great Tao has 3,000 paths, each path can lead to enlightenment. Kunpeng did not confine himself to the ways of feng shui, space, or devouring. Instead, he started from the more fundamental chaos and order, expounding the fundamental principles of world formation, law construction, and spiritual energy circulation. He spoke of the vastness and depth of Beiming, as well as the extreme speed and unfettered freedom of the Yunpeng. He spoke of the wonders of the 5 elements, generation and restraint, and the mechanism of yin and yang transformation. He spoke of the opening and stability of myriad worlds and the transcendence and freedom of the Honghuang Dao fruit. As his lecture continued, the visions within the palace changed once more. It was no longer vibrant with life, but chaos surged violently, sometimes evolving into visions of the birth and destruction of myriad worlds, sometimes transforming into phantom images of a giant koan swallowing the universe, or a Yunpeng spreading its wings to tear the void, and sometimes presenting the grand pattern of the 5 elements cycle and the harmonious union of yin and yang. Countless runes of laws, as if material, flew from Kunpeng's mouth and merged into the minds of the listeners. The audience below was utterly spellbound, especially those from the Beihai lineage whose cultivation methods originated from the same source as Kunpeng, and they felt the most profound impact. Xuanwu's entire body blazed with dark light, the innate Dao patterns on his back flowing and evolving at an unprecedented speed. The mana accumulated over countless years within him surged and roared, and the solid bottleneck of the quasi-saint realm under the impact of this heavenly Dao sound shattered with a roar. A vast and mighty aura erupted from within him, and he stepped into the early quasi-saint stage. Beside him, Huqi was the same, his muscles bulging, his blood and qi like dragons, the power of laws interwoven with Dao resonance also breaking through the barrier to achieve quasi-saint. On the other side, Mithria Doran's ever-present smile grew even more radiant and peaceful. The 3 flowers gathered above his head, the 5 qi converged towards his chest, vast golden light perfectly merged with Dao resonance, and his aura was perfectly harmonious, also stepping into the quasi-saint realm at the same time. For a time, powerful auras broke through and erupted one after another within the hall, with brilliant rays and auspicious clouds continuously appearing. All were those who had benefited from the lecture and greatly advanced their cultivation. Shangqing Tongtian, looking at his disciples Duobao and others who had also gained something, clapped his hands and praised, "Wonderful, marvelous. Friend Kunpeng's Dao encompasses all phenomena unfathomably profound. It also inspires my path of teaching without discrimination and seizing a thread of life. Truly a worthwhile journey." However, in stark contrast to the peaceful scene inside the hall, the group of Jane and Junti huddled in the farthest corner at the back of the palace presented a different picture. They also wished to concentrate on the lecture, but the Dao sounds, when heard by them, were always fragmented and difficult to grasp the true meaning. Whenever they tried to calm their minds, they could feel Kunpeng emitting a faint yet terrifying aura that made their primordial spirits tremble, stabbing straight at them like a cold blade suspended above their heads, sending chills down their spines and preventing them from entering a state of enlightenment. But when they retreated in fear and stopped listening, that aura vanished instantly, as if it had been an illusion. Jane's expression grew even more sorrowful, almost dripping with bitterness. Jundi's face was full of resentment, his teeth grinding audibly, yet he dared not show any outburst, and could only endure silently. Behind them, Jingong, Dijia, and Awaken Daoren were even more miserable, feeling as if each day in this sage's dojo was like a year. Standing in punishment. This was true standing punishment. In the highest standard sage dojo of the primordial world, amidst thousands of great cultivators listening to the sage's lecture, they were like students punished for being late, made to stand in the corner at the back of the classroom next to the trash can for a full 6,000 years. When Kunpeng's Dao voice finally fell and the lecture ended, everyone was still immersed in the Dao resonance, not yet coming back to their senses. Go! Jane and Junti, leading their 3 disciples, fled into the chaos at the fastest speed of their lives without looking back, as if pursued by a primordial beast, vanishing instantly without a trace. This scene fell into the eyes of many great cultivators who shook their heads disdainfully. This Jane and Junti are truly devoid of any dignity. Taizi Changqing gently waved his feather fan, his tone indifferent. If they brought it upon themselves. The ghost emperor of Mongshan let out a sinister chuckle. No one sympathized with them, they only felt that the two had acted absurdly. The West was indeed a barren and barbaric land ignorant of propriety, not even understanding basic etiquette. Little did Jean and Juanti know that they had become the negative example in the minds of all the great cultivators present. With this lesson in mind, as everyone left they all bowed neatly towards Nuwa and Kunpeng on the high platform expressing their gratitude. Thank you Sage Nuwa and Tao teacher Kunpeng for expounding the great Tao and bestowing grace upon the primordial world. Everyone's voice was filled with sincere gratitude. As the crowd began to depart, Kunpeng spoke slowly. Friends on the cattail cushions, please stay. Friend Queen Mother of the West, please also stay for a moment. Hongyun Zinyuanzi Shiha Changshi Hotu Fushi Mingi Hao Yin Yaoqi, and the named Queen Mother of the West who were about to leave were all startled, stopped in their tracks, and looked at Kunpeng with confusion. When everyone had receded, and their gazes converged, Kunpeng looked around at them, smiled slightly, and uttered words that shocked them. Do you know, fellow friends, the profound meaning of these 9 cattail cushions you are sitting on? Everyone exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. Hongyun, being the most impatient, directly asked, Friend Kunpeng, don't keep us in suspense. These cushions are comfortable to sit on, but is there something special about them? There is indeed. Kunpeng's smile remained unchanged, his gaze deep. In the past, in the Zixiao Palace, the Tao Ancestor set up 6 cattail cushions and accepted 6 disciples. Each cushion bore the opportunity for sagehood. Today, these 9 cattail cushions in the Zhaohua Heavenly Palace, though not the same as the Tao Ancestor's heaven-ordained sages in Zixiao Palace, also secretly correspond to a thread of opportunity. As long as you listen to my words, you all may have hope of becoming sages in the future. What? Become a sage? These words struck like a thunderbolt. Upon the high platform, Kunpeng smiled faintly, paying no heed to the shock of the crowd. He merely addressed the few remaining great powers in the hall, saying, You who are irrelevant may take your leave. At his words, the great powers in the hall stirred, as if awakening from a dream. They bowed respectfully to the platform, then filed out of the creation celestial palace in an orderly manner, transforming into streaks of light that melted into the boundless chaos. The disciples and attendants of those whom Kunpeng had kept followed Golden Phoenix, Azure Phoenix, Xiaoqing, and Xiaobai into the side hall. In an instant, only Hongyun Yuanzi Shiha Changshi, Hutu Fushi Mingi Hao Yin Yaoqi, Shi Wangmu, as well as Nuwa and Kunpeng on the high platform remained in the main hall. The hall's doors closed silently, sealing off a realm of its own. For a moment, utter silence reigned, so still that a falling pin could be heard. The words of Kunpeng, You all shall have hope of attaining sagehood in the future, had shaken the hearts of those below, leaving them momentarily speechless. Even Nuwa, who had already attained sagehood, could not help but narrow her gaze upon hearing Kunpeng's declaration. Her eyes fixed on him grew more probing and thoughtful. Though she knew Kunpeng was immensely powerful and unfathomably deep, the matter of appointing others to sagehood, even for her, a newly ascended heavenly Tao sage, was something she dared not imagine nor possess the power to accomplish save for the Tao Ancestor. Shiha and her sister Changshi instinctively covered their lips with their hands, their eyes brimming with shock. Having cultivated in solitude and tranquility for endless ages, they had never dared to dream of the sagehood that endures as long as the heavens. Hutu's usually gentle and serene eyes now burst forth with a brilliant radiance. Jin Yuanzi's hand stroking his beard froze in midair. Hongyun's wine gourd fell to the ground with a thud, his mouth gaped open in an O shape as the wine spilled and soaked the cushion, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Mingi Ancestor's Adam's apple bobbed, his breathing suddenly grew heavy, and the aura around him nearly spiraled out of control. He had always been devoted to the Tao. Now, hearing the word sagehood, the ambition that had lain buried in the depths of his heart for countless eons surged forth, and the bloodlight in his eyes threatened to spill over. Fushi's body leaned forward unconsciously, his fingers swiftly tracing the patterns of the innate 8 trigrams upon his knees. He had performed countless divinations on his own path, learning only that it was entangled with the fate of the fiend race, yet never glimpsing the shadow of enlightenment. Now his heart pounded like a drum. Shi Wangmu covered her mouth with a delicate hand, her dignified face for the first time losing its composure. Hao Yin and Yaoqi shot to their feet, breaking the silence with their words. As the attendants of the Tao Ancestor, they had dwelled in the Purple Cloud Palace and witnessed countless great powers seeking the Tao in vain. No one understood better than they the nobility and difficulty of sagehood. Now trembling with excitement, their voices quivered uncontrollably. Uncle Master, do you truly mean this? Do we really all have a chance? Kunpeng nodded toward the crowd, his tone firm. Naturally, I mean it. The great Tao has 50 pathways and heaven has derived 49 of them. One remains hidden. That hidden one is the opportunity that awaits you all in the future. Kunpeng's tone shifted, his expression growing solemn. However, this opportunity is not easily obtained, nor is it a gift I bestow freely. It still requires you to seize it yourselves, to find the key point of destiny, and to perform acts that align with the great trend of heaven and amass boundless merit. Only then can success be achieved. As his words fell, Jin Yuanzi and Honghuang sprang to their feet, bowing deeply to Kunpeng. Please enlighten us, Tao friend. Where lies our path? Kunpeng's gaze fell upon them, and Hudu his words laden with meaning. Tao friend Jin Yuanzi, you hold the Earth Book, which was born from the Earth's fetal membrane. You cultivate the law of Earth and are naturally attuned to the terrestrial veins of the primordial world. Tao friend Honghuang, you are the very first red cloud in heaven and earth, born from the last breath exhaled by Peng before he exhausted his strength and fell, cleaving heaven from earth. That breath carried Peng's final longing, regret, unwillingness, and infinite hope for the future. You are the embodiment of auspiciousness in the primordial world, blessed with enduring fortune. He paused and looked at Hudu. Tao friend Hudu, you are a primordial, which born from the essence blood of Peng, naturally commanding the power of the earth, bearing the duty to protect the lands of the primordial world, and possessing a heart of compassion for all living beings. The origins, responsibilities, and Tao hearts of the three of you are mysteriously intertwined, all bound to the earth of the primordial world and the myriad creatures upon it. At these words, Jin Yuanzi, Honghuang, and Huta shuddered violently, as if a bolt of spiritual light had split open their sea of consciousness. Many vague sensations suddenly became clear. They exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes a resonance and understanding. Kunpeng continued, Tao friend Jin Yuanzi can borrow Honghuang's auspicious fortune and Huta's earth law to deepen your communion with the terrestrial veins. Tao friend Honghuang can comprehend the earth's profound virtue and Hutu's compassionate heart, awakening the spirit of selfless devotion. Tao friend Hutu can draw upon the mysteries of the Earth Book and the spiritual essence of Honghuang's primordial spirit to mend the deficiencies in your own laws and the weakness of your primordial spirit. When the time is right, I will send Kunwu Jinping and Shukuan to assist you. Their cultivation in the Tao of merit, the Tao of space, and the Tao of devouring will also aid you three. If you act according to my instructions, the day of your merit and fulfillment will surely come. Though he did not explicitly state what that merit would be, the three of them already sensed the direction in their hearts. Trembling with excitement, they solemnly bowed deeply to Kunpeng. We thank the Tao Master for pointing the way. Your words are a gift of rebirth, and we shall never forget them. Kunpeng smiled faintly. My fellow Taoists need not stand on ceremony. If you can attain the Tao, it will also bring me great benefit. Unable to contain himself, Mingyi urged eagerly, Tao Master. Tao Master, what about me? Where lies my opportunity? Kunpeng looked at him and said calmly, your path is closely tied to what they three will do afterward. The blood sea is the final resting place of the lingering souls of all beings, the destined end of their lives. If you follow the current at that time, it will be a great opportunity. I will send my evil avatar Yochuan to assist you. Remember, the true Tao of slaughter is not mindless killing. Know that killing to protect life, slaying those who deserve death, and redeeming those who should be redeemed, that too is a form of merit. Keep this in your heart, harbor good thoughts, benefit all beings. This is the foundation of your enlightenment. The bloodlight in Mingyi's eyes blazed fiercely. Without hesitation, he knelt and bowed his head to Kunpeng. Mingyi understands. Thank you, Tao Master. Rise. If you encounter any doubts in the future, consult Yuquan. Then Kunpeng turned to Fushi, letting out a soft sigh. Your opportunity to become a sage is indeed deeply entangled with the fate of the fiend race. Perhaps you must enter the chessboard of the fiend court. Whether you will ultimately succeed depends on whether Tao friend Yuhua can use her sage's power to reverse the cosmic order for you in the future. Fushi's expression was complex. He was about to express his thanks when Kunpeng's tone suddenly turned stern, carrying a warning. But I have one word for you to remember: the human race is the foundation of Yuhua's enlightenment. In the future, do not harm the human race for the sake of the fiend race. If you disregard my words and harm the humans, it will not only affect your own fortune, but also bring calamity upon Yuhua. These words struck Fushi like a thunderbolt. His mind quaked, and he quickly swore by his Tao heart. Fushi will remember. If I ever transgress, may heaven's punishment be upon me. Yuhua gazed at her elder brother, a look of relief flashing in her eyes, and her glance toward Kunpeng grew softer. Then Kunpeng looked at Haotian and Yaoqi. Haotian, Yaoqi, your opportunity lies not in the present, but in the future. You too must temper your minds and cultivate virtue. When the time comes, I shall lend you a helping hand. Tao friend Shi Wangmu and Shi Changshi. Kunpeng turned to the last three, his tone gentle. Your paths are closely linked. Simply corroborate with each other, comprehend the Tao of Yin together, cultivate the law of Yin to perfection, and break through the extreme. Then you shall attain the Tao. When the three of you reach the peak of the quasi-sage realm, I will also assist you. Having spoken, Kunpeng fell silent. The people in the hall gazed at the figure in the dark blue robe upon the high platform, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. Today's words had not only revealed the opportunities for their sagehood, but also hinted at the future landscape of the primordial world. They bowed in unison to Kunpeng, their voices filled with gratitude and reverence. Thank you, Tao Master. We shall follow your decree and live up to your expectations. Kunpeng watched the expressions of enlightenment or excitement on their faces, and slowly rose. The opportunity has been shown. The rest depends on yourselves. Be gone. They bowed once more, this time with added awe in their eyes beyond gratitude. As they turned and departed, their steps were much steadier than when they had arrived. The path to sagehood had been laid before them. Every step forward must be taken cautiously, following the heavenly Tao and treading upon merit. On the high platform, Nuwa watched the retreating figures and whispered, "Your actions, my friend, are likely to completely reshape the pattern of the primordial world." Kunpeng smiled faintly, gazing into the depths of chaos. "If we wish to advance further, we must strengthen the primordial world. And to strengthen the primordial world, we need more like-minded companions to strive together." Nuwa's gaze shifted, turning to Kunpeng beside her divine voice clear and crisp. "Taoist friend, your words are reasonable. Since you have a plan, let us first observe and act accordingly." Kunpeng nodded with a laugh. "Haha, just as I wish. Let's not dwell on this. Nuwa, my friend, first help me establish the chaotic Tao field." "Excellent." With that, their figures vanished from the high platform's meditation cushions, and the next moment, they stood side by side in the endless chaos beyond the Zhaohua Heavenly Palace. Facing the surging, rolling, chaotic currents that annihilated all things, the two Honghuang Deluo Golden Immortals made their move simultaneously. Nuwa's delicate hand waved lightly, and the Shanhasheiji too flew out from her sleeve, radiating boundless multicolored light, stabilizing the four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The Huntian Ling spun swiftly, channeling the power of creation, harmonizing yin and yang, clarity and turbidity. Kunpeng was even more relaxed. With a flick of his sleeve, the Honghuang Pearl transformed into 24 heavens, suppressing the 8 directions of the cosmos. The Xiantian Wufang Qi fluttered loudly, standing at the 5 poles, generating the cycle of 5 elements, stabilizing the universe. The combined might of these two saint-level beings shook the entire chaotic sea. The chaotic Qi churned like boiling water, yet seemed to be combed by an invisible giant hand. The clear rose, the turbid sank. A nascent world, different in style from the Zhaohua Heavenly Palace's fairyland, yet equally vast and boundless, rapidly took shape. Palaces and towers arose spontaneously, with pavilions and waterside kiosks adorning the scene. Its style was more free and unrestrained, subtly embodying the true essence of carefree wandering. With a thought from Kunpeng, 3 Tao runes of natural Tao charm condensed on the palace gate, Xiaoyao Heavenly Palace. This palace stood adjacent to the Zhaohua Heavenly Palace, their auras connected, yet independent, like 2 bright stars in the cosmos, jointly guarding the northern outer domain gateway of the primordial world. "From now on, I have a Tao field in the chaos as well," Kunpeng said with a smile, feeling the close connection with the Xiaoyao Heavenly Palace. Nuwa also nodded with a smile, a glimmer of joy in her saintly eyes. Meanwhile, at the Lingxiao Palace in the Tianweishan, Dijuan and Tai sat high upon the 9-dragon throne, a trace of barely perceptible anxiety in their expressions. A flash of immortal light at the palace gate, and the figures of Fuxi and Mingi appeared simultaneously. "You two have finally returned." Dijuan spoke first, his voice urgent. "How was the chaos lecture?" Mingi Patriarch took a deep breath, his face still bearing the lingering shock and awe. He stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said in a deep voice, reporting to the Heavenly Emperor and Eastern Emperor, "The divine power of Saint Nuwa is boundless. Her Tao might, like the sea, her words carry the law. Her saintly might is indeed comparable to that of the Tao Ancestor in the Zixiao Palace of old, unfathomable beyond the reach of any quasi-saint by 1,000-fold." Tai frowned deeply. "And Kunpeng." This time Fuxi interjected, his tone extremely solemn. "Tao Master Kunpeng." Though he did not display his saintly might, his presence on the Tao platform alongside Saint Nuwa, his aura deep as an abyss, seamlessly integrated. Before him, I feel like an ant gazing at a giant elephant, a stream facing a vast ocean. His realm, I fear, is also at the saint level. He paused, then added, "Moreover, before the lecture, Jane and Juni attempted to act impudently, but were rebuked by a single word from Tao Master Kunpeng, and were punished to stand in the corner for 6,000 years, not daring to resist at all. His strength absolutely surpasses our imagination." Mingi sighed heavily, echoing, "Fuxi, you are absolutely right. The might of a saint is truly vast and indescribable." Dijuan and Tai exchanged a glance, both seeing immense shock and a trace of hidden regret in each other's eyes. They were shocked that Kunpeng had indeed quietly attained the Honghuang Deluo status, and regretted their own arrogance in not attending the lecture in person, thus missing the opportunity. However, Dijuan and Tai were ultimately the sovereigns of the demon race, with firm resolve. After a moment of distraction, they regained their dignity. Regret passed in a flash. Their own Tao path had long been clear: to govern the primordial world, gather boundless fortune, and attain enlightenment through the supreme position of heaven and earth. Though difficult, this was a majestic path. Dijuan suppressed his emotions and asked again, "I heard that after the lecture Kunpeng kept only a few of you behind." Fuxi and Mingi exchanged a look, then Mingi spoke, "Indeed. Tao Master Kunpeng, vaguely pointed out the direction of our path forward. However, this matter involves heavenly secrets profound and mysterious. Please forgive me and fellow Taoist Fushi for not being able to elaborate. We ask for the Heavenly Emperor's and Eastern Emperor's understanding. A sharp light flashed in Dijuan's eyes and his mind was in turmoil. Pointing out the Tao path. Kunpeng's means were truly heaven-defying. But his face remained calm, and he nodded. Since it is a heavenly secret, it should not be lightly revealed. After a moment of deliberation, Dijuan looked at Fushi, his tone becoming much gentler. Fellow Taoist Fushi, since Saint Nuwa has attained enlightenment, is it possible to invite the saint to join our heavenly court and jointly govern the primordial world? If we have a saint to guard us, our demon race will surely flourish. Fushi immediately shook his head and said decisively, Heavenly Emperor, this is absolutely impossible. My sister, even before becoming a saint, was unwilling to be involved in disputes. Her resolve was firm. Now that she has attained enlightenment and is transcendent, it is even more impossible for her to accept a position in the heavenly court. You should abandon this thought as soon as possible, Heavenly Emperor. A flicker of disappointment passed through Dijuan's eyes, but he was not surprised. He settled for the next best, smiling. You make a valid point. In that case, may I trouble you to invite Saint Nuwa on behalf of the heavenly court to come to the heaven realm for a visit? Even if she cannot join, forming a good affinity would be the court's fortune. He paused briefly, exchanged a glance with Tai, and continued. To be honest with you, Tai and I have decided to become Dao companions with the chieftain of the Chongming bird clan Fairy Nishang and the chieftain of the Qingwan clan Fairy Yui, to cultivate the great Dao together. At that time, we wish to hold a heavenly wedding ceremony. We would like to ask Saint Nuwa to condescend to witness the heavenly marriage for me and Tai. At the same time, we sincerely invite Dao Master Kunpeng to attend as a guest. Tai interjected, his voice carrying a hint of pride and anticipation. If both saints can grace us with their presence, our heavenly court will spread the news throughout the primordial world. We will widely invite all the mighty beings of the primordial world to gather at the Lingshao Palace and celebrate the heavenly wedding together. This act will also display the majesty of our demon race and strengthen the prestige of the heavenly court. Fushi pondered for a moment. He felt this matter was not a forced request. Inviting them to observe and witness was reasonable both emotionally and logically. He nodded and agreed. I can relay the message on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee whether the saint will agree. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist. Dijuan and Tai said in unison. Fushi immediately set off again, heading to the Zhaohua Heavenly Palace in the outer chaos. Several thousand years later, outside the polar region, within the Zhaohua Heavenly Palace in the chaos, Nuwa was in a spacious platform garden drinking tea and discussing the Tao with Kunpeng. The sound of strings and bamboo flutes wafted softly. In the distance, Golden Phoenix, Qingwan Xiaoqing, and Xiaobai were playing instruments and dancing gracefully. Upon hearing her brother's purpose, Nuwa's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She waved her hand to stop the music and dance. She originally disliked the power struggles of the heavenly court, but witnessing a heavenly marriage involved the harmony of yin and yang and the reproduction of life, which also aligned with the Tao of creation. Moreover, her brother had personally come to invite her. After some thought, Nuwa finally nodded. Very well, since my brother personally invites me, and this is not an evil matter, I will make the trip. Fushi was overjoyed. His gaze then turned to Kunpeng beside him. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng smiled calmly. He had been still for too long, and felt like moving, and also wanted to join the fun to see what Dijuan and Tai could come up with without Shiha and Changxi. So he agreed. Okay, I will definitely be there. Fushi returned to the Lingshao Palace with the positive response from the two saints. Upon hearing the news, Dijuan and Tai were overjoyed. Good, good, good. Dijuan said 3 times in a row, his spirits greatly lifted. Prepare quickly. Spread the news throughout the primordial world that Saint Nuwa and Tao Master Kunpeng will grace the heavenly court to witness and observe the wedding of me and Tai with Fairy Nishang and Fairy Yui. Send out invitations widely. All renowned mighty beings in the primordial world can be invited except the Wu clan. Yes. The demon saints and demon marshals under his command thundered their assent, each filled with excitement. In an instant, countless celestial maidens and divine laborers bustled about, decorating the heavenly court even more magnificently with thousands of auspicious rays. One by one, invitation cards inscribed with Taoist heavenly court marks and emitting golden light flew like meteor showers to all the immortal mountains, blessed lands, and cave heavens across the primordial world. Across the primordial wilderness, a message spread like wildfire through every corner. Dijuan and Tai would hold the celestial wedding ceremony at the Lingshao Palace of the heavenly court, personally officiated by the newly ascended sage Nuwa, and the seemingly sage-like Kunpeng Taoist would also attend the ceremony. For a moment, the primordial wilderness was in an uproar. The heavenly court, as the orthodox rule of the Yao race, commanded the heavens with unmatched prestige. Nuwa was a sage of the heavenly Tao, supremely revered, and Kunpeng Taoist was unfathomably profound, able to discuss the Tao alongside sages. This grand event was unprecedented since the creation of the world, which great power upon receiving an invitation would dare to slight it. On the day of the ceremony beyond the 33rd heaven, the starry path leading to the Lingxiao Palace was thronged with 10,000 immortals paying homage, and all the worthies had gathered. The North Sea faction, Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun Xia Changxi, led by Kunhui Youquan, Jinping Shuquan Xuanwu Zhao Gongming, and the Three Xiao as the core forces of the